banknotes. Today, they are just as likely to use smartphones. UPI is now the default payment option for most Indians, from small ticket purchases at roadside shops, to settling utility bills, to paying at restaurants, to even IPO stock purchases and mutual fund payments. This change has had no parallel in history anywhere in the world. In 2023, Bharat entered the elite space club as the Chandrayaan-3 landed on the moon's south pole, making India the very first country to do so. 10 years ago, a usual bill mirrored the untidy patchwork of India's indirect tax structure. Today, the goods and services tax, the GST, has dramatically altered this by consolidating a web of levies into a single tax. India's infrastructure creation has become visible symbols of transformation. Whether it is ports, airports, highways, they've all turned India's image of a country with creaky roads into highway hotspots. This is acting as a powerful multiplier for the broader economy. It's connecting the hinterland with the metropolises. It's radically cutting down logistics costs and increasing India's competitiveness. Now, while there is plenty for India to be absolutely delighted about, there are still areas that we need to be alert and alive to. We should be acutely aware of the need to keep striving, to keep improving, keep pushing every boundary that holds us back, and to be alive to the challenges that could potentially derail Bharat's rise. So, ladies and gentlemen, over the next 30 sessions spread across the next 2 days, you will get a chance firsthand to hear from some of the finest political leaders, sportspersons, industry captains, entrepreneurs, intellectuals, and artists. The people whose intellect and energy and dynamism is powering Bharat's rise. And later tomorrow, we will welcome in our midst the captain of this ship, the man who is steering India in this remarkable period in our history, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. May I now invite my colleague Avantika Singh to take us through this morning's Power Pack sessions. I hope you have a good time and enjoy your time here at the Rising Bharat Summit.
Thank you, Zaka, and a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Rising Bharat Summit. Now, what is common among semiconductors, chip manufacturing, trains, railway stations, artificial intelligence, safety, data, and technology? The next session is with a leader who is in charge of putting India on the fast track of speed, safety, and technology, quite literally so. He's soft-spoken, affable, low-key, and he's a quintessential doer. He is an IAS officer, an engineer, and he is a career technocrat and has been the forefront of complex infrastructure projects. He truly believes that Indian Railways is going to play an important role in India's growth story. If you have been to a railway station lately, you would have seen the transformation. And if you have traveled on a train lately, you would have also experienced this massive change. Please put your hands together as I welcome our first guest for the morning, Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, who is with Railways and Communications and Electronics and Information Technology, for what promises to be a very exciting session. And may I please call on stage Rubina Liaquat, who will be moderating the session titled The Transformers Taking India to a New Station. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's morning today. Thank you.
आप सबको प्यार भरा नमस्कार। राइजिंग भारत, और चूंकि मंच पर ऐसे शख्स हैं या ऐसे नेता हैं जो राजनीति कम करते हैं और काम ज़्यादा करते हैं, आप इनसे जितनी चाहे काम की बातें कर लीजिए, जैसे ही राजनीति की बात करेंगे ये 9 तो 11 हो जाएंगे। तो इसीलिए अगर इनको इस स्टेशन पर रखना है तो काम की सारी बातें, और यही काम है जो राइजिंग भारत को उस जेनिथ तक लेकर जाने वाला है। मंत्री जी, बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका। दर्शकों को बस बता दूं मैं कि आप 39वें रेल मंत्री हैं, 55वें संचार मंत्री हैं और दूसरे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स और सूचना मंत्री हैं। बहुत भार है कंधे पर आपके।
देखिए, जिस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी देश के लिए दिन रात मेहनत कर रहे हैं, अपना एक एक पल, एक एक क्षण देश के लिए समर्पित कर रहे हैं, तो हमारे जैसे कई कार्यकर्ताओं को लग जाना चाहिए, पूरी तरह से जुट ही जाना चाहिए।
अश्विनी जी, जब 2047 की हम बात करते हैं, हम उस भारत की बात करते हैं जो विकसित हो चुका है, तो ईमानदारी से अपने दिल पर हाथ रखकर बताइए, एक रेल मंत्री अपने रेलवे नेटवर्क को उस वक्त कैसे पाता है? उस वक्त की ट्रेन हिंदुस्तान की जनता कैसे देख सकती है?
देखिए, आज मोदी जी के 10 वर्ष के इस पीरियड में एक बहुत स्ट्रांग लेगेसी बनी है। आज मोदी जी की 10 वर्ष की लेगेसी और 25 वर्ष का प्लान, ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक स्पष्ट जनता के सामने, भारत की जनता के सामने एक स्पष्ट मैसेज है। इस 10 वर्ष की लेगेसी में आप देखो, रेलवे में प्रैक्टिकली करीब करीब बहुत सारे राज्य 100% इलेक्ट्रीफाई हो गए। 40,000 किलोमीटर रेलवे का इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन हुआ। 60 वर्षों में 20,000, 10 वर्षों में 40,000, करीब करीब आपके 30,000 किलोमीटर नए रेलवे ट्रैक बने। यानी जर्मनी का जितना रेलवे नेटवर्क है उतना रेलवे नेटवर्क भारत के रेलवे नेटवर्क में जुड़ा। पिछले साल 5,000 किलोमीटर जुड़े थे और इस साल भी, कल की रिपोर्ट में देख रहा था, 5,246 किलोमीटर कल तक रेलवे नेटवर्क में जुड़े। यानी हर साल एक स्विट्जरलैंड के बराबर रेलवे नेटवर्क भारत में जुड़ रहा है। टोटली नए जनरेशन की वंदे भारत ट्रेन्स आई, नमो भारत ट्रेन आई। आज वंदे भारत ट्रेन्स में हमारी जो मिडिल क्लासेस हैं और एस्पिरेशनल यूथ है, उनको एक ऐसा अनुभव मिल रहा है जो दुनिया के बेस्ट से बेस्ट रेलवे सिस्टम में मिलता। नमो भारत ट्रेन अपने आप में बहुत ही सक्सेसफुल है रीजनल ट्रांजिट के लिए। अब वंदे भारत स्लीपर आ रही है, वंदे मेट्रो आ रही है, अमृत भारत ट्रेन आ रही है। तो ये सब जो आपने देखा इन 10 वर्षों में विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए जो फाउंडेशनल एलिमेंट्स हैं, जो फाउंडेशन बनानी है, नींव बनानी है, वो नींव बनी है। अगले 5 वर्षों में इस नींव को और मजबूत करेंगे।
मंत्री जी, मैं एक सेकंड आपको रोक रही हूँ। आप कह रहे हैं कि ये नींव 2014 में रखी गई है, इससे पहले फिर क्या हो रहा था?
इससे पहले अगर रेलवे की अगर मैं बात करूं तो रेलवे को एक दूध दोहने वाली गाय के बराबर समझा जाता था। ऐसी कंडीशन थी जिसमें रेलवे मिनिस्टर्स केवल किसी गाड़ी के स्टॉपेज या गाड़ी के एक्सटेंशन या नई गाड़ी के अनाउंसमेंट पे ध्यान देते थे। पटरियों की कैपेसिटी है कि नहीं उसकी कोई चिंता नहीं होती थी। इस तरह से रेलवे का प्रशासन चला रहे थे तत्कालीन तब के रेलवे मंत्री और तब की सरकारें, जिसमें रेलवे फोकस नहीं था, पैसेंजर फोकस नहीं था, केवल अपनी राजनीति फोकस थी। मोदी जी ने डीपोलिटिसाइज किया रेलवे को। रेलवे को एक टेक्निकल तरीके से, ऑपरेशनल एफिशिएंसी की तरीके से, नई टेक्नोलॉजी को एब्जॉर्ब करने के तरीके से उस चीज़ को मोदी जी ने अपने प्राइमरी फोकस में लेके आए। रेलवे के बजट को मर्ज किया जनरल बजट में, जहां मात्र 15,000 करोड़ के आसपास मिलते थे जनरल बजट से भारतीय रेलवे को, आज 2,52,000 करोड़ रुपए का रेलवे का बजट सपोर्ट मिलता है। काम, फंडिंग बढ़ी, काम बढ़ा, कई तरह के रिफॉर्म्स हुए, बहुत सारे, करीब करीब 38 ऐसे मेजर स्ट्रक्चरल रिफॉर्म्स हुए, जिसके कारण आज रेलवे एक ऐसी परिस्थितियों में आई है कि अब अच्छी एक फाउंडेशन बन गई 10 वर्षों में। आने वाले 5 वर्षों में इस फाउंडेशन को और स्ट्रॉन्ग करेंगे। कई जो नई टेक्नोलॉजीज लेके आए उनको और ज़्यादा स्ट्रेंथन करेंगे और उसके बाद में उसके आगे वाले 20 सालों में रेलवे एक अलग नया स्वरूप देखेगी।
चेंजेस रेलवे स्टेशन पर नजर आ रहे हैं, यहाँ पर हर एक शख्स इस बात को मानेगा। लेकिन उसी रेलवे स्टेशन पर जब जाएंगे, ये बात सच है कि 41 वंदे भारत आ गई हैं, नमो भारत आ गई है, अमृत भारत आ गई हैं। स्टेशन पर आज भी जो यात्री है वो भीड़ को लेकर परेशान है, ट्रेनों में जो रिजर्वेशन है उसे लेकर परेशान है। ये कितना टाइम आप मंत्री जी बता सकते हैं कि एक वो वक्त आएगा जब साल भर में ये जो 700 करोड़ का आंकड़ा है, यात्रियों का सफ़र करने का, वो 1000, 1200 या 1300 तक पहुँच
2030 तक 1000 करोड़ लोग पैसेंजर्स रेलवे में ट्रैवल करेंगे, उस हिसाब से कैपेसिटी बना रहे हैं। देखो, ट्रेन में और हाईवे में एक फंडामेंटल डिफरेंस होता है। ट्रेन में आपको बिना पटरी के गाड़ी नहीं चला सकते, करेक्ट? रोड कैसी भी हो, कंडीशन कैसी भी हो, एक बार के लिए गाड़ी चल जाती है। इसीलिए बहुत ज़रूरी है कि रेलवे नेटवर्क में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कैपेसिटी बढ़ाने के लिए जितने भी टेक्नोलॉजीज़ हैं, रेलवे के नई पटरियां बिछाना, ऑटोमेटिक सिग्नलिंग लाना, आपके कंप्लीट रेलवे के जो कंट्रोल सिस्टम है, जिसको सेंट्रलाइज्ड ट्रेन कंट्रोल सीटीसी कहते हैं, उस टेक्नोलॉजी पे जाना, आपकी ट्रेन्स की एक्सेलरेशन डेसेलरेशन, जो मतलब पिकअप और ब्रेक लगाने के बाद में रुकने की टाइम, उसको कम करना, 2x25 kV, बहुत मैसिव टेक्निकल वर्क है। उस पूरे टेक्निकल काम में जिस तेजी से काम चल रहा है, वी आर वेरी कंफर्टेबली, आई कैन से विद गुड कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल, कि 2030 तक 1000 करोड़ पैसेंजर्स को हर साल कैरी करने की कैपेसिटी हो जाएगी। आज हम करीब करीब 700 करोड़ पैसेंजर्स को कैरी करते हैं साल में। रेलवे देश का अगर पूरा नेटवर्क देखो, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन की इकोनॉमिक्स देखो, तो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन में करीब 700 करोड़ रेलवे से जाते हैं, करीब करीब 250 करोड़ रोड से, हाईवे से जाते हैं, और करीब 35 करोड़ एरोप्लेन से जाते हैं। तो ये अभी ये नेटवर्क है, इसमें ये 700 करोड़ 2030 तक 1000 करोड़ होगा।
अच्छा, इन सालों में ऐसा क्या हुआ है कि आपने इतनी तेज़ी से ये सारी ट्रेनें, चाहे वो नमो भारत हो, चाहे वो वंदे भारत हो, ये सिर्फ विल है या कुछ और भी चीज़ें थी जिसने इन एडिशन आपके इस काम को फास्ट ट्रैक पर ला दिया?
3 चीज़ें हैं। एक तो बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग फोकस टेक्नोलॉजी लाने में, बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग फोकस डीपोलिटिसाइज करने में रेलवे का फोकस रेलवे की ऑपरेशनल एफिशिएंसी पे ध्यान दें। रेलवे में एक तरीके से काम करने की पद्धति बदली। दूसरा, फंडिंग इंक्रीज की मोदी जी ने। तीसरा, पीएम साहब ने बहुत स्पष्ट तौर पे कहा कि चाहे कितने भी कठिन फैसले लेने हो, फैसले लो, फैसले लेके, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल एक नया रेलवे की मेंटेनेंस की पद्धति में नया एक सुधार हुआ है। पहले क्या होता था कि जिस दिन मेंटेनेंस करना है, मान लो पटरी है, पटरी पे डेली का डेली मेंटेनेंस करना पड़ता है, तो जिस दिन आपको मेंटेनेंस का काम करना है उसी दिन सारे कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स, मशीन्स, स्पेयर मटेरियल, सब लेबर सब आते थे। तो सुबह से शाम तक मान लो वेट करते थे, 4 या 5 बजे तक मान लो परमिशन मिलती थी, कभी परमिशन नहीं भी मिलती थी, वापस चले जाते थे। ये एक ऐसी पद्धति जो 60-70 वर्ष तक चली। अब आज रेलवे में हर शुक्रवार को अगले 26 हफ्ते का, नेक्स्ट 26 वीक्स का डिटेल्ड प्लान बनाते हैं। नेक्स्ट 26 वीक्स मतलब जैसे जापान में मेंटेनेंस की पद्धति है, या जर्मनी में, या जो डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज है, विकसित
या हर
देश,
फ्राइडे करते हैं,
वैसी की वैसी एडवांस्ड प्लानिंग अपना रेलवे भी कर रहा है। तो ये सब कठिन फैसले होते हैं, इसमें आपको पूरे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को एक साथ आदत बदलने की आदत डालनी पड़ती है, एक नए तरीके से काम करने की मतलब प्रैक्टिस में आना पड़ता है। तो ये आसान काम नहीं होता, इसमें बहुत मेहनत और कंटिन्यूस कम्युनिकेशन विद द टॉप टू बॉटम मोस्ट लेयर। आज आप किसी सुपरवाइजर के पास जाके बात करो अगर, और मैं आप में से निवेदन करूंगा जो भी पाथवे इंस्पेक्टर हो, सेक्शन सुपरवाइजर हो, इनसे बात करें, इतने खुश हैं कि आज उनको मेंटेनेंस के लिए जो टाइम चाहिए होता है वो मिलता है,
मंत्री
मेंटेनेंस
जी
के लिए
खुश है,
रिसोर्सेज
मतलब
चाहिए वो
इससे
मिलते
पहले
हैं।
तो आप कह रहे थे कि सब आराम से हो जाता था, सिर्फ पॉलिटिक्स होती थी, काम नहीं होता था। अब आप सिर्फ इस काम ही काम करा रहे हैं और वो खुश हैं।
बिल्कुल खुश है, और आप वास्तव में जाके मिलो। मैं तो कम से कम लो लेवल पे, ग्राउंड लेवल पे ऑफिशियल्स के साथ, जो कि ग्रुप बी ऑफिसर्स भी नहीं है, ग्रुप सी में जो काम करते हैं कर्मचारी, उनके साथ बहुत इंटरेक्ट करता हूँ और उनसे बहुत इनपुट लेता हूँ, बहुत फीडबैक भी लेता हूँ। इतने खुश हैं इस बात से कि रेलवे का एक तरीके से, जिस तरीके से चलनी चाहिए एक टेक्निकल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, वैसे मोदी जी ने 10 वर्षों में रेलवे को उस टेक्निकल स्टेज पे लेके आ गए।
अश्विनी जी, दुर्घटना को लेकर मैं आपसे डिटेल में थोड़ी चर्चा करना चाहूँगी। स्पेशली कम हुई हैं दुर्घटनाएं, एक्सीडेंट्स कम हुए हैं, लेकिन जो होते हैं वो आपने भी देखे हैं, आप कितने दिनों तक वहाँ पर रहे थे, आपकी आंखों में लोगों ने आंसू देखे हैं, वहीं उस ज़मीन पर पॉलिटिक्स भी देखी है। कवच को लेकर विपक्ष ने बहुत हमला साधा कि आपने कहा था कि ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी, ऐसा सिस्टम है कि इससे हिंदुस्तान को कोई नुकसान नहीं होगा, लेकिन जब हुआ तो उसने सबको ज़ख्मी कर दिया।
देखो, कवच एक टेक्नोलॉजी की क्लास है जिसको कहते हैं ऑटोमेटिक ट्रेन प्रोटेक्शन, एटीपी टेक्नोलॉजी। एटीपी टेक्नोलॉजी दुनिया भर के बड़े रेलवे सिस्टम्स में 1980 के दशक में चालू हुई, 1990 के दशक में काफ़ी बड़ी मात्रा में लगी और 2000 के दशक में करीब करीब दुनिया के सारे बड़े रेलवे नेटवर्क्स में फुल्ली एटीपी आ गया था। तब की सरकारें क्या करती थी? क्या उन सरकारों की जिम्मेदारी नहीं थी कि एटीपी लेके आए? क्या उनकी ये जिम्मेदारी नहीं बनती थी कि सेफ्टी पे इन्वेस्टमेंट करें, सेफ्टी के लिए जो नए टेक्नोलॉजी चाहिए वो लेके आए? कुछ नहीं किया उन्होंने। 2016 में पहली बार भारत में एटीपी टेक्नोलॉजी को मान्यता दी मोदी जी ने, 2016 में। 2016 मतलब सोचो, देश ने 1980 से लेके 2014 तक का पीरियड, एक तरीके से उस पीरियड में पूरा देश कवर हो जाना चाहिए था एटीपी टेक्नोलॉजी से। 2016 में मान्यता दी, 2019 तक उसके पूरे सर्टिफिकेशंस मिले। 2020 और 21 में कोविड के कारण दिक्कत आई, लेकिन उसके बाद में, उसके बावजूद भी और उसके बाद में बहुत तेज़ी से इस पे काम चला। अब करीब, और कवच भी एक कोई ऐसा नहीं कि एक डिवाइस है जो लगा दिया ट्रेन पे और हो गया, ऐसा नहीं है। कवच पूरा एक सिस्टम है भाई। आपको पूरा पूरा रेलवे ट्रैक के साथ में ऑप्टिकल फाइबर केबल लगाना पड़ता है। जैसे एयरटेल या जियो या बीएसएनएल का नेटवर्क होता है, वैसे ही हर 7 या 8 किलोमीटर पे आपको टेलीकॉम टावर लगाने पड़ते हैं। उन टेलीकॉम टावर के ऊपर टेलीकॉम के डिवाइसेस लगते हैं, फिर ट्रेन के ऊपर डिवाइस लगता है, सिग्नलिंग सिस्टम के साथ पूरा इंटरेक्शन, इंटीग्रेशन करना पड़ता है। हर स्टेशन पे एक डेटा सेंटर बनता है, कंप्लीट डेटा सेंटर बनता है इसका, और फिर स्टेशन के डेटा सेंटर से पीछे कंप्लीट एक सेंट्रलाइज्ड ट्रेन कंट्रोल का डेटा सेंटर। इट्स वेरी वेरी कॉम्प्लेक्स टेक्नोलॉजी। मतलब दुनिया भर के देशों में 20 से 25 साल लगे छोटे छोटे नेटवर्क, 8000, 10,000, 20,000 किलोमीटर के नेटवर्क्स, अपना 50, मतलब अभी 70,000, 75,000 किलोमीटर का नेटवर्क है। तो लेकिन इतनी तेज़ी से इसमें काम चल रहा है, नए नए जो मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं वो जुड़ रहे हैं, नए डिज़ाइनर्स जुड़ रहे हैं, कई तरह के इनोवेशंस कर रहे हैं जिसमें कि जो स्टेशन की डिज़ाइन करनी है उस डिज़ाइन को ऑटोमेट किया जा सके। मतलब ये एक ऐसी कमिटमेंट है, जो कमिटमेंट मोदी जी ने स्पष्ट तौर से देश में रेलवे को सेफ बनाने के लिए की है। 1,87,000 करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट किया है 10 वर्षों में। अगर आप उसको कंपेयर करें तो 2.5 गुना ज़्यादा है उससे। पिछले 4 से 14 में जितना इन्वेस्टमेंट था सेफ्टी पे, उससे 2.5 गुना ज़्यादा है, और उसका रिजल्ट भी दिख रहा है।
वो रिजल्ट
वेरी
दिख रहा है।
वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेट अगर बीच में लेकिन आगे और भी ज़्यादा प्रयास करके 100% सेफ्टी की तरफ बढ़ेंगे।
एक कमिटमेंट बुलेट ट्रेन को लेकर भी है। अब अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, जब इतना गड्ढा है जिसको आप भरने का पूरा प्रयास कर रहे हैं, ऐसे में कई लोग ये कहते हैं कि क्या बुलेट ट्रेन की इस देश को आवश्यकता है? आप उन्हें क्या कहेंगे?
बुलेट ट्रेन एक ट्रांसपोर्टेशन का मीन्स के हिसाब से मत समझिए आप इसको। बुलेट ट्रेन को अगर आप देखोगे, बुलेट ट्रेन आपके जिस पाथ पे चलती है उस पाथ के सारे शहरों की इकोनॉमी को एक साथ जोड़ देती। मैं इसका उदाहरण बहुत अच्छा आपको दूंगा, जापान का। पहली बुलेट ट्रेन 1969 में जब चलनी चालू हुई, टोक्यो, नागोया, कोबे, क्योटो और ओसाका, ये सारे के सारी इकोनॉमीज मिलके एक इकोनॉमी बन जाती है। 550 किलोमीटर के आसपास का डिस्टेंस आप 2.5 से 3 घंटे में कवर करते हो। यानी आप अगर क्योटो में काम कर रहे हो, ओसाका में जाके काम किया आपने, और शाम को वापस क्योटो में अपने बच्चों के पास आ गए। वैसा कि वैसा डेवलपमेंट, सीरियस रीजनल मल्टीप्लायर होता है इससे। जब आप देखोगे मुंबई से अहमदाबाद, मुंबई, ठाणे, वापी, सूरत, बड़ौदा, आणंद और अहमदाबाद, ये सारी इकोनॉमीज एक सिंगल इकोनॉमिक जोन बन जाएगा। आप सुबह बड़ौदा में नाश्ता करोगे, 1 घंटे के अंदर अंदर मुंबई में पहुंचे, दिन भर अपना काम किया, शाम को पकड़ी वापस ट्रेन और घर आके बच्चों के साथ खाना खाया।
तो ये हसीन सपने पूरे कब होंगे?
2026 में। 2026 में। आज देखो ना आप, आज आप देखो 200, मैं डेली काउंट करना भी भूल जाता हूँ, पिछला शायद 10 दिन 12 दिन पहले रिव्यू किया था, 284 किलोमीटर ऑलरेडी बन चुकी है कंप्लीट। ट्रैक्स लग रहे हैं, ऊपर ओवरहेड इलेक्ट्रिकल का सिस्टम लग रहा है, जो ट्रेन का मैन्युफैक्चरिंग है, सारी चीजें इन पैरेलल तेजी से चल रही है। देखो कई ऐसे देश, मैं नाम नहीं लूंगा किसी देश का, जिम्मेदारी की पोजीशन है, 20-20 साल लगते हैं एक प्रोजेक्ट को करने में 500 किलोमीटर का। अपने यहाँ 8-10 वर्षों के अंदर अंदर ये प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट होगा। 2026 में पहली सूरत से बिलीमोरा वाले सेक्शन में ट्रेन चलेगी, आप देखोगे, और वर्ल्ड क्लास है, एब्सोल्युटली वर्ल्ड क्लास।
अच्छा, वक्त जो है वो लगातार इसी रफ्तार से आगे बढ़ रहा है, तो मैं अपनी ट्रेन को या सवालों की ट्रेन को अब नए स्टेशन पर ले जा रही हूँ, आपके अगले मंत्रालय के पास आ रही हूँ। उससे पहले इस वक्त जो देश के रेल मंत्री हैं, आप उनको कोई नंबर देना चाहेंगे 10 में से 5 में से?
आप लोगों का काम है भाई, ये हमारा काम नहीं है, हमें तो मेहनत करनी है, मेहनत करते जाना है।
डिजिटल इंडिया की तरफ मैं आ रही हूँ। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का ड्रीम प्रोजेक्ट है और उसमें सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट अंश सेमीकंडक्टर्स हैं। इसकी बात तो हम कर रहे हैं, इनफैक्ट 62 से शुरुआत हुई, 65, 61, मैं टाइम गिनाती चली जाऊंगी, 80, 84 सेमीकंडक्टर नहीं बन पाए। अब आप कह रहे हैं कि बहुत जल्द हिंदुस्तान को पहला सेमीकंडक्टर मिल जाएगा। ये 2 सवाल हैं, मैं संक्षेप में चाहूँगी, अब तक क्यों नहीं हो पाया? आज हो रहा है तो ऐसा आपने क्या कर दिया?
दिसंबर 2024 में पहली मेड इन इंडिया चिप मार्केट में आ जाएगी। दिसंबर 2024, ज़्यादा दूर नहीं भाई, गिन के नोट करके रख लेना आप लोग, दिसंबर 2024 में पहली चिप आने वाली है। देखो 1962 से प्रयास हुआ, लेकिन किसी भी प्रयास के पीछे जब तक सही नीति और सही आपका फंडामेंटल कन्विक्शन नहीं होता तब तक नहीं हो पाता। मोदी जी का इतना स्ट्रांग कन्विक्शन है कि हमें विकसित भारत को जब बनाना है, उसके फाउंडेशन में क्या क्या लगेगा। उसके फाउंडेशन में बहुत एक इम्पॉर्टेंट है इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग। चाहे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इन द सेंस कि आप जो घर में टीवी देखते हो, फ्रिज देखते हो, उसको देखो, या फिर पावर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, टेलीकॉम वो देखो, या जो डिफेंस में इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स जाती है वो देखो, या कार के अंदर जो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स लगती है वो देखो, हर चीज में सेमीकंडक्टर लगता है।
कुल मिलाकर कोई भी चीज जो ऑन या ऑफ हो रही है,
एब्सोल्युटली
उसमें सेमीकंडक्टर।
एब्सोल्युटली, चाहे लाइट हो, चाहे मिसाइल हो, चाहे ट्रेन हो, चाहे एरोप्लेन हो, चाहे फ्रिज हो, हर चीज जो ऑन या ऑफ होती है उसमें सेमीकंडक्टर चिप लगती है। ये मैं बहुत मतलब आपको जिम्मेदारी के साथ कह रहा हूँ, जैसा कमिटमेंट मोदी जी ने दिखाया, और मैं आपको पर्सनल इसमें एग्जांपल्स दे सकता हूँ। हम लोग सेमीकंडक्टर डिस्कशन के लिए जब आधे घंटे का या 45 मिनट का टाइम प्रधानमंत्री जी का मांगते थे, मैं आज सब पब्लिक के सामने कह रहा हूँ, कहना नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन पीएम साहब ने 3.5 घंटे तक टाइम दिया। हम 45 मिनट टाइम मांगते थे, वो 3 घंटे तक टाइम देते थे। एक एक लाइन बाय लाइन चीज पीएम साहब डिटेल में डिस्कशन करते थे। जो भी कंसर्न्ड विभाग है, सरकार का काम करने के एक तरीके में बहुत सारे विभाग जुड़ते हैं, हर डिपार्टमेंट को पर्सनली बुला के साथ बैठते थे और पीएम साहब कहते थे कि हमको सेमीकंडक्टर में सक्सेसफुल होना है, देश को सेमीकंडक्टर में सक्सेसफुल होना है। ऐसा कमिटमेंट इम्पॉसिबल है किसी दूसरे प्रधानमंत्री का।
आप बोल रहे हैं कि इम्पॉसिबल कमिटमेंट सरकार की तरफ से, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की तरफ से दिख रहा है, लेकिन विपक्ष खासकर पी चिदम्बरम साहब ये कह रहे हैं ये जॉबलेस ग्रोथ है। वो ये कह रहे हैं कि जो कामकाजी संख्या है वो 50% से भी कम है और पिछले 9 सालों से ये आंकड़ा है। आप लोग ग्रोथ करते हैं, किसी को जॉब नहीं दे पाते।
चलो मैं पी चिदम्बरम साहब को एक चैलेंज देता हूँ, आप मेरे माध्यम से, इस मंच के माध्यम से आप पी चिदम्बरम साहब को एक चैलेंज पहुंचाइए। ईपीएफओ, एम्प्लॉय प्रोविडेंट फंड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, ये एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जिसमें जो भी व्यक्ति काम पे जाता है उसका एक रजिस्ट्रेशन होता है, उसकी सैलरी में से डिडक्शन होता है और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की तरफ से एक डिडक्शन होता है। एब्सोल्युटली ऐसा डेटा है जिस डेटा को कहीं पर भी हर जगह स्वीकार्यता मिलती है। ईपीएफओ के डेटा के हिसाब से जो नए लोग जॉब में जुड़े माइनस जो लोग जॉब से निकले प्लस जो लोग जॉब में वापस आए, कहीं एक बार निकल गए होंगे वापस आए, इसका जो नेट नंबर है वो टोटल जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटी बनी, ये तो सीधी गणित है, सिंपल सी गणित है। वो टोटल जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज 6 लाख पर मंथ थी कुछ ही वर्षों पहले, आज वही ऑन एन एवरेज 12 लाख पर मंथ है। 12 लाख पर मंथ का मतलब साल के हुए 1,44,00,000, 12 × 12 144, 1,44,00,000 साल की जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज क्रिएट हो रही है। आप चिदम्बरम साहब को पूछिए कि क्या ये आंकड़ा झूठ है या ये सच है। ये डेटा है, इस डेटा को कई बड़े इकोनॉमिस्ट ने, कई अच्छे न्यूज़पेपर्स ने, सबने चेक किया।
ये चैलेंज जो है चिदम्बरम साहब एक्सेप्ट करेंगे और ज़रूर आपकी ये चैलेंज हम उन तक पहुंचाएंगे। विपक्ष का एक और आरोप है, वो ये कहते हैं कि आप कहते हैं कि हम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बन चुके हैं, लेकिन आप कोई मैन्युफैक्चरिंग नहीं करते, आप लोग बस असेंबल करते हैं।
अच्छा,
आपने नाम उसको ये दे दिया है।
देखो, जिन शख्स की बात आप कर रहे हैं, या चलो मैं जनरल में किसी शख्स का नाम क्यों लूं जब तक आप नहीं लोगे, तो देखो, किसी भी देश में कोई भी इंडस्ट्री जब चालू होती है, चाहे आप एग्जांपल ले लो कार इंडस्ट्री का, आज से 1980 के आसपास जब कार इंडस्ट्री चालू हुई, सबसे पहले क्या आया? कार की सीकेडी बन के आई, जो कंप्लीटली नॉकडाउन यूनिट आता है। उसके बाद में क्या आया? एसकेडी, सेमी नॉकडाउन यूनिट। उसके बाद में क्या हुआ? कम से कम कुछ कंपोनेंट मैन्युफैक्चरर्स का इकोसिस्टम बना। उसके बाद में क्या आया? कई सारे कंपोनेंट इकोसिस्टम का मैन्युफैक्चरर बना, टियर 1, टियर 2, टियर 3 वेंडर्स बने। उसके बाद में क्या आया कि एक्सपोर्ट होने चालू हुए। ये एक साइकिल है, हर इंडस्ट्री की एक लाइफ साइकिल होती है। अगर यही लाइफ साइकिल कांग्रेस की सरकारें अगर 1980 में करने लग जाती, 1970 में करने लग जाती, तो आज देश की कहां पे परिस्थितियां होती। कांग्रेस ने पहले 4 दशक भारत के वेस्ट किए, 4 डिकेड्स भारत के लॉस्ट डिकेड्स बने, क्योंकि कांग्रेस की ऐसी पॉलिसीज थी जिसमें मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को एकदम गला घोंट के रखा गया, ऐसा कानूनों का मकड़ जाल बना के रखा दिया जिसमें कि कोई इंसान मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कर न सके। बस मतलब ऐसी परिस्थितियां थी 1990 से पहले तक तो, कि अगर आप अपनी कार की डिज़ाइन का हैंडल का डिज़ाइन चेंज करना चाहोगे तो आपको भारत सरकार के किसी अधिकारी के पास आके परमिशन लेनी पड़ती थी। ऐसा मकड़ जाल बिछा के रखा हुआ था। उस मकड़ जाल से निकले
तो आप ये
और सिंप्लीफिकेशन हो रहे हैं।
अब बेबी स्टेप्स
आज अपन ऐसी परिस्थितियों में है जिसमें मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनने के लिए जो फाउंडेशन चाहिए वो फाउंडेशन ले डाउन हो गई है। अगले 5 वर्षों में आप देखोगे, देखो मैं आपको एग्जांपल्स देता हूँ, नंबर्स देता हूँ। नंबर्स लेना जरूरी है क्योंकि डेटा के साथ बात करनी चाहिए, केवल आरोप लगाने से आरोप नहीं होना है, डेटा के साथ बात करनी चाहिए। मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रैक्टिकली नेग्लिजिबल नंबर था 10 साल पहले, आज कितना है? $55 बिलियन। इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रैक्टिकली नेग्लिजिबल नंबर था, आज कितना है? पिछले साल का डेटा है $105 बिलियन और कम से कम डबल डिजिट में ग्रोथ हो रही है इसकी। डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कुछ भी नहीं थी, आज $2 बिलियन का एक्सपोर्ट हो रहा है। टेलीकॉम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सोच भी नहीं सकते थे, किसी इंडस्ट्री के वेटरन ने बोला, 35 साल का जिनका टेलीकॉम इंडस्ट्री का एक्सपीरियंस है, उन्होंने कहा सोच भी नहीं सकते थे कि टेलीकॉम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग भारत में होगी। आज $1 बिलियन का एक्सपोर्ट हो रहा है। अमेरिका, यूएस, यूरोप सब जगह एक्सपोर्ट हो रहा है। क्या बात करते हैं भाई कांग्रेस के लोग, जो अपनी इतने वर्षों तक जिन्होंने अपनी गलतियों को आज जवाब दे नहीं पा रहे हैं, और हम लोग मेहनत कर रहे हैं, जनता देख रही है, पब्लिक देख रही है, हम जब मेहनत कर रहे हैं तो उनके आरोप लग रहे हैं। किस बात की बात है? हमारे
पास बस कुछ मिनट बचे हैं और मैं चाहती हूँ ये 2 बहुत महत्वपूर्ण सवालों के आप जवाब दे दें। एक तो फैक्ट चेकिंग यूनिट को लेकर, मतलब सरकार ही अगर चेक करने लग गई तो कैसे चलेगा? आपके काम को सिटीजन,
अच्छा बताओ भाई, एक बात बताओ, CNN TV 18 पे कुछ छपता है, उसकी जानकारी लेनी हो तो किससे पूछोगे? CNN TV 18 से पूछोगे कि नहीं पूछोगे? हाँ। बराबर है ना?
बिल्कुल, बिल्कुल।
आपके ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की जानकारी किससे पूछेंगे? आपसे ही पूछेंगे ना। भारत सरकार की कोई भी न्यूज, किसी भी स्कीम, उसके बारे में पूछना तो किसको पूछोगे? अगर आपका गृह मंत्रालय से काम है, गृह मंत्रालय से पूछोगे। हेल्थ मिनिस्ट्री से काम है, हेल्थ मिनिस्ट्री से पूछोगे। अगर आप कहोगे कि नहीं ये पावर मिनिस्ट्री से संबंधित प्रश्न है, पावर मिनिस्ट्री से पूछोगे। इतनी बेसिक कॉमन सेंस की बात है भाई। जो राज्य सरकार से है वो राज्य सरकार से पूछोगे, किसी प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन उससे प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से पूछोगे।
और
तो
वो
इसमें
सवाल आपको ना पसंद आए तो?
बात सवाल की नहीं है, बात फैक्ट की है। फैक्ट और ओपिनियन में डिफरेंस है।
और वो फैक्ट्स अगर सरकार
जहां
को ना
फैक्ट है
पसंद
वो
आए
फैक्ट तो आप वेरीफाई कर सकते हो ना।
हम्म,
वेरिफिकेशन, मान लो कोई कहता है कि कितनी वैक्सीन लगी, किससे पूछोगे बताओ? ऑथेंटिक जवाब कहां से आएगा?
सरकार की तरफ से।
हेल्थ मिनिस्ट्री से ही आ सकता है ना।
तो आप ये कह रहे हैं कि ये फैसला आपका
एब्सोल्युटली सही फैसला है और ये एकदम करेक्ट फैसला है, डेमोक्रेटिक फैसला है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल फैसला है।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अश्विनी वैष्णव जी हमारे सारे सवालों का जवाब देने के लिए।
धन्यवाद।
हालांकि बहुत से सवाल थे और लेकिन ये अश्विनी वैष्णव जी जो बता रहे थे अब तक क्या कामकाज हुआ है और किस गति से इनकी विकसित भारत की ट्रेन लगातार आगे बढ़ रही। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर।
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a huge round of applause once again for the Minister, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, who was sharing his vision and thoughts on India's ambitious rail overhaul plan. Now, it's interesting that we've been talking about transformations, and what better way to take the day forward than conversation about one of the most visible transformations that are sweeping India. Ladies and gentlemen, Jaipur is now within an earshot distance from Delhi. Literally, you can drive into the Pink City from Delhi in less than 3 hours. Mumbai and Delhi are considerably close to each other as well. And in about a year's time, you should be able to drive between the national capital and the financial capital in 12 hours. Would you believe that? Soon, you will be able to drive from Delhi to Dehradun in 2.5 hours, Delhi to Amritsar in 4 hours, Delhi to Srinagar in 8 hours. This, ladies and gentlemen, was unthinkable until not too long ago. Development indeed delivers. Good economics can be good politics too. Or can they? Well, let's hear it from the person who has been making all this happen for India. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to welcome Shri Nitin Gadkari, Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, to talk about the road to 370. Well, it is the election year, and he is in conversation with News 18's Amish Devgan. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, sir.
थैंक यू। और अब उस सेशन की शुरुआत जिसका हमें काफी देर से इंतजार था। नितिन गडकरी मेरे साथ है, केंद्रीय मंत्री हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पूर्व राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष रहे हैं। नितिन जी, आपका अभिनंदन है, तो जोरदार तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन करिए नितिन गडकरी का। नितिन जी, अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी के बारे में कहा जाता था वो व्यक्ति तो सही है लेकिन पार्टी गलत है, और अटल जी के बाद अगर किसी के लिए कहा जाता है तो वो नितिन गडकरी के लिए कहा जाता है कि बंदा तो सही है लेकिन पार्टी गलत में आ गया है। ऐसा क्यों है?
ये तो बिल्कुल गलत है, पार्टी भी सही है और बंदा भी सही है। मैंने अपने जीवन की शुरुआत संघ के स्वयंसेवक के रूप में और विद्यार्थी परिषद के कार्यकर्ता के रूप में हुई, और जो भी मैं आज जो भी कुछ हूँ, जो मेरे में अच्छाई है, ये दोनों संगठन के कारण ही है, वो सब अच्छाई है। तो आई एम वेरी मच प्राउड ऑफ माई कन्विक्शंस, और मैं अगर अच्छा हूँ तो मेरी पार्टी अच्छी है, और मैं अगर अच्छा हूँ तो मेरी आइडियोलॉजी अच्छी है। यही बात मैं आपको कह सकता हूँ।
लेकिन आपको नहीं लगता आप राजनीति में गलती से आ गए? आप कहते हो मैं पोस्टर नहीं लगवाऊंगा, चाय पानी में खर्च नहीं करूंगा, तो चुनाव कैसे जीतेंगे गडकरी जी?
नहीं, आप अगर मेरे कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में आओगे तो मैंने ये बात कही कि मैं जातीयवाद और सांप्रदायिकता को नहीं मानता। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका प्रयास। तो मैं अपने कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में जो मेरे मतदार हैं उनको मैं अपनी फैमिली समझता हूँ, परिवार समझता हूँ, और 10 साल मैंने जो कुछ काम किया उससे मेरा नाम भी लोगों से परिचित हुआ है और मेरा काम भी परिचित हुआ है। और इसलिए मैंने कहा कि अब ये पोस्टर, बैनर और इसका प्रचार करने की कोई आवश्यकता नहीं। दूसरा, मैं लोगों के साथ जुड़ा हूँ, तो अब मुझे लोगों को किसी प्रकार का कोई उनको वोट के बदले में कुछ उनको सेवा देने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। मैं लोगों से मिलूँगा, लोगों के घर जाऊँगा, पदयात्रा निकालूँगा, जो बुजुर्ग लोग हैं उनका आशीर्वाद लूँगा
जी।
और हाउस टू हाउस और मैन टू मैन कैंपेन करूँगा और मेरा विश्वास है कि मैं अच्छे मार्जिन से चुनाव जीतूंगा, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है।
इस बार 3 हैट्रिक लगनी है। एक तो मोदी सरकार की हैट्रिक, एक नरेंद्र मोदी अगर इस टर्म में आते हैं तो बहुत बड़ी बात होगी, कोई गैर कांग्रेसी सरकार तीसरी बार पहली बार आएगी, दूसरी बार भी पहली बार आई थी, और तीसरा नागपुर से आप दोबारा जीत कर आएंगे, तीसरी बार जीत कर आएंगे। तो कितनी कठिन ये डगर लगती है, मोदी की तीसरी टर्म और आपका तीसरी बार लोकसभा जीतना।
देखिए, पहली बात तो मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री बनने ही वाले हैं, ये तय है। दूसरी बात यह है कि हम 400 पार जाने वाले, ये भी तय है
जी,
और मैं भी चुनाव जीतने वाला हूँ, ये भी निश्चित है।
ये भी लेकिन नितिन गडकरी में ऐसा क्या है कि विपक्ष के नेता मुरीद हो जाते हैं? मैं पीछे अखबार में पढ़ रहा था कि सोनिया गांधी ने आपकी तारीफ कर दी, ऐसा क्या है?
देखिए, ये मुझे भी आश्चर्य है क्योंकि पार्लियामेंट में जब मेरे डिपार्टमेंट पर 75 सांसद बोले अलग अलग पार्टी के, सबने मुझे धन्यवाद दिया, सबने अभिनंदन किया, तो मुझे भी आश्चर्य लगा। तो एक तो सीधी बात यह है कि जो कानूनी काम है, नियम के अनुसार है, वो सबका होना चाहिए और गलत काम होगा तो अपने का भी नहीं होना चाहिए। तो मैं रोड बनाता हूँ तो एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में रोड बनाओ और दूसरों को छोड़ दूँ, ऐसा तो नहीं होता। तो जो भी लोग मेरे पास समस्या लेकर आते हैं, मैंने सबका काम करने का प्रयास किया, तो उसके कारण उनके मन में उसका समाधान है, यही शायद उसका कारण होगा।
एक चीज जो आप में नहीं बदली, जो मैंने आपका पहली बार इंटरव्यू किया था साल 2011 में, जो मुझे ध्यान में आता है, मुंबई में आपके घर पे, और आप तब राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बने थे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के, तब भी आप बेबाक थे और अब भी आप बहुत बेबाक हैं। ये इतनी बेबाकी कभी भारी नहीं पड़ती आपको या पड़ जाती है?
नहीं, आप एनालिसिस कर सकते हो मैं कैसा हूँ। मैं जो सवाल पूछते हैं उसका नम्रतापूर्वक जो सही है वो जवाब देता हूँ और मुझे लगता है जो सच है वो बताता हूँ, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि इसमें कोई समस्या है।
लेकिन विपक्ष कुछ ना कुछ निकालता रहता है।
नहीं, एक बात ये होती है कि मैंने
और सोशल मीडिया ब्लॉगर्स भी कुछ लिखते रहते हैं।
नहीं सर, कुछ लोग तो ऐसा है कि जो न बोला वो मुंह में डालकर उसको एक आदमी अपने मीडिया पे लिखता है अपने साइट पर और फिर दूसरे लोग उसको उठाकर लिखते हैं। तो सही में किसी ने जो बोला है उसके डिटेल में जाना चाहिए, देखना चाहिए और फिर उसके ऊपर प्रतिक्रिया देनी चाहिए।
एक सवाल जो मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं कि आप बेबाक हैं तो प्रधानमंत्री के सामने भी बेबाक रहते हैं, गृह मंत्री अमित शाह के सामने भी बेबाक रहते हैं?
नहीं, निश्चित रूप से जब बातचीत होती है तो नम्रतापूर्वक अपनी बात प्रधानमंत्री सबसे सुनते हैं और तब रखते हैं, कोई उसमें अड़चन नहीं होती। मैं भी पार्टी का अध्यक्ष रहा, मेरे पास भी सब लोग उस समय अपनी बात रखते थे। तो हमारी पार्टी की एक पद्धति है
जी,
और उसमें सब अपना विचार रखते हैं और अंतिम निर्णय फिर जो होता है सब मिलकर या फिर प्रधानमंत्री या अध्यक्ष जो होंगे नेता, वो जो कहते हैं वो निर्णय होते हैं, उसमें आगे जाती है पार्टी।
अब मैं आपको एक ये बहुत हेडलाइन स्टोरी रही उद्धव ठाकरे का एक बयान, मैं वो मराठी में बयान है वो मैं आपको सुनवाता हूं और आपसे उसका रिएक्शन लेता हूं। उद्धव ठाकरे ने आपके बारे में, आपके विषय पे क्या बोला, आइए एक बार सुन लेते हैं उद्धव ठाकरे का बयान।
युतीमध्ये जे मेहनत करत होते त्या नितीन गडकरींचं नाव त्याच्यामध्ये नाही। अहो नितीनजी सोडून द्या भाजपा, राहा उभे, आम्ही महाविकास आघाडीकडनं तुम्हाला निवडून आणतो। दाखवा महाराष्ट्राचं पाणी, दाखवा महाराष्ट्राची धमक, दाखवा महाराष्ट्र दिल्ली समोर कधी झुकला नाही।
अब नितिन जी कह रहे हैं कि आइए हम आपको एमवीए से टिकट दे देंगे, महाराष्ट्र दिल्ली के आगे कभी झुकता नहीं है।
देखिए, पहली बात तो ये है
जी
कि पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड की जब मीटिंग हुई तो मध्य प्रदेश, गुजरात और उत्तर प्रदेश के पदाधिकारियों के साथ चर्चा होकर निर्णय हुआ। अब मैं महाराष्ट्र से लड़ता हूँ तो मेरे महाराष्ट्र के प्रदेश के पदाधिकारी आकर उनसे चर्चा ही नहीं हुई थी, तो पहले लिस्ट में स्वाभाविक रूप से मेरा नाम आने की संभावना नहीं थी
जी।
अब दूसरे लिस्ट में नाम आया। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता हूँ, लड़ूंगा तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी से ही लड़ूंगा, दूसरे कोई पार्टी में जाने का सवाल ही नहीं उठता। और इस प्रकार की ऑफर भी हास्यास्पद है क्योंकि मैं अपने पार्टी के साथ जुड़ा हूँ, विचारधारा के साथ जुड़ा हूँ, इसी पार्टी में रहूँगा और इसी पार्टी में काम करूँगा।
जी, लेकिन पिछले दिनों आपने कहा था कि किसी भी पार्टी की सरकार हो, एक चीज तय है कि जो काम करता है उसे सम्मान नहीं मिलता। ये क्यों कहा था आपने?
ये मैंने ऐसा नहीं कहा था, यही गड़बड़ है
जी।
मैंने कहा सिस्टम में ऐसा होता है। जो मैंने विशेष रूप से सरकार में काम करने वाले लोगों के बारे में कहा था, उसके पहले भी मेरी प्रस्तावना उसके साथ थी कि अच्छा काम करते तो उनको सम्मान नहीं मिलता और बुरा जो काम करता है उसको सजा नहीं होती, क्योंकि सिस्टम इतनी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है कि अच्छे आदमी को तुरंत अवार्ड नहीं मिलता, और जो कुछ करता है उसकी इंक्वायरी होते होते इतने साल चले जाते हैं कि उसको सजा नहीं मिलती। ये उसका वाक्य था। इसका संबंध राजनीति से भी नहीं था। यही आप नहीं है, पर आप जैसे आपके जो बंधु है वो बिना रेफरेंस लेके इस प्रकार की बातों को फैलाते हैं।
आजकल ना सोशल मीडिया का दोष भी सब मीडिया पे ही डाल देते हैं। अब सोशल मीडिया में तो बहुत कुछ चलता रहता है।
ऐसा नहीं होता जी। सोशल मीडिया पे जो गलत छाप के आता है उसको तुरंत लेकर रात को चर्चा का कार्यक्रम आप आयोजित करते हैं और उसको आगे लेके जाते हैं। ये समस्या है
जी। मेरा अगला सवाल है, 2022 में आपने कहा था कि राजनीति को अलविदा कहने का बड़ा मन करता है, लेकिन
कभी नहीं कहा था ऐसा।
तो पर आपका बयान है ये।
सर बिल्कुल गलत है। मैंने ये कहा था कि वी नीड टू रीडिफाइन द डेफिनेशन ऑफ पॉलिटिक्स। केवल पावर पॉलिटिक्स, सत्ता कारण यानी पॉलिटिक्स नहीं है
जी। समाज
कारण, राष्ट्र कारण और विकास कारण ये भी पॉलिटिक्स है। और महात्मा गांधी जी ने जब देश को स्वाधीनता के लिए जो आंदोलन किया था वो भी आंदोलन राजकारण था। तो हम लोग 80% समाज कारण करें और 20% सत्ता कारण करें। और आपने परसों भी देखा होगा, मैं दिव्यांगों को मैंने 87 चेयर बांटी, मैंने करीब 50,000 हार्ट के ऑपरेशन।
मैंने आज आपका सुबह ट्विटर देखा, उस पर आपने एक वीडियो ट्वीट करा है। एक लड़की के दिल में एक होल था, उसका आपने ट्रीटमेंट कराया है अपनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के अंदर। वाकई मतलब वो जिसे कहते हैं कि बहुत मार्मिक विषय है ये सारे। लेकिन पॉलिटिक्स की अगर हम बात करें नितिन जी, तो राज ठाकरे दिल्ली में है, और राज ठाकरे अगर दिल्ली में है तो कुछ तो बड़ा चल रहा है। तो क्या अलायंस होने की बात है?
देखिए, मुझे आज सुबह ही राज ठाकरे जी का फोन आया था, पर वो
अच्छा,
दूसरे काम
था।
के लिए आया था। उनके पासपोर्ट का काम था, वो हो गया, इसलिए धन्यवाद देने के लिए आया था। बाकी तो
कहाँ का
आज
पासपोर्ट? एनडीए का पासपोर्ट?
नहीं, उनका पासपोर्ट।
अच्छा।
बाकी उनका क्या बातचीत होगी क्या नहीं, ये तो आज होगी तब निर्णय होगा, मुझे पता नहीं इसके बारे में।
लेकिन आप चाहते हैं राज ठाकरे आए?
देखिए, इसका निर्णय पार्टी करेगी।
आपका मन क्या है?
नहीं, मेरा कोई व्यक्तिगत मन नहीं होता। पार्टी के पदाधिकारी, पार्टी के अध्यक्ष और पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड, प्रधानमंत्री जो निर्णय करेंगे वो करेंगे।
महाराष्ट्र में सीट बंटवारे को लेकर काफी सवाल जवाब हो रहे हैं, काफी सोर्सेज के हवाले से खबर आती है, लेकिन अब आप सामने बैठे हैं तो मैं पूछ ही लेता हूँ, चल क्या रहा है वहां पर?
कोई नहीं, सब ठीक चल रहा है। लगभग बंटवारा हो गया है।
शिंदे जी खुश है?
हाँ, सब। और चुनाव तक क्या होता है, जब तक कैंडिडेट तय नहीं होते हैं
जी,
तब तक एक सीट है, 10 उम्मीदवार है, तो थोड़ा बहुत तो चर्चाएं होती रहती है, थोड़ा बहुत विवाद होते रहता है, ये ऑब्वियस है। और मुझे लगता है कि अभी लगभग फाइनल हो जाएगा और हम लोग मिलकर लड़ेंगे और महाराष्ट्र में हमको बहुत शानदार जीत मिलेगी, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है।
एनडीए बहुत सालों से गठबंधन है, लेकिन इस बार एक नया गठबंधन बना है, इंडिया अलायंस, लेकिन वो बनने से पहले ही लड़खड़ा गया। आपको इंडिया अलायंस कैसा दिखता है, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में एक बड़ी चुनौती है?
मैं अपने पार्टी को और अपने अलायंस को देखता हूँ। मेरी एक फिलॉसफी ऐसी है जो मैं अक्सर लोगों को बताता हूँ कि 2 रेखाएं, एक आपकी और दूसरे की है। 2 मार्ग है रेखा बड़ी करने का, एक तो अपनी बड़ी करो या दूसरी की पूछने का काम करो
जी।
तो मैं अक्सर इस बात पे विश्वास रखता हूँ, अपनी बड़ी करो। और 10 साल मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सरकार ने जो कुछ काम किया है, जिसका लोग अनुभव लेते हैं। अभी मैं आ रहा था तो मेरे ट्विटर पर ये द्वारका एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बना
जी,
तो इतने लोगों में खुशी है कि इतने लोगों की प्रतिक्रिया मुझे प्राप्त हुई। तो हम 10 साल में जो हमने काम किया है उस सरकार में, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में, उसके भरोसे हमें सफलता हासिल होगी। हमें अपने पॉजिटिविटी और अपने काम को लोगों को बताना है, हमको बाकी निगेटिव बातों में जाने की कोई आवश्यकता ही नहीं है।
एक और सवाल है, मराठा समुदाय को 10% अलग से आरक्षण देने की बात है, उस विषय को लेकर पॉलिटिक्स भी हो रही है, लेकिन एक सोशल डिमांड भी है, उसको आप कैसे देखते हैं? क्या ये मुद्दा भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए, आपके गठबंधन के लिए महाराष्ट्र में एक बड़ा पॉलिटिकल चैलेंज होगा इससे निपटना?
नहीं, मुख्यमंत्री जी ने ऑलरेडी उनसे बातचीत करते हुए इसका समाधान ढूंढा है, अब ये विषय नहीं रहा है।
आप कह रहे हैं ये विषय नहीं है अब, लेकिन चुनावी बॉन्ड तो विषय है, उसको लेकर बहुत सारे सवाल जवाब हो रहे हैं। राहुल जी ने तो कह दिया ये बीजेपी का सबसे बड़ा चुनावी घोटाला है।
मुझे लगता है कि अभी भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चर्चा हो रही है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जब ये मैटर सब जुडिस है तो उसके ऊपर कोई टिप्पणी करना कंटेम्प्ट ऑफ कोर्ट होगा। आप भी मत करिए, मैं भी नहीं करता।
नहीं, मैं
उसके
तो
ऊपर ज़्यादा बोलना उचित नहीं होगा।
नहीं, इसमें एक इत्तेफाक भी है कि अधिकतर जो बीजेपी को चंदा मिला उन पे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कंपनियां काफी सारी। अब ये इत्तेफाक
देखो,
है।
एक बात मैं आपको बता सकता हूँ
जी,
कि मैं 10 साल में 50 लाख करोड़ रुपए के काम अवार्ड कर चुका हूँ। वाटर रिसोर्स है, शिपिंग में, बाद में रोड सेक्टर में, रोपवे, केबल कार, टनल, एक्सप्रेस हाईवे, एक भी काम हमने ई टेंडर के बिना नहीं किया है। और मैं आपके सामने नम्रतापूर्वक आह्वान करता हूँ कि एक भी आदमी ऐसा होगा, आपको कानून में भी बताएगा कि कोई काम के लिए हमको पैसे देने पड़ेंगे, तो मुझे आप बोलो, वो सज़ा मैं स्वीकारने के लिए तैयार हूँ। हम पूरी तरह ट्रांसपेरेंट, करप्शन फ्री, टाइम बाउंड और क्वालिटी कमिटमेंट के साथ हमने सबसे काम किया है और किसी प्रकार की गलत काम हमने नहीं किया।
अक्सर ये दिल्ली और मुंबई में इस बात की बहुत चर्चा होती है कि बीजेपी पार्टी तो अमीर है लेकिन नेता गरीब है, कांग्रेस के नेता तो अमीर है लेकिन पार्टी गरीब है। इस पर आपकी टिप्पणी क्या है?
मुझे लगता है कि देखो, कौन व्यक्ति अपने जीवन में
जी,
कितना धनवान है, ये उसके साथ जुड़ा हुआ सवाल है। पर मैं अक्सर एक बात कहता हूँ कि ईमानदारी से कोई आदमी अपने जीवन में उद्योग व्यवसाय से प्रगति करता है तो ये उसकी एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, उसकी कंपनी, उसकी टेक्नोलॉजी, ये उसकी स्ट्रेंथ है। और ऐसे एंटरप्रेन्योर देश में बढ़ेंगे तो देश का विकास होगा। और मुझे लगता है कल जाकर यही एंटरप्रेन्योर्स विदेशों में जाके इन्वेस्टमेंट करेंगे। तो हमें ऐसी अर्थव्यवस्था तैयार करनी है जो रोजगार को निर्माण करने वाली है। और रोजगार निर्माण करना है तो कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट लगेगी, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप लगेगी, टेक्नोलॉजी लगेगी। और इसके आधार पर अगर हम अलग अलग क्षेत्र में जाकर कोई काम करता है तो वो केवल वेल्थ क्रिएटर नहीं है, एम्प्लॉयमेंट क्रिएटर है। उसकी जात, पंथ, धर्म, भाषा और पार्टी, इससे हमें क्या लेना देना है।
लेकिन आपने जात धर्म की बात करी तो सीए को लेकर बहुत सारे सवाल जवाब हो रहे हैं। सीए चुनाव से ऐन पहले क्यों लेकर आए? उसका नोटिफिकेशन बाद में भी लाया जा सकता था या पहले भी 3 साल पहले भी लाया जा सकता था।
देखो, संविधान में बहुत सी बातें स्पष्ट हैं।
जी,
ये बिल्कुल स्पष्ट है कि जो हिंदू धर्म के हैं, बौद्ध धर्म के हैं, सिख धर्म के हैं या जैन धर्म के हैं, वो लोग अगर कहीं विदेश में जाएंगे
जी,
तो उनको वहाँ से निकाल दिया तो उनको जाने का अधिकार वाला कोई देश नहीं है। और इसलिए स्वाभाविक रूप से उनको हमारा संविधान कहता है कि उनको नागरिकत्व हिंदुस्तान में कानूनी दिया जा सकता है। तो नेचुरली बहुत सी बातें संविधान में स्पष्ट है, उसी के आधार पर निर्णय हुआ है।
जी, एक सवाल आपके मंत्रालय से जुड़ा हुआ। आपने सड़क के मामले में तो वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड बना लिया, एक नहीं, एक दो नहीं, 7 वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड बनाए हैं। ऐसा कोई काम है जो बीते 10 साल में आप नहीं कर पाए और अब जब सत्ता में आएगी बीजेपी तो करना चाहेंगे? वो काम कौन सा है?
देखिए, अभी तो रोड कंस्ट्रक्शन में हम 36 ग्रीन एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बना रहे हैं
जी,
और करीब 284 किलोमीटर हम 2 लाख करोड़ की टनल बना रहे हैं। और कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी तक एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बन रहा है हमारा, लगभग दिसंबर तक पूरा हो जाएगा। अब हमारे यहाँ हमने पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट और इलेक्ट्रिसिटी को चालू किया 260
जी,
हम रोपवे, केबल कार, फेनिकुलर रेलवे बना रहे हैं। अब प्रधानमंत्री जी की सोच ये है कि हम 100 साल जब पूरे करेंगे तो उस समय हमारी विजन क्या होगी। तो पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट ऑन इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, वाटर ट्रांसपोर्ट
जी,
जैसे भी बनाई है,
जी,
जैसे टैक्सी है, एयर टैक्सी है, वैसे वाटर टैक्सी बनाई। और ये वाटर टैक्सी से आप वसई विरार से लेकर तो नरीमन पॉइंट से लेकर आप केवल 17 मिनट्स के अंदर नए एयरपोर्ट पे पहुंचेंगे। आपको इटली में एक वेनिस करके शहर है जहां हम होटल में उतरकर पानी में ही अपना सामान रख के डायरेक्ट एयरपोर्ट पे उतरते हैं। तो उसी प्रकार की कल्पना है। तो पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट में एम्फीबियस सी प्लेन मैंने प्रयोग किया था कि पानी पे उतरा हवाई जहाज
जी।
तो ट्रांसपोर्ट सिस्टम में काफ़ी बड़ा रिवोल्यूशन होगा। और विशेष रूप से इंडिजिनस फ्यूल के आधार पर पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट में जैसे बड़ी बस है, तो मैं अभी बेंगलोर में स्टडी कर रहा था कि हमारे यहाँ बेंगलोर में हवा में चलने वाली डबल डेकर बस, उस प्रोजेक्ट को हम स्टडी कर रहे थे कि जो ऊपर के ऊपर चले, क्योंकि रोड बड़ा नहीं कर सकते। तो अब नेचुरली मेट्रो की कॉस्ट पर किलोमीटर 350 करोड़ आती है और मैं जो टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करूँ 20 से 25 करोड़ रुपए आती है। तो नए नए टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करके अभी ये धौला कुआं से मानेसर तक बीच में ऊपर में पॉन्ड सिस्टम का भी हमने बीच में स्टडी किया था। तो ये नई नई जो टेक्नोलॉजी है ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर में वो भविष्य की टेक्नोलॉजी है और उसके बारे में हमारे यहाँ कुछ अध्ययन भी हुआ। हम 670 रोड साइड एमिनिटीज बना रहे हैं
जी।
पर मुझे अगर पूछोगे
तो एक काम कौन सा करना चाहते हैं आप?
मैं
2024 में
एक काम इन सब में सबसे अच्छा कोई कर सका
जी।
तो 2014 में जब मैं मंत्री बना तो 1 करोड़ लोग आदमी आदमी को खींचने का काम करता था। एक तो साइकिल रिक्शा था या कंधे पे लेके आदमी धोने का काम का, बिहार में, बंगाल में, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में। मैंने मैकेनिज्म ड्रिवन ई रिक्शा लाया और आज मुझे खुशी है कि 1 करोड़ लोग जिनका शोषण हो रहा था उनको मुक्ति मिली और ई कार्ट और ई रिक्शा चला रहे और उनको एक प्रकार से मानवीय शोषण से मुक्ति मिली। तो मैंने बहुत एक्सप्रेस हाईवे, टनल, रोड, ब्रिजेस बनाए पर ये काम जो है ये मेरे लिए सबसे अच्छा है।
आपके दिल के करीब है, लेकिन एक राउंड हमारे दिल के बड़ा करीब है और ये फोटो राउंड है और इसमें कुछ तस्वीरें आएंगी और आपको उसका रिएक्शन दे रहा है और मुझे भी पता नहीं है फोटो कौन कौन सी लगाई है इन लोगों ने। पहली फोटो देख लेते हैं कौन सी आ रही है। आ गई है फोटो पहली, ये ममता जी की है, सर पे चोट लगी हुई है इनके, क्या कहना चाहते हैं आप?
उनका एक्सीडेंट होगा इसलिए बैंडेज लगाया होगा
जी। अगली फोटो देख लेते हैं कौन सी आ रही है। इन दोनों का क्या होगा? एक तो
मैं ना भविष्य जानता हूं ना कोई
आप भविष्य नहीं जानते। वो कहते हैं सब कुछ आप करवा रहे हैं, यानी ईडी करवा रही है, सरकार करा रही है।
देखिए ईडी अपना काम कर रही है
जी
और वो अपना काम कर रहे हैं। हम अक्सर इस बात पे विश्वास रखते हैं कि हमारा भविष्य भगवान के हाथ में है।
आपका नहीं, बिल्कुल भविष्य तो भगवान के हाथ में, लेकिन इनका भविष्य क्या है
मुझे मालूम नहीं।
आपको मालूम
मैं भविष्य वेत्ता थोड़ी हूँ, जिसका क्या होगा मुझे क्या
जी
पता।
अगली तस्वीर देख लेते हैं कौन सी आ रही है। अब ये इंडिया अलायंस है मुंबई में, आपके घर में ये सब एक साथ आए थे। इनका भविष्य क्या दिख रहा है आपको?
देखो इनका भविष्य अच्छा है ही नहीं
है। अच्छा,
ये पूरी तरह इस चुनाव में इनकी पिटाई हो जाएगी और हमें 400 पार जगह मिल जाएगी और बेचारे उनमें से अनेक लोग फिर निवृत्त हो जाएंगे राजनीति से।
जी अब अगली तस्वीर जो है वो नेताओं की नहीं है, अब वो फिल्मी, क्योंकि आप महाराष्ट्र से आते हैं, माया नगरी है, मुंबई है, तो कुछ फिल्मी कलाकारों की है। पूछते हैं आपसे कि आपके कौन पसंदीदा है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। अब रणबीर कपूर पसंद है, रणबीर सिंह पसंद है या विक्रांत मैसी पसंद है आपको?
नहीं, मैं मेरी जनरेशन के हीरो को मुझे
जो चॉइस है उसी में बोलना गडकरी।
तीनों भी अच्छे हैं,
एक तो पिक करिए
ज्यादा अभी।
अच्छा, लास्ट फिल्म किसकी देखी इन तीनों में से?
और रणवीर की देखी थी मैंने।
रणबीर की देखी, कौन सी?
वो जो
एनिमल
नाम नहीं, वो जो हमारे पेशवे के ऊपर जो थी ना
रणवीर। अच्छा, रणवीर
बाजीराव
मस्तानी। अच्छा, आपने भी पॉलिटिकल दिया इसका जवाब पूरी तरह से। अगला देख लेते हैं किसकी तस्वीर आ रही है। ये हीरोइंस की हैं आप पसंद, मतलब आपको इनमें से किसकी फिल्म देखी? तापसी पन्नू है, आलिया भट्ट है, कियारा आडवाणी है।
नहीं, इन तीनों के भी फिल्में मैंने नहीं देखी।
तीनों टॉप हीरोइन है देश की।
देखो एक बात बताता हूँ, ये जनरेशन के हीरो हीरोइन अलग अलग होते हैं
जी।
अब हमारे जनरेशन में हमको तो अमिताभ बच्चन यही हमारा फेवरेट हीरो था।
तो कॉलेज में किसका ट्रेंड फॉलो करते थे आप? कॉलेज में जब कॉलेज में थे तो किसी का ट्रेंड फॉलो करते होंगे?
अमिताभ बच्चन को।
अमिताभ बच्चन का फॉलो करते थे।
मैंने एक बार उनको भी कहा कि मैंने जंजीर 3 बार देखा, आनंद 3-4 बार
तो
देखा।
बेल बॉटम पैंट्स, लॉन्ग कॉलर सब डालते थे।
वो फाइटिंग के पिक्चर पसंद आते थे उसे।
चलिए, आप राजनीति की बेला में जा रहे हैं, यानी आप चुनाव के संघर्ष में जा रहे हैं। ये लोकतंत्र का, भारत के महान लोकतंत्र का सबसे बड़ा पर्व है। इसके लिए बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं नितिन जी, और न्यूज़ 18 भी बेबाकी के साथ इसकी कवरेज करेगा। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। हर सवाल का अपने बेबाक अंदाज में जवाब देने के लिए जोरदार तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन करिए नितिन जी का।
धन्यवाद। थैंक यू
अमीश। थैंक यू मिनिस्टर। That's Minister Nitin Gadkari, who has been leading the Modi government's infrastructure push and spelling out his roadmap for political success. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, for our next session, January 22nd, 2024, is now going to be etched in the annals of history. The Pran Pratishtha ceremony of the Ram Mandir at Ayodhya was just not any religious ceremony. It was so much more than that. It made the world wait to take note, a momentous step in Bharat's civilizational journey, a landmark process of Bharat's decolonization. Our next session is a conversation with two very special people. Now, here's an anecdote that a family will repeat for generations to come. Chandrakant B. Sompura, the principal architect of the Ayodhya Ram Temple, was first approached to design and build the temple in the year 1989. Decades later, his two sons, Nikhil and Ashish Sompura, have assisted him in the creation of the Ram Mandir. While the Ram Mandir has several firsts, it being a symbolic of unwavering faith and devotion, the ornaments of Ram Lalla is what actually stands out for its sheer brilliance and grandness and the exquisite attention to detail. Yatendra Mishra, the man who prepared the jewelry of Lord Ram, carried out extensive research. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, he studied the texts such as the Adhyatma Ramayana, Valmiki Ramayana, Ramcharitramanas, and the Alvanandra Stotram for the preparation of Ram Lalla's exquisite jewels. 132 artists, would you believe it, worked on it. Every ornament was detailed and prepared with such precious jewels and with such precision. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ashish Sompura, Ram Temple architect, and Yatendra Mishra, historian and Ram Lalla idol jewelry designer, in conversation with News 18's Anand Narsiman for an amazing, interesting session titled Spirituality and Temples of Boom. Let's have a huge round of applause for our guests. Welcome. Thank you, Anand.
We have the architect and some of the key designers, people who have worked tirelessly. Can we please be a little generous in our welcome on the Rising Bharat Summit? Thank you. आप लोगों का बहुत-बहुत आभार और आपका बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद for making the time, Ashish ji and Yatendra ji.
Thank you.
Ashish ji's father, his brother, they are all instrumental in reviving a shaili, which is one of the three remaining shailis of construction of temples. तो आशीष जी वहीं से शुरू करते हैं, फिर यतेंद्र जी will come to the effort that's gone behind Ram Lalla. अयोध्या से तो आपका एक और भी connection है, so we'll talk about that too. But how important is this shaili, the Nagara shaili? Somnath temple, Akshardham temples, and now temple of Ram Lalla.
Shailis are basically divided from the south to north. It's divided the Indian continent, the whole Indian, the original Indian continent, has been divided in the north, middle, and the southern. And each and every shaili is being like, the basics are the same, but according to the climatology, according to the geographical condition, according to the material, what you are getting, from that part, it has been developed in certain ways. But the Nagar shaili, which is like the northern side, from the whole, if you can say the Gujarat, the Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, and all that, that is covered by the Nagar shaili. And Vaseras, yeah, which is on the Odishan style, and the Dravidian style is in the south, basically. The concepts are different, the material is different, but I can say one thing, Nagar shaili is been developed in certain way that it has been architecturally well developed thing. शैली है जो पूरा का पूरा शैली जो है वो एक बहुत वेल डेवलप्ड है, क्योंकि इसमें पर्टिकुलरली हर एक भगवान के लिए, हर एक चीज़ के लिए, क्योंकि हमारे नॉर्थ में जैनिज़्म भी है, हिंदुइज़्म भी है, लेकिन हर एक का उस नागर शैली के अंदर हर भगवान का भी एक शिखर स्टाइल है, एक अलग इंडिविजुअलिस्टिक अप्रोच दिया गया है उसके अंदर एक आर्किटेक्चर का पर्टिकुलरली. सो नागर शैली इज़ अ वेल डेवलप्ड शैली इन नॉर्दर्न पार्ट. सो ऑब्वियसली, और राम मंदिर भी नॉर्दर्न इंडिया में है, तो उस शैली का चयन उसी टाइम से पिताजी ने कर लिया था कि 1989-90 में जब ये डिज़ाइन हुआ था कि नागर शैली में इसका मंदिर बनना है.
पर उस 80 के दशक में जब चंद्रकांत जी ने इसकी कल्पना की थी, ये जो शैली है क्या ये विलुप्त हो रही थी? What has this boom of construction of temples done? इसके पीछे की जो कहानी है, क्योंकि मंदिर तो सबको दिख रहा है, उसके पीछे की कहानी आज हमें बताइए।
नहीं, ऐसे विलुप्त नहीं हो कह सकते हैं, विलुप्त नहीं हुई थी, क्योंकि माय ग्रेट ग्रैंडफादर जिन्होंने सोमनाथ बनाया था वो भी नागा शैली का है। वो एक उसमें भी नागा शैली में भी शांतार प्रसाद और निरंधार प्रसाद अलग से एक शैलियाँ हैं उसमें से, तो सोमनाथ टेम्पल भी उन्होंने उस टाइम पे बनाया था, तो विलुप्त नहीं हुई थी, लेकिन प्रैक्टिस बहुत कम थी उस टाइम पे। बहुत फ्यू कुछ फैमिलीज थी, या ऐसा कह सकते हैं कि कुछ लोग मतलब ट्रस्ट थे या वही सब बनाते थे, लेकिन डेफिनेटली राम मंदिर के बाद इसके अंदर काफ़ी
कितने कारीगरों ने काम किया है इस पर, रामलला पर?
राम मंदिर के अंदर अगर मैं कारीगरों की पर्टिकुलर बात करूं तो कम से कम 5 से 6 हज़ार कारीगरों ने काम किया है।
6,000 कारीगर, 6,000 आर्टिजन्स,
वर्कमैन,
यानी 6,000 परिवारों की जीविका इस मंदिर के निर्माण से चल भी रही है।
डेफिनेटली, और जीविका चलना के ये बहुत मतलब बड़ी चीज़ हो गई अब लोगों को लिए कि अभी मंदिर कंस्ट्रक्शन, टेम्पल कंस्ट्रक्शन इतना ज़्यादा हो रहा है कि पहले क्या था कि मंदिर के कंस्ट्रक्शन कम होते थे, तो उनके फैमिली के लड़के जो ये काम करते हैं, क्योंकि ये भी एक जनरेशन के बाद जनरेशन वाला काम था, तो बहुत कम होते जा रहे थे। लेकिन इसके बाद अभी इतना रिवाइव हुआ है कि काफ़ी लोग अभी इसके अंदर आ रहे हैं और इसके काम के लिए मतलब लोग बड़े हैं इसके अंदर काम के लिए। मैं देखने जाऊँ तो कि कारीगरों की जो कमी थी वो भी पूर्ति हो रही है,
उसकी पूर्ति हो रही है, तो देयर आर मोर पीपल टर्निंग टू दिस एज अ प्रोफेशन। तो एक अगर आपको, क्योंकि 108 वहाँ पर पिलर्स हैं, राम मंदिर के हर लेवल पर 108 पिलर्स हैं, तो एक पिलर को गढ़ने में, तराशने में, उसको बनाने में कितना समय लगता है?
देखिए, बेसिकली उसमें 2 पार्ट है। एक पार्ट जो है कार्विंग वाला पार्ट, जिसको बोलते हैं हम नॉर्मल कार्विंग, और दूसरा पार्ट है उसके अंदर मूर्ति काम। तो मूर्ति काम वाला जो काम होता है वो इंस्टॉलेशन के बाद होता है, क्योंकि वो बहुत फ्रिजाइल हो जाती है, तो उसको ट्रांसपोर्टेशन में, तब इंस्टॉलेशन के टाइम पे हम उनको नहीं हैंडल कर सकते हैं, तो वो एक बार इंस्टॉलेशन होने के बाद ऑन साइट वो काम होता है। तो देयर 2 पार्ट जैसे मैंने बताया, तो कार्विंग हो के आती है, लेकिन आइकनोग्राफी है वो बाद में होती है। तो पूरा एक कार्विंग वाला सिर्फ हम लोग काम देखें तो उसको ऑलमोस्ट 8 से 10 दिन लगते हैं 2 कारीगरों को कंप्लीट करते हुए।
8 से 10 दिन में बन जाता है
सिर्फ कार्विंग?
सिर्फ कार्विंग, ओके।
मूर्ति काम की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ मैं।
मूर्ति की आप बात नहीं कर रहे?
हाँ, क्योंकि मूर्ति काम इंस्टॉलेशन के बाद होता है, तो वो एक अलग पूरा
वो एक अलग। यतेंद्र जी एक बात बताइए, राम मंदिर मंदिर ही तो है, ठीक है, केस जीत लिया गया, मंदिर बन गया, व्हाई मेक सच अ बिग डील आउट ऑफ इट? बहुत लोग ये कहेंगे, व्हाट्स द इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ दिस टेम्पल?
लोगों के एक बात का जवाब देने के लिए शायद मैं यहाँ नहीं हूँ। लोग क्या कहते हैं, इससे राम मंदिर को फर्क नहीं पड़ता, आस्था की बात है, भारत के एक सांस्कृतिक प्रतीक की बात है राम जी की। और जिस आइकोनोग्राफी की आशीष जी बहुत सभ्यता से, बहुत संकोच से बात कर रहे हैं, वो बड़ा कठिन और पेचीदा काम है। क्योंकि एक आइकोनोग्राफी जब डिफाइन होती है, हम सब लोग साथ में उसको देखते हैं जब, तो अगर एक आइडल, एक कोई कथा प्रसंग उसमें चुन लिया गया है, हर मंडप का अलग अलग सिस्टम है कि रंग मंडप, फिर नृत्य मंडप, आगे जाकर गुड़ी मंडप तक जाता है। किस कल्पना के तहत पूरी शास्त्र सम्मत ढंग से राम कथा को जिस तरह से वहाँ दिखाया जा रहा है, तो सिर्फ राम ही नहीं है, रामलला तो हैं ही गर्भगृह में विराजे हुए, लेकिन गर्भगृह की जो परिकल्पना है उसके चारों तरफ जो 10 दिक्पाल बनाए गए हैं वो एंशिएंट फिलॉसफी से लेकर के आए, जो 10 दिशाओं के पालक हैं।
तो,
और
तो
अगर आप
ये जरा विवरण बताइए कि वेयर इज इट इंस्पायर्ड फ्रॉम? इज इट मेंशन्ड?
ये पूरे मंदिर में, अगर आप मंदिर पे जाएंगे और बाहर से ही शुरू करेंगे सिंहद्वार से और अंत तक जाएंगे और बाद में परकोटे तक आएंगे, तो करीब भारत के जितने भी प्रकार की जो आइकोनोग्राफी, मूर्ति विज्ञान में माइथोलॉजी का जो पार्ट है, चाहे वो श्रीमद् भागवत महापुराण का मामला हो, अध्यात्म रामायण का मामला हो, रामचरितमानस और वाल्मीकि रामायण है, वो तो मौजूद ही है। विष्णु के इनकारनेशन की भी बात है कि विष्णु के महाअवतारों का वर्णन है, 10 दिशाओं का मामला है, कौन से मंगल प्रतीक हैं जो वैष्णव परंपरा में, जो वैष्णव सेक्ट में चलते हैं, वो सारी चीज़ें दिखाई जा रही हैं। फिर जब परकोटे की बात आती है तो हम लोग एक भारत दर्शन यात्रा जैसा दिखा रहे हैं, जिसमें धर्म, मजहब, पंथ, संप्रदाय से ऊपर उठकर जितने भी प्रकार की बड़ी बातें भारत में हुई हैं, जिन्हें हम टॉर्च बेयरर लोगों की बात कहते हैं, कथाएं कहते हैं, जिनसे प्रेरित हुआ जा सकता है, तो युवा जाकर के उनसे जुड़े और देखे कि हमारे यहाँ याज्ञवल्क्य और गार्गी का संवाद भी होता था, हमारे यहाँ अष्टावक्र जनक को जाकर के कुछ ज्ञान की बात करते थे। तो एक तरीके से एक ये मिक्स ब्लेंड है स्पिरिचुअलिटी और रिलीजन के साथ दर्शन का भी। तो भारत जिस रूप में बना है, भारत की जिस रूप में उपयोगिता है, मुझे लगता है कि मंदिर उसको बहुत अच्छे से प्रदर्शित कर रहा है। और जो मैं 10 दिक्पाल की बात की, तो आप जाकर पद्मनाभ स्वामी त्रिवेंद्रम का जो गर्भगृह देखेंगे तो वहाँ भी 10 दिक्पालों की ही कल्पना है। तो सोमपुरा परिवार ने ये काम बहुत अच्छे से किया कि जो पारंपरिक ढंग से हजारों साल की परंपरा में जो नागर शैली का जो बेस्ट आर्किटेक्चर था, जिसका स्पिरिचुअल एस्पेक्ट भी था, उसको हम लोग राम मंदिर में लेकर आए।
आशीष जी, राम मंदिर इन अयोध्या, अक्षरधाम इन अक्षर पुरुषोत्तम स्वामीनारायण मंदिर इन अबू धाबी, रॉबिन्सविल में बना है। विश्व भर में अब मंदिर बन रहे हैं। सब काम आप ही करेंगे तो बाकी कौन करेगा?
नहीं, सब जैसे रॉबिन्सविल हमने नहीं किया है और जो अभी रिसेंटली किया वो भी हमने नहीं किया है। मैं बता दूं, अक्षरधाम जो गांधीनगर का है वो हमारा काम है। और वैसे मैं कह सकता हूं कि हमारा परिवार ब्लेस्ड है कि सोमनाथ से लेके गुजरात के तीनों जो माओ के बड़े मंदिर है, पावागढ़ है, बहुचरा जी है, अंबाजी है, सारे काम हमारे परिवार के थ्रू हैं। वो एक ऊपर वाले का आशीर्वाद ही है कि हम कर रहे हैं।
तो यानी इसमें भी अब कंपटीशन आ गया है?
कंपटीशन जैसे कंपटीशन कोई चीज़ नहीं है इसके अंदर। बेसिकली सोमपुरा एक हमारा पूरा एक कम्युनिटी है। इस कम्युनिटी में मेजॉरिटी लोग अभी तक इस काम से जुड़े हुए थे। पहले तो सारे के सारे इसी काम से जुड़े हुए थे, लेकिन जैसे बीच में एक क्वेश्चन आया कि जिसमें मंदिरों का काम बहुत कम हो गया, ये हो गया, लोगों को ऐसा लगा कि ये काम करना मतलब पत्थरों पे कार्विंग करना वो थोड़ा नीचा समझने लगे लोग। तो उनके परिवार के लोग फिर दूसरे और बिजनेस में जाने लगे, वो करने लगे। लेकिन हमारा परिवार इससे जुड़ा रहा।
तो आपको कभी ऐसा नहीं लगा आई डोंट वांट टू डू दिस, ये हो गया, ये टाइम इज ओवर?
नहीं, ऐसा कभी नहीं लगा, क्योंकि हमारे परिवार में जैसे बोलते हैं ना कि बच्चा जब पैदा होता है ना, हम लोग यही देखते आ रहे हैं, पापा को यही बात करते देखते आ रहे हैं, घर में यही चीज़ें होती रहती है, सब किताबें वही पढ़ी रहती हैं। तो बचपन से ऑलमोस्ट यही लोगों के दिमाग मतलब यही था कि
इसको आप एक प्रोफेशन की तरह देखते हैं कि इसको भी आप एक आध्यात्मिक कंट्रीब्यूशन की तरह देखते हैं कि देखिए दिस इज व्हाट आई एम कंट्रीब्यूटिंग टुवर्ड्स भारत स्पिरिचुअलिटी? इसको कैसे देखते हैं आप?
देखिए, आध्यात्मिक तो होता ही है और एक प्रोफेशन भी है हमारा, उसमें भी मना नहीं कर सकते हम लोग, क्योंकि जो हमारी जीविका आती है उसी से आती है। तो हम लोग ये भी नहीं कह सकते कि हमारा प्रोफेशन नहीं है, लेकिन डेफिनेटली एक अटैचमेंट तो होता ही है। जब आप कहते हैं ना कि जब बच्चा जब बड़ा होता है तो उसके सामने जो होता रहता है ना वो उसके मस्तिष्क में छप जाता है। तो यही चीज़ है कि हमारे मस्तिष्क में यही चीज़ें छपती रहती है।
तो जब आपके पिता ने उसको बनाया था, दी आर्किटेक्चरल ड्राइंग चंद्रकांत जी ने बनाया, वो समय और था, व्हेन द कंस्ट्रक्शन हैपेंड, वो समय वो दौर कुछ और है। सो डिड यू थिंक कि इफ आई एम गोइंग टू बी इन्वॉल्व्ड इन द कंस्ट्रक्शन ऑफ द टेम्पल, मैं इसे ऐसे बनाना चाहूँगा? कुछ आपने ऐसा सोचा कि आपकी परिकल्पना थोड़ी अलग थी? व्हाट इज इट दैट यू डिड डिफरेंटली और यू डिड विच यू फेल्ट कि अगर उस टाइम में अगर कोई मंदिर बनता रामलला के लिए तो ऐसे ही बनता?
नहीं, देखिए, जो उस टाइम पे पिताजी ने डिज़ाइन किया था वो उस टाइम और उस समय के लिए परफेक्ट था, क्योंकि वो 30 साल पहले उसका डिज़ाइन हुआ था। तो उस समय के हिसाब से उन्होंने जो डिज़ाइन किया था वो पहले गर्भगृह, घोड़ मंडप, नृत्य मंडप और एक सिंह द्वार वही किया था। लेकिन जो 30 साल का जर्नी रहा राम मंदिर का पूरा, उसके अंदर उसको जो मतलब मीडिया से सब लोगों से जो मिला, लोगों की आस्था जुड़ती गई उसके साथ धीरे धीरे, तो जो जब कंस्ट्रक्शन की बारी आई जब उसके बाद में, तो फुटफॉल हम लोग जो सोच रहे थे वो बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ गया था। तो डेफिनेटली सोल वही है, आप कह सकते हैं, कपड़े थोड़े नए बनाए गए हैं, बस दैट्स इट।
हाँ, कपड़ों से पता। रामलला कैसे जेवर पहनते हैं, ज्वेलरी या कपड़े पहनते हैं? हाउ डिड यू डिसाइड दैट यतेंद्र जी? बिकॉज राम जी का वर्णन तो अधिकांश तो वनवास में है, ही इज इन मैटेड लॉक्स एंड यू नो barely wearing anything. एक उनके राज्याभिषेक से पहले और जब वो बालपन में थे, तो how did you decide how रामलला should be dressed?
बहुत अच्छी बात है आपने पूछा। राम जी का जो एक चरित्र है और जो उनका स्वरूप है वो तो वनवासी राम का ही है कि उसी वजह से वो सबके नायक हैं। लेकिन ये भूलना नहीं चाहिए कि वो रामलला अपने मंदिर में है, यानी अपने पिता अपने माँ के भवन में है, 5 साल के हैं। 5 साल का बच्चा जो अपने पिता के यहाँ है और जो राजकुमार है वो राजोपचार के साथ ही रहेगा। किसी भी बड़े आदमी का, या जो उस जमाने के तो अखंड आर्यावर्त के सम्राट थे राजा दशरथ, तो रामलला का जब कंसेप्ट मुझे दिया गया कि आपको सारी ज्वेलरी के बारे में अवधारणा विकसित करनी है, ये चैलेंजिंग था, लेकिन पूरा ट्रस्ट इसमें इन्वॉल्व था। और श्री गोविंद देव गिरी जी महाराज, उनसे हम लोग इंस्ट्रक्शन लेते थे, और चंपत राय जी उसमें पूरा सहयोग देते थे कि पहले इसकी अवधारणा देखो कि किस तरीके से हम अपने रामलला का श्रृंगार कर सकते हैं। तो श्रृंगार के लिए जो सबसे प्रमुख टेक्स्ट हैं, सबसे पहले तो अध्यात्म रामायण ही, जिसके बेस पर तुलसीदास जी भी अपनी बात करते हैं। तो अध्यात्म रामायण, रामचरितमानस, वाल्मीकि रामायण मेल मुख्य आधार की तरह थे, लेकिन बहुत सारे पदों में, बहुत सारे मंत्रों में, बहुत सारे साउथ इंडियन टेक्स्ट में भी रामलला के श्रृंगार का वर्णन है। यमुनाचार्य जी एक बड़े संत हुए साउथ के, उन्होंने आलवनदार स्त्रोत लिखा, तो वो लक्ष्मी नारायण जी और तिरुपति बालाजी और तमाम जगहों पर उनके श्रृंगार की अवधारणा के हिसाब से वहाँ बताया जाता है। उसमें सारी पदावलियाँ भी ऐसी, तो कुछ उसमें से लेना था, कुछ कवितावली से लिया तुलसीदास जी की। सभी ने सुन रखा है ठुमक चलत रामचंद्र बाजत पैजनिया, तो पैजनी भी पहनानी चाहिए क्योंकि बच्चा है और वो ठुमकेगा, 5 वर्ष का होगा। और कुछ प्रतीकात्मक चीज़ें हैं जो श्री राम को धारण करनी चाहिए। उनके हृदय पर श्रीवत्स चिन्ह बना हुआ है, वो कौस्तुभ मणि धारण करते हैं। अब कौस्तुभ मणि क्या हो? कौस्तुभ मणि एक दिव्य मणि है, लेकिन कौस्तुभ मणि किस चीज़ की बनती है, कुछ ऐसा तो सामने था नहीं। तो उस पर बहुत सारा मंथन हुआ। फिर ये हुआ कि वो सूर्यवंशी हैं, सूर्य का प्रतीक लाल होता है रंग, माणिक यानी कि हम रूबी इस्तेमाल करें तो रूबी और डायमंड के एक बड़े उसमें कटिंग में एक ऐसा मणि धारण कराई जाए, तो इस तरीके से उसकी अवधारणा बनी। ऐसे ही मुकुट की अवधारणा बनी। वैजंती माल पहनाया जाता है भगवान को। वैजंती माल विजय का माल होता है, और जहाँ मंदिरों में आप देखते हैं रंग बिरंगे फूलों के एक बड़े हार होते हैं, तो इसे हुआ कि इसे स्वर्ण आभूषण में निर्मित किया जाए। तो जितने वैष्णव प्रतीक हैं राम जी के, शंख चक्र पद्म गदा, ये सारी चीज़ें उसमें बनाई गई। फिर 5 प्रकार के फूल बनाए गए उसमें। 5 फूलों का कहते हैं कि वो देवता को पसंद है। तो उसमें आपका लोटस था, कमल था, कुंद था, कुंद की माला सरस्वती को भी पहनाते हैं, पारिजात, तुलसी, तो तुलसी पत्र तक उसमें लगाया गया। तो इस तरीके से छोटी छोटी डिटेलिंग हम लोगों ने की उनकी अवधारणा रचने में भगवान की। और जितने भी गहने पहनाए गए, कोशिश की गई कि वो एंशिएंट टेक्स्ट से रेलिवेंस उनका बनता हो। जैसे एक हार होता है जो 4 या 5 लड़का, आज 5 लड़ा 7 लड़ा कहते हैं, उस जमाने में उसे पदिक कहते थे, तो पदिक निकाला गया वाल्मीकि रामायण से। इसी तरह से बाजूबंद को भुजंग कहते थे, तो हमने उसका टर्मिनोलॉजी भी वैसे ही रखी कि कल को कोई इसकी डिटेलिंग करना चाहे, इस पर कोई स्टडी करना चाहे। और ये बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज था। विष्णु के बहुत मंदिर हैं, कृष्ण के बहुत मंदिर हैं, लेकिन श्री राम का मंदिर इस रूप में पहली बार उस तरह से एक अवधारणा थी कि जिस तरह से एक राजकुमार को 5 साल के बालक को पहनाना है।
मेरा अगला प्रश्न वही होने वाला था कि बाल कृष्ण के बहुत सारे मंदिर हैं। अब जैसे गोवर्धन है, अब वो श्रीनाथ जी हो गए, गुरुवायूर इन द साउथ, उडुपी, तो सब जगह बाल कृष्ण के हैं, पर बाल राम के, जो रामलला के मंदिर ज़्यादा नहीं हैं।
राम जी के मंदिर का एक अयोध्या में बड़ा मज़ेदार कंसेप्ट है, बहुत ही यूनिक है। अगर आप में से कोई गया हो, राम वहाँ पर है लेकिन कई रूपों में है। अगर आप कनक भवन में जाएं तो वहाँ दामाद के रूप में पूजे जाते हैं, वहाँ वो पाहुन है। हाँ। तो वहाँ पे उनकी वेशभूषा सन इन लॉ की है। अगर आप वहाँ पर जाएं रतन सिंहासन में, तो वहाँ राजाधिराज राम है। अगर आप रंग महल में जाएं तो वहाँ पर रंगधीर है। तो हर रूप पे वनवासी राम तक अयोध्या में है। लेकिन बालक राम, और बालक राम जिसे अभी पता नहीं कि भी उसका विवाह भी होने वाला है या उसको वनवास भी मिलने वाला है, वो अपने माता पिता के घर में पुष्पित और पल्लवित हो रहा है, अपना उसकी एक पढ़ाई लिखाई हो रही है। पर तो इस रूप में रामलला का मंदिर देखना चाहिए।
तो 1-2 प्रश्न और है कि सामान्य रूप से पूछा जाता है कि रामलला की जो मूर्ति है, जिसे अरुण योगीराज जी ने गढ़ी, वो काले पत्थर में है और उनका रंग श्याम है। भले ही वर्णन उनका हमेशा श्याम रहा है, लेकिन राम जी हमेशा श्वेत दिखे हैं पूर्व में और उत्तर में उनकी मूर्तियां। तो इसका कोई एक पॉलिटिकल डायनामिक्स भी है कि देखिए दक्षिण भारत की तरफ रुझान है, तो इसीलिए वहां से भी लोगों को आकर्षित करना है, इसीलिए मूर्ति
मुझे ऐसा तो नहीं लगता है, क्योंकि बहुत जगहों पर जो मूर्ति की अवधारणा है, जब जिन कालों में मूर्तियां बनी और खास करके पुराने समय में जब राजशाही रही होगी या जब जिसका अलग अलग साम्राज्य रहा, तो अपने ढंग से जिसने जैसा पसंद किया होगा, उस समय के स्कल्प्टर्स कौन रहे होंगे, उन्होंने कैसा बनाया और क्या रूप पसंद किया गया। आशीष जी जानते हैं, हम सब लोग उसमें थे जब 3 लोगों ने मूर्तियां बनाई और 3 लोगों में से एक का चयन हुआ। तो एक मूर्ति तो पांडे जी की मूर्ति तो सफ़ेद पत्थर पे ही बनी थी। हाँ, बनी थी सफ़ेद पत्थर पे। तो अब वो तो ट्रस्ट ने तय किया कि कौन सी मूर्ति होगी। और मुझे लगता है कि ये मेरा थोड़ा सा स्पिरिचुअल जवाब है इसका कोई पॉलिटिकल कनोटेशन नहीं लेना चाहिए। रामलला ने खुद तय किया किस मूर्ति को आना है मंदिर में। वो प्रभाव ऐसा ही है, क्योंकि किसी भी जो कि जब ज्वेलरी भी बन रही थी, मनीष त्रिपाठी जी ने जब वस्त्र अवधारणा रखी, आप किस भाव से देखते हैं रामलला को, आप अपनी भक्ति में कृष्ण, राम या शिव को किस भाव से देखते हैं, उसी का मैनिफेस्टेशन आपको रिफ्लेक्ट होकर के मिलता है। तो मुझे नहीं लगता है कि इसके पीछे, और जहाँ तक मेरी समझ है, जितना मैं असिस्ट कर रहा हूँ मंदिर के काम में नृपेंद्र मिश्रा जी को या ट्रस्ट को, मुझे नहीं लगता है कि कोई राजनीतिक दबाव कोई रहा होगा या कहीं से किसी ने कहा होगा कि ऐसा करना चाहिए। क्योंकि खुद मैंने मंगल ध्वनि का आयोजन किया था 22 तारीख को, और बाद में श्री राम राग सेवा हुई। 45 दिनों तक देश के सारे मूर्धन्य कलाकार गए। तो मुझे बिल्कुल मुक्त हस्त काम सौंप दिया गया था कि आप इसे करिए, और मुझे किसी ने कोई हस्तक्षेप नहीं किया, बल्कि सहयोगी किया।
कोई हस्तक्षेप नहीं किया। व्हाट डज दिस टेम्पल मीन फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस? व्हाई इज इट सो इम्पोर्टेंट कि लोग कहते हैं कि 1000 साल तक अब ये नहीं गिरेगा? आशीष जी।
देखिए, इसके अंदर बेसिकली जो कंस्ट्रक्शन टेक्नोलॉजी है वो हमारी बरसों पुरानी जो टेक्नोलॉजी है, जो स्टोन के साथ दूसरे स्टोन को जोड़ के बनाने की।
तो इसमें सलिया, आयरन सब यूज नहीं किया गया?
नहीं,
कहा जाता है बहुत कंक्रीट सलिया सब डाला गया है, ये सब कहने की बातें हैं कि कुछ नहीं।
बिल्कुल नहीं। कोई मुझे बता दे कि एक स्टील का टुकड़ा भी डाला गया हो, क्योंकि स्टील को शिल्प शास्त्र में शुद्ध धातु माना गया है। और बेसिकली वो इसलिए नहीं डाली जाती कि एक मैग्नेटिक फील्ड बनता है, जब हम टेम्पल आर्किटेक्चर बनाते हैं तो एक मैग्नेटिक फील्ड बनता है जो इसको स्टील डिस्टर्ब भी करती है। और सब लोग जानते हैं कि अगर स्टील कहीं पे भी यूज़ हुआ होता है तो वो 100 साल, उसकी उम्र ज़्यादा नहीं रहती है, 100-125 साल में उसका डिटोरेशन होने लगता है। जबकि ये पूरा नेचुरल मटेरियल, नेचुरल स्टोन से बना हुआ है टेम्पल। और इसके सारे के सारे डायमेंशनिंग जो है वो शास्त्रोक्त रहते हैं। हर एक डायमेंशन गर्भगृह के डायमेंशन के हिसाब से ही उसके डायमेंशन रहते हैं। लेकिन इसके लिए स्पेशली आई थिंक मैं ये प्राउडली कह सकता हूँ कि ये शायद विश्व का पहला मंदिर होगा जिसका 3D स्ट्रक्चर एनालिसिस हुआ है फॉर 2500 years by CBRI रूरकी।
Wow. So that means, so you are people who believe that Sanatan will exist for 2500 years, because there are others who say कि सनातन को तो अब खत्म कर देना चाहिए।
मतलब टेम्पल तो रहेगा, आई डोंट नो बाकी का तो क्या है। टेम्पल तो 2500 साल तक वैसे ही रहने वाला है।
टेम्पल रहेगा। क्विकली सर, हैव टू वाइंड अप जी।
मुझे बस ये कहना है, एक डिस्क्लेमर की तरह आपके मन से कहना है कि बहुत सारे लोग बहुत बातें कहते हैं और तमाम बातें कहते रहते हैं। जो रील चलती रहती है, जो पॉडकास्ट चलते रहते हैं, उसमें से आधी हकीकत और आधा फसाना लेकर चला करिए। बहुत सारी जो ग्राउंड रियलिटी है वो बिल्कुल डिफरेंट है और बहुत अच्छे से, बहुत साइंटिफिक ढंग से बन रहा है। कौन क्या कर पाएगा ये तो मैं नहीं जानता, लेकिन असनातन एक विचार है, उसको कौन उखाड़ पाएगा मुझे नहीं लगता। वो परंपरा में ही जाने वाला है, लेकिन मंदिर रहने वाला है और 2-2.5 हज़ार साल रहने वाला है।
भगवान को याद करने के लिए शैतान का भी होना आवश्यक है।
बिल्कुल।
Ladies and gentlemen, Ashish Sompura and Yatendra Mishra. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anand. Thank you to our guests, Mr. Ashish Sompura and Mr. Yatendra Mishra, for sharing such fascinating insights into the construction of the Ram temple and the Shringar, the Sajavat of our Ram Lalla. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now let's get down to discussing something that concerns each one of us, all of us present here today. We can ignore it only at our own peril. It's about us, it's about our children, our families, it's about life and our planet. The changes that are sweeping the world could come at a cost, and this has also pitched sustainability and climate change to the mainstream of global policy making and business decision making. In fact, smart living, ladies and gentlemen, is about adapting the fruits of technology through models that are scalable, profitable, and importantly, ecologically and socially far more sustainable. Let's talk about these very pressing matters in a session titled Earth's Dividend Between Profit and Protection. Please join me as I call on stage Dr. Amina Gurib Fakim, who's the former president of Mauritius and an award-winning scientist, Mr. Erik Solheim, former executive director, United Nations Environment Program, or UNEP, and the former environment minister, Norway, and they will be in conversation with News 18's Palki Sharma. Palki, thank you.
Good afternoon, namaskar. I would say this is the most difficult conversation of this summit because climate change does not have fun political one-liners. Climate change is not dramatic or urgent. Some 50 to 70 countries are going to polls this year. I'm not sure climate change is an election issue in even 5 of them. It's a footnote in most policy documents. It's everyone's problem, yet no one wants to solve it. Summers are getting hotter, winters are getting colder, freak weather is becoming more common, billions are being lost in economies the world over, climate refugees pose the next big challenge, and some countries face extinction. So what we want to ask today is, what will it take for us and our world to take climate change seriously? With me are two very well-qualified and eminent personalities to talk about this. Amina Gurib Fakim, former President Mauritius, also a biodiversity scientist. And Erik Solheim, former Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Program with an extensive career focusing on climate change. Welcome to Rising Bharat and to India. Amina Gurib Fakim, the world is talking a lot more about climate change, but is this talk translating into policy and action? Are we doing better at mitigating the climate crisis than we were, say, 10 years ago?
Good morning, and again, Palki, thank you. Thank you. It's a great pleasure always to be back in India. I'm here in India, and we are heading precisely towards the COP29, which will be held in Baku this year. You've mentioned something very important, the climate crisis. I think we all acknowledge that climate change is a threat to the world, to our survival on this planet. And are we taking it seriously? You know, if we are to look at the crisis, the COVID crisis, I think it gives us an idea. It's a harbinger of what's to come in the future. And what we find, of course, is that the concept, or rather the narrative, is still shaped in the us and them. Us, me, you, 85% of the global population living in global south, and of course the 15% of the global north. We still haven't realized that we have one planet, there's no planet B. If we go back to the COPs, which have been, of course, the key institution looking at the climate crisis, we find that we still didn't seem to be able to get the consensus around this issue. The successful COP may have been the COP21 in Paris, when the NDCs were approved and countries realized that we have a common, but we need a differentiated approach. And this differentiated approach comes down to money, comes down to finance. And we still, as we speak now, so many years after Paris, we still haven't come to the consensus of capitalizing the $100 billion for helping adaptation. I'm not talking about mitigation, but I'm talking about adaptation. We have seen subsequently incremental narratives of the Bridgetown Initiative. We talk about the loss and damage funds, but still they remain empty boxes.
It becomes us versus them because someone has to fund climate action. Erik Solheim, and from where I'm seeing it, it's not a problem of money because there are governments that have poured billions of dollars into wars and the wars that suit them. So the money goes to Ukraine, but not necessarily to, say, the Sudan. So there is money. Is this a problem of lack of funds or lack of political will?
The money is not the problem. That's what people speak about in international conferences, but it's not really the problem. And the reason for that is very simple. The price of solar energy has fallen by 90% in 1 decade. The price of wind energy has fallen by 85% in 1 decade. So if today, if you make the shift from from coal or from fossil fuels into renewables, not only is good for the health, everyone knows, not good, only good for Mother Earth, everyone knows, is also very good for the economy. It's cheaper, and that's why the calculus of the past was a thing of the past. In the 20th century, if you wanted to grow the economy, there was no other way than coal. That's why Europe did it, America did it, China did it, and India started doing it. But today you can grow the economy by renewables, and frankly, this is why Prime Minister Modi is now leading India in the right direction. Because, mind you, he gets the big picture right. Prime Minister Modi understands that climate change and environment action is not a burden for India. It's an enormous opportunity. It's an opportunity for more jobs, getting people out of poverty, but doing it in a green way. And if I may add, maybe the best slogan I ever heard in India on Bharat on this was Ola, the Uber of India, as you all know. They have a wonderful factory in Tamil Nadu, young Tamil ladies making electrical scooters, and the slogan is really captivating. It says, Tesla for the West, Ola for the rest. Because meaning that Bharat can get any number of jobs from moving into the green economy.
You make interesting points, and you were telling me earlier that you believe that Indian culture is the best suited for climate action. Do you want to tell our audience about that?
Sorry,
Indian culture, you said, is better suited.
Look, the old Brits had, to put it mildly, very unfavorable view of the Hindu Dharma, or the traditional Indian culture. They saw it as a second-rate religion with any number, millions of gods, didn't take it seriously at all. Then switched to 2024, and Hindu Dharma looks like the most modern of all religions. Why? Because look, in Christianity, while there is a strong drive to protect nature in Christianity, still the perspective is always that the human being is superior. Human being is superior to nature. While in Hindu Dharma, man is part of nature. Man is in nature. And that now looks such a modern perspective. And the old Indians, they venerated nature. They did it even to the extent of making God half animal, half human. I mean, Ganesh, half elephant, half human, Hanuman, half monkey, half human. And can there be a stronger signal of the unity of man, humans, and nature than making God half nature, half human? So what the Brits spoke so negatively about 100 years ago is now looking as the most modern of all global thought systems.
That's a very interesting perspective. Amina, Gurib Fakim, your thoughts on what India is doing, and countries like India, even China, have developmental requirements. Same with Mauritius. As the president, I'm sure you've seen this firsthand, the challenges that climate change poses to you and your people. So you have to find a way to balance the two. How do you think these countries are doing?
First of all, I just pick up to what Eric has just said. The approach that the global south and India, Asia, of course, and China, I think the approach is that we are very much part of the ecosystem and that we need to start respecting nature, and the solutions will be, of course, in nature. But you mentioned something about the challenges of climate and how India and in most Asian countries, even China, are tackling. I think the plan is there. There is a game plan to address this. I think many of the rising emerging economies, of course, India is one of them, they have a plan. But I have a but. We are all integrated in the global economy. And this, of course, is the lifeblood of any country, is to see to it that trade increases so that jobs can be created. And my concern is that because of the competition, because of the moving geotectonic plates around the world, especially now that India and China are rising, is that there could be a break to this rise. And the break will come because when we start tying down trade to the climate. It's a good point, but there is a downside to it. It can become a break. I mean, also have to bring in Africa, because this is where I hail from, is that there will be a tendency to link up trade to cleaner technologies. And those countries that haven't played catch up, they will find big problems in terms of precisely benchmarking themselves to that level to see to it that trade happens. And that, what I fear, will be the tendency moving forward. And I think this is where I think India, I'm sure, is already mindful of the way that she's going to progress in the future, because India is set to become, of course, now we are 5th, is going to be, of course, higher in the ranking of emerging economies. So this is something that has to be borne in mind.
You mentioned the debate on who is going to take responsibility, and that also brings us to the point of historical responsibility, and there are countries that have contributed more to emissions. Do you think that's a valid point that the Global South makes, and do you feel let down by rich countries that do not put their money where their mouth is?
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at the continent of Africa, it has been less than 3% in terms of global emission. The Global North has been 25% as we speak. There has been an initiative to capitalize the fund, and here I make a pledge for more funds for adaptation. And where we are falling short is that the needs of the Global South, excluding China, is $1 trillion per year. And I don't see any country or any institution that is able to actually match and bring forward this amount of fund. So this will be the race. And again, the 100 billion which has come on board since Paris hasn't been capitalized. We still have a gap. And if you look at 100 billion in the world global economy of 100 trillion, it's not a lot. But I don't see the will or the appetite to take this risk to help poorer countries adapt. And this is where we are failing, because the future of the world will depend on the growth in the Global South. And of course, the prosperity in Global South matters. If you take one item like immigration, we find that how much this is impacting, of course, the Global North and, of course, the Global South economies.
Is it domestic politics, Eric Solheim, that impacts this? Because, you know, we've seen climate deniers take high offices. We've seen the former US president who's in the race again. We've seen others. We've seen that when governments change, and now we're looking at many elections across the world, some regimes come with more intense and focused climate policies and others do not, and we know that climate action requires consistency. So do you think domestic politics plays a role, and how can we change that?
Look, first of all, of course, no one should blame India or the Global South for climate change. The emissions of the United States of America up to this point are 25 times Indian emissions per capita. So stop blaming the Global South. By the way, American emissions are also 8 times Chinese emissions per capita. So get that out of the picture. The one thing the environment movement gets wrong, in my view, is it sometimes framing the message as a message for the young and trendy. But the message cannot be just for the young and trendy in Mumbai or Bengaluru. It must also be for the farmer in Uttar Pradesh, or for the coal worker in Jharkhand, or for the housewife in Telangana. I mean, it must be for the people. And the message is sometimes also so incredibly boring, it doesn't really work. So we need a better messaging to the people. And we need to do it much more about the love for nature. Make it a lot more fun, a lot more exciting, and maybe the most important of all, get out the message that the green transformation is a help to the people. It's not a cost. It's an enormous achievement. Let me just give you a few examples from India itself. In Gujarat Desert, the Adani Group is now building the biggest individual solar and wind plant in the world. It's as much energy as all the hydropower consumption of my nation, Norway, and we are fully fueled by hydropower at a very, very high level of consumption. That one plant is as much as we consume overall in Norway. Then, in Omkareshwar, in Madhya Pradesh, at the Narmada River, L&T and Hartex Solar and other companies are building the biggest floating solar in the world. Amazing. It's as much as 4 times the most controversial hydropower plant, again, in my nation, Norway. So it's big. And when Prime Minister Modi came back from Ayodhya, from the Ram Mandir, his first step was to say, look, Ram was about energy. Can I serve the people of India better than launching an initiative for 1 crore 10 million rooftop solar. The initiative is already out there. Go into the internet and Google it and look into whether you can apply for it yourself. So, and of course, all these are beneficial to the people, creating jobs, creating prosperity, and making sure that India do not need to pay for oil from Norway or from Russia or from Saudi Arabia, but can use the money for the people back home. But we need to change the conversation from a very boring, very centered on a few young people in the city conversation to this amazing conversation of how all people, also farmers and workers, everyone will benefit from the green transformation.
So change the conversation. That's an interesting point again. Amina Gurib Fakim, we cannot talk about climate change and not mention big oil. And it's interesting that the last COP summit was hosted by one of the biggest oil producers in the world. There is again a debate on whether we should co-opt them, and can petrodollars meaningfully fund green transition? Is that the only way forward now?
Palki, there is a lot of conversation about oil. And I think last COP in Dubai, they had big problem actually getting the wordings right in terms of phasing out oil. And unfortunately, if we call them down to brass tack, it will be difficult to phase out oil immediately. But I think what we can get from the oil industry is precisely their CSR in terms of capitalizing the global funds to be able to help countries adapt. And I think this is where we make a pledge, because we are in election year in the United States, in India, in many of the major countries, we are going to go for election. So capitalizing the Green Fund will not be a priority for many countries. We are, of course, running out of time, but we make a pledge to the big corporations. And this is where the SDGs make a difference vis-à-vis the MDGs, because this is where we call for the contribution of the private sector. So if the private sector can help come on board and help capitalize the fund and help us reach this $1 trillion so that this global south can help adapt, because again, I will say, the global north depend on the global south because we provide the branch on which we are all sitting for our own survival. So it's in our interest to find the funds to help adapt, because mitigation is already happening.
Also, COP summits tend to have a very big participation, 70,000 in the Dubai summit, which I understand that they want to bring more voices on board, but it makes consensus that much more difficult. You mentioned the private sector. There's increasingly a pitch with sustainable products that are being pushed out in the market. Do you think that it's just window dressing as of now? Do you think that there is a serious commitment where the private sector is concerned, that they want to make a difference and become part of climate change, climate action?
So far, they have remained pledges, and the pledges haven't been translated into solid dollars. But I think when you look at a country like India, for example, which has a very big agriculture base, while we actually lambast agriculture as being an emitter, I think India can play a key role in transforming the ag sector into a net absorber. And with these tools that India can bring in terms of technology, and India has got very strong institutions in terms of addressing this, I think it can be a great boon in terms of addressing the climate crisis and become a net absorber and also create jobs. And here I have a special plea to make, because agriculture also means women, and we need to empower women to bring them on board to become these game changers in terms of addressing the climate crisis.
Eric Solheim, I have some data. Gen Z, 81% of them, according to a survey, the young generation, said that they were very concerned about climate change, and they've talked about climate anxiety. Another set talks about the multiplication of climate-related litigation. People are taking their governments to court. What is your message to the youth? Do you think that making climate action legally binding and forcing policymakers to look at this is the only way forward now?
I mean, all in favor of that. I mean, cannot agree more than to any global agreement which will enforce regulations on climate. However, there is no need to wait for that, because acting on climate in India or any other place is creating more jobs, saving money on the budget, and creating a much healthier and better society. There is no need to wait for someone else. But if I may, since we come maybe to the close of the conversation, also make a couple of challenges to India, and what are the main issues India need to work on to do even better. I think one is still red tape. It takes too long to get permissions for renewable energies. That's, by the way, not just an Indian problem. It's a massive problem in the United States, in Europe, everywhere. One of the biggest wind makers in Europe told me, look, it takes a lot longer to get the permission to construct offshore wind than it actually takes to put up the windmills. And I think one reason why a state like Gujarat seems to be in the lead in India, maybe that they got the relationship to business right at an early stage. It's a more efficient system, a more business-friendly system. Tamil Nadu is also in the lead, maybe for some other similar reasons. So cutting red tape is essential. And the other, which may not be so popular to talk about in India, is the relationship to China. Because China is 60% of everything green in the entire world. Don't look to the West. They're far behind India. The only nation in the world which may be ahead of India is China. China is 60% of wind, solar, hydropower, electric cars, electric batteries, high-speed rail, whatever you look to, China is dominating.
I think I'm going to interrupt there.
Just one second on that. So the relationship between China and India is key, because tapping into this technology for India, while at the same time onshoring the jobs here. I mean, people in Bharat need jobs, so that is a first-rate issue for the development of renewables.
India-China is a whole different conversation. Time is up, but I want one last word from you, your message to climate deniers.
Climate is happening, climate change is happening, and I think all the indicators are pointing to this. But what I would like to see is more power, more technology, more finance to help us all together ride because time is running against us. And let's empower the youth, because I think it's their planet at the end of the day. So we need to empower them. We need to empower women to actually bring on board the changes that we'd like to see. Thank you.
Right. As they say, we are the first generation to feel the impact of climate change, and we may be the last generation that can do something about it. Thank you very much for your thoughts and for being here today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kapil, Mr. Solheim. Thank you for your time. That was indeed a very insightful and informative session on climate change, which is the greatest threat that the world is facing, and its devastating consequences if not addressed at the earliest. Palki, thank you so much as well. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get ready now for our next session. It's going to be with a person who's among the most talked about political figures in Eastern India these days. His career, ladies and gentlemen, took a definitive turn when on November 27, he decided to quit the Indian Administrative Service, or IAS, and he formally joined the party in power in the state. And during the past decade, he has played a key role in implementing several marquee projects, including the Sri Mandir Parikrama project, the renovation and restoration of ancient and some revered temples throughout the state, and the Mo Sarkar, which interestingly is an initiative to establish the dignity of the common citizen in government offices. Well, he now holds a cabinet rank position as the chairman of 5T, a charter of governance emphasizing transparency, technology, teamwork, and time leading and transformation. Some say that he is the chief minister in waiting. Well, he just could well be that. Let's hear it from the man himself. Please join me as I welcome Mr. V.K. Pandian, who's the chairman 5T Odisha, for a session titled P2P, Odisha's new mantra, in conversation with News 18's Zaka Jacob. Welcome. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are bureaucrats and there are bureaucrats, and there are politicians and there are politicians. We are extremely privileged and honored to be having Mr. V.K. Pandian. He was just telling us in the green room that this is his first live interview on any news platform. So can we have a round of applause?
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, it's very difficult to get a chance to interview you because you've always been sort of behind the scenes and, you know, operating, of course, for the Chief Minister. What made you decide to take that plunge? You're now right front and center in public life. You've decided to enter politics full-fledged. What made you make that switch?
I am with the Chief Minister of Odisha for the last 12 years in his office. And before that, I used to be the collector of his district called Ganjam. I was inspired by him. The first reason I would say is that I was totally inspired by his commitment to the cause of people, commitment to public service. But 1 year back, if some of my friends have asked, somebody has asked my friends that whether Mr. Pandian will join politics, everyone would have laughed. I would have also laughed about that. After COVID, the grievance cell of Chief Minister's office was closed for, as a precautionary measure. So after that, Chief Minister wanted that we should go to the villages, we should go to the people and do grievance. So 1 year back, we started that exercise of touching all the assembly constituencies and blocks for grievance redressal of people. So when I went there, I realized that there is a strong connect with people and I'm not being treated like a bureaucrat there. It was a little more than a bureaucrat. I was embarrassed in some places. So I came and told Honorable CM, and he also saw the videos of people, how they respond to me, how they connect with me, the emotions overflowing. And then the inner calling came that, okay, maybe I should not be covered by that screen of bureaucracy. I should come out and help my guru, the Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, as a nice disciple.
So tell us a little bit more about your guru, your father figure. I mean, he will, by the middle of this year, become the longest ever serving Chief Minister in the history of India. He's already gone past Jyoti Basu. I think he'll go past Pawan Chamling by the middle of this year. It has never happened in the history of India. And you have seen firsthand why it has happened or what makes him tick. So tell us, what is the success of his longevity?
I don't know throughout the world you have any parallel of democratically elected leader continuing in a space as popular as the Chief Minister of Odisha and winning election after election with a higher margin instead of anti-incumbency having pro-incumbency. And he is now going to touch 2.5 decades. He started in a decade when newspapers were ruling the roost, then came internet, then social media. So all these eras of public scrutiny he has stood. And his popularity ratings are the highest in the country for any chief minister. So I would say that one of the main reasons for his success is that he doesn't see politics as politics. He sees it as public service. And people also don't see him as a political leader. They see him as somebody who is there to serve them. I think that is the connect he has with people and which has made him very popular.
What is the connect that you have? Of course, you've worked under him as a bureaucrat, you were his private secretary, you were district collector in his home district before that. But more than that, at a personal level, clearly something has inspired you to make that political plunge.
It's a blessing to work with a great soul like him. I consciously use the word soul. It's more of values. It's not about a great leader doing great work. Many people will do great work. There may be great administrators, there may be great planners. This Chief Minister, Mr. Naveen Patnaik, has a great soul. I consider it as a blessing to be with him for more than a decade. And I thought as a disciple, I should try and do something for him at this point of time to help him reach out to the people. That's my only objective right now.
So for such a popular chief minister, many would ask, why is he then allying with the BJP? What is this pressing compulsion? Never, I don't think in Indian politics you have seen an alliance between a ruling party and the main opposition party. So something must have happened.
Okay. Why somebody joins an alliance? Somebody joins an alliance because they want to win elections. Somebody joins an alliance because they want to have an impact in the electoral math. Here is a chief minister who is so popular in the state, and he gets 3/4 majority every time. Mr. Naveen Patnaik. The recently concluded Panchayat elections, he won symbol election. It's based on party symbol. He won 90% of the seats. And the second party was 5% seats, BJP. So Mr. Naveen Patnaik doesn't need an alliance to come back to serve the people. He doesn't need an alliance.
You're saying BJP needs an alliance?
No, I would say the same thing about Mr. Narendra Modi, the Honorable Prime Minister of India. Whatever surveys you are showing, whatever others are showing, that he is going to become the Prime Minister of the country. Mr. Naveen Patnaik is going to the Chief Minister of the state, undoubtedly, and Mr. Narendra Modi is going to be the Prime Minister. How I put it is beyond, there are some things beyond politics. It is a mark of great statesmanship. That's how I put it. That two great leaders wanting to come together for a greater cause. It has significance as two great people coming together as a mark of statesmanship. It has nothing to do with politics. That's how I see it. That's how I put it. And even the Chief Minister thinks that way.
So you said in the...
It has no electoral value either for BJP or for BJD.
No, earlier in the first part of the answer, you said, why do parties align with each other? They want to win elections. They want to change the electoral map. So is it that BJP needs BJD more or BJD needs BJP more?
BJD doesn't need BJP to form government in the state, and BJP may not need BJD to form government in the center. That's why I made it very clear that it is to do with two individuals who share a great friendship amongst each other, and they see some things are beyond politics, and that is where you see a rare mark of statesmanship. I consciously use the word statesmanship. It is nothing to do with politics. It's beyond politics.
So where is the status of that alliance right now? Because PM came, I think, earlier this month. He praised Naveen Patnaik as a Lokpriya Neta. But we haven't heard anything ever since.
I think if anything happens, we'll all get to know.
No, that's why I'm asking you. Who better to ask than you?
We'll all get to know if something happens. But I told the logic behind this. Whatever talk has happened also, I told the logic behind. It has nothing of electoral significance either to Odisha or to the country. It is more to do with statesmanship.
Okay. Talking about statesmanship, clearly Naveen Babu is a statesman in his own right. Like I said, he has already gone past Jyoti Basu's record. And if he wins this election, which, like you said, is almost a certainty, he will become the longest-serving chief minister in the history of India. We have called this session P2P. So depending on which way you want to see it.
Poverty to prosperity, Odisha transforms.
That's the way you would like to see it. We would like to see it as from Patnaik to Pandian.
No.
So please tell us, are you Mr. Naveen Patnaik's political successor?
I don't think I should answer this. The people of Odisha will answer it. And I succeed his values. I succeed his hard work. I get inspired by his sincerity, commitment, and keeping politics away from public service and doing service to the people. That's how, these are values I have imbibed from the Chief Minister. Politics can come later on whenever, whatever people think, it's fine.
But the reason people are asking this is because the BJD, like some other parties, we've seen that in the history of Indian politics, where succession has always become a bit of a dicey situation. We've seen that with ADMK, we've seen that with Shiv Sena. So in the BJD, there is no obvious political successor. Are you the obvious political successor?
Let me put it this way. The Chief Minister is so popular and he is so meticulous in doing everything. He has transformed the state of Odisha from where it was and what it is now. And BJD is the vehicle which he created to transform the state. Such a futuristic thinking Chief Minister who holds people of Odisha in his heart will definitely have planned out something for the BJD which will be rocking as always he does.
But he's not shared that with you.
I think he tells always that people of Odisha will decide who will succeed him. We all follow that. In fact, when somebody asked Biju Babu when he was alive, who is going to succeed you, he also told the same thing, that people of Odisha will decide. But finally, in democracy, one bows to the people's.
So, talking about your political debut, just as you decided that you're going to get into politics, you also said that you're not going to be fighting the elections. You're not going to get into electoral politics. Why?
I was very clear when I took this decision. I'm going to help the Chief Minister come back with 3/4 majority to serve the people again. That's my one and only objective right now. I see only that in my eyes.
In politics, obviously, you'll be the subject of scrutiny by a lot of people, your political opponents, by the people of the state. When they attack you with the outsider tag, how do you respond to that?
I know that last 3-4 years I have been the center point of attack of everyone in Odisha politics. Most of the opposition parties attack me. So that's part of the game. And whether I succeed or not, it's up to the people of Odisha to decide.
But when they say that you're originally not from there, you're from Tamil Nadu.
They have to come and see some of the meetings which I have with the people and the emotions which they pour out when they see, when they interact, or when they talk to me. I think that will clarify how they hold me, whether they hold me as one of theirs or whether they hold me as an outsider. It's the people of Odisha who finally decide.
But, I mean, you're also a fluent Odia speaker by virtue of your bureaucratic career, of course. You're married to a Odia, a native. But beyond that, for people to accept somebody who is from a different state, I mean, the only comparable example I can think of, and probably you'll relate to this, is MGR. Coming from one state and contesting in another state, even Jayalalitha to an extent. What is it about our people in India, in different states, that they wholeheartedly give love to even someone who may not be originally from their place, but are considered one of their own?
People are very smart and intelligent. If Naveen Patnaik has succeeded so many years in Odisha, it's because people see his clear heart. He has heart in the right place. And they know that this guy wants to change Odisha, transform Odisha, and he is spending every minute of his time for Odisha and its people and its growth. So when people are so intelligent and smart, they will judge what is what and who is who. And that's how I think the connect which I have with people is the same.
The connect that you have with the people is the same, because people believe that you are wanting to do this as a service and not, but that's what all politicians say.
So time will tell that, whether I have meant what I say or whether I have some other hidden agenda, time will say, but I leave it to the people to judge whether I stand by the service mind which I got from the Chief Minister.
So you did say that Odisha has transformed, no doubt in the last 20-25 years, it has transformed as a state. And I want to deal with both ends of it. At the welfare end, at the lower end, obviously there are various programs that Naveen Babu has launched, from Kalia to the BSKY program, the Mission Shakti. Now, over the last year or so, there has been this whole thing in politics, this whole narrative and counter-narrative, that many of these things are freebies or revdies. How would you respond to that?
There are some things which one should call it as responsibilities of a welfare state. Health, education, taking care of food security of the vulnerable people. All these one should, even United States does, take care of health, take care of education. You have public schools, you have public hospitals. What the Chief Minister has done is, why there should be a quality difference between a public school and a private school. He invested in public schools, transformed the public schools, like private schools are better than private schools. I'll be happy to share that we have about 8,600 high schools in the state. We have transformed all the 8,620 high schools in the state. We don't have blackboards in these schools. We have smart boards like these, digital boards in these schools. And we have science labs, class science labs, modern laboratories, libraries, e-libraries at high school level. So he wanted to empower the people of Odisha to make them dream big for their children, because 70 to 80% of the children will always be dependent on public schools. So he transformed the public schools and made it as good or better than private schools. He also transformed the hospitals, public hospitals, government hospitals, as good as or better than private hospitals. So this is where he spends money. So health, education, food security, These are things which any government should do for its population, and people are happy about it. And if you want to take the state to the next level, 70% of the population who are dependent on public institutions should have the best access to public institutions. When you do that, you actually empower the people and make them dream big. That's when a state will go forward.
I also want to ask you about the Sri Mandir Parikrama project, which is the temple heritage corridor project, the restoration of the Puri Jagannath temple, as well as other temples. You were telling us a short while back, there are 10,000 temples that have been revived and restored in the state. How would you respond to the charge that why should a secular state be in the business of restoring or reviving temples?
I think it's part of our culture. Temples reflect, temples are an integral part of your culture. It reflects your history. You draw strength from your faith you have on these temples. You get peace there. So it is but natural for a government to honor the faith of people. In a democracy, people's faith is reflected in vote. When you are voted to serve them, it's important that you honor their faith. If Muslims have faith in mosque, restore their mosque, restore their burial grounds. If Christians have faith in churches, restore their churches which are broken during cyclone. Odisha is prone for cyclone. If Hindus have faith in temples, restore their temples. If Sikhs have faith in Gurudwara, do that. And we have a huge tribal population who have faith in their tribal gods. The Chief Minister has restored almost every symbol of religious institution of the tribals as well. So it is honoring the faith of people. So you call it a secular, I call it a spiritual governance, which the Chief Minister believes in. It's a spiritual governance. It's not secular governance. You have to run the extra mile to take care that people's faith is honored.
You don't think this will be a point of difference between you and the BJP because you split the alliance in 2009 after the Kandhamal riots?
That is a communal issue. There is a difference between being communal and spiritual. Here the Chief Minister has protected, preserved, conserved religious institutions of all religions. That's what I meant by spiritual governance. You honor the faith of people.
I also want to talk about, and of course, a lot of our viewers are well acquainted with this. Odisha has, of course, become a big hub, a big center for sports and sports promotion, particularly hockey. You've got world-class stadiums now in Rourkela, in Bhubaneswar, the Hockey World Cup. You hosted the Hockey World Cup. What explains Odisha and particularly your Chief Minister's love for sports? I believe you are also a sports
Yeah, I'm also from sports
candidate.
hostel. I was trained to be a professional athlete. I left I was a middle distance runner and left halfway through because my father asked me whether you want to continue as a sports person and end up in railway stations as TTE after playing nationals, or you want to go a little further. That was the ecosystem which sports has. Unfortunately, we have improved a bit on it, but still a long way to go for India to make our sportsmen into professional sports. And regarding your question about hockey and Odisha, half of the Indian team at one point of time, or 30% of the Indian team, had players from Odisha. People of Odisha are in love with hockey, many parts of the country. But in Odisha, hockey is celebrated. You will get, even for local matches, you will get such huge crowds for hockey. Our Chief Minister is also he used to be a hockey player, he used to be a goalkeeper. And his father had told a very interesting anecdote, linking hockey and the Indian national movement.
Linking hockey and the Indian freedom movement.
Indian freedom movement, right. So when India was not conceived as a country, we were fighting for our independence. The only place where India was representing as India was in Olympics, even before independence, British India, whatever you call it. So the gold medals used to come from hockey. When India was an idea, we were fighting for an independent India. At that point of time, India was honored at a world stage because of hockey. So that is something which Biju Patnaik, who used to be a freedom fighter, late Biju Babu, he had told his son, Naveen Patnaik, that we all got inspired, that India, at least somewhere it is making a wave, at least through hockey, it made an impact for itself, that we are getting gold in Olympics. So that is something which gave that emotional connect to our Chief Minister. and people of Odisha are deeply in love with hockey. So he thought that we should take up hockey seriously, and we are the only state perhaps in the world who is supporting a national team. Yeah, provincial government supporting, sponsoring a national team. Generally, a national team is sponsored by corporates. The Chief Minister wanted that, well, let's send a message. This game has contributed for, at least indirectly during the Indian national movement, to make Indians feel proud about something when they were fighting the British. So perhaps that is the reason why he took it up as an emotional thing, and it gelled well with Odisha.
All right. So, in fact, Odisha sponsors both the men's and women's hockey teams. So, can we
Senior
have a round
and
of
junior.
Senior and junior. So, that is an incredible thing. It's generally corporates who sponsor teams, but here you have a state government sponsoring. So, finally, Mr. Pandey.
And after 38 years, 40 years, India won a medal in last Olympics in Beijing.
Correct.
After Odisha sponsored. Of course, the credit goes to our players, the support team and everyone, but Odisha had a small role in that.
Odisha had a small role in India getting a medal after 3 decades. So finally, is Mr. Pandian, the middle distance runner, ready for the long distance marathon of politics?
I take one day at a time. I don't see anything long term. In human life, you should take one day at a time, not then you are stressful. This is something which I learned from our Chief Minister. Very spiritual. Take next minute. Live in the moment, present moment.
So for this day and for the last 25 minutes, Mr. Pandian, thank you very much
Thank
for joining
you,
us
Jai
here at the
Jagannath.
Rising
Thank
Bharat
you.
Summit. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause?
Thank you so much for that very important advice. Live each day. And that was Odisha's influential bureaucrat, now serving the people of the state with utmost dedication and selflessness and sharing his vision for the state's development. Well, ladies and gentlemen, since the morning we have had some fascinating discussions over some thought-provoking issues and some burning topics. You can dig deeper over lunch, which will now be served at the Shahjahan Hall. So take a break, enjoy yourself, enjoy the scrumptious meal, and we will have you back soon after lunch. Thank you so much. Well, let's hear it from the person who has been making all this happen for India. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to welcome Shri Nitin Gadkari, Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, to talk about the road to 370. Well, it is the election year and he is in conversation with News 18's Amish Devgan. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, sir.
थैंक यू। और अब उस सेशन की शुरुआत जिसका हमें काफी देर से इंतजार था। नितिन गडकरी मेरे साथ है, केंद्रीय मंत्री हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पूर्व राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष रहे हैं। नितिन जी, आपका अभिनंदन है, तो जोरदार तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन करिए नितिन गडकरी का। नितिन जी, अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी के बारे में कहा जाता था वो व्यक्ति तो सही है लेकिन पार्टी गलत है, और अटल जी के बाद अगर किसी के लिए कहा जाता है तो वो नितिन गडकरी के लिए कहा जाता है कि बंदा तो सही है लेकिन पार्टी गलत में आ गया है। ऐसा क्यों है?
ये तो बिल्कुल गलत है। पार्टी भी सही है और बंदा भी सही है। मैंने अपने जीवन की शुरुआत संघ के स्वयंसेवक के रूप में और विद्यार्थी परिषद के कार्यकर्ता के रूप में हुई, और जो भी मैं आज जो भी कुछ हूँ, जो मेरे में अच्छाई है, ये दोनों संगठन के कारण ही है, वो सब अच्छाई है। तो आई एम वेरी मच प्राउड ऑफ माई कन्विक्शंस, और मैं अगर अच्छा हूँ तो मेरी पार्टी अच्छी है, और मैं अगर अच्छा हूँ तो मेरी आइडियोलॉजी अच्छी है। यही बात मैं आपको कह सकता हूँ।
लेकिन आपको नहीं लगता आप राजनीति में गलती से आ गए? आप कहते हो मैं पोस्टर नहीं लगवाऊंगा, चाय पानी में खर्च नहीं करूंगा, तो चुनाव कैसे जीतेंगे गडकरी जी?
नहीं, आप अगर मेरे कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में आओगे तो मैंने ये बात कही कि मैं जातीयवाद और सांप्रदायिकता को नहीं मानता। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका प्रयास। तो मैं अपने कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में जो मेरे मतदार हैं उनको मैं अपनी फैमिली समझता हूँ, परिवार समझता हूँ। और 10 साल मैंने जो कुछ काम किया उससे मेरा नाम भी लोगों से परिचित हुआ है और मेरा काम भी परिचित हुआ है। और इसलिए मैंने कहा कि अब ये पोस्टर, बैनर और इसका प्रचार करने की कोई आवश्यकता नहीं। दूसरा, मैं लोगों के साथ जुड़ा हूँ, तो अब मुझे लोगों को किसी प्रकार का कोई उनको वोट के बदले में कुछ उनको सेवा देने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। मैं लोगों से मिलूंगा, लोगों के घर जाऊंगा, पदयात्रा निकालूंगा, जो बुजुर्ग लोग हैं उनका आशीर्वाद लूंगा
जी,
और हाउस टू हाउस और मैन टू मैन कैंपेन करूंगा। और मेरा विश्वास है कि मैं अच्छे मार्जिन से चुनाव जीतूंगा, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है।
इस बार 3 हैट्रिक लगनी है। एक तो मोदी सरकार की हैट्रिक, एक नरेंद्र मोदी अगर इस टर्म में आते हैं तो बहुत बड़ी बात होगी। कोई गैर कांग्रेसी सरकार तीसरी बार पहली बार आएगी, दूसरी बार भी पहली बार आई थी। और तीसरा, नागपुर से आप दोबारा जीत कर आएंगे, तीसरी बार जीत कर आएंगे। तो कितनी कठिन ये डगर लगती है, मोदी की तीसरी टर्म और आपका तीसरी बार लोकसभा जीतना।
देखिए, पहली बात तो मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री बनने ही वाले हैं, ये तय है। दूसरी बात यह है कि हम 400 पार जाने वाले, ये भी तय है
जी।
और मैं भी चुनाव जीतने वाला हूं, ये भी निश्चित है।
ये भी लेकिन नितिन गडकरी में ऐसा क्या है कि विपक्ष के नेता मुरीद हो जाते हैं? मैं पीछे अखबार में पढ़ रहा था कि सोनिया गांधी ने आपकी तारीफ कर दी, ऐसा क्या है?
देखिए, ये मुझे भी आश्चर्य है, क्योंकि पार्लियामेंट में जब मेरे डिपार्टमेंट पर 75 सांसद बोले अलग अलग पार्टी के, सबने मुझे धन्यवाद दिया, सबने अभिनंदन किया, तो मुझे भी आश्चर्य लगा। तो एक तो सीधी बात यह है कि जो कानूनी काम है, नियम के अनुसार है, वो सबका होना चाहिए और गलत काम होगा तो अपने का भी नहीं होना चाहिए। तो मैं रोड बनाता हूं तो एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में रोड बनाओ और दूसरों को छोड़ दूं, ऐसा तो नहीं होता। तो जो भी लोग मेरे पास समस्या लेकर आते हैं, मैंने सबका काम करने का प्रयास किया, तो उसके कारण उनके मन में उसका समाधान है, यही शायद उसका कारण होगा।
एक चीज जो आप में नहीं बदली, जो मैंने आपका पहली बार इंटरव्यू किया था साल 2011 में, जो मुझे ध्यान में आता है, मुंबई में आपके घर पे, और आप तब राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बने थे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के, तब भी आप बेबाक थे और अब भी आप बहुत बेबाक हैं। ये इतनी बेबाकी कभी भारी नहीं पड़ती आपको या पड़ जाती है?
नहीं, आप एनालिसिस कर सकते हो मैं कैसा हूं। मैं जो सवाल पूछते हैं उसका नम्रतापूर्वक जो सही है वो जवाब देता हूं, और मुझे लगता है जो सच है वो बताता हूं। तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि इसमें कोई समस्या है।
लेकिन विपक्ष कुछ ना कुछ निकालता रहता है।
नहीं, एक बात ये होती है कि मैंने,
और सोशल मीडिया ब्लॉगर्स भी कुछ लिखते रहते हैं।
नहीं सर, कुछ लोग तो ऐसा है कि जो न बोला वो मुंह में डालकर उसको एक आदमी अपने मीडिया पे लिखता है, अपने साइट पर, और फिर दूसरे लोग उसको उठाकर लिखते हैं। तो सही में किसी ने जो बोला है उसके डिटेल में जाना चाहिए, देखना चाहिए और फिर उसके ऊपर प्रतिक्रिया देनी चाहिए।
एक सवाल जो मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं कि आप बेबाक हैं तो प्रधानमंत्री के सामने भी बेबाक रहते हैं, गृह मंत्री अमित शाह के सामने भी बेबाक रहते हैं?
नहीं, निश्चित रूप से जब बातचीत होती है तो नम्रतापूर्वक अपनी बात प्रधानमंत्री सबसे सुनते हैं और तब रखते हैं, कोई उसमें अड़चन नहीं होती। मैं भी पार्टी का अध्यक्ष रहा, मेरे पास भी सब लोग उस समय अपनी बात रखते थे। तो हमारी पार्टी की एक पद्धति है
जी,
और उसमें सब अपना विचार रखते हैं और अंतिम निर्णय फिर जो होता है सब मिलकर, या फिर प्रधानमंत्री या अध्यक्ष जो होंगे नेता, वो जो कहते हैं वो निर्णय होते हैं, उसमें आगे जाती है पार्टी।
अब मैं आपको एक ये बहुत हेडलाइन स्टोरी रही, उद्धव ठाकरे का एक बयान, मैं वो मराठी में बयान है वो मैं आपको सुनवाता हूं और आपसे उसका रिएक्शन लेता हूं। उद्धव ठाकरे ने आपके बारे में, आपके विषय पे क्या बोला, आइए एक बार सुन लेते हैं उद्धव ठाकरे का बयान।
युतीमध्ये जे मेहनत करत होते त्या नितीन गडकरींचं नाव त्याच्यामध्ये नाही। अहो नितीनजी सोडून द्या भाजपा, राहा उभे, आम्ही महाविकास आघाडीकडनं तुम्हाला निवडून आणतो। दाखवा महाराष्ट्राचं पाणी, दाखवा महाराष्ट्राची धमक, दाखवा महाराष्ट्र दिल्ली समोर कधी झुकला नाही।
अब नितिन जी कह रहे हैं कि आइए हम आपको एमवीए से टिकट दे देंगे, महाराष्ट्र दिल्ली के आगे कभी झुकता नहीं है।
देखिए, पहली बात तो यह है
जी
कि पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड की जब मीटिंग हुई तो मध्य प्रदेश, गुजरात और उत्तर प्रदेश के पदाधिकारियों के साथ चर्चा होकर निर्णय हुआ। अब मैं महाराष्ट्र से लड़ता हूं तो मेरे महाराष्ट्र के प्रदेश के पदाधिकारी आकर उनसे चर्चा ही नहीं हुई थी, तो पहले लिस्ट में स्वाभाविक रूप से मेरा नाम आने की संभावना नहीं थी
जी।
अब दूसरे लिस्ट में नाम आया। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता हूं, लड़ूंगा तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी से ही लड़ूंगा। दूसरे कोई पार्टी में जाने का सवाल ही नहीं उठता। और इस प्रकार की ऑफर भी हास्यास्पद है, क्योंकि मैं अपने पार्टी के साथ जुड़ा हूं, विचारधारा के साथ जुड़ा हूं, इसी पार्टी में रहूंगा और इसी पार्टी में काम करूंगा।
जी, लेकिन पिछले दिनों आपने कहा था कि किसी भी पार्टी की सरकार हो, एक चीज तय है कि जो काम करता है उसे सम्मान नहीं मिलता। ये क्यों कहा था आपने?
ये मैंने ऐसा नहीं कहा था, यही गड़बड़ है
जी।
मैंने कहा सिस्टम में ऐसा होता है। जो मैंने विशेष रूप से सरकार में काम करने वाले लोगों के बारे में कहा था, उसके पहले भी मेरी प्रस्तावना उसके साथ थी कि अच्छा काम करते तो उनको सम्मान नहीं मिलता और बुरा जो काम करता है उसको सजा नहीं होती, क्योंकि सिस्टम इतनी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है कि अच्छे आदमी को तुरंत अवार्ड नहीं मिलता और जो कुछ करता है उसकी इंक्वायरी होते होते इतने साल चले जाते हैं कि उसको सजा नहीं मिलती। ये उसका वाक्य था। इसका संबंध राजनीति से भी नहीं था। यही आप नहीं है, पर आप जैसे आपके जो बंधु है वो बिना रेफरेंस लेके इस प्रकार की बातों को फैलाते हैं।
आजकल ना सोशल मीडिया का दोष भी सब मीडिया पे ही डाल देते हैं। अब सोशल मीडिया में तो बहुत कुछ चलता है।
ऐसा नहीं होता जी। सोशल मीडिया पे जो गलत छाप के आता है उसको तुरंत लेकर रात को चर्चा का कार्यक्रम आप आयोजित करते हैं और उसको आगे लेके जाते हैं। ये समस्या है
जी। मेरा अगला सवाल है 2022 में आपने कहा था कि राजनीति को अलविदा कहने का बड़ा मन करता है, लेकिन
कभी नहीं कहा था ऐसा।
तो पर आपका बयान है ये
सर बिल्कुल गलत है। मैंने ये कहा था कि वी नीड टू रीडिफाइन द डेफिनेशन ऑफ पॉलिटिक्स। केवल पावर पॉलिटिक्स, सत्ता कारण यानी पॉलिटिक्स नहीं है
जी।
समाज कारण, राष्ट्र कारण और विकास कारण ये भी पॉलिटिक्स है। और महात्मा गांधी जी ने जब देश को स्वाधीनता के लिए जो आंदोलन किया था वो भी आंदोलन राजकारण था। तो हम लोग 80% समाज कारण करें और 20% सत्ता कारण करें। और आपने परसों भी देखा होगा, मैं दिव्यांगों को मैंने 87 चेयर बांटी, मैंने करीब 50,000 हार्ट के ऑपरेशन।
मैंने आज आपका सुबह ट्विटर देखा, उसमें आपने एक वीडियो ट्वीट करा है। एक लड़की के दिल में एक होल था, उसका आपने ट्रीटमेंट कराया है अपनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के अंदर। वाकई मतलब वो जिसे कहते हैं कि बहुत मार्मिक विषय है ये सारे। लेकिन पॉलिटिक्स की अगर हम बात करें नितिन जी, तो राज ठाकरे दिल्ली में है और राज ठाकरे अगर दिल्ली में है तो कुछ तो बड़ा चल रहा है। तो क्या अलायंस होने की बात है?
देखिए, मुझे आज सुबह ही राज ठाकरे जी का फोन आया था और वो दूसरे काम के लिए आया था। उनके पासपोर्ट का काम था, वो हो गया, इसलिए धन्यवाद देने के लिए आया था। बाकी तो
कहाँ का पासपोर्ट? एनडीए का पासपोर्ट?
नहीं, उनका पासपोर्ट। अच्छा। बाकी उनका क्या बातचीत होगी क्या नहीं, ये तो आज होगी तब निर्णय होगा, मुझे पता नहीं इसके बारे में।
लेकिन आप चाहते हैं राज ठाकरे आए?
देखिए, इसका निर्णय पार्टी करेगी।
आपका मन क्या है?
नहीं, मेरा कोई व्यक्तिगत मन नहीं होता। पार्टी के पदाधिकारी, पार्टी के अध्यक्ष और पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड, प्रधानमंत्री जो निर्णय करेंगे वो करेंगे।
महाराष्ट्र में सीट बंटवारे को लेकर काफी सवाल जवाब हो रहे हैं, काफी सोर्सेज के हवाले से खबर आती है, लेकिन अब आप सामने बैठे हैं तो मैं पूछ ही लेता हूँ, चल क्या रहा है वहाँ?
कोई नहीं, सब ठीक चल रहा है। लगभग बंटवारा हो गया है।
शिंदे जी खुश है?
हाँ सब। और चुनाव तक क्या होता है, जब तक कैंडिडेट तय नहीं होते हैं
जी,
तब तक एक सीट है, 10 उम्मीदवार है, तो थोड़ा बहुत तो चर्चाएं होती रहती है, थोड़ा बहुत विवाद होते रहता है, ये ऑब्वियस है। और मुझे लगता है कि अभी लगभग फाइनल हो जाएगा और हम लोग मिलकर लड़ेंगे और महाराष्ट्र में हमको बहुत शानदार जीत मिलेगी, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है।
एनडीए बहुत सालों से गठबंधन है, लेकिन इस बार एक नया गठबंधन बना है, इंडिया अलायंस, लेकिन वो बनने से पहले ही लड़खड़ा गया। आपको इंडिया अलायंस कैसा दिखता है, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में एक बड़ी चुनौती है?
मैं अपने पार्टी को और अपने अलायंस को देखता हूँ। मेरी एक फिलॉसफी ऐसी है जो मैं अक्सर लोगों को बताता हूँ कि 2 रेशाएं, एक आपकी और दूसरे की है। 2 मार्ग है रेशा बड़ी करने का, एक तो अपनी बड़ी करो या दूसरी की पूछने का काम करो।
जी।
तो मैं अक्सर इस बात पे विश्वास रखता हूँ, अपनी बड़ी करो। और 10 साल मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सरकार ने जो कुछ काम किया है, जिसका लोग अनुभव लेते हैं। अभी मैं आ रहा था तो मेरे ट्विटर पर ये द्वारका एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बना
जी,
तो इतने लोगों में खुशी है कि इतने लोगों की प्रतिक्रिया मुझे प्राप्त हुई। तो हम 10 साल में जो हमने काम किया है उस सरकार में मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में, उसके भरोसे हमें सफलता हासिल होगी। हमें अपने पॉजिटिविटी और अपने काम को लोगों को बताना है, हमको बाकी निगेटिव बातों में जाने की कोई आवश्यकता ही नहीं है।
एक और सवाल है, मराठा समुदाय को 10% अलग से आरक्षण देने की बात है, उस विषय को लेकर पॉलिटिक्स भी हो रही है, लेकिन एक सोशल डिमांड भी है। उसको आप कैसे देखते हैं? क्या ये मुद्दा भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए, आपके गठबंधन के लिए महाराष्ट्र में एक बड़ा पॉलिटिकल चैलेंज होगा इससे निपटना?
नहीं, मुख्यमंत्री जी ने ऑलरेडी उनसे बातचीत करते हुए इसका समाधान ढूंढा है। अब ये विषय नहीं रहा है।
आप कह रहे हैं ये विषय नहीं है अब, लेकिन चुनावी बॉन्ड तो विषय है, उसको लेकर बहुत सारे सवाल जवाब हो रहे हैं। राहुल जी ने तो कह दिया ये बीजेपी का सबसे बड़ा चुनावी घोटाला है।
मुझे लगता है कि अभी भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चर्चा हो रही है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जब ये मैटर सब जुडिस है तो उसके ऊपर कोई टिप्पणी करना कंटेम्प्ट ऑफ कोर्ट होगा। आप भी मत करिए, मैं भी नहीं करता।
नहीं,
उसके ऊपर ज्यादा बोलना उचित नहीं होगा।
नहीं, इसमें एक इत्तेफाक भी है कि अधिकतर जो बीजेपी को चंदा मिला है उन पे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कंपनियां काफी सारी। अब ये इत्तेफाक है।
देखो, एक बात मैं आपको बता सकता हूँ
जी
कि मैं 10 साल में 50 लाख करोड़ रुपए के काम अवार्ड कर चुका हूँ। वाटर रिसोर्स से, शिपिंग में, बाद में रोड सेक्टर में, रोपवे, केबल कार, टनल, एक्सप्रेस हाईवे, एक भी काम हमने ई टेंडर के बिना नहीं किया है। और मैं आपके सामने नम्रतापूर्वक आह्वान करता हूँ कि एक भी आदमी ऐसा होगा, आपको कानून भी बताएगा कोई काम के लिए हमको पैसे देने पड़ेंगे तो मुझे आप बोलो, वो सजा मैं स्वीकारने के लिए तैयार हूँ। हम पूरी तरह ट्रांसपेरेंट, करप्शन फ्री, टाइम बाउंड और क्वालिटी कमिटमेंट के साथ हमने सबसे काम किया है और किसी प्रकार की गलत काम हमने नहीं।
अक्सर ये दिल्ली और मुंबई में इस बात की बहुत चर्चा होती है कि बीजेपी पार्टी तो अमीर है लेकिन नेता गरीब है, कांग्रेस के नेता तो अमीर है लेकिन पार्टी गरीब है। इस पर आपकी टिप्पणी क्या है?
मुझे लगता है कि देखो, कौन व्यक्ति अपने जीवन में कितना धनवान है ये उसके साथ जुड़ा हुआ सवाल है। पर मैं अक्सर एक बात कहता हूँ कि ईमानदारी से कोई आदमी अपने जीवन में उद्योग व्यवसाय से प्रगति करता है तो ये उसकी एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, उसकी कंपनी, उसकी टेक्नोलॉजी, ये उसकी स्ट्रेंथ है। और ऐसे एंटरप्रेन्योर देश में बढ़ेंगे तो देश का विकास होगा। और मुझे लगता है कल जाकर यही एंटरप्रेन्योर्स विदेशों में जाके इन्वेस्टमेंट करेंगे। तो हमें ऐसी अर्थव्यवस्था तैयार करनी है जो रोजगार को निर्माण करने वाली है। और रोजगार निर्माण करना है तो कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट लगेगी, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप लगेगी, टेक्नोलॉजी लगेगी। और इसके आधार पर अगर हम अलग अलग क्षेत्र में जाकर कोई काम करता है तो वो केवल वेल्थ क्रिएटर नहीं है, एम्प्लॉयमेंट क्रिएटर है। उसकी जात, पंथ, धर्म, भाषा और पार्टी, इससे हमें क्या लेना देना।
लेकिन आपने जात धर्म की बात करी तो सीए को लेकर बहुत सारे सवाल जवाब हो रहे हैं। सीए चुनाव से ऐन पहले क्यों लेकर आए? उसका नोटिफिकेशन बाद में भी लाया जा सकता था या पहले भी 3 साल पहले भी लाया जा सकता था।
देखो, संविधान में बहुत सी बातें स्पष्ट हैं
जी।
ये बिल्कुल स्पष्ट है कि जो हिंदू धर्म के हैं, बौद्ध धर्म के हैं, सिख धर्म के हैं या जैन धर्म के हैं, वो लोग अगर कहीं विदेश में जाएंगे
जी
तो उनको वहाँ से निकाल दिया तो उनको जाने का अधिकार वाला कोई देश नहीं है। और इसलिए स्वाभाविक रूप से उनको हमारा संविधान कहता है कि उनको नागरिकत्व हिंदुस्तान में कानूनी दिया जा सकता है। तो नेचुरली बहुत सी बातें संविधान में स्पष्ट है, उसी के आधार पर निर्णय हुआ है।
जी, एक सवाल आपके मंत्रालय से जुड़ा हुआ, आपने सड़क के मामले में तो वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड बना लिया, एक नहीं, एक दो नहीं, 7 वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड बनाए हैं। ऐसा कोई काम है जो बीते 10 साल में आप नहीं कर पाए और अब जब सत्ता में आएगी बीजेपी तो करना चाहेंगे? वो काम कौन सा है?
देखिए, अभी तो रोड कंस्ट्रक्शन में 36 ग्रीन एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बना रहे हैं
जी,
और करीब 284 किलोमीटर हम 2 लाख करोड़ की टनल बना रहे हैं। और कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी तक एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बन रहा है हमारा, लगभग दिसंबर तक पूरा हो जाएगा। अब हमारे यहाँ हमने पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट और इलेक्ट्रिसिटी को चालू किया 260
जी।
हम रोपवे, केबल कार, फेनिकुलर रेलवे बना रहे हैं। अब प्रधानमंत्री जी की सोच ये है कि हम 100 साल जब पूरे करेंगे तो उस समय हमारी विजन क्या होगी। तो पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट ऑन इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, वाटर ट्रांसपोर्ट
जी।
जैसे मैं जब शिपिंग मंत्री था तो मुंबई में नया एयरपोर्ट बन रहा है, नया मुंबई में, तो मैंने बीपीटी के तरफ से एक रिपोर्ट तैयार की है कि मुंबई के किसी भी दिशा से 17 मिनट्स में आप एयरपोर्ट जाएंगे। और नए एयरपोर्ट पर जेटी भी बनाई है
जी।
जैसे टैक्सी है, एयर टैक्सी है, वैसे वाटर टैक्सी बनाई। और ये वाटर टैक्सी से आप वसई विरार से लेकर तो नरीमन पॉइंट से लेकर आप केवल 17 मिनट्स के अंदर नए एयरपोर्ट पे पहुंचेंगे। आपको इटली में एक वेनिस करके शहर है जहां हम होटल में उतरकर पानी में ही अपना सामान रख के डायरेक्ट एयरपोर्ट पे उतरते हैं। तो उसी प्रकार की कल्पना है। तो पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट में एम्फीबियस सी प्लेन मैंने प्रयोग किया था कि पानी पे उतरा हवाई जहाज जी। तो ट्रांसपोर्ट सिस्टम में काफ़ी बड़ा रिवोल्यूशन होगा और विशेष रूप से इंडिजिनस फ्यूल के आधार पर पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट में जैसे बड़ी बस है। तो मैं अभी बेंगलोर में स्टडी कर रहा था कि हमारे यहाँ बेंगलोर में हवा में चलने वाली डबल डेकर बस, उस प्रोजेक्ट को हम स्टडी कर रहे थे कि जो ऊपर के ऊपर चले, क्योंकि रोड बड़ा नहीं कर सकते। तो अब नेचुरली मेट्रो की कॉस्ट पर किलोमीटर 350 करोड़ आती है और मैं जो टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करूँ 20 से 25 करोड़ रुपए आती है। तो नए नए टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करके अभी ये धौला कुआं से मानेसर तक बीच में ऊपर में पॉन्ड सिस्टम का भी हमने बीच में स्टडी किया था। तो ये नई नई जो टेक्नोलॉजी है ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर में वो भविष्य की टेक्नोलॉजी है और उसके बारे में हमारे यहाँ कुछ अध्ययन भी हुआ। हम 670 रोड साइड एमिनिटीज बना रहे हैं जी। पर मुझे अगर पूछोगे
तो एक काम कौन सा करना चाहते हैं आप?
मैं एक काम इन सब में सबसे अच्छा कोई कर सका
जी।
तो 2014 में जब मैं मंत्री बना तो 1 करोड़ लोग आदमी को खींचने का काम करता था। एक तो साइकिल रिक्शा था या कंधे पे लेके आदमी धोने का काम का। बिहार में, बंगाल में, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में मैंने मैकेनिज्म ड्रिवन ई रिक्शा लाया और आज मुझे खुशी है कि 1 करोड़ लोग जिनका शोषण हो रहा था उनको मुक्ति मिली और ई कार्ट और ई रिक्शा चला रहे और उनको एक प्रकार से मानवीय शोषण से मुक्ति मिली। तो मैंने बहुत एक्सप्रेस हाईवे, टनल, रोड, ब्रिजेस बनाए, पर ये काम जो है ये मेरे लिए सबसे अच्छा है।
आपके दिल के करीब है, लेकिन एक राउंड हमारे दिल के बड़ा करीब है और ये फोटो राउंड है और इसमें कुछ तस्वीरें आएंगी और आपको उसका रिएक्शन दे रहा है और मुझे भी पता नहीं है फोटो कौन कौन सी लगाई है इन लोगों ने। पहली फोटो देख लेते हैं कौन सी आ रही है। फोटो पहली ये ममता जी की है, सर पे चोट लगी हुई है इनके, क्या कहना चाहते हैं आप?
उनका एक्सीडेंट होगा इसलिए बैंडेज लगा होगा
जी। अगली फोटो देख लेते हैं कौन सी आ रही है। इन दोनों का क्या होगा? एक तो
मैं ना भविष्य जानता हूँ ना कोई।
आप भविष्य नहीं जानते, वो कहते हैं सब कुछ आप करवा रहे हैं, यानी ईडी करवा रही है, सरकार करा रही है।
देखिए ईडी अपना काम कर रही है
जी
और वो अपना काम कर रहे हैं। हम अक्सर इस बात पे विश्वास रखते हैं कि हमारा भविष्य भगवान के हाथ में है।
आपका नहीं, बिल्कुल भविष्य तो भगवान के हाथ में, लेकिन इनका भविष्य क्या है
मुझे मालूम नहीं।
आपको मालूम?
मैं भविष्य वेत्ता थोड़ी हूँ, इसका क्या होगा मुझे क्या
जी। अगली तस्वीर देख लेते हैं कौन सी आ रही है। अब ये है मुंबई में, आपके घर में ये सब एक साथ आए थे, इनका भविष्य क्या दिख रहा है आपको?
देखो इनका भविष्य अच्छा है ही नहीं
है अच्छा।
ये पूरी तरह इस चुनाव में इनकी पिटाई हो जाएगी और हमें 400 पार जगह मिल जाएगी और बेचारे उनमें से अनेक लोग फिर निवृत्त हो जाएंगे राजनीति से
जी। अब अगली तस्वीर जो है वो नेताओं की नहीं है, अब वो फिल्मी, क्योंकि आप महाराष्ट्र से आते हैं, माया नगरी है, मुंबई है, तो कुछ फिल्मी कलाकारों की है। पूछते हैं आपसे कि आपके कौन पसंदीदा है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। अब रणबीर कपूर सिंह पसंद है या विक्रांत मैसी पसंद है आपको?
नहीं, मैं मेरी जनरेशन के हीरो को
जो चॉइस है उसी में बोलना गडकरी।
तीनों भी अच्छे हैं।
एक तो पिक करिए
ज्यादा अभी।
अच्छा, लास्ट फिल्म किसकी देखी इन तीनों में से?
और रणवीर की देखी थी मैंने।
रणवीर की देखी, कौन सी?
वो जो
एनिमल
नाम नहीं, वो जो हमारे पेशवे के ऊपर जो थी ना
रणवीर। अच्छा रणवीर बाजीराव मस्तानी। अच्छा, आपने भी पॉलिटिकल दिया इसका जवाब पूरी तरह से। अगला देख लेते हैं किसकी तस्वीर आ रही है। ये हीरोइंस की हैं, आप पसंद, मतलब आपको इनमें से किसकी फिल्म देखी? तापसी पन्नू है, आलिया भट्ट है, कियारा आडवाणी है।
नहीं, इन तीनों के भी फिल्में मैंने नहीं देखी।
तीनों टॉप हीरोइन है देश की।
देखो एक बात बताता हूँ, ये जनरेशन के हीरो हीरोइन अलग अलग होते हैं
जी।
अब हमारे जनरेशन में हमको तो अमिताभ बच्चन यही हमारा फेवरेट हीरो था।
तो कॉलेज में किसका ट्रेंड फॉलो करते थे आप? कॉलेज में, जब कॉलेज में थे तो किसी का ट्रेंड फॉलो करते होंगे?
अमिताभ बच्चन को।
अमिताभ बच्चन का फॉलो करते थे।
मैंने एक बार उनको भी कहा कि मैंने जंजीर 3 बार देखा, आनंद 3-4 बार
तो
देखा।
बेल बॉटम पैंट, लॉन्ग कॉलर सब डालते थे?
नहीं, वो फाइटिंग के पिक्चर पसंद आते थे उसमें।
चलिए, आप राजनीति की बेला में जा रहे हैं, यानी आप चुनाव के संघर्ष में जा रहे हैं। ये लोकतंत्र का, भारत के महान लोकतंत्र का सबसे बड़ा पर्व है। इसके लिए बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं नितिन जी, और न्यूज 18 भी बेबाकी के साथ इसकी कवरेज करेगा। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। हर सवाल का अपने बेबाक अंदाज में जवाब देने के लिए जोरदार तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन करिए नितिन जी का।
धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू अमीश, थैंक यू मिनिस्टर।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have an action-packed post-lunch day. Our next session is someone who argues that democracy has been undermined by a quiet but devastating power grab conducted by a class of liberal experts. That's right, they have advanced a global rights-based agenda which has tilted the balance away from the lively and vibrant unpredictability of democratic decision-making towards the creeping technocratic authority of liberal consensus. Populism represents, he contends, an imperfect but reinvigorating political blood that has the potential to sweep away decades of institutional detritus and rejuvenate democracy across the West. He has been a repeated victim of the cancel culture. Most recently, he has learned that his Philistine column has been cancelled by Quadrant magazine when he saw the March issue. मैं तो बस I'm just MC कर रहा हूँ. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. Mohit, whenever you can just put up the prompter again, I just check it once. I just want to see the coordination between the three prompters. फिक्स करके चले जाओ so that कैमरे पे ना several ways the internet has democratized the world. Content is king, context is queen, and the internet is the empire. There cannot be a better illustration of this than the world of communication itself. Digital media is where all the action is. So we have the digital media superstars. Terabytes of content move across handhelds in milliseconds. It is a perspective that can get lost. Nuance and perspective are the strongest pillars of any discussion. Let's hear it from Ram Madhav. Let's indulge in some investment talk, shall we? Private equity, venture funding, and the investment universes are having their moments, albeit with a bit of rough and tumble lately. This involves moving funds across asset classes and geographies. What are the changes taking place in the investment landscape today and the evolving technologies in the world of finance, private capital, and money? Let's welcome Ashish Agrawal, Managing Director and Country Head Jefferies, Ramesh Damani, Western Investor and member Bombay Stock Exchange, Shweta Jalan, Managing Partner and Head of Advent International in India, Harsha Raghavan, Managing Partner Convergent Finance, to talk about turbocharged markets, micro moves, macro goals, and optimization. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have an action-packed post-lunch day. Mohit, can we increase the font a bit? Yeah, Mohit. Mohit, see if you can increase the font slightly. Yeah, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The show will begin shortly. You are requested to keep your mobile phones on silent mode.
Action-packed post-lunch day. Our next session is with someone who argues that democracy has been undermined. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have an action-packed post-lunch day. Our next session is with someone who argues that democracy has been undermined by a quiet... Yeah, this is perfect. Yeah. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have an action-packed post-lunch day. Our next session is with someone who argues that democracy has been undermined by a quiet but devastating power grab conducted by a class of liberal experts. They have advanced a global rights-based agenda which has tilted the balance away from the lively and vibrant unpredictability of democratic decision-making towards the creeping technocratic authority of liberal consensus. You can move a little faster. Radhika, I'm on stage. I'm on stage only. Acha, he's not there, so now we only call Bruce passports, huh? Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have an action-packed post-lunch day. Our next session is with someone who argues that democracy has been undermined by a quiet but devastating power grab conducted by a class of liberal experts. They've advanced a global rights-based agenda which has tilted the balance away from the lively and vibrant unpredictability of democratic decision-making towards the creeping technocratic authority of liberal consensus. Populism represents, he contends, an imperfect but reinvigorating political flood that has the potential to sweep away decades of institutional detritus and rejuvenate democracy across the West. He has been a repeated victim of what you call the cancel culture. Most recently, he only learned that his Philistine column had been cancelled by the Quadrant magazine when he saw the March issue, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome Salvatore Babones, sociologist and associate professor, University of Sydney, for a session on half-truisms, prejudices and misinformation. He will be in conversation with Rahul Shivshankar. No, I was gently, deliberately speaking a little low because we haven't started yet. Yeah. It'll be fine when I start. Yeah. I think we are good, yeah. We're good to go. Yeah, hi, sir. Everything is perfect. Yeah. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. The show is about to start. You are requested to keep your mobile phones on silent mode. Photographers are requested not to use flash. What's new about news? Nothing. That's until we stepped onto the scene. Instead of playing the game, we became the game. We reach 700 million people every year via TV and a whopping 320 million per month through digital properties. How did we do this? We went global. Forging partnerships with the biggest names in the media industry like CNN, CNBC and Forbes. Partnerships that are dominating their category. Our flagship English news channel CNN News 18 blew past the limits of what's possible, reigning as the #1 news channel for over 52 weeks. Our national brand, News 18 India, has more viewers than even popular entertainment channels and is India's #1 Hindi news channel. When it comes to numbers and trends, we mean business, so that you stay on top of your business. That's why CNBC TV 18 doesn't just lead in the business news category, it is the category. Commanding 96% of the market share. And our Hindi business channel, CNBC Awaaz, has been the trusted partner for traders for 19 years running, delivering swift market analysis that has made it the preferred choice for influential voices in the country. Our channel, CNBC Bihar, dominates the Gujarati business news landscape. We've expanded into the beating heart of Bharat
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. And let me tell you, post-lunch sessions are always difficult. When you've eaten well, and to keep the energies up is really difficult. And I hope all of you are ready, because this is going to be an action-packed afternoon. And let me just get a sense of how the audience is doing. Are you all there with me? If yes, then say a loud yes. All right, great to hear that. And let's get the session going. It's going to be an excellent afternoon, I can assure you. Yes, our next session is with someone who argues that democracy has been undermined by a quiet but devastating power grab conducted by a class of liberal experts. They have advanced a global rights-based agenda which has tilted the balance away from the lively and vibrant unpredictability of democratic decision-making towards the creeping technocratic authority of liberal consensus. Populism represents, he contends, an imperfect but reinvigorating political flood that has the potential to sweep away decades of institutional detritus and rejuvenate democracy across the West. He has been a repeated victim of the cancel culture. Most recently, he only learned that his Philistine column had been cancelled by Quadrant magazine when he saw the March issue. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Salvatore Babones, sociologist and associate professor, University of Sydney, for a session on half-truisms, prejudices, and misinformation. He will be in conversation with Rahul Shivshankar.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's hope you can stay with us in this conversation. We'll try to keep it interesting and digestible, not that you need much more. Welcome to the Rising Bharat Summit, Professor Babones. You're here at the peak of the world's, not just India's, the world's biggest and most inclusive festival, a festival of democracy. The greatest edification of the power of the vote anywhere in the world. And many people have a perspective on India's democracy under Prime Minister Modi's watch. How would you describe India's democracy today?
India has a democracy, a liberal democracy, a robust liberal democracy on the Western model. India's critics love to say that India is not a liberal democracy. Internally, many people in India resent when you say it's on the Western model. But the fact is, India's democratic institutions are modeled after institutions in North America, Western Europe, and Australasia, and India's institutions would not be out of place in any of those regions of the world. India is, in effect, the world's only relatively poor, post-colonial, highly traditional country that nonetheless has cracked the code about how to run a liberal democracy.
Very interesting. I want to ask you if you think, and you're obviously someone who hails from the United States, which is often called the mother of democracy, though I
thought India was the mother of democracy.
As I said, well, anyhow. How do you assess India's democracy? Is it free? Is it fair? Is it inclusive? We've just had a massive debate break out over the CAA law. Many people think that it's sort of prejudiced against a particular community, and therefore India's democracy is no longer inclusive, and it's certainly not headed that way. How do you respond to that?
The Citizenship Amendment Act is good policy, but bad politics. It's good policy, and it's only possible in India because India is an inclusive society, an inclusive democracy. If you look at the places, the countries that British India spawned, look at the Maldives, an exclusively Muslim society. Look at Pakistan, an exclusively Muslim society. Sri Lanka, an exclusively Buddhist society. Myanmar, an exclusively Buddhist society. Out of all the places governed by the British in South Asia, only India emerged as an inclusive society. And I think that's probably because India is a fundamentally Hindu society. Note, I don't say it's a secular society, it's a secular state. but India's Hindu society was able to support a secular state in a way that those Muslim and Buddhist societies were not able. All of those countries started out as secular states, but all of them have become thoroughly exclusive and thoroughly religious in their state institutions. Now, the Citizenship Amendment Act is there because people from all around the region, not only the three countries in the act, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, people from all around the region want to seek refuge in India because of India's traditions of liberty that are not present in their own countries. That says a lot about the character of India, but it also says a lot of the character of the neighbors. The only sad thing is that the CAA, and I'm just going to be very frank here, has been weaponized for political gain. It's clearly been reauthorized here during an election season. It's being used to gain votes, and it's being used to divide people. It's a good law being used for bad purposes.
Well, I mean, that's obviously an interesting point of view because many people say that the people who are critical of the CAA were the greatest espousers of a law of that nature. But, you know, that's left for another day.
It's a good law. There's not a problem with the law. There's a problem with seeking political advantage out of the plight of refugees.
When is a good time to save refugees who are being persecuted?
Yeah, 10 years ago is a good time.
Okay. Yeah. Let's move the needle a little forward. Gothenburg's based VDEM's 224 report labels on multiple metrics India as, quote, one of the worst autocratizers, unquote. In fact, it pegs India to a level last seen in 1975, can you believe it, when Indira Gandhi declared a state of emergency. How are VDEM and your assessments so widely different? Aren't they interviewing enough Hindus?
Look, the Varieties of Democracy Institute is a highly reputable European research institution based at Gothenburg University in Sweden. They have, however, set up a highly flawed statistical methodology for measuring democracy. They have 5 chief indicators. 2 of them is does a country have elections and is everybody allowed to vote, are evaluated on a purely pro forma basis, meaning that, for example, Vietnam gets a perfect score for its elections, despite the fact it only has 1 political party that's allowed. Now, VDEM has recently rated India number 110 in the world, which I think is a travesty, but it's not VDEM doing the rating. Most of the differentiation in VDEM is based on their survey results. They survey mostly political scientists, mostly in the country being studied. So primarily Indian political scientists being asked to evaluate India on a series of subjective indicators. The places where India now rates worse than during the emergency include the independence of Electoral Commission, include freedom of speech and association, and include academic freedom. Now, I just read an article in the New York Times. I do a lot of historical research. I just read an article in the New York Times from 1975, which said that students at Delhi University were applauding the emergency because now school could return to normal. Which is to say, those people who embraced the Indira Gandhi regime, they're today, or their children today, are now evaluating the emergency as having been a good time for academic freedom. Why? Because all those right-wing activists were arrested. And at a time when thousands of students were arrested during the emergency, VDEM rates India better for academic freedom than it does today.
There's another agency that says that press freedoms in India are at a level less than in Afghanistan.
You should have said Pakistan. Yeah.
Okay. Is the methodology to blame, or is it bias, as some claim?
Look, worse than Venezuela, worse than the Palestinian territories, 20th worst in the world. Pretty much only China and Saudi Arabia and Iran get worse position than India. Maybe the most egregious, Hong Kong is placed 20 ranks above India for press freedom. Hong Kong, where, of course, the Chinese Communist Party has outlawed all opposition press. Again, we have to ask, who's doing the rating? The Reporters Sans Frontières, the organization that
that produces the Press Freedom Index does not directly evaluate countries. They send a survey out to journalists. Rahul, were you surveyed in this survey?
No, I just want to ask anyone. Was anyone here surveyed in that survey?
Was any mainstream Indian journalist surveyed by Reporters Sans Frontières? I doubt it. Now, I don't know. Of course, they won't divulge who their survey takers are, and for good reason. They don't want them to face violence or face pressure. But we'd like to know, is Reporters Sans Frontières surveying journalists at major metropolitan newspapers and television channels, or are they surveying journalists at radical, critical websites? I strongly suspect the latter. Of course, we'll never know, but that's how we get India rated so low for press freedom. It's not because actual reporters like you are rating press freedom low. It's almost certainly because of the pool of people who form the Reporters Sans Frontières pool of survey takers.
So there's confirmation bias. That's what you're suggesting. When it comes, I mean, are these people just wanting to project that, or why aren't they going further afield?
No, look, they represent the interests of their members. Are you a member of Reporters Sans Frontières?
No.
Well, if you joined, if all the other journalists in the room joined, you could then ask to participate in this survey. But in fact, Reporters Sans Frontières has a constituency mostly among radical Marxist journalists, and they're the people who answer the survey. And I have to stress, it's India's journalists who are rating India low. It's not the French office, head office, that's rating India low.
But can you actually blame these surveys when so many of our politicians go abroad and they sit in some very, very storied institutions, and they denote India as an electoral autocracy also?
There is a positive feedback loop here. They're saying India is an autocracy, thus India gets reported to be an autocracy, thus people get the impression India is an autocracy, thus they can point to the New York Times or the Washington Post and say India is an electoral autocracy. Look, in America we have the same problem. Both Joe Biden and Donald Trump have criticized US elections as being meaningless, fraudulent. Joe Biden actually said no better than those of the totalitarian regimes of the 20th century. We don't take that seriously. Why not? Because all of you have been to Disney World. All of you read the US news. You're familiar with the main actors. When Donald Trump says something, you don't take it that seriously. When Joe Biden says something, you don't take it that seriously. But when an American hears a major Indian politician say that, well, democracy's gone in India, well, that American's familiar with many developing countries where democracy has been destroyed, where opposition leaders have come to America to ask for help, and we simply accept that the narrative is true because we know so little about India.
Let me ask you, in the past, Professor Babonez, you've said that India's intellectual class is anti-India. What did you mean by this?
And I said anti-India as a class.
As a class.
Not as individuals. What I mean by that is nothing remarkable. Australia's intellectual class is anti-Australia as a class. There's constant talk in Australia about intellectuals being anti-Australian. America's intellectual class is constantly critical of the United States and its institutions. There's nothing surprising about that. I said that as an explanation because I wanted Indians to understand that all of the negative reporting about Indian democracy does not originate with Western experts who are independently coming to India to evaluate your country. It originates with Indian intellectuals who are writing for Western outlets, Indian intellectuals who are coming to speak at Western academic conferences, Indian origin intellectuals who are writing in Western academic journals and telling us that India is no longer a democracy. And we believe them because we don't know India.
Well, many people say that some of these intellectuals, or call them what you think, have hypothecated themselves to foreign influence, and the name of George Soros, and beyond him some Western intellectuals and governments are bandied about. Is this hyperbole, or are there malevolent forces that are promoting these individuals to say all these nasty things and color Bharat's rise?
Look, there are malevolent forces, but there are malevolent forces against every country. It's nothing unique to India. George Soros is a favorite bugbear of people around the world, and I'll tell you, Dr. Jaishankar loves nothing better than being criticized by George Soros, because then he can get on television and defend India against these evil Western manipulators. The fact is, George Soros doesn't tell academics what to think. Neither do the other influential billionaire funders. In fact, most of the funding of the research that churns out anti-India research papers comes from Indians themselves. That is, Indian billionaires who fund research centers at Harvard and at Stanford, who churn out research that tell us that India is no longer a democracy. Yes, the Soroses and the Templetons have something to do with this, but I'm sorry to keep repeating this message. Primarily, it originates right here in India.
Well, so let's explore that, because there are people like Rajiv Malhotra who wrote a book. He's a commentator, etc., and he said, quote, agenda-driven political activism posing as academic research red-washed by corporate money, unquote, is what's really driving this. There's a sort of and that coupled with sort of a woke takeover of our institutions, especially the ones, and some people have gone on like him to go to Ashoka University and others internationally like Harvard and UPenn, etc., etc. You get a lot of stuff coming out from them.
Look, he's not wrong. Malhotra is a very smart guy, and I recommend his book, Snakes in the Ganga. But the fact is that if you're an Indian industrialist and you simply want to support the best social science research on India, what do? You go to the top professors in India. You go to the top Indian origin professors at Harvard, Yale, Stanford, Chicago, and you ask them, who should we be supporting? Where should we put our money? You don't know, you're an industrialist, you're a business person. They are supporting the most prestigious intellectuals, the most prestigious Indian origin intellectuals in the world, but they're not responsible for what those intellectuals are writing. The intellectuals would write it either way. The signal boost comes from the Indian industrialists and others. Some of the money comes from the Gulf, so part of the money comes from India itself. There's a strange bedfellows aspect to this. A big part of the money comes from Middle Eastern funders who fund organizations, typically South Asian studies departments, that intentionally use the term South Asian studies instead of Indic studies in order to diminish the role of India in South Asian studies. And some of the money comes literally from missionary foundations. But ultimately, overwhelmingly, it goes to Indian and Indian origin scholars who are simply reflecting what they themselves believe.
And is this driven by prejudice? Because I remember before the last election, 2018, in an interview to me, in fact, the Prime Minister had used the word Khan market consensus. He says, this is what they all belong to. And they have an agenda against me personally.
Look,
and that gets sort of amplified.
But it's no different than in other countries. Imagine in the United States, how many social scientists support Donald Trump? You can probably count them on one hand, right? It's not
but Modi's not Trump.
It's not a phenomenon that's unique to India. What is unique to India is the extreme politicization of this. I myself have only had one serious cancel attempt. I appreciate the plug for my recent cancellation at Quadrant, but the big attempt was the South Asian Studies Activist Collective in the United States, a group of relatively eminent South Asian Studies scholars, wrote to the University of Sydney asking that I be fired because my research and speaking endangered their lives and the lives of Indian intellectuals, and thus I should be relieved of my position. Now, luckily, we have strong protections for academic freedom in Australia. Nothing came of it. But in a more politicized US university, it might have been a serious problem.
Is this really what happened? That there was an attempt that was made to... I mean, are these people, do they call themselves liberals by any chance?
I was accused of endangering the lives. But this is the same kind of rhetoric we've become used to in what some of us like to call the Great Awakening in Anglo-American society, a quasi-religious awakening, attachment to causes. So it's the same sort of thing that happens if you do research on transsexuality. If you're a feminist who opposes transsexual access to women's bathrooms, you'll be accused of attempted murder of transsexuals. Well, that same rhetoric has now carried over into the India studies world.
Well, let me ask you, and I'm quoting back to you, just as Western anti-Semites are offended by the success of Israel, Western anti-Hinduists are offended by the success of India. They don't fear it, they resent it, unquote. Can you explain this?
Yeah, so that's something I wrote in an article about Western anti-Hinduism and the rise of anti-Hinduism on a parallel with anti-Semitism. You may not be aware of this, but against Israel for the last 25 or 30 years, there's been a boycott, divestment, and sanctions campaign. On campuses all around America and sometimes off campus, BDS has been a campaign to prevent any Israeli scholars from speaking at US universities or Australian universities. Well, now BDS has been applied to India. The Middle East Forum in the US in Washington has been writing about this for about 5 years now, about BDS being applied to India. And it's the same people using the same strategies to try to marginalize India on the global stage. Anti-Hinduism is the new anti-Semitism.
Wow, that's a big insight. Okay, well, we're running out of time, but my final question, how do you see the Indian state evolving from here on? We're talking about Bharatiyata, Bharat, and this is being propelled really by the Prime Minister's own pivoting of this country's cultural, constitutional, and social narrative towards a Hindu civilizational past.
There's a clear Bharat awakening in India. Ironically, I don't think it has much to do with Mr. Modi or the BJP. This is a social movement in India. It's something that would happen even if Mr. Modi were not in power, and will continue even if Mr. Modi loses the 2024 election. The Bharat awakening is India coming to terms with its own history. And that's something that India has to do. As an outsider, I take no position on it. It's not my awakening, it's your awakening. Is it accurately reflecting history? Well, that's something for you to decide. But it certainly reflects people's feelings about their history, and it's something that has to be reckoned with.
Thank you, Professor Babonez. It's been wonderful speaking to you, and you've been very frank and forthright with your opinion and quite incisive. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Salvatore and Rahul, for that excellent discussions. Gave us a lot to think about. Let's move on, ladies and gentlemen. In several ways, the internet has democratized the world. If content is king, then context is the queen, and the internet is the empire. There cannot be a better illustration of this than the world of communication itself. Digital media is where all the action is. And so we have digital media superstars in this room. Influencers are often perceived as role models and trendsetters, particularly among the youth. They're seen as the embodiment of success and popularity. They are the new age storytellers, telling powerful, compelling stories. And like any other form of storytelling, this is an evolved craft that has moved the access in the universe of communication. Ladies and gentlemen, we have powerful storytellers, Bruce Passports, Shantanu Hazarika, Janvi Singh, all extremely popular influencers in their own spheres. We will be in conversation with Sonal Mehrotra Kapoor for a session titled New Content Grammarians. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have them on stage.
Thank you so much for being here. We've had a heavy-duty session, but it's time to sort of spice things up a little bit. It's time to talk about things that we all see now all around us, things we love to scroll, we love to watch, we love to forward, but also this time understand the faces behind them. This time also understand the stories behind them. Now the trajectory or the spectrum of influencing in the country has moved many-fold. Last year, on the Rising Bharat platform when we had this conversation. It was about how celebrities now wanted to be influencers. We're talking at a time right before elections where we want politicians, where we see them sort of also understanding the language, speaking the language of influencers. Big smile on their faces there. We recently had awards where the Prime Minister himself awarded different categories and different people on what spectacular work this young India, young Bharat is actually doing. Some of them are sitting with us right here on the stage. I want to begin the conversation by giving all of you a little bit of an introduction for everybody over here and also understand their story and also give you a bit of perspective on what is this influence that they bring into the whole conversation. My first question is to Janvi. Janvi, if you guys don't know already, was awarded the fashion icon with a heritage touch from the Prime Minister himself. You must have seen that very famous, yes, please, come on, don't be shy. You must have seen that meme where Janvi went in her mode and tried to touch Prime Minister's feet. The Prime Minister reciprocated and touched her feet instead. And she, like this 20-year-old that she doesn't look it, all shy, has lots to say about that. So Janvi, by the way, for all of you who don't know, is just 20. And on her page, the content that she speaks about is on saris, different kind of saris, where they come from, and in that mode, tell you a little bit about culture, tell you a little bit about heritage of India. Isn't that quite beautiful? So Janvi, firstly, welcome, and tell us, how did it all really start? Sari, is this sari influencer? Can I call you that? Like, is that a phrase now?
Yeah, I think you can call me that, and I would love to be, right? So I think, I mean, fashion is subjective, but मुझे लगता है मेरे लिए fashion है अपने culture और अपने heritage को represent करना. If I can represent my state or any other particular state in Bharat, and I think भारत इतना सुंदर देश है, इतने सुंदर textiles है, prints हैं, and कहीं ना कहीं आजकल वो लुप्त हो रहा है, खत्म सा हो रहा है, right? तो बहुत सारे कॉमन प्रिंट्स हैं जो हमें पता है ना. A lot of us know बनारसी and then पैठणी and maybe पटोरा, but there are few more textiles जो लोगों को नहीं पता है. there is इकट, अजरक, like कोसा, मेखला. So ये जो प्रिंट्स हैं वो ना भारत में कहीं खो रहे हैं. एंड मेरा जो साड़ी से प्यार है वो बहुत ज़्यादा है, और मुझे लगा कि अगर मैं इतनी इंटरेस्टेड हूँ you know, to know about the textile and the culture, so ऐसे बहुत सारे लोग होंगे. So I thought let's start a series and even I'll get to learn कि भारत में कितनी अलग अलग साड़ीज़ हैं, एक साड़ी को बनने में कितना समय लगता है, कितनी वैल्यूबल है. क्योंकि अगर हम इतिहास में भी जाके देखें, बिकॉज मैं कंटेंट बनाती हूँ तो मेरा कंटेंट स्क्रिप्चर्स के अराउंड भी होता है, राइट? तो महाभारत में भी अगर हम जाके देखें तो माँ द्रौपदी और महाभारत के समय में माँ रुक्मणी ये भी शुरू ही हुई थी. तो ये सभ्यता कितनी पुरानी है ना. तो वहाँ से ये शुरू हुई एंड देन इट केम टू रामायण ऑल्सो, जहाँ माता सीता, माता कौशल्या भी हैंडलूम पर बने हुए हाथशाल, हाथ शिल्प पर बनी हुई सिल्क की, रेशम की साड़ियाँ पहना करती थी. सो आई वांट टू रिवाइव कल्चर बैक इन इंडिया एंड टू रिप्रेजेंट साड़ी प्राउडली. सो दिस इज द न्यू कूल.
The new cool. See, you're getting applause straight away on that. So, you know, when I met Janvi and I said, when you meet a 20-year-old influencer, what is the image that comes to mind? Clearly not this, but it's people like Janvi who are changing trends, who are making India cool, who are making content which is about India, rooted in India, so much cooler. I think that's why we're having this conversation right here on the Rising Bharat Summit as well. So we talked about sari influence. There is also travel influencing. Our next guest on the panel, उनके नाम के आगे आपने देखा होगा ब्रूस्ड पासपोर्ट्स लिखा है, वो उसी नाम से जाने जाते हैं. और हम जब इनसे बात कर रहे थे तो ये वैसे तरह के लोग हैं जिनको आप सोशल अपने स्क्रॉल पर देखते हैं सोशल मीडिया पर और कहते हैं ये हमेशा ट्रैवल करते रहते हैं, काम कब करते हैं. सो वी रियली वांट टू अंडरस्टैंड फ्रॉम द टू ऑफ यू, काम कब करते हैं, हर समय ट्रैवल करते हैं, ये लाइफस्टाइल है, और कैसे हर समय वेकेशन पर होते हैं.
हमको ट्रैवलिंग इतनी अच्छी लगती है कि हमने उसे अपना काम ही बना लिया है. तो अब हम ट्राई करते हैं कि काम भी कर ले और पैशन भी follow कर ले, but I truly think that the reason why we started doing this was because both of us have known each other for a very long time, and we used to work in very different jobs, but increasingly we felt we want to spend more time together, and we had a shared passion of travel, so we thought, can't we do something that can combine everything? We can travel, spend more time with each other, and work as well, because it needs to be sustainable.
And with it, just for our audience, tell us how many countries have the two of you visited together so far?
As they say, just for age, like, you know, it's just a number. But since we are talking about it, it's 110 now. Yeah, soon I think it'll be 111.
And did you tell me that you are traveling 300 out of 365 days?
On an average, yeah. If we take an average for the last 10 years, then yeah, that will be the average.
We actually traveled full-time for about 5 odd years.
Yeah.
Now we live in Delhi, but yeah, we travel 300
Live in
days
Delhi,
a week.
matlab if 300 days you're out, how are you living in Delhi? What does that mean?
As my mom says, was suitcase rakhne aur kapde dhone aate ho, and then you're off again.
I have always wanted to understand this from travel influencers. हम सब जाते हैं छुट्टियों पर to have a good time, to detox, to leave aside our phone and just chill, right? आप जाते हैं, is it hard? Is it work now that you have to make content, make reels, ensure that, you know, people are following, it's reaching the right audience, the branding is on point, the partners have been done. Is it work or has the fun?
For both of us, because we travel together, it's a lot of fun as well. But yes, you're right. It's influencing or content creation is a full-time job. In fact, because both of us had corporate jobs before this, I would say it's much more demanding than our previous jobs because your mind is at work 24/7. But I wouldn't trade it for the world.
So just on that note, also tell us what were you doing, and with it, what were you doing before you took up traveling full time?
I'm a computer engineer by education, so I was working in that field. Savi is a PhD in English literature.
I actually used to teach at Delhi University, so I
yeah,
used to teach BA and MA students at Delhi University.
From computers to a camera, you know. I think they say, like, if you're passionate about something, then you can definitely make it your profession. So
An engineer, a PhD student is now a full-time influencer, and that is the reality. They're happy about it, and they love it, and it's a sustainable job. That's where the influencing game has actually gone. And I think that's what, you know, deserves a lot of compliment, credit as well, because I know it's not easy. Talking about where it has gone and talking about how influencers are emerging from engineering, doctors, PhDs, I have someone else here with me. Hi, Shantanu.
Hi.
Shantanu also is an engineer, but does something which I bet nobody sitting in this room would know about. Can I have a raise of hand of, do you know what is artfluence?
Dead. Because we just came up with the word just like that now.
Shantanu, what is artfluence?
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Shantanu Hazarika and I am an artist by profession. And there's no such thing as artfluence. I mean, art has always been influential throughout the ages. We have read about the different movements in art during the Renaissance time, during all different periods of time. But what is art in its truest form? It's a summary, it's a sort of a subjective understanding of any civilization. And it is always propagated through different mediums. Before it was through sculptures, before it was through portraits, paintings, and now it's through social media. So what I'm trying to do is merge the idea of art, get it out there for a wider audience to understand and perceive art how we artists see them as, basically. So artfluencing, to be honest, is still a very subjective term. We just coined it. We're going to trademark this. And what I'm trying to do is create a design and introduce a quality or set a bar when it comes to art and design through social media.
Shantanu's being humble right now, and we're not taking brand names, but the biggest brands in India and internationally now go to Shantanu and say, design our campaigns, design what our packaging should look like. So you see what's happening? There was a time when you had to study design, you had to be an art expert. Now, you can go to this engineer coming from the Northeast who loves doing it, is passionate about it, and that's what's going to get business, and that's what's going to get a beautiful community as well. But talking about the fact that you come from the Northeast, Janvi, I know, comes from my state, UP, and, well, Bruce, you guys are just all over the world. You just belong to India. You just belong to Bharat, right? I'm just gonna leave it there. But I think the next spectrum, in the spectrum of influencing, and it's come through a major journey for the past couple of years. What's happened now is initially we had influencers who would tell you what kind of makeup to put, what kind of clothes to wear. There was this entire category who were wannabe celebrities, now full-time actors, etc. But look at this. The next set of influencers from India are coming from small towns, are coming from places and have stories to tell which have been long lost, and are coming from places which take pride in what their true identity really is. Janvi, tell me, how did you tie that up? And how did this girl from UP decide कि आज अब मैं ना साड़ी के बारे में बात करने वाली हूँ?
तो जैसा कि आपने कहा कि अब जो ये नया दौर है इन्फ्लुएंसर्स का, क्रिएटर्स का, जहाँ हम छोटे शहर से आ रहे हैं एंड बहुत अलग अलग जगह से कंटेंट निकल के आ रहा है, तो यही तो है नया भारत, है ना? तो और इससे होता क्या है कि अलग अलग क्रिएटर्स को एक स्टेज मिल रहा है, एक प्लेटफॉर्म मिल रहा है, एंड प्लस द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इज़ ऑल्सो रिकग्नाइजिंग दिस नाउ. सो इट्स अ हेल्दियर कॉम्पिटिशन जहाँ अच्छा कंटेंट निकल के आएगा, अच्छे कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स निकल के आएंगे जो भारत को लेके जाएंगे. सो इट विल बी अ राइजिंग भारत. Right. But yeah, coming up to the sarees now, I think मेरा जुड़ाव sarees के साथ बहुत रहा है और मुझे लगता है मैं साड़ी पहन के सबसे सुंदर दिखती हूँ. And not just that, it helps me to take my culture, my heritage forward. तो अपनी सांस्कृतिक धरोहर जो आज का युवा भूलते जा रहा है, उन्हें बड़ी शर्म आती है. हम अपनी भाषा कैसे बोले, हम अपना पहनावा लोगों को कैसे दिखाएं. आजकल लोग शर्म करते हैं. They expect girls to wear a sari, but not a single man can wear a dhoti and walk, right? That's what the expectations the society has set now, and that's not should be the case. I mean, ये नया भारत है, युवा भारत है, तो इसको एक प्राइड लेना चाहिए अपने कल्चरल हेरिटेज को फॉरवर्ड ले जाने के लिए. और मैंने अपनी सीरीज साड़ी का साहित्य इस वजह से भी शुरू किया ताकि अगर एक 20 साल की लड़की अगर साड़ी पहनने को कूल दिखा सकती हूँ, सो यू कैन ऑल्सो डू दैट. आई मीन, आई कैन मोटिवेट दैट यंग पीपल आउट देयर टू टेक प्राइड इन देयर कल्चर. एंड ऑनेस्टली आई एम टेलिंग यू, भारत से सुंदर कल्चर पूरे दुनिया में कहीं नहीं है. भले ही आप पूरा भारत घूम ले, यू मस्ट हैव नोटिस्ड दिस एंड यू माइट अग्री.
I was about to say this, that one of the greatest things that social media has done is that till a few years ago, there used to be this stereotype of India. We saw it in so many movies like Slumdog Millionaire and everything. But thanks to social media, people like us can portray different facets of the country, because India is such a culturally rich country. And all of us can show different facets, whether it's luxury travel में कोई India किसी country से कम नहीं है, but कोई उसकी बात नहीं करता. Natural wonders, natural wonders में India is so good, but we need to highlight it more and more. And one of the things that comes to mind is we were in Meghalaya a couple of years ago, और हमने उधर river Doki पर एक video खींचा, and it sort of went viral online. And every single day we get messages from people sitting in UK or Spain who saw that video, came to India, went to Meghalaya, and then explored Meghalaya, although earlier they would just do like Agra and Jaipur perhaps, So the onus is on all of us to foreground the culture, the rich heritage, the places of India in the coming years.
That's very rightly said, but Savi, ये सब तो ठीक है, आप तो साड़ी पहनकर आ गई हैं, पर इस पैनल के बाद हमें जरा विदित से पता करना चाहिए कि धोती पहनना आता है कि नहीं. हाँ, that is, I think it's a very valid point that Janvi has picked up.
I think इस discussion के बाद तो सीखना पड़ेगा, but would love to. So
I can teach you. Yeah, I know how to do it.
Let's do that.
I like how Shantanu in his very punk sort of Japanese monk avatar and his hair is saying, I will teach you dhoti. I really want to wait and see that. But this is what I want to come to. Content creation, and in India today, finding your true identity doesn't have to be one person. You can be as desi as Janvi, as cool desi as she said, as cool desi as Janvi. You can be as punk as Shantanu, but you will still find a community that will feel a sense of belonging with you. And thus the onus, which is what I want to bring everybody's attention to. A lot has been said about influencers and the influence they have and what do they do with it. एक बहुत infamous dialogue है, बोला गया था किसी platform पे कि influencers तो बिकाऊ हैं. कोई भी brand जाके उनको कितने भी पैसे दे सकता है and they'll say whatever, right? So has that changed in the industry? Shantanu, why don't you pick that question? Is there a conscious thought now on what idea, what brands, what kind of thinking are you really going to put out through yourself and through your brand?
See, the thing is, what has happened over time is the influencer market is sort of saturated. Now, when you're talking about brands, they understand the importance of marketing and branding in a very subtle way. It has to be universal in nature, right? It can't be like, okay, I'm watching an ad. It shouldn't be evident that I'm watching an ad. It beats the purpose of influencing anything. So what happens in that scope is you have to build your own brand, which is organic, which is natural. And to have that, you need to have a core audience. So there are few things which a community will always relate to. Joy, pain, and salvation. So I come from a place where we have seen all three of those things. And pride. And of course, pride. Like Janvi said, pride in our own culture. So if you sort of can capitalize on 4 different, or maybe one of those things, you can start relating to people more. Be it through art, be it through social media, be it through travel, be it through any medium, whatever you call it. So the moment you start building that particular sense of collectiveness among a group of people, be it a small group of people who listen to same kind of music, maybe have been through same kind of experiences, so you start building a niche. And that niche will give you that originality. And that's what the brands look for. They want to be more niche in their approach, and they want to also encompass that organic nature of influencing people. So the days of putting an advert out or hiring an influencer just because they have 1 million followers is gone. Now what they look for is the authenticity. Numbers don't matter anymore. It's how organic your reach is.
Is that true? Numbers don't matter?
Nope. Most of them are bots.
I would say authenticity definitely matters more than numbers, because it's like, it's a story on your page, you know, as the panel says, we are storytellers and the story of our lives is on our page. So brands really, really look for that. They don't look for somebody who's doing one mobile phone ad one day and then another the next day, for sure.
But Vidit, tell me this.
Yeah.
When do you, since you are the brand, you are the influencer, when do you stop being the influencer? When do you start being that person? Or that Lakshman Rekha simply does not exist?
I think the onus of drawing that line is actually on the influencer, because we know people who do this like first thing in the morning and even on Saturdays, Sundays. But for us, it was very clear right from the beginning that we weren't leaving one corporate rat race to get into another. So, you know, we made it a point to kind of draw that line that 2 days in a week, we are not, like, weekend. Not necessarily that Saturday and Sunday, but sometimes because of work, Sunday has to be dedicated to work. So we take Monday off. You know, so I think it's really up to the content creator or the influencer to draw that line. And there's no like clear definition of where it starts and where it stops. But yes, at the end of the day, it does kind of permeate into you know, a lot of the things that you do and a lot of times throughout the week.
But I think as Shantanu said, if you're being authentic with your audience, it feels so effortless. Sometimes you're working, but it doesn't even feel like work because you're actually putting a very authentic part of yourselves out into the world. So the boundaries are also very blurry sometimes.
You have to be up for it because if I am going on holiday, I don't want my phone around me. I don't know how you guys do it. But moving on, we're coming to the closing of this session. I want a quick sort of last comments on where is this going? We also see a lot of, like you said, we have saturated the content across platforms, more and more platforms, more and more content, more and more influencers, so to say. There are also a lot of one-time hits and one-time wonders. So where is this going and what next for influencing? Like I said, Bollywood now acknowledges, politicians acknowledge, brands, of course, acknowledge. What next now in this influencer journey? Shantu, you, and then I'll go around.
I think the whole market dictates a socio-economical change through the eyes of an influencer, through the eyes of social media, basically. That's the greatest influence we can have, right? So I think it's about reform, it's about socio-economical change that can be brought about through the strong
powerful.
medium.
Change and reform through influencing. That's powerful.
Yeah, I think that's where we're headed. Like, be it any political party, be it any sort of form of rules or any ministry, there's always a social media handle, right? So, for example, I've worked with the Ministry of Culture. So they have an ongoing social media campaign regarding stuff. So people have recognized the importance of it. And I think it's slowly seeping into the whole reform movement. And it is an independent industry which is going to grow as we are growing as artists and influencers, and we have to deal with it.
Janvi?
I think it is just the beginning what you're looking at right now, and because अलग-अलग content creators सामने आ रहे हैं, अलग-अलग content सामने आ रहा है, which is taking the country forward for sure. But I also think over the time it will be like अगर आप अपनी audience के साथ, अपने content के साथ valuable है, so it will be a long game for sure.
Value add.
Yeah, value addition is the key, and value will create virality in the long run also. So that consistency and authenticity, as we discussing the previous question also, कि मेरे लिए वो लक्ष्मण रेखा नहीं है. I am the same person on social media and offline also. So I'm the same. And फिर अगर आप इतने authentic होते हैं ना, तो it is actually very effortless to put out content in a long run also. So
काम नहीं लगता है, as they used to say, right? Yeah.
काम तो लगता है.
I mean, building on that, you can put up a facade for a day or two, a month max. But when you're putting out content, जैसे जानवी कह रही हैं कि रोज अगर डालना है, तो वो facade रहेगा नहीं ज़्यादा time तक. You know, your authentic self will come out.
Closing comments now, yeah. Viditya, then Sabi.
I just think that the idea of celebrity that all of us grew up with, movie stars, etc., is dissipating now. There are it's a very fluid concept. So all of us decide what niche we want to cater to, what our community is. So overnight virality is also not a bad thing, because that might help somebody like this tea seller that we were talking about before the panel. It might democratize and bring so much empowerment to a community. And I think that's what's important to remember, that all of us are thriving in our little niches and doing the best we can for our little communities out there.
That's nice. Exactly. With it, yeah. The lady said it all.
I would just say that I love the fact that it has become democratized now. Like, till a few years ago, there was this perception that, oh, not everybody can become an influencer or this or that. It wasn't even considered a profession, right? Now, the beauty is that if you have the talent, if you have the dedication, if you have the skill, anybody can do that. And that's an amazing thing in a country like India, where so much can be done to highlight different corners, different facets, landscapes, culture, food. So, that I think is just the beginning. And it's going to evolve and grow into an amazing industry and a platform.
And I think it's gonna be like, matlab it depends on creator to creator. Someone wants to be a celebrity, someone wants to get into a movie or maybe an OTT.
There is space for all.
Yeah, there's a space for all, and I think we should look forward to be a change maker for the country now, to represent that content that can bring and evolve your country and take it forward.
I think what we can build consensus on this panel is about that the next step is going to be bringing about change. Yeah. The influence is going to get into the change that you bring. I loved what you said, Janvi, about value will define virality. And I loved what Shantanu also said about how impact is going to be, you know, a major focus as well. So yeah, looking forward to that time. Like I said, whoever you are, how much ever you can raise your eyebrows to influencers or what they do, you cannot ignore them anymore. They're everywhere and they've got you, you know, looking at the stuff that they want, how they want, and that is, you know, just the times we all have to accept and make. On that note, thank you all so much for joining us and all of you over here. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Sonal, Shantanu, Janvi, Bruce Passports. What inspirational stories, ladies and gentlemen, and what really caught my eye, that all these influencers, Shantanu, Janvi, Bruce Passports, all of them are people who challenged the norm. They left their careers, they left everything a normal person would do in terms of a job in the private sector or government. They did what they liked best. They followed their heart, they followed their passion, and found a medium online. And ladies and gentlemen, I bet all of these people can teach our politicians more than a thing or two when it comes to storytelling and influencing people. They really know their products well. And clearly, what works in marketing, what works for a product is what works for these influencers. You have to add value. You have to be authentic. You have to be true to your viewers. Only then can you make it a full-time profession. So a big round of applause to Shantanu, Janvi, Bruce Passports for telling us such powerful stories here today at Rising Bharat. And ladies and gentlemen, very shortly we are going to be starting our next session in an era of information explosion when trillions of terabytes of content move across handhelds in milliseconds. It is the perspective that can sometimes get lost. Nuance and perspectives are the strongest pillars of any discussion. And that's what we are going to focus on over the next half an hour. Let's hear it from Ram Madhav, President, India Foundation, Francois Gautier, journalist and author, Dr. Pawan Verma, diplomat and author. You've seen these people on television several times. This session is titled The Twa Factor, and they will be in conversation with Rahul Shiv Shankar. Gentlemen, please welcome on stage with a big round of applause. Rahul, it's over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon once again. Let's get straight to the point. The only Twa factor being talked about in Bharat presently is Moditwa, which is a derivative of Modi and Hindutva. The ideological left in this country is extremely upset. They say the Prime Minister has captured the hearts and minds of Indians by peddling Hindutva, which is a divisive, Hindu supremacist political ideology. That's what they say. How did a word that is itself derived from Hindu and Twa, Twa really essentially means essence, come to be so resented by a section of the intellectual class in this country? Let's ask this of some of the finest authorities on the roots of our Hindu Dharmic civilization. I have the honor of speaking to each one of them, and we have the privilege of listening to their point of view. Dr. Ram Madhav, let me begin with you first. there's a lot of misinformation about the word Hindutva to begin with. It is attributed to Mr. Savarkar, but it was coined, as it turns out, by a great son of Bengal, Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay, in his treatise Anand Mat. The same work that gave us Vande Mataram. Chattopadhyay himself was a product of the Renaissance, the Bengal Renaissance. First, tell us what the word Hindutva means in its unadulterated apolitical sense as defined by people like Chattopadhyay.
No, firstly, let me make a humble correction. It's no longer a lot of misunderstanding. It's a little bit of misunderstanding continues. Large sections of our society, Indian society, today understand the real meaning and essence of this word Hindutva. There are professional critiques of it. We earlier used to think that probably people are unable to understand. That's why they are probably talking against it. But over the years, we now realize that it is professional to be anti-Hindutva. So you have to be a professionally anti-Hindutva person, so you have to invent certain arguments. Now Hindutva is different, Hinduism is different, Hinduism is very liberal, logical, Hindutva is very fundamentalist, etc., etc. Hindutva is Hinduism in practice. In practice, always updating itself, making that very ancient philosophy of our Hindu Dharma contemporarily relevant is what is Hindutva, nothing else. All other interpretations, negative interpretations about it are only professional, critical analysis. It's only a job to remain critical. No, not because they don't understand it, but being critical also has a market. That's all.
So Pawan Verma, you've written on the Hindu civilization, a brilliant book. Are you just a professional litigant against the word Hindutva, or do you believe that perhaps it has come to acquire, in the hands of some, a more insidious edge? And if you do believe so, can you justify why Dr. Ram Madhav might be wrong here?
I have nothing against the word Hindutva. To me, Hindutva, as you define Tva, if it is seen as the essence of Hinduism, I have probably written half a dozen books on Hinduism. I'm a great admirer of the profundity of its philosophical wisdom and an admirer also of its continuity, if I may say, for 5,000 years. And I do believe that somewhere along the line, some of its great wisdoms have been lost, need to be reclaimed. Parts of Hindu civilization which are an aspect of Hindutva need to be reappropriated, brought into the mainstream. And therefore, in principle, I am not against the word Hindutva. However, since I believe in the grandeur of Hinduism, I object often, not because I'm a professional critic, as Ram Madhav ji saw. I object to Hinduism's grandeur, whether it's called Hindutva or anything else, to the lowest common denominator, by which I mean that for political purposes, if the very spirit and essence of Hinduism's ultimate glory is simplified deliberately to the point where it becomes a set of shibboleths, what to eat, what to wear, how to dress, how many times to go to the temple, who to worship, in what form, and particularly for women, for them to conform to the notion of some thekedars of Hinduism, to the concept of chaste Hindu Nari. Hinduism
cannot be reduced to that, because when you do it, you distort it. Yes, you need to be aggressive about aspects of Hinduism. You need to be vigilant about possible threats to it. But in doing so, you cannot distort such a great legacy. And I therefore feel that when you use Hindutva purely as a political tool, it often ends up not as the Hinduism which we worship or which we are proud to belong to, but as a means of dividing society, spreading avoidable hate, creating fissures, and also empowering an entire class of new, he will not like this word, so I will not use it. We've had debates before. A new class of people who cannot write one page on Hinduism but are today the protectors of Hinduism and have become a law unto themselves.
No, are you saying that they extend into the ruling establishment and that they
No,
are part and parcel
in fact, that's
of...
a very interesting question, and then Mr. Madhav, I'm sure, will answer it. You see, the ruling party, in my view, has played a role of deliberate ambiguity with organizations like the Bajrang Dal. I'm naming one. They encourage them to achieve short-term political goals in their aggression. If they go too far, they have the option to distance themselves from it. We were just having a discussion about this. And in this process, over 10 years of political power at the center, we have people today who in the name of Hindutva are distorting the very meaning, grandeur and conquering eclecticism of Hinduism. That I feel is wrong. But otherwise I have no problem with Hindutva.
So you're saying there is a basis to adduce this sort of definition that Hindutva has been sort of twisted?
No, as I said, look, if there is anything wrong happening in Hinduism, there is always scope and place for questioning and criticism. That is the very fundamental, quality of Hinduism that Mr. Pawan Verma knows very well. Questioning. Gandhiji said, continuous reform is the name of Sanatana Dharma. Hindu Dharma is the name in which continuous reform should happen. To that extent, it is fine. Does Hinduism not have asuras in it? Was Ravan not a great Hindu in that sense? But he was still an asura. He was to be opposed. He was to be killed. Such things, whether they happen in any form, in any name, in any organization, they have to be opposed. But to brand a particular group as you are Hindutva, since you are Hindutva, you are bad, is what is wrong. That is what I am saying. If there is something not correct happening in any particular group, in a so-called non-Hindutva group, championing caste and dividing society in the name of caste, asking people, tell me how many judges are there from your caste, tell me how many so-and-so are there in your caste. It is all progressive in our country. Nobody questions that politics. While in Hindutva, when we are talking about this great country's ancient civilizational value system, we have to uphold it, we have to live with that swa, self-respect, self-identity. It's actually branded as it's a very bad idea. Bad people can be there anywhere. That's what I'm saying. When there was no Hindutva, also there were bad people among every religion, every dharmic society. Don't brand a group just because then you call it a political form. It's not politics. It's about this country. If it is politics, Mahatma Gandhi was the first person to use it for political reasons. He called, I am a very proud Sanatani Hindu. It's not politics. It's about certain value system which we believe it's the core value system of our country.
Okay, you want to quickly come in before I bring in Mr. Gautier?
With apologies to François. Ram Madhavji raised a very important point. Hinduism has the ability, the confidence, the sanction to critique itself and correct itself. My worry today is we are fast coming to a point where even a proud Hindu like myself, if he or she questions any aspect of what the establishment so-called of Hindutva believes we are anti-Hindu. Now this is a very strange thing, because Hinduism, if you know, has no one God, no one book, no one church. It is an eclectic faith which has not one but 6 systems of Hindu philosophy.
But shouldn't we speak with concrete examples?
I'm just going to finish. I'm just going to finish quickly. And it has allowed for a great deal of contrary opinions and critique. That is its strength, Rahul. I want to just quickly take 10
but you're
seconds.
sitting here and you're critiquing,
Yes.
and there's so much space for that.
I don't know what the consequences will be. But that apart, the point I'm making is that you have the Charvaks. They said Vedas are a bunch of lies. I challenge anyone to even attempt to say that today and not face the consequences of being anti-Hindu.
Let me bring in Francois Gauthier on this. There was another person called Veer Savarkar who challenged even the casteism that had got associated with the Hindu way. Even Gauraksha, in fact.
I would like to come back to the
And he
original
lived to tell-
topic of this conference, which is Hinduness.
Yes.
So, of course, I'm a foreigner, I'm Catholic born, Catholic educated. So I'm going to read a few lines, if you allow me.
Yes.
What is it to be a true Hindu? A Hindu is one who searches for the ultimate truth. As a lover of this country, as someone who has tried to follow that Hinduness, I think the first quality of a Hindu is that he or she strives for inner quest, using the tools that are available in this wonderful country that is called Bharat or India, pranayama, meditation, hatha yoga. So a Hindu is one who searches for truth. That's the first quality. The second quality, unlike other religions, Hinduism refuses to sanction the monopoly of one God, of one scripture, and the only way to salvation. Now, as a Catholic, when I came to India, I had the same prejudices that most Westerners have, and unfortunately still have today. All religions are the same. God is many. But what I saw in India is that when I started reporting as a young reporter, is that the ordinary Hindu in the countryside. I started in Kerala doing a feature on Kararipayat, which is a very ancient martial art, which went to China and Japan. And I found that these people, were many of them not educated. They had this knowledge in their genes, that God is many, that, there is not one way to God. And then I also saw when I was covering Kashmir that there was another religion who thought that if you don't belong to my religion, I might kill you, I might convert you, the Christian might convert you, and the Muslim might kill you. So it opened my eyes to what true Hinduism is. Then Hinduism is the eternal faith, Sanatana Dharma, as my friend rightly said. We will not speak too much. Hindus believe that the soul takes birth in the physical body, dies, gets reborn, till it attains perfect divinity. Now, in Christianity, not many people know that, but till the 7th, 8th century, Christians accepted reincarnation. The belief in reincarnation is so important because if I am a Christian, I live, then I die according to my good will, good sins or bad sins. I go to paradise or I go to purgatory or I go to hell. Now, in this country, India, Bharat, there is no knowledge that you're born again and again. And this opened my eyes. I came as a very young person and it opened my eyes. This is also is true Hinduness, to believe that you're born again and again, and and there is something in you which is immortal. So that again is true Hinduness. Hindu believes that one can cleanse oneself from karma through yoga practices such as pranayama. I said that in the beginning. The Hatha Yoga has taken the world by storm. In America, out of 3 persons, 2 practice Hatha Yoga. We see Hollywood stars, doing Sirsasana, doing Surya Namaskar. So this knowledge which is in this country, and I think this is why Mr. Modi came and he played such a crucial role in the rising of Bharat, is that India needs to become the spiritual leader of the world. Many of your sages have said that, Swami Vivekananda, Sri Aurobindo. I actually came to India to meet Sri Aurobindo's companion called the mother in Pondicherry, and I had the privilege to meet her. several times. You know, Sri Aurobindo was an immense yogi, immense avatar, and also a revolutionary. That India needs to become spiritual leader of the world, and I think Mr. Modi is playing a very, very important role in that. Now, one can be a Christian, a Muslim, or a Jew, and still practice Hinduism. I think this is one thing that very few Hindus understand, is that Hinduism is not a religion, it's a spirituality. You know? And it's a universal spirituality because it recognizes that God, he or she, not only he or she can manifest at different times, using different names, different scriptures. So this is a wonderful knowledge. And that knowledge used to be, you know, roaming all over the world, in Egypt, in Greece, Mesopotamia, so many countries had this knowledge. But it was wiped out. So today, the responsibility that your country holds is that it still has this knowledge, which is being attacked from many sides, including, as you know, the earlier Mr. Babane said, you know, by Hindus themselves. You know. So for me to come to this country, to live in this country, is a great privilege because I learned things that I couldn't learn in my country. Though, you know, definitely France has many qualities, you know, and there are things that India can learn.
So what you're saying, Francois Gauthier, is that, and I think in one sense you're saying what Savarkar once said, that Hindus need to fear actually Hindus the most. That's what he had said. So, yes.
Well, can I say one phrase about that? You know, that I agree with Mr. Professor Bamades, but also there's Western Indologists. There is a hatred of Hindus among Western Indologists. In my country, there's a man called Christophe Jaffrelot. He's made his lifelong task of demonizing Hindus, the BJP, the RSS, Mr. Modi.
They are the professionals, I said.
That's the professional. Okay, so let me just ask you this, Pawan Verma, because I think we're pivoting towards an interesting territory. Now, you claim that a particular type of political Hindutva philosophy is dividing people and this, that, the other, and it takes sometimes legal expression like the CAA, etc., etc. Now, this is interesting because it's in stark contrast to the political experience of the BJP that is constantly adding new and new and new sociological verticals. It's the only party that's actually growing. How can their worldview be so exclusive, yet it is attracting more and more people? So obviously what is said about it, and I'm not sounding like any apologist, I'm just saying, just look at the numbers, how can you say that they are championing something so exclusivist?
Rahul, I don't think we should compare apples and oranges. Today's subject is the Twa factor in Hindutva. Why a political party is on the upswing and has won 2 decisive majorities in parliament is a very complex subject. First of all, it's the personality of Mr. Modi. Second, it is a narrative. Third, it is many of its achievements like welfareism. Fourth, it's an organization and cadre which permeates down to the grassroots. And fifth, there is also the Hindutva factor and hyper-nationalism, or what I often call proving yourself to be patriotic, otherwise you are not. Maybe there are factors like this. We are talking of Hinduism, and here I agree with what Francois says, that for anyone from an Abrahamic faith.
No, I'm specifically addressing the point that you raised, because I was hearing Mr. Chidambaram speak a few days ago, where a question was put to him, why is it that the BJP is growing? Why is it that Modi is becoming more and more popular? And he said, well, there are a variety of reasons, just like you were. But the main reason is that this man has fed the poison of Hindutva. He didn't discriminate between what Hindutva was in his mind. He said it was the poison of Hindutva, which even the Supreme Court identifies with Hinduism, let me tell you. The J.S. Verma judgment, if you go back to it. So he says it is Hindutva. Now, if Hindutva was so divisive, so poisonous, why are the unsuspecting voters drinking it?
No, so to answer your question, I have been the spokesman of the Ministry of External Affairs of a political party, the JDU.
Yes.
But I'm not Mr. Chidambaram's spokesman. So I just want to clarify that. He can say what he believes. To my mind, Mr. Modi is a popular leader, and it has also a factor of the opposition being spectacularly ineffective without a face or a narrative.
Okay.
So that these are factors that are different. They are in the secular realm as well. Where Hindutva is concerned, for anyone from an Abrahamic faith, the freedoms and the openness of Hinduism is a matter, can be a matter of great attraction and also be a matter of great miscomprehension. Now, when there is a religion, which Francois talked about, where the greatest reviver of Hinduism, Adi Shankaracharya, he says, na dharmo, na chartho, na kamo, na moksha, na mantro, na tirtham, na vedo, na yagna. None of these matter. All that matters is Chidananda Rupa, Shivoham, Shivoham. And by the way, he said, I am Shiva, I am Shiva. Another thinker in the Middle East, a Sufi thinker, he said, Anul Haq, I am the truth. He was beheaded. In Hinduism, it's not. So we need to preserve this grandeur of
No, where is any dispute about it? Who is not preserving it in India? Is Hindutva not preserving it? You talked about Adi Shankara. Adi Shankara's one of the finest memorials is coming up in Madhya Pradesh, funded by the BJP government. Isn't it a great tribute to Adi Shankara and all that philosophy of Advaita of Adi Shankara? And this is that Hindutva which has freed millions and millions of Indian women from the smoke puffing chulas, provided them gas cylinders without asking them about their religion, sir. Did we ask them whether you are a Hindu or not? Did we not give it to all religions? Is it not the same Hindutva which is freeing millions and millions of Muslim women from triple talaq? The curse of triple talaq? Is it not a great service that this so-called Hindutva leadership doing to the Muslim women of this country? Fortunately in our country, that's why I said, all those sections of people understand that what is projected as a big demon, and then suddenly today we pretend to be victims. This victimhood argument, what will happen to me? Sir, you have been exposing your cause for many years. Nothing happened to you. People are listening to you. You are respected. Why this victimhood syndrome? Did it ever occur to you that years after years, decades after decades, you kept calling us communal, you kept calling us fascist? Did we then cry from rooftops that what will happen to me if I say I am a nationalist? These are, tables are turning. People will call you things that you have been doing in all these years before. Today, somebody else will stand up and say, no, you are anti-Hindu if you say this. Take it in your stride. Full freedom in this country for criticism. That's why I said that spirit we never reject. In Hinduism, in Hindutva, not Hinduism. There is always space, scope for Mr. Pavan Verma, Mr. Christopher Jeffrellet also. One may be a very professional critic. One is a logical critic. Everybody has a place. But I am repeating, as far as this so-called Hindutva politics is concerned, it is totally non-discriminatory in the true spirit of Hinduism or Hindutva. It is for the welfare and well-being of everybody, 1.4 billion Indians. That is what you witness in this country. That is the reason why people today support Prime Minister and his government.
Very quickly. Very quickly.
No.
The only person we have heard just the other day, and nothing, fortunately, and that just speaks for the Hindu way, has happened to him as yet. Person who gets up and says, in Hinduism, there is this thing called Shakti, and we are fighting this Shakti. Now imagine someone saying that about any other faith and about a negative aspect of that faith, what would have happened to that individual by now? 48 hours and counting.
I think a lot has happened to him by now.
No, so, that's because of his political...
No, nothing will happen because I tell you, nothing will happen, the reason I tell you.
At least in terms of ridicule, because without understanding what in Hinduism is the role of Shakti, to use Shakti in the context of Hinduism, in the manner in which he did, obviously.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So is that a professional critic?
But these are not the substantive critiques that we need as Hindus to be open about. And what I am saying is, let's talk of Veer Savarkar.
No, we've run out of time, actually. I'm really sorry.
But I must say, nothing will happen to Rahul Gandhi, sir. Don't worry. Because we always believed that BJP has strong leadership, which will get us a lot of votes. Modi ji, Amit Shah, and Rahul Gandhi.
Well, I did tell you, yes, 30 seconds.
I mean, I don't believe there is a divide between being Hindu and Hindutva. In fact, I believe that Hindu power is a must in India, and that sometimes I feel Mr. Modi is very moderate. Of course, as Ram said, he's the Prime Minister of all Indians. But understanding that Hindu accept the totality of the world, I wish that Hindu power would come more to the fore.
Well,
10 seconds. I can understand his point of view, but Hinduism's foundational basis is respect for all faiths. And I think that cannot be diluted.
I think most people here will say is perhaps happening given the fact that a large number of people are not differentiated on the basis of their faith by government policies. I think that's the real test. The government comes in and it respects everyone, exactly, respects and enables everyone when they form policies. I can tell you a previous government, non-BJP governments who had policies that actually differentiated between people. I still haven't found one who can accuse this government, and I'm just being absolutely factual here. Any one of you thinks that there's one government policy that differentiates between people? One government policy, Indian citizens? Raise your hands. Well, we leave it at that. The proof of the pudding is in its eating. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rahul. That indeed was a thought-provoking discussion. And, you know, one thing is very clear, ladies and gentlemen. When you speak about Hinduism, this is exactly what we saw on stage. You have place to debate, to critique, and make better. Yes, Hinduism can absorb different views and become better over time. And fortunately or unfortunately, we're going to see a very sharp debate over Hinduism in the coming general election. Yes, this is going to be a hot, long and sweaty election, and there will be some high-pitched politics over Hinduism. And this is exactly what the Prime Minister has been trying to avoid. Take away politics, take away the debate from religion and caste, and focus it on the economy. Yes, he has been saying that we need to focus on the poor, the women, the youth, and the farmers. And these are the forecasts in the country we need to focus on. And as we talk about the economy, ladies and gentlemen, let's indulge in some investment talk, shall we? Private equity, venture funding, and the investment universe are having their moments, albeit with a bit of rough and tumble lately. This involves moving funds across asset classes and various geographies. What are the changes taking place in the investment landscape and the evolving technologies in the world of finance, private capital and money? Let's welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Ashish Agarwal, Managing Director and Country Head at Jefferies, Ramesh Damani, veteran investor and member of Bombay Stock Exchange, Shweta Jalan, Managing Partner and Head of Advent International in India, Harsha Raghavan, Managing Partner, Convergent Finance LLP, to talk about turbocharged markets, micro moves, macro moves, in conversation with CNBC TV 18's Managing Editor, Shireen Bhan. Let's welcome them on stage, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a fascinating discussion. There will be a debate on the economy as we get off the national election, and who better to discuss this? Shireen, over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What an absolute pleasure it is to be back here at Rising Bharat. Thank you so much for being an incredible audience here, and we look forward to engaging with you on an issue that is occupying a lot of mind space and clearly generating a lot of headlines. I have a fabulous panel here with me this afternoon to talk about the trajectory that we are likely to see. It has been a record-breaking year for the Indian capital markets. To start with, we've seen the democratization of the Indian capital markets. The number of demat accounts in just the past 1 year up 34%. We've seen India emerge as one of the best performing markets in the world. We've seen record numbers in terms of mutual funds asset under management. Women are now participating in the Indian capital markets like never before. But to tell us what the road ahead looks like, what we can expect for India, for the Indian economy and for the Indian markets, without further ado, I'm going to start the first round with 90 seconds each to my panelists here to give us their take on what they believe is the bull case for India. Ramesh Damani, veteran investor, you've of course been bullish on the Indian markets for very, very long. And Ramesh, I just want to, for the benefit of our audience here who are watching us online as well as here at the Taj Palace in Delhi, remind you of that event in 2014 where your good friend, the late Rakesh Jhunjhunwala, said, if you're underinvested in India, you're going to miss out on the mother of all bull markets. Ramesh Damani, 90 seconds, your time starts now on the bull case for India.
Yeah, thank you, Shireen. It's very interesting that I just came back from the land of the rising sun. So I'm coming back to the rising Bharat right now. And the very instructive story to understand about what's happened in Japan. In 1964, when India last won the Olympic gold medal cleanly, with the fair competition, was in Tokyo, the Nikkei was at 1,000. Over the next 25 years, it climbed from 1,000 to 40,000 in yen terms. Even dollar terms, it actually went to 100,000. So it had the mother of all bull runs in Japan. And I think Rakesh and me, we're kind of stock market creatures. We believe that India is on a similar bull run. Like Japan went from a third world country to the second largest economy in the world. Companies that were unknown in Japan in 64, Sony, Hitachi, Honda, became household names. I think, and maybe I hope I'm right, that India is on a similar trajectory. And what is powering this bull market in India? Every bull market has a thesis. What powers the bull market? I think what is powering this bull market is the growth of the great Indian middle class. I think finally we're having a great Indian middle class. People have a bit of extra money to save, extra money to invest. So you're seeing that coming through in the demat accounts, seen through in the domestic money inflows. So I think this is a long-term story. I don't think, as my friend Rakesh would say, always be bullish on this country. And the volatility that we're seeing right now is more like a winter squall. It'll pass by, but people who stand still will end up making a lot of money.
Well, speaking of making a lot of money, and since we are talking about Rakesh and his predictions as well, Ramesh, you were in that room when he said that the Nifty at 1 lakh by 2030. In fact, on an occasion he had said 1,25,000, but then he scaled it back. So 1 lakh by 2030?
That seems a bit of a stretch, but the Sensex will get there.
The Sensex will get there. Ashish, let me come to you now. The bull case for India, 90 seconds.
We've just come out with a big report, India's march onto the global stage. We are talking about, I think, the economy itself touching about $5 trillion by 2027, the market cap reaching about $10 trillion by 2030. I don't think any other country can talk about so many things coming together, whether it's an under-leveraged economy, capex cycle, both government and private sector, whether it's the demographic dividend that we are talking about, the rising middle class that Ramesh just talked about. I think it's a lot more parallel to also what the US went through in the 80s, in terms of working population, savings habit. As you have more macro stability, lower inflation, the average saver tends to invest more in equities. And I think that's the biggest delta. One statistic that I think cannot be underappreciated at all is even after all these years of demat accounts going up, equity savings being there, the equity household savings is still about 5% of total savings, right? Gold is 16, so we have a long, long way to go. And we are not even counting when the FIs come back. So I think can't get more bullish than this.
When do you see the return of the FIIs?
I think it started a bit last year with a couple of large guys putting in sizable bets. I think a lot more will follow. If I'm not wrong, I think so far the India investments have been driven by EM funds taking disproportionate bets on India. I think the next 5 years will be about global funds stepping up big ticket investments into Indian equities.
Well, I'll get you to elaborate more on that in just a second. But Shweta, let me talk to you about what we are seeing as far as the private equity mood is concerned. And the mood has been buoyant over the last few years, including for Advent specifically. You're looking to utilize another $5 to $10 billion of your capital in India over the next few years. Your bull case for India.
So I believe India is not a story of 1 year or 2 years. I think it's a multi-decade growth story from here on, right? I think we have it'll be a pity if we don't capitalize on it, because we literally have, all flags are green at this point in time. So if you look at some things that both Ramesh and Ashish spoke about, right, our demographic profile, right, we have the largest probably working population of 900 million across any geography across the globe, right? And that just lends itself to a large consumption story for India. So that is, I would say, one big positive. Government capex cycle, I think, is going to propel the economy a lot in terms of growth. And lastly, the one thing that we didn't talk about so far was just the whole policy framework in India, right? And that has been so supportive, starting with reducing the corporate tax rate a few years back, or the bankruptcy law, GST. All of these is just providing the inherent infrastructure, underlying infrastructure for corporate India to really outperform the growth we are seeing anywhere else in the world, right? So for us and private equity, as you can see, everybody is really bullish on India, like Advent and like my global folks said, about $5 to $10 million a month back. I think last year the private equity investment in India was $40 billion. Yeah. It did peak in 21 at 70 billion, and I do see that peak coming back sooner than later, just given the whole buoyancy around India that we are seeing. Anywhere I go in the globe and meet our investors, meet our general partners, everybody's just talking about India rising and
What's
India
the number one question that they ask you?
How much can you invest in India?
How much can we invest in India, and where do we put that money to work?
Absolutely, absolutely.
I'll get you to respond to where you tell them that money should go to work. But Harsha, first of all, congratulations. Harsha is an investor in India's newest airline. They took their first flight yesterday. So ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. And Ramesh Damani, also an investor.
He's the captain.
He's the captain. But Harsha, you know what they say, and I'm not going to go down that cliche of how do you get a billionaire to lose his billions, but that's really been the story as far as Indian aviation is concerned. You're being brave-hearted, aren't you?
Thank you, Shireen. I wish I got a penny for every time I heard that comment.
Which is why I didn't make it.
Yeah. But on that specific point, I will say that it's clear that India's problems needs Indian solutions. And we believe with the airline that that's what we're addressing. And in many other investments that me and my contemporaries are making, I think we're solving India's problems with Indian solutions. To answer your question about the bull case, I was reflecting on this a little while ago. And in the old days, the gap between our bull case and our bear case used to be a wide range in India. Today, we seem to be in a somewhat privileged position where the gap has narrowed significantly. And I'd say with some level of reliability and certainty, we know where we as a nation are going. I think Jeffries and many of the other analysts have published a lot of research on this topic. We should be the third largest economy by 2027. Our stock market has done well. Looks like it will continue to do well. And so I'd say the bull case is not altogether that different from the realistic case or even the bear case, in that India is looking to be good. Now, on a slightly related point, what do all of us want as citizens and residents? We want safety for us, ourselves and our families. We want political stability, and we want that political stability to be accompanied by direction from the government in terms of where we as citizens can get to, and businesses can get to. And the third thing is we want economic prosperity. Mm-hmm. In the old days, those three things used to be available elsewhere. We used to look around the world and say, that's in a first world country, not our country. Today, the India that we're living in today has those three things. And as we look around the world, we kind of look back home and say, like all of us in this room, things are better over here. So I'd say that that's the realistic case.
That is the realistic case, and that's the big change that is driving the investment psyche and the investment cycle as well. But Ramesh, to the changes that Shweta also brought up, and all of you have alluded to, the structural changes that have happened. One of the calls that you made a few years ago, in fact, was as far as the PSU stocks were concerned, and what a rally we've seen as far as the PSU stocks. In fact, I don't think we would have ever imagined that we would have seen the Prime Minister address the rally that we've we've seen in PSU stocks in Parliament. Ramesh Thamani, from here on, given where valuations are, given the structural reform story, given economic stability, policy stability, so on and so forth, is that a bet that you continue to make?
Yeah, I feel, Shireen, like I'm on the bazaar show in the morning at 9 o'clock. That's what they typically would ask me. But to answer your question, every bull market has leadership. So the 2000 bull market, for example, was led by the technology stocks in India, which saw the huge technology revolution taking place in India. I think what this bull market is partially being led by the PSU stocks, and they're saying that the level of corporate governance has improved in these stocks, that we no longer have the leakage, we no longer have the phone banking that India was so famous for in the prior bull market. So this sector, this PSU sector, will continue to lead this bull market higher. Now people sometimes say there's a bubble going on or there's a froth going on, and they will correct, as all good bull markets have corrections in a period of time. But I think the eventuality these prices will be significantly higher than they're even today. And the reason for it is twofold. One, of course, the PSUs are the leading edge of the capex spend. The government is using infrastructure spend, defense spend, railway spend as a leading edge for capex. And plus the corporate governance is improved. And you're swinging the pendulum from ridiculously cheap to now probably overvalued at some point in time. But right now, they're good buys, even across the PSU sector.
You talked about bubbles, Ramesh, and there is a debate at this point in time whether in some parts of the market, some pockets of the market, we are now entering bubble territory. What's your take, especially as far as the small and mid-cap space is concerned?
There always froth in the market, and that corrects itself. Market is correcting. For example, there's some froth in the best private sector bank in India. It hasn't performed for 3 years. So the froth gets taken care of the market. I don't believe we're in bubble territory. People from Jamie Dimon to Jim Rogers have been calling for a bubble in American markets for the last 5 years, and the market keeps surprising them. NVIDIA becomes such a powerful company. I don't believe that's bubblish. There is froth. Market is taking care of that. And, it's what the wise words were said to us when we first entered the market. Caveat emptor, buyer beware. If you're going to put our money, we're going to put a wallet on the stocks, we should be careful about what we are buying. That is our job.
Speaking of valuations, Ashish, and let's address what we are seeing emerge as the big trend. A lot of the MNCs are actually hiving stake or pairing stake as far as their Indian subsidiaries are concerned to make use of this valuation arbitrage at this point in time. We've seen it happen with Whirlpool. We've seen it happen more recently with BAT. As far as its stake sale in ITC is concerned, we're seeing Tata Sons do it in TCS, that announcement coming in just yesterday. Do you see this trend continuing? And more importantly, from a government perspective, even if government companies were to divest to just be able to get to public float, the fundraising opportunities that it presents?
Well, I think, definitely India would need a lot of growth capital. What we have seen so far last year, bulk of the fundraise was sell downs, whether by MNCs, by promoters, and by private equity. I think if you look at the fresh issuance coming out of India, it's still way below what the global benchmarks are. So we are still talking about 1% of market cap every year. That number peaked in China at about 4 to 5%. So there is still a long, long way to go. I think India can take a lot more issuance, and which in my view is the best thing that can happen, because the most common pushback that global investors have historically had on India is the liquidity itself. I think one of the reasons we saw a few large investors coming in hordes was also because of the liquidity events that the country is now able to produce. So in a way, fresh issuance crossing 100 billion will bring in own set of investors. I think some of the MNCs selling down, some of the promoters selling down is use of capital for other growth businesses. Yeah. I think India has also come of age where a lot of corporations are now talking about spending in R&D, whether it is green hydrogen or energy in general. And I think that's one of the longest standing complaints against India, that Indian companies have not invested in R&D. Yeah. So maybe this is that capital which will go there. And I don't think sell down is ever a benchmark of it's an expensive stock, because for the largest, Ramesh spoke about private sector banks, they were always owned by foreigners and sold down by the Indian government, but they gave fabulous returns. So I don't think that's the best cue, whether they are expensive or not.
Harsh, I want to pick up on the consumption theme that Ramesh, Ashish, and Shweta spoke about as well. And yes, we are seeing the consumption boom take shape and propel growth, but in some pockets of the economy. I don't know if you looked at the latest numbers that Indus Valley, the consumption report had put together, but it's essentially the 30 million households that are really doing the buying, so to speak, and the aspirational India is the middle chunk, which hopefully will start to move from the 2,500 per capita to 5,000 per capita and then continue to drive consumption. What's the big consumption bet that you're playing on at this point in time, and where do you believe we are going to see value being unlocked?
Shireen, the consumption, I'd say, is domestic consumption is one of the strengths of our nation today. We used to live in a paradigm where India had 4 metros. Somewhere along the way, we said maybe it's 5 now. Today, I'd argue that all the top 20 or 30 cities in India are all absolute metros. They all have metro systems. They all have international airports. They all have good infrastructure that's improved dramatically. And therefore, the residents of those cities have seen economic prosperity, rising affluence levels, which results in consumption. And so we have, as you pointed out, at least 30 million households, which would be about 120 million people. Some may argue it's even more than that. We have people who are qualified to be working and contributing in any place in the world, and indeed they are. For example, 20% of JP Morgan's workforce is in India, and not all of them are in just one city or one metro. So with that, we have consumption that is absolutely world-class because Indians now know what the world has to offer. Don't even have to go very far to get it. They can get FMCG items, they can get automobiles, they can get luxury products, even basic products, anywhere in the country. So I'd say that consumption has gone deep.
Consumption is going to deepen from here on. But Shweta, let's talk about consumption, but also link it to the broader formalization as far as the economy is concerned, as well as the empowerment of the bottom of the pyramid. You've just done a big deal, not big from an Advent war chest point of view, but big for the entrepreneur that you've decided to back, Ananya Birla's microfinance venture. Explain to me what you're seeing happen as far as the bottom of the pyramid is concerned, and what your thesis is on that moving towards the aspirational class and the value it will potentially unlock.
Yeah, I mean, that is really the bottom of the pyramid, right? I mean, it is not the middle class, it is not the, increasing household income class, right? This is really the rural economy which it supports at some level, right? It is really the joint liability groups, these women in villages getting together and raising some finance to be able to do small businesses, right? And I think that grassroots level financing erstwhile was done by money lenders at some, insane rates, right? And that's what is getting substituted by these microfinance companies. And we just know how big rural India is and how they are largely reliant on agriculture today. And that is what, we are trying to change. Can they have other sources of income? Can they find other sources of livelihood in the rural part of India? And can they get good financing to build those businesses? And that's what Ananya Birla's company Swatantra does. And that's what we have, that is the hypothesis that we have back, that it's a huge white space. I mean, we've barely even touched the tip of the iceberg at this point in time. There's so much to go and so much depth in that market. And we want to build off that.
Speaking of white spaces, Ramesh, and I want to come to you with that. Outside of what we've already spoken of, which are the white spaces that excite you, where you believe we will start to see private capital moving in? And in terms now, we're on the cusp of the general elections, in terms of the big ticket items on the unfinished reform agenda, what would you like the next government to prioritize?
Well, I think the Prime Minister said that better than I could ever say that in the conclave a few days ago when he said infrastructure, railway, defense, exports. All that's going to happen, I think, in the next generation of reforms, because the broad tax cut, GST, IBC, this has all been done. So now we want to promote consumption, investment. Semiconductors, I'm not sure about that, but semiconductors also. But if you ask me for a white space, Shireen, Harsha was talking about, we've already witnessed a tech revolution in India. I think we're not understanding, but a BPO revolution is coming to India, the kind of which will just surprise us, because real estate costs are so cheap in India. We are communicating at zero cost now with the rest of the world. So a lot of the back office work. In America, you have 3% unemployment rate, 3% unemployment rate. You can't find people at $20 an hour out there. You can shift all that work in India because communication and land costs are very cheap. So I think India will we're already a tech superpower. We'll become a back office superpower. I think we'll
But aren't we already the back office superpower?
You know, we've done nothing. We're just going to start. We're just barely getting started. I think we've focused more on tech, and I think not on high tech, but on tech, basic tech services economy. But I think the superpower in terms of back office will just explode. It's exploding before our eyes. Because for the first time now, land costs are zero.
Even in an AI world?
Yeah, I think so, because a lot of this mortgage processing, all this basic stuff, will still require some human intervention. So in the AI world, yes, that is a black box that I'm not familiar with yet. But I think given the other things that are taking place in India, a stable regulatory environment, low land costs, good communication ability, satellite communication available, I think that will be a big boom industry.
White spaces, the big themes, Ashish, that you believe are going to drive growth in the coming decade?
I think real estate would be my number one choice. I think for the last decade or decade and a half, real estate or housing in general has been a beneficiary of the economic activity. I think the sides will turn. Housing will be the driver of economic activity over the next decade. So the entire value chain, right from a developer to building materials to financiers, I think that's going to be one of the largest contributors to the GDP. The other theme on the same lines we like is hard assets, so infrastructure. Hotels, airports, ports, hospitals. I think in an inflationary world where cost of capital is going to play a major role, consolidation is going to be the theme. And that's why as a house we've been big believers in owning hard assets.
And you think private equity is going to play consolidator? Shweta, are you going to do the consolidating?
Already doing a lot of it, right? I mean, we have a whole pharma platform where we've integrated a CDMO and API business. But on white spaces, I would say all businesses that play on the China Plus One theme, right? Manufacturing. I mean, that is something that's been underinvested on for, a decade plus. I think that's going to be a big white space in my opinion.
I was expecting you to, half expecting you, Ramesh, to talk about manufacturing, but you didn't bring that up. You don't believe that that's going to be the big opportunity as well?
No, I'm not particularly a fan of PLI investment. I don't think the government should be directing capital to areas where Japan tried that and it fell flat on their faces. So I'm not particularly, I'm more into the services consumption part of the Indian economy. So maybe Harsha has some view on that.
Harsha, you somewhere in between?
Yes, I am in between. I'd say that, I'd argue that we're the only country in the world that has gone through a simultaneous industrial revolution and digital revolution. That has allowed us to leapfrog. And we're seeing this with our infrastructure, physical infrastructure, digital infrastructure, all manufacturing and all logistics has become seamless in India, maybe in the last 10 years only. Now, what that means is that it's all white space. There's huge opportunity. We're not growing and moving incrementally. We're moving absolute leapfrogging. And therefore, I do believe that some of the initiatives the government has taken, GST was huge and has absolutely transformed this nation. Udan scheme in regional aviation was introduced 8 years ago, and somehow, despite government intervention to help private airlines go into the hinterland, private airlines were a little slow to do it. PLI, in the same way, I'd argue, adoption has been slow, but when adoption takes off, we're going to see India become a lithium-ion battery manufacturing hub for the world. And maybe aircraft, aerospace in the future. We're already sending spaceship to the moon. We should be doing a lot more of that. Other initiatives that the government has in place, such as Gift City, I think can absolutely transform not just our financial markets, but perhaps global financial markets.
You know, the role of global factors as well, and Ramesh, let me address that issue with you. I think what we hear from each one of you on this panel is that the domestic risks are limited at this point in time. In fact, none of you brought up a single risk, domestic risk at this point. So the risks are external. The expectation of a Fed cut coming in June, at least at this point in time, look less likely. What would be the external factors, the risk factors, Ramesh, that you would watch out for that could potentially impact us?
I mean, Shri, the world is a dangerous place. We are fighting 2 wars as we speak. While bull markets don't stop because of wars, that might surprise a lot of people. I think bull markets fall of their own weight. I mean, Japan continued to grow, but at some point it just peaked out and didn't come back for 40 years or so. So excess weight, leverage, you know, there's nothing that the government, China is markets are trading 10, 12 years low, the Chinese economy has done reasonably well over a period of time. So markets, when the bad news, of course, Shireen, is that all bull markets end. Even this bull market will end, I guarantee you that. There has never been a bull market in the history of the world that continues on ad infinitum. So this will end too, which is fine. We'll hopefully be able to tell you on Bazaar when it's ending. But for right now, it seems like a green signal ahead. And bull markets will end up its own orgy, of its own speculative excesses. I don't see we are anywhere near that at this point. I feel the markets are in decently good shape.
And to address the issue about global funds investing more in India, we've again seen some triggers with the JP Morgan bond index inclusion, possibly another index inclusion as well. Where typically do you see the flows coming in? Will US drive a large part of the fund flows into India?
I think it will be global. I think a lot of pension funds would start looking at India as a place where they can deploy a lot of liquidity in good companies with the best macro that one can hope for. And I think the amount of investment that the government has done over the last few years to improve foreign policy relations with a number of countries, I think we will see a lot more new markets investing in India. US, of course, likely to be at the forefront. They have the largest AUM. Most global large asset managers are headquartered out of there. So that will continue to be the single largest.
So what's the incremental flow that you anticipate over the next few years?
Well, I think last year's flow of $20 billion was honestly not even remotely close to what it can be. So we've been talking a lot about the domestic flows, and they have become very sizable in India. And I think they will continue to grow. But at the same time, I won't be surprised if the FII inflow into the country can go up 5 to 10x from where currently it is over the next few years. And I can tell you, I think most EM funds are overweight India.
Yeah.
Most global funds don't, many of them don't even own a single stock. So the kind of liquidity events we are seeing now is the perfect backdrop for them to come back into India in size.
Okay. A significant increase in fund flow driven by US-based funds is what you're expecting global funds to invest. But Shweta, let's address the issue that we were talking about, private equity playing consolidator, and we've seen a lot of buyout deals take place. We've seen a lot of private equity players take management control. Healthcare is a classic example of what we've seen happen with private equity coming in and taking control. Which are the other spaces that look exciting at this point in time from a private equity perspective?
I hate to pick a sector typically because it's, today something is a flavor, today financial services flavor of the season, tomorrow healthcare is, day after industrials is, right? So I think the approach that private equity by and large adopts, including ourselves, is really bottom up, right? So we like, I would say by and large all themes in India, right? Whether it is consumption, healthcare, financial services, all kind of playing the underlying fundamental growth of India, right? Then it is really about the company where there's, where we look at the micro aspects of a company as opposed to just a top-down piece. But I feel all sectors are interesting today. I mean, I spoke about manufacturing, which is a new theme which private equity hasn't done enough of, which is something that we are picking up in a big way. There's healthcare, there's financial services, still a very credit underpenetrated economy, right? So there's a lot you can do on the financial services across spectrum. Microfinance to bank, we've done it all. And, I would say healthcare, again, significant underpenetration both on pharma and services side. So I would say across the board, I think we're excited about it.
Let me link this back to the bull case that you spoke of. The expectation or the assumption was that private equity would really have to be patient capital when they put their money to work in India. Is that starting to change both in terms of exit opportunities as well as in terms of returns?
Most certainly, yes. So I think the exit environment is far more vibrant than it was even 5 years back, let alone a decade back, right? But having said that, I would still say it's you need to be patient in India. Because it's, while the bull case, and you asked this question earlier, what is the risk? The risk is an execution risk here, right? So while everything will eventually go up, I think there will be bumps along the way, like in any other emerging market, right?
Which is par for course. But
yeah.
Manish, let's talk about the exit opportunities. Let's talk about what we've seen happen as far as the IPO pipeline is concerned. What gives you confidence on that side of the story, and how do you see that playing itself out over the next few years?
I don't know much about the IPO market, to be honest. I rarely subscribe to IPOs myself. Secondary markets were offering great bargains, but I'll just add to the point that Harsha said. India's, when Neil Armstrong went on the moon 50 years ago, he said, it's a small leap for man, but a great leap for mankind. He was talking of the great step he made on the moon. I think digitization is a great leap forward. We're not understanding the full impact of what digitization meant. While I was coming in the plane, Shireen, I read this quote which said that in the near future, every product will be manufactured digitally and then physically. So that's a huge change that's taking place, whether in our BPO businesses, whether it's in our manufacturing businesses, whether it's in our country, in terms of delivering services to the corporate citizens. And India is amazingly, even as I speak to you, a leader in digital services, UPI, Aadhaar, Paytm, whatever. It's extraordinary what strides we made in the last 5 years in digitization. So I think there's one theme you want to latch on to this thing, it's digitization.
Digitization, the big theme as far as Ramesh Tamani is concerned. Harsha, for the decade, since we are taking a more long-term view here as far as this panel is concerned, one headline that you would chase.
I would chase the Indian consumer, who is a force to reckon with, both within India. We actually see that by virtue of the stock market and the retail participation there. We see that by virtue of the domestic consumption story. But the Indian consumer will be a global force. And we're seeing that with international travel and tourism, where the Indian consumer is already a global force. And we'll see it in many other categories as well. I'd say that it's a great time to be an Indian.
It's a great time to be in India, and it's a great time to be an Indian as well. Ashish, I don't remember the last time I heard global CEOs of luxury brands like Bulgari talking about the fact that India is going to be one of their top 5 markets over the next decade. So that story is clearly booming. I mean, you can't get enough Mercedes off the shelves, you can't get enough watches and bags and so on and so forth off the shelves. How much of that is going to be thematically a theme that you see continuing to play out?
I would still be, so I agree with Asha on you have to follow Indian consumer, and that will be a global force. But I think the Indian consumer is also value conscious, so he's going to invest a lot more, is the hope, and the right thing to do, rather than just consume foreign luxury brands.
Are banks going to find it harder now to get deposits, given the fact that we're seeing a lot of that money coming into the markets?
Well, definitely, yes. That is the case, and that's, I think, one of the reasons why private banks, after outperforming for 2 decades, started underperforming, because it's no longer the first choice of savings for a lot of consumers. And I think that will be the trend going forward.
The headline that you're going to chase, Shweta, over the next decade?
Tough one. So, I mean, it is actually across the board, right? I mean, for us, India is the investment destination across the globe, right? Pick any country, and I would say that it has some chinks in the armor today, which are challenges. As it stands today, don't see too many of those in India. So I would say, double down on India.
Just chase India.
Double down on India. Double down on India.
Yeah. But Ramesh, on the unfinished agenda, will it matter, for instance, if the next government were to do bank privatization or not? Asset monetization, big pipeline had been laid out. We didn't deliver on that front. I mean, I'm asking from a market's perspective, what will the market factor in terms of expectations or asks from the next government?
I mean, there is some expectation that the government will privatize a lot of its assets. The government has publicly said that. They will do that. But I think more important, we want good corporate governance. We want less corruption, less leakages, which I think this government has already delivered. If they do extraordinarily good privatization, like IDBI Bank is up on the block, if that is done in a fair, transparent manner, I think the market will be extremely enthused by that. And I think that depends on the majority that this government gets finally. If they get a good majority, I think they'll be able to put some thoughts through Parliament, which other governments could not do because of, say, paucity of numbers.
Like what? What would the #1 priority on that front be? What you would like them to do?
No, PSU privatization theme. I'm saying if they actually take that to the next level, the government has said that other than strategic defense and space, they will privatize all the PSUs.
Yeah.
It makes sense to me. But more importantly is the first step they've taken is to improve the corporate governance. I mean, the corporate governance improved dramatically in those PSUs. So that has enthused the market first on. That will actually be the icing on the cake.
Ashish, to you as well, on the unfinished agenda, what is it that you would like to see being prioritized as far as policy intervention, government decision making is concerned?
I think for the next decade or so, some incentive to do big ticket R&D. whether it is setting up large, reputable educational institutions, encouraging more and more R&D, and I think India can afford to do that today. The way we have seen a conglomeration of the country, top 5 groups have a lot of cash flow at their disposal, and I think that can be put to good use with the right kind of government reform. So that's one thing that I would put on the top on unfinished agenda.
Okay, so drive the R&D push. But the government has sort of, said that, look, it's up to the corporate sector to do that. But on the larger issue of private sector capex really taking off, not picking up, taking off, do you expect that to happen over the next few years?
I think definitely yes, and I think one segment that we didn't speak much about was the energy space. I think the largest capex will be in that space, and I think India
on the renewable side.
On the renewable side, and thermal will also make a comeback given the sheer demand for power that we will have as a nation. On the renewable side, again, I'll say green hydrogen or green energy in general would require a lot of capex R&D as well. So I think that's one theme that can be the largest Indian company a decade from now, could be in the energy space.
Would be in the energy space?
Could be from the energy space.
Could be potentially from the energy space. Harsha Raghavan, you've already got 2 aircraft. What could your fleet look like given the fact that you're so bullish on the Indian consumer?
Well, India has, a couple of hundred airports, and many of them are all very well maintained by the Airports Authority of India and other administrators, but unfortunately underserved or even totally unserved. And there are large population centers who either wish to travel or live in those locations and who need a solution. So we believe that the opportunity to provide air travel, cheap, efficient, and comfortable air travel across every part of India, we believe it's a huge opportunity. And we believe that that's what the Indian consumer needs.
And what kind of money are we talking about that you're not just in the aviation side of the business, but outside of that you are going to put to work over the next 5 to 10 years?
Well, like I mentioned earlier, the white spaces are tremendous and across the board as India leapfrogs across the industrial revolution and digital revolution. So I'd say that the industry will put many billions to work. We'll play our small little role in that with our small fund at Convergent Finance.
Well, Ramesh Damani, I'm going to ask you to wrap this up because I know that that you always have something very wise to share with us. As we look at India's place in the world, as we look at what's happening in the rest of the world, but more importantly, what's propelling the Indian economy, all the factors that you spoke of. Many have called it India's decade. Many believe it could be potentially India's century as well. How would you sum up the India story today?
Shireen, I'm often asked this question. I say, when is the best time to invest in India? Is it too late now? Is it the best time to invest in India was in July 1992, just before liberalization was announced. The second best time to invest in India is today. I think the country is on an upward trajectory out there. I think we're on a path that will take us from a third world country to the second largest economy in the world. And I think the best way is, as Indians have now figured out in the last few years, is participate, put your money to work in the stock market, because it gives you better returns than your FD and your bank deposits. So I think it's a great time to invest in India, and I think in the next 20 years, we'll see a transformation in our lives that we could not have imagined that would have taken place 20 years back. But so I, with the rest of the panel, remain the eternal optimist. The glass is always full out here.
Well, it is the time to bet on India and it is the time to invest in India. That is unequivocally the message here from our panel of experts. Thank you so much, Ashish, Shweta, Ramesh Damani and Harsha. Thank you very, very much for your insights and for sharing your wonderful stories here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very, very much for joining us here this afternoon.
Thank you so much, Shireen. That was an absolute masterclass on the stock markets, on investing. There is absolutely no doubt, ladies and gentlemen, that it is India's moment. And India has been trying to seize the China +1 strategy. Yes, post the COVID pandemic, post the Ukraine war, every company, every government is looking at diversification and everyone is looking at India. In fact, the DHL global CEO very recently said in India, while he was making a commitment of 200 million euros or 1,800 crore rupees for the next 3 to 5 years, that India today is among the top 2 markets for DHL. And there are at least 4 economies such as Vietnam, Indonesia, and India which will benefit from the China +1 strategy. And India just needs to get this right. This China +1 window is going to be there for the next 3 to 4 years. And that's what everyone feels, that India must seize the moment. In fact, when it comes to Viksit Bharat, very recently the Prime Minister held a Council of Ministers meeting, and the message was, do not take a backseat just because we are going into elections. You need to keep on working, because when the budget is delivered in July, we will come out with a Viksit Bharat, or a developed India roadmap for 2047. And manufacturing, ladies and gentlemen, will have a big role to play. And we've been speaking about economic reforms, but let's also speak about the government's constitutional reforms, such as revoking special status for Jammu and Kashmir. And that brings me to our next topic. The serene environs of Dal Lake in Kashmir witnessed a thrilling spectacle recently as the valley hosted its inaugural Formula 4 car racing event. Sleek racing cars rode along the picturesque Boulevard Road, leaving behind trails of excitement in their wake against the stunning backdrop of the Suburban Hills. A new development paradigm is definitely now in motion in Jammu and Kashmir. And how, ladies and gentlemen? Several highway and infrastructure projects are being built across the state. Thousands of crores of rupees are being invested. The world's highest railway bridge is being constructed in Jammu and Kashmir, which is nothing short of a modern-day engineering marvel. Schools and colleges are functioning uninterruptedly, and the tourists are returning to the paradise on earth. The transformation is visible, and who better to talk about Naya Kashmir, New India, than Amir Hussain Lone, a para-cricketer, Nazim Nazir Dar, a beekeeper and honey producer, someone who has been a beneficiary of the Viksit Bharat program, Shehla Rashid Chora, former Vice President, JNU Students' Union, in a conversation with Rubika Liaquat. Rubika, it's over to you and your guests. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a fascinating conversation over the next 1 hour. I know a lot of you want to get up for tea, but I'll request you to stay on. You don't want to miss this one.
आप सभी का एक बार फिर से बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। नया कश्मीर, न्यू इंडिया। अगले आधे घंटे इस नए कश्मीर की गवाही कोई और नहीं, उसी ज़मीन की पैदाइश, उसी ज़मीन पर पली बड़ी ये 3 खूबसूरत शख्सियतें आपको देने वाली हैं। शुरुआत में आमिर भाई आपसे करने वाली हूँ। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आप वहाँ से यहाँ आए हैं और ज़िंदगी के सबसे बदतर मुकाम से लेकर अब सबसे बेहतरीन मुकाम तक पहुँच चुके हैं। क्या सच में कश्मीर बदल गया है?
बिल्कुल मैम, बिल्कुल, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है। बहुत सारे चेंजेस आए हैं, क्योंकि मैं छोटा था और 1997 में मुझे जो है एक्सीडेंट हुआ सो मिल के साथ। लेकिन उसके बाद जो मैंने देखा है कश्मीर में और हाल ही में, जैसे कि बहुत सारे चेंजेस, जैसे हमारे PM आए और बहुत सारे चेंजेस आए, और जिसमें कि मुझे सबसे बड़ा अच्छा एक हेल्थ कार्ड, वो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा।
हेल्थ कार्ड? जी
मैम, हेल्थ कार्ड। और न जाने कितने की लोगों की ज़िंदगी बच गई, और उनमें से हम भी हैं, और हालांकि हमारी फैमिली से भी एक उसमें बिलोंग करते हैं, और मैं अपने PM को सलाम करता हूँ इस पर।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को आप उस कार्ड के लिए सलाम करते हैं?
जी मैम, बिल्कुल।
क्या 370 हटाने के लिए भी सलाम करते हैं?
मैं बिल्कुल, बहुत सारे चेंजेस आए, क्योंकि मैं खासकर हमारे गांव में बिजली नहीं थी, तो जो मैं देख रहा था, क्योंकि 370 के बाद हमारे गांव में भी बिजली, हालांकि आज पावर रहता है, और उसके लिए भी मैं थैंक यू कहना चाहता हूँ हमारे PM सर को।
100% बिजली जो है वो कश्मीर के गांव-गांव तक पहुंच चुकी है। मैं दर्शकों को एक बार ये बता देना चाहती हूँ। और आमिर लोन के बारे में ये बता दूं कि 2013 में नेशनल खेल लिया था इन्होंने, बहुत मेहनत की, 9 साल की उम्र थी, एक्सीडेंट हुआ, दोनों हाथ गंवा दिए, और जब परिवार वाले मिलने आए तो आमिर की माँ से ये कहने लगे कि इससे अच्छा तो ये होता कि बच्चा ख़त्म ही हो जाता। लेकिन आमिर ने हार नहीं मानी, लगातार मेहनत और मशक्क़त करते रहे, और आप इनको बैट और बल्ले के साथ जब देखेंगे तब कहेंगे कि अरे वाह। और हाल ही में सचिन तेंदुलकर से मिलके भी आए हैं।
आज मैम
कैसा था वो?
सचिन सर के साथ बहुत अच्छा लगा, क्योंकि बचपन में जो मैंने ख्वाब देखा था कि मैं सचिन सर की तरह बनूं, लेकिन एक्सीडेंट के बाद बिल्कुल ये जो हमारा सपना ये टूट गया। लेकिन बहुत ठोकरें खाने पड़े एक्सीडेंट के बाद। हालांकि हमारे घर में फैमिली में बहुत कुछ था, और ज़मीन भी बेची, सब कुछ बेच डाला ताकि मैं ठीक हो सकूं। और फिर लोगों ने मेरे माँ बाप को कहा कि आपके पास इतना पैसा जो है आपने वेस्ट किया, इसको आपने क्यों बचाया, और इसके पास दोनों हाथ ही नहीं रहे। लेकिन मेरी दादी जी जो थी उन्होंने मुझे सबसे ज़्यादा जो है सपोर्ट किया, और दादी जी मुझे हर दफ़ा ये कहती थी, बेटा देखो किसी के ऊपर आप अपना जो जहन है वो फ्रेश, अपना जहन फ्रेश रखे, किसी के ऊपर मतलब ध्यान मत देना, किसी को कुछ भी आपको कहे उसकी तरफ ध्यान नहीं देना। और बाद में मैंने मैम क्रिकेट जो आया मेरी ज़िंदगी में फिर से, वो एक हमारे घर में टेलीविज़न नहीं था और दूसरे के घर में टेलीविज़न देखने के लिए गया, तो उन्होंने अपना टीवी ऑफ किया, मुझे कहा कि आप यहाँ से निकल जाओ। और जैसे मैं निकला उस वक्त सचिन सर खेल रहे थे, और फिर मैं ये आया कि मैं कहाँ से देखूँ ये क्रिकेट मैच, और पीछे उनकी खिड़की थी और उस सुराग के बीच में से मैं सचिन सर को देख रहा था। और जैसे ही मैंने पूरा मैच देखा, फिर मैं घर गया और सोच रहा हूँ कि ये क्रिकेट मैं खेलना चाहता हूँ और कैसे खेलूँ, हाथ नहीं है। लेकिन मैंने दादी जी को कहा, दादी जी आप मुझे गेंद फेंकिए, और दादी जी को बिल्कुल गेंद नहीं आती थी, तो उन्होंने गेंद उठाई और बॉलिंग करने लगी, और मैंने बिल्चा उठाया, यहाँ अपने नेक और शोल्डर के दरमियान बिल्चा उठाया, और वहीं जाता था मैं खेलने के लिए।
नहीं ऐसे नहीं चलेगा, वो करके आपको दिखाना होगा।
हाँ,
बल्ला लाया जाए भाई, बल्ला है हमारे पास?
अगर है तो प्लीज लाइए, जल्दी लाइए।
ये ना
और
आ गया बल्ला।
हाँ,
और शैला बॉलिंग करेंगी।
हाँ बिल्कुल क्यों नहीं।
तो दादी को भी तो बॉल फेंकना नहीं आती थी। चलिए फेंकिए।
चलो,
पर छक्का नहीं मारना है।
नहीं
हमें
छक्का तो वैसे भी नहीं जाता है, तो कोशिश करेंगे।
ओके। अरे वाह।
हो गया? ये तो ये बंद है मैम, ये बंद है।
ये इसको पीछे।
हाँ, अच्छा ठीक है। हाँ ये पकड़ो बल्ला।
माशाल्लाह, वाह शैला, आपने तो गजब की बॉल फेंकी।
ये कान से निकल गया, जरा ये देखिए।
तो ऐसे आपने बैटिंग शुरू कर दी?
जी मैम। फिर ये क्या कि मैं क्योंकि लोगों के दरमियान में खेल नहीं सकता था, क्योंकि इसलिए ताकि जिन बच्चों के साथ मैं खेलता था और जब मैं उनके पास जाता था वो इस चीज़ को फिर मुझे रिजेक्ट करते थे कि हाथ नहीं है ये कैसे खेलेगा। लेकिन ये था कि मैं ख्वाब था कि मैं सचिन सर की तरह बनूं, और इसके लिए फिर मैंने बहुत मेहनत की। हालांकि मैं ज़्यादा मैच जो मैं खेलता हूँ वो लेदर को खेलता हूँ ज़्यादा, हेलमेट लगा के, और बल्कि मुझे कोई मुश्किलात नहीं आती है खेलने में। फिर मैंने बल्लेबाजी सीखी, खुद सीखी, फिर उसके बाद मैंने गेंदबाजी सीखी, और हाल ही में मैं ISPL में एक मैच में मैं सचिन सर की तरह उन्होंने मुझे इनवाइट किया था। और
अभी जब मिले थे आप उसके बाद?
हाँ जी मैम।
नहीं तो आपने कभी सपने में सोचा था कि सचिन जो हैं वो कश्मीर की गलियों में बल्ला चलाएंगे? कश्मीर की गलियों में?
हाँ मैम, नहीं ऐसा नहीं सोचा था, क्योंकि ये था कि क्योंकि ये अपनी ज़िंदगी में कभी भी नहीं सोचा था मैंने कि सचिन सर हमारे कश्मीर में आएंगे।
ये बदलता कश्मीर है, आप समझ रहे हैं कि गलियों में क्रिकेट का भगवान कहे जाने वाला ऐसे बल्ला चला रहा था और ऐसे गेंद खेल रहा था। क्योंकि उससे पहले हमने भी देखा है, शैला आपने भी देखा है कि हाथों में बैट नहीं था, हाथों में बॉल नहीं थी, हाथों में पत्थर हुआ करते थे। कश्मीर तो धीरे धीरे बदल रहा है, लोग कह रहे हैं शैला तो ऐसे बदल गई।
शुक्रिया रूबिका। कई सारे लोग कह रहे हैं कि आप कैसे बदल गई, आपने तो यू टर्न ले लिया, आपने तो 180 डिग्री की पलटी मार ली। लेकिन दरअसल फैक्ट यही है, हकीकत यही है कि मैं नहीं बदली, कश्मीर बदला है। It's not I who has changed, it is things in Kashmir, it is the situation on ground that has changed. And I am only articulating that change. मैं सिर्फ उस change को acknowledge कर रही हूँ जो आप मेरी ज़बानी सुनेंगे। लेकिन आपने अभी देखा, आप खुद कश्मीर में थी, आपने देखा कि पीएम मोदी की जो रैली थी उसमें किस तरह से आम शहरी जो है वो कतारें लगाकर जो है वहाँ पे जा रहे थे। ये पहली बार ऐसा माहौल कि एक पॉलिटिशियन की रैली में जो है लोग खुद से जा रहे हों। देखिए, मैं ये नहीं कहूँगी, बहुत सारे लोग कहेंगे आपने तो जी पलटी मार ली, अब आप प्रो गवर्नमेंट हो गए हो। वो पॉइंट नहीं है, अभी भी बहुत सारे मसाइल हैं। मेरा जो मकसद है वो ये सिर्फ नहीं है कि हमें जो मरकज़ी हुकूमत है उसको मक्खन लगाना है, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है। बहुत सारे मसाइल हैं जैसे बिजली के मसाइल हैं, पावर कट्स होते रहते हैं, बहुत सारे इश्यूज़ हैं, कैंडिडेट्स के मसाइल हैं। लेकिन द फैक्ट दैट दीज आर आवर इश्यूज़ टुडे, ये अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी बात है कि बिजली का मसला है, सड़क का मसला है। हालांकि बहुत सारा काम हो रहा है, सड़कें आपको नई दिखेंगी बनती हुई, आपको नए हाईवेज़ दिखेंगे बनते हुए, लेकिन ये अपने आप में एक बड़ा बदलाव है कि आज हमारे मसाइल ये हैं कि हमें पावर कट हो रहा है। आज हमारे मसाइल ये हैं कि हमें यहाँ पे जो है कहीं पे गड्ढा है, हमें उसको मैनहोल को फिल करना है। क्योंकि पहले अगर आप याद करें 10 साल पहले सिर्फ एक मसला होता था, आप वहाँ पे तशद्दुद देखते थे, वहाँ पे आज़ादी की मांग होती थी। आज पहली बार जो सिविक इश्यूज़ हैं वो सामने आए हैं, तो ये अपने आप में बदलाव होती है। बिल्कुल, तो लोगों की एक्सपेक्टेशंस होंगी, लोगों की शिकायतें होंगी। ऐसा नहीं है कि 24 घंटा जो है लोग मोदी करते रहेंगे, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। लोग शिकायत भी करेंगे, लेकिन शिकायत अपनी हुकूमत से कर रहे हैं, शिकायत अपनी हुकूमत मान के, अपना मुल्क मान के उससे शिकायत कर रहे हैं।
शैला, वो कौन सा पल था? क्योंकि मैं समझ सकती हूँ, आप JNU स्टूडेंट यूनियन के दरमियान हमने आपकी मुखालिफत की मुखरता और प्रखरता देखी है, और तमाम तरीके की बातें, मतलब अगर पीछे आप जाएं तो, लेकिन और उस पूरे सोच के साथ आगे बढ़ना, और फिर ये हिम्मत लाना कि नहीं, अब तक जो सोच रहे थे या जिस बात के लिए लड़ रहे थे वो शायद हवा ही था, वो जब गुब्बारा फूटा तो नया कश्मीर निकला। ये वो पल कब था जब आपने डिसाइड किया बस शैला, अब वक्त आ गया है?
मैं ये कहूँगी कि ये एक लंबा प्रोसेस था, एक एवोल्यूशन था, जहाँ पे इश्यूज़ को देखा। कोविड के दौरान जो है हमारी दुनिया मतलब एक सिरे से जो है बदल गई। तो उसके दौरान बहुत सारी ऐसी चीज़ें हुई जो मैंने देखा कि मुखालफत जो हम करते हैं कई बार इश्यूज़ पे करते हैं, और कई बार जो है बिना इशू के करते हैं। जैसे मास्क आ रही है तो अब मास्क की भी मुखालफत करनी है, वैक्सीन आ रही है तो वैक्सीन की भी मुखालफत करनी है, लॉकडाउन की मुखालफत करनी है। तो अगर आप ऐसे मुल्कों में देखें जहाँ पे लॉकडाउन नहीं लगा, वहाँ पे भी जो है लोगों ने हुकूमत की खिलाफ वर्जी की, जहाँ पे लॉकडाउन लगा वहाँ पे भी हुकूमत की खिलाफ वर्जी की। तो बहुत सारा जो हमारा ऑपोजिशन होता है वो क्योंकि एक बना हुआ होता है, कैंप्स बने हुए होते हैं, तो हुकूमत कुछ भी करे हमें उसके अगेंस्ट बोलना है। अब मेरा जो पर्सनल, जैसे मैंने कई सारी चीज़ों की जो है, समझ लीजिए आधार की, बहुत सारी चीज़ों की जो है मुखालफत की थी। तो एक डिफरेंट थियोरी ऑफ चेंज है जो गवर्नमेंट लाना चाह रही थी, हम लोग एक डिफरेंट थियोरी ऑफ चेंज दे रहे थे। लेकिन गवर्नमेंट ने डेमोन्स्ट्रेट किया है पिछले 10 साल में, आप पिछले 10 साल पहले याद करें, कोई नहीं, हम लोग आधार नहीं बनवाना चाहते थे कि सर्वेलेंस है वगैरह है। आज हम सब लोग डिजी यात्रा यूज़ कर रहे हैं, डिजी लॉकर यूज़ कर रहे हैं, हम ज़ीरोधा पे अकाउंट बनाते हैं, स्टॉक मार्केट ट्रेडिंग करते हैं, तो उसमें भी जो है आधार के थ्रू ऑथेंटिकेशन होती है।
अच्छा, अब तो इंटरनेट कट भी नहीं होता है।
जी जी बिल्कुल। तो एक डिफरेंट थ्योरी ऑफ चेंज गवर्नमेंट ने डेमोन्स्ट्रेट की है कि जो ये विकसित भारत का नैरेटिव अभी बात हो रही थी कि एक विजन है, एक कॉन्क्रीट मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस है, और अगले 25 साल के लिए एक विजन है। तो उस विजन के साथ चलने में, कभी कभी बड़ों की बात सुनने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, ठीक है, हम लोग वी आर यंग, वी आर रेस्टलेस, वी आर वेरी पॉलिटिकल, लेकिन जितनी मेरी उम्र नहीं है उससे ज़्यादा मुझे लगता है प्रधानमंत्री मोदी का एक्सपीरियंस है ग्राउंड पे, उससे ज़्यादा उनका ग्राउंड वर्क है। तो उन्होंने भी अगर 370 हटाया और उसका एक अच्छा इम्पैक्ट रहा, वो मुझे लगता है वो हवा में नहीं, कहीं ना कहीं उन्होंने चीज़ें देखी थी और कहीं ना कहीं उन्होंने तय किया था कि ये एक मसला है जिसको रिजॉल्व करना है?
370 से भी पहले मेरा कश्मीर जाना हुआ है। जब 370 हटाई गई थी तब मैं उसके अगले दिन कश्मीर पहुंच गई थी। उसके बाद मेरा सिलसिला जब पहली मर्तबा 15 अगस्त बनाया गया था तब भी मैं कश्मीर में थी। हाल फिलहाल में जब प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी 7 मार्च को गए थे जहां नाजिम ने प्रधानमंत्री से बात की थी तब भी मैं कश्मीर में थी। मतलब कश्मीर से मेरा नाता बिफोर एंड आफ्टर का भी रहा है। नाजिम, आपको तो पीएम ने दोस्त बना दिया, दोस्त बन गया आप, मतलब वो
बेस्ट फ्रेंड।
हाँ, बेस्ट फ्रेंड कह दिया आपको। कैसे बनाया आपने बेस्ट फ्रेंड उनको?
जी मैम, अगर मैं बात करूँ हमारे कश्मीर में 2018 में मैंने बहुत सारा सफ़र किया है। 2018 में मेरी जर्नी स्टार्ट हुई, वहाँ उस टाइम पे मार्केट ओपन ही नहीं होता था, इंटरनेट शटडाउन्स थे। तो जिस टाइम पे मैंने 2020 में फिर से एक वेबसाइट बनाई, उस टाइम पे वो वेबसाइट बनाने के बाद मैंने सोचा कि अब छोड़ दूँ, क्योंकि इंटरनेट प्रॉब्लम थी। मैंने 5 कनेक्शन अपने घर पे लगवाए, प्राइवेट एक कनेक्शन, जियो का एक, एयरटेल का एक, बीएसएनएल का एक, कि कौन सा चलता तो कोई नहीं था। तो उसके बाद जब चेंज आई, उसके बाद मैंने देखा हमारी वेबसाइट दौड़ने लगी। कभी भी वो वेबसाइट फिर रुकी नहीं, तब से आज तक वो चलती रही और आज तक वो प्रोसेस करती रही, वो ग्रोथ ऊपर हो गई। और उसी ग्रोथ के दौरान मुझे डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर का हैंड होल्डिंग करना, बाकी जितने हमारे डिपार्टमेंट से उनकी हैंड होल्डिंग की वजह से मैं एक स्टेज पे पहुंचा, एक लेवल पे पहुंचा, और वहाँ पे मैंने अपने प्राइम मिनिस्टर सर से बात की। और जब उन्होंने मेरे ये स्टोरी सुनी, उस स्टोरी सुनने के बाद उसने मुझे अपना फ्रेंड बनाया।
अच्छा, वो उसी भाषण में जहाँ एड्रेस हो रही थी उनकी रैली को, वो जब एड्रेस कर रहे थे तब उन्होंने कहा था कि मैं यहाँ दिल्ली से कश्मीर की दूरी और दिल की दूरी दोनों दूर करने आया हूँ। तो वो आपकी दूरी आज आपको महसूस होता है कि ख़त्म हो गई है?
नहीं, बिल्कुल दूरी तो दूर हो गई, क्योंकि मैं आमिर भाई ने बात की हेल्थ कार्ड की, तो मैं अगर उस पर बोलूँगा कि रिसेंटली मुझे भी एक छोटी मोटी सर्जरी थी, मैंने वो हेल्थ कार्ड यूज़ किया, मैंने बेनिफिट लिया। कश्मीर में आप एक एक बंदा देखोगे जिसके पास वो हेल्थ कार्ड नहीं है, किसी न किसी को 20,000, 30,000, 5,000, 10,000 बेनिफिट पहुँचे हैं। तो आज थिंग्स आर चेंज्ड।
अच्छा नाज़िम, एक बात बताइए मुझे, ये 370 आपके दिल के इतना करीब क्यों था? जब नहीं हटा था तब तो आपको ऐसा ही लगता होगा ना कि ये लोग आए हैं, हम पर कब्जा कर लेंगे, हमें ख़त्म कर देंगे, कश्मीरियों को नेस्त नाबूद कर देंगे, खासकर मोदी की गवर्नमेंट को लेकर। 370 को लेकर वो कौन था जिसने आपको बताया था यही तुम्हारी आत्मा है, इसके बगैर कश्मीर ख़त्म है?
मैम, मुझे तो बताया किसी ने नहीं, मगर हम सुनते हैं कश्मीर में, हमें कश्मीर में बोला जाता था कि 370 के बारे में चर्चे होते थे, न्यूज़ पे देखते थे, मोबाइल खोलते थे तो 370। तो मेरे हिसाब से हमें ये वहाँ पे एक नॉलेज था जिस लेवल का मुझे अभी भी नॉलेज है कि 370 में यहाँ पे एक मतलब 370 में आपको बहुत सारी रुकावटें मिलेंगी। मतलब यहाँ पे एक कोई भी इंडिया का हो वो बसने लगेगा, आपके जॉब्स चले जाएंगे। अगर बिहार का कोई होगा वो यहाँ पे जॉब कर लेगा, तो कश्मीरी क्या करेगा? यही था वहाँ पे असल मसला कि कश्मीरी क्या करेगा। मगर मैं अब की बात करूँ, मैं भी एक कश्मीरी हूँ। मैंने क्या किया, मैं अपनी टांगों पे खड़ा हो गया, गवर्नमेंट का भी सहारा लिया और आगे मैंने सफ़र बढ़ाया, और आज आपके सामने नतीजा है।
माशाल्लाह। अच्छा आबिर भाई, ये 370 से पहले आपके लिए भी मोदी अलग किस्म के थे और 370 के बाद मोदी को अलग किस्म से देखने लगे आप?
मैम,
सच्ची बताइएगा। मतलब
ऐसा बिल्कुल भी नहीं है। तो अगर मैं अपनी बात करूं तो मुझे फर्स्ट टाइम ऐसा हमारे मोदी साहब जो है, मैं जितने भी तारीफ़ करूं वो कम है। हालांकि मैंने ना किसी, अगर मैं अपनी बात करूं, मैं किसी से पार्टी से बिलोंग नहीं करता मैम। और मैं क्योंकि इसीलिए नहीं करता हूं ताकि मुझे किसी से कुछ चाहिए, क्योंकि मैं रोज़गार के लिए गया, मैं खुद अपनी बात कर रहा हूं। रोज़गार के लिए गया, बोला, हालांकि मैंने 10+2 किया, फर्स्ट ईयर तक अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह मैंने पढ़ा है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद मैंने रोज़गार की मांग की। अल्लाह की कसम सर, ठोकरे, इतने ठोकरे खाने पड़े मुझे, ये मैं जानता हूँ। एक क्रिकेट किट होती है, उसके लिए भी मुझे ठोकरे खाने पड़ते। हालांकि हाल ही में मैं आपको, मेरे पास सब कुछ मौजूद है, लेटर डाली 2021 को मैंने लेटर डाली किट के हवाले। अल्लाह की कसम, इतना किराया मुझे, हालांकि फादर से किराया ली और मदर से ली, मुझे पैसा दे दो मुझे जाना है कहीं, फिर भी मुझे वो किट नहीं मिली। नेट के लिए फिर भी वो मुझे नहीं मिला। तो फिर क्या हुआ कि ये मैं जानता हूँ कितने ठोकरे आज भी खाने पड़ते हैं हमें। मैं अपनी बात कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन अगर मैं प्यार करता हूँ किसी के साथ, वो हमारे नरेंद्र मोदी जी, और इसलिए नहीं मुझे किट चाहे यहाँ वहाँ हुकूमत, हालांकि उन्हीं की हुकूमत है, तो मैं बहुत प्यार करता हूँ उसके साथ। क्योंकि मैं उन्होंने ऐसा काम किया है, वो तारीफ के काबिल है, ये मैं समझता हूँ। बहुत सारे ऐसे काम हैं जो उन्होंने किए हैं, तो क्योंकि मैं हर एक किसी के पास गया, जो हमारी पिछली हुकूमत थी उनके पास भी गया, जब उनकी हुकूमत थी उनके पास भी गया। अल्लाह की कसम, ठोकरे खाने, इतने ठोकरे खाने पड़े सर, ये मैं जानता हूँ। एक क्रिकेट किट के लिए, गेंद के लिए मैं तरस रहा था, वो भी उन्होंने नहीं दी। ये मैं जानता हूँ मैं कैसे गेंदबाजी करता हूँ।
अब आपके पास वो किट है, आ गई है?
हाँ बिल्कुल मैम, भी है मेरे पास, किसी ने नहीं दी। वो यहाँ की दिल्ली का अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह एक है जिन्होंने मुझे प्रोवाइड किया है, हाल ही में उन्होंने प्रोवाइड किया है मुझे। जैसे इससे पहले भी मैं था दिल्ली में एक शो में, तो उन्होंने मुझे वो किट, लगभग 1 लाख की किट उन्होंने मुझे दी। तो वो बिल्कुल वो तारीफ के काबिल है मैम। तो मैं, क्योंकि
अगर पीएम मोदी और उनकी सरकार और बाकी तमाम लोग इस वक्त आपको सुन रहे हैं, तो आप उनसे क्या कहना चाहेंगे? आप कह रहे 370 के बाद चीज़ें बेहतर हुई हैं, लेकिन अभी भी बहुत सी चीज़ें हैं जिन पर हमें चलना ज़रूरी है।
जी मैम, ये मेरी जहाँ तक मेरी बात है, मैं तो अपनी बात को मैं रिजेक्ट करता हूँ, क्योंकि जो बच्चे हैं वहाँ के, जो वहाँ के बच्चे हैं जो क्रिकेट खेल रहे हैं, जिनको अभी तक कोई मुकाम, जो हर कोई का ख्वाब होता है मैं अपने देश के लिए कुछ करूं, लेकिन अभी भी वहाँ के बच्चे अभी पीछे पीछे हैं, पीछे पीछे। वो क्यों है? क्योंकि कुछ लोग हैं जो उन बच्चों को अभी भी रोक रहे हैं। और मैं अपनी मोदी सर को ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि प्लीज़ इस पर आप थोड़ा ध्यान दीजिए, क्योंकि जो टैलेंट है वो ज़ाया हो रहा है हमारे जम्मू कश्मीर में।
क्या 370 हटने के बाद चेंजेस आए हैं कि ये बिल्कुल बदस्तूर वैसा का वैसा चल रहा है, कोई बदलाव नहीं आया है?
मुझे लगता है मैम अभी भी वैसा ही चल रहा है, वैसा ही चल रहा है जैसे पहले चल रहा था, वैसे ही चल रहा था। क्योंकि यहाँ तो हमारे जो नरेंद्र मोदी जी, यहाँ तो उसके पास उतनी जानकारी नहीं आती है। तो जितना मुझे मालूम है, मतलब मैं ग्राउंड लेवल से, मैं छोटे गांव से बिलोंग करता हूँ।
मतलब आप बोल रहे हैं क्रिकेट ग्राउंड्स वगैरह को लेकर
वो भी ज़रूरी है, और बाकी जितने काम है वो भी ज़रूरी है। जिस गांव में मैं रहता हूँ, वहाँ की जहाँ मेरी गली गुजरती है, अल्लाह की कसम, जो सचिन सर वहीं आ रहे थे हमारे गांव में ही, लेकिन वहाँ सड़क खराब थी, तो इसलिए वहाँ नहीं आ पाया।
तो जैसा शैला कह रही है कि एक वो टाइम था जब आज़ादी की मांगें उठती थी कि हमारे कश्मीर को अकेला छोड़ दो, और आज वो टाइम है जब हम सड़क, बिजली, पानी, बाकी दूसरी फैसिलिटीज़ की बात कर रहे हैं। ये आप मानते हैं कि बड़ा चेंज है?
बिल्कुल, मैं बहुत बड़ा, देखो,
क्योंकि इससे पहले आप जैसे, नाजिम जैसे जो तमाम युवा थे, उनके हाथों में पत्थर हुआ करता था। अगर नहीं भी होता तो मन में गुस्सा, एक रोष था। क्या वो गुस्सा समाप्त हुआ है, ख़त्म हुआ है?
मैम वहाँ मैं समझता हूँ वहाँ के जो लोग हैं, बहुत लोग हैं, मेरे ख्याल से 55% अभी लोग हैं जो मोदी साहब के साथ बहुत प्यार करते हैं। ये मैं जानता हूँ। बहुत चेंजेस आए, ऐसा नहीं चेंजेस नहीं आए, बहुत चेंजेस आए हैं, लेकिन बस और अगर और भी नज़र रखेंगे वो बहुत सबसे बड़ी बात रहेगी।
चला, कुल मिलाकर थोड़ा हुआ है, बहुत से की ज़रूरत है। लेकिन उसके लिए कौन सी वो पहली चीज़ है जो अब हो जानी चाहिए और अब तक नहीं हुई है?
जी, आई थिंक डिस्कशन बिल्कुल सही लाइन पे जा रहा है। जहाँ पे भी मैं जाती हूँ, मैंने वहाँ पे युवाओं के साथ, महिलाओं के साथ बहुत इंटरेक्शन किया अभी रिसेंटली, और सब जगह यही बात सुनने को मिली कि मैम ये स्कीम बहुत अच्छा है। लखपति दीदियों से मैंने बात की, जो गोल्डन कार्ड वाले बेनिफिशरीज़ हैं उनसे बात की, और सब लोगों का यही कहना है कि बहुत अच्छा हो रहा है और ऐसे ही और अच्छी स्कीम्स आनी चाहिए। सो कश्मीर इज़ बिकमिंग एस्पिरेशनल नाउ। पहले इस तरह की डिमांड उठाना कि सड़क ठीक नहीं है या स्कीम आनी चाहिए, इसको माना जाता था कि आप गद्दार हैं, इसको गद्दारी माना जाता था। आज हम लोग ये डिमांड्स उठा रहे हैं, लाभार्थी बोल रहे हैं कि ये बहुत अच्छी स्कीम है, हमें और अच्छी स्कीम चाहिए मरकज़ी हुकूमत से। पहली बात ये। दूसरी बात जो आपने कहा कि अब क्या और होना चाहिए, मेरे ख्याल में जिस तरह से मैं देखती हूँ चीज़ों को, तो जो विकसित भारत का एक विजन है, विकसित भारत हमें 2047 हमारी आज़ादी को 100 साल हो जाएंगे, तो उस विकसित भारत के विजन में विकसित कश्मीर और विकसित जम्मू कश्मीर होना भी बहुत ज़रूरी है। उसके लिए जो मैं मानती हूँ सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है वो है स्किल्स, क्योंकि हमारी लैंडलॉक्ड इकॉनमी है, कोई हमारे पास पोर्ट नहीं है, कुछ हमारे पास कोई आउटलेट नहीं है ट्रेड का। तो हमारी जो कश्मीर है, हमारी सरज़मीन पर जो एक चीज़ बहुत अच्छी चल सकती है वो है सर्विसेज सेक्टर। तो skills for women, skills for youth, and there are many prominent people sitting in this room right now, and many people who are watching us, and I would invite them to come and invest in Kashmir, to come and invest in skill building, because we have some of the most talented workforce, but which needs grooming, which needs investment, which needs skill building. So I would say कि ये जो विकसित कश्मीर या विकसित जम्मू कश्मीर है, ये skills के basis पे ही बनेगा, क्योंकि landlocked economy, services sector, ऑलरेडी जो इंडस्ट्रियल लैंड है, अगर आप जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल 6900 एकड़ अगर है लैंड के, तो उसमें जो 50% लैंड है वो अनयूजेबल है, 50 या 40% लैंड अनयूजेबल है क्योंकि वो माउंटेनस है, वो रॉकी है। इसी तरह से जो लैंड होल्डिंग का साइज़ है वो बहुत स्मॉल है। तो जो आपका प्राइमरी और सेकेंडरी सेक्टर है, देयर इज़ अ लिमिटेशन ऑन हाउ मच दैट कैन ग्रो, बट देयर इज़ एब्सोल्युटली नो लिमिट ऑन हाउ मेनी स्किल्स वी कैन. So if if this is being heard by the central government right now, I would say that that's the one area that needs focus.
अच्छा, जिस तरीके से आप बात कर रही हैं, आप कश्मीर के लिए खूब सारी डिमांड्स जो हैं आप सामने रख रही हैं, लेकिन ये डिमांड ऐसे ही आप रखेंगी या चुनाव लड़ के रखने वाली हैं?
मैं एक आम शहरी की हैसियत से बात कर रही हूँ, एंड यू कैन
अभी कर रही हैं, पर अगली बार जब मैं आपको इनवाइट करूँगी तो आम शहरी की हैसियत से आएंगी या MP बन के आएंगी?
इंशाल्लाह आपके मुंह में घी शक्कर, लेकिन अभी ऐसा कोई प्लान नहीं है। लेकिन मैं ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि यू कैन थिंक ऑफ मी एज अ नेटवर्क रिपीटर, यू कैन जस्ट थिंक ऑफ मी एज अ समथिंग दैट वाईफाई, जैसे वाईफाई का एम्पलीफायर होता है, आप वैसे समझ सकती हैं कि मैं ग्राउंड से आ रही हूँ, मैं कश्मीर में लोगों से बात करके आ रही हूँ, इंटरेक्ट करके आ रही हूँ।
रोज़ों में आपने मेरे मुँह में घी शक्कर डाल ही दिया है, तो अब ये भी बता दीजिए कि MP किस पार्टी से बन के आ रही हैं? क्या शैला रशीद BJP ज्वाइन करेंगी?
देखिए, मैं फिर से वही बात कहूँगी कि दिस होल थिंग, इट इज़ नॉट अबाउट मी। मेरा जो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है, इट्स नॉट रियली अबाउट मी, इट इज़ अबाउट द ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन दैट इज़ हैपनिंग।
आप शिकारा लेकर नहीं निकल सकती हैं, आपको मेरे सवाल का जवाब देना होगा। क्या शैला रशीद आने वाले दिनों में पॉलिटिक्स में पाई जा सकती हैं?
See, there is no secret that I am political. I am a very political individual. मतलब I think मुझे कब से पॉलिटिक्स का कीड़ा था मुझे याद भी नहीं है, बचपन से ही I am very political. और कश्मीरी बच्चे वैसे भी पॉलिटिकल होते ही हैं, पॉलिटिकली बहुत अवेयर होते हैं, तो ये कोई अनोखी बात नहीं है कि मैं बहुत पॉलिटिकली आउटस्पोकन हूँ। कश्मीर में सब इसी तरह से पॉलिटिकली आउटस्पोकन है, लेकिन बात मेरी नहीं है कि मुझे क्या करना है, बात यह है कि सबको साथ में लेके चलना है, सबकी आवाज़ बन के चलना है, और वो मैं उसके लिए मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट बनना ज़रूरी नहीं है, वो आप एक आम शहरी के तौर पर भी मैं अभी यहाँ पे बात रख रही हूँ, मैंने बिजली के मसाइल की बात की।
तो पॉलिटिक्स में तो आप आएंगे, लेकिन दल में कमल होगा या NC है या PDP है?
अभी इस तरह का कुछ प्लान नहीं है, मैं सिर्फ एक आम शहरी की हैसियत से, और आप मुझ में वही देख सकती हैं जो आप एक कश्मीर के आम शहरी में आज देखेंगे।
अच्छा, अभी क्विक सवाल, आपने मुझे जवाब तो दे ही दिया है, कुछ चीज़ें राज रहने दीजिए ताकि हमारे लिए हेडलाइंस का मौका आगे भी रहे, लेकिन क्या 370 हटने के बाद BJP का मिशन 370 पूरा हो सकता है 2024 में? आपको क्या लगता है?
मैं फिर से बोलिए, मैं थोड़ा दिमाग दूसरी साइड था। हाँ।
मैं कह रही हूँ 370 हट गया, लेकिन BJP का टारगेट है कि वो 2024 के चुनावों में 370 सीटें लाएंगे। कश्मीर इन 370 सीटों में कुछ सीटें बीजेपी की झोली में डाल सकता है?
मैम, तो अभी मुझे लगता है तो हो सकता है।
हो सकता है?
हो सकता है, लेकिन
शैला, आप क्या सोचती हैं?
अगर हम लोग जम्मू कश्मीर की बात करें ओवरऑल,
जम्मू तो फिर भी रहा है उस साइड, लेकिन क्या कश्मीर?
देखिए, मैं इट इज़ नॉट माई जॉब टू स्पीक फॉर बीजेपी और फॉर द गवर्नमेंट, but yes, definitely BJP should capitalize on the good work that it has done in Kashmir, and it should definitely get more credible faces, big faces, and it should just, you know, come on the ground and behave like a normal party. मतलब वो जो एक स्टिग्मा होता था बीजेपी को लेकर, पीएम मोदी से तो लोग प्यार करते हैं, एलजी मनोज सिन्हा जी, उनकी लोग बहुत इज्जत करते हैं, उनको इम्पार्शल मानते हैं, लेकिन इसको अगर मतलब ग्राउंड पे कन्वर्ज करना है तो इसके लिए बीजेपी को थोड़ा ग्राउंड में उतरना पड़ेगा कश्मीर में।
शैला कुछ कह रही है बीजेपी, सुन लीजिए आप, ग्राउंड के लोगों से संपर्क साधना पड़ेगा आपको। नाजिम, आपको क्या लगता है?
जी मैम, मेरे हिसाब से
जो बीजेपी को लेकर एक हवा था ना कि अरे बाप रे, बीजेपी नहीं, मोदी नहीं, अमित शाह नहीं, अब वो दूरी मिट गई है? पॉलिटिकली पूछ रही हूँ मैं।
जिस कश्मीरी को बेनिफिट हुआ है सीरियसली वो तो उन्हीं का होगा। जिसको 5,000 भी 10,000 भी जो अपलिफ्ट हुआ है मैम, सीरियसली ही विल डू, वो करेगा।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। नए कश्मीर पर नई बातों के साथ आप सामने आए। इससे पहले जब कश्मीर पर डिस्कशन हुआ करता था तो आप तीनों जानते हैं कि किस तरह का डिस्कशन हुआ करता था, लेकिन आज वो नई बयार साफ तौर पर नजर आ रही है। आमिर भाई, शैला, नाजिम, आप लोगों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। बढ़ते हैं अगले सेशन की तरफ, लेकिन ये गवाही दिल से निकली गवाही है, ये जबरदस्ती नहीं निकाली जा सकती है। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
Thank you very much, Rupika, for getting us that interesting panel discussion. What has changed in Jammu and Kashmir since 2019 when India actually went ahead and revoked the special status for Jammu and Kashmir. And since then, we've been trying to make sure that more and more manufacturing, more and more companies go to Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, G20 took place in Jammu and Kashmir as well. I'd like to inform you, ladies and gentlemen, we have four Grammy winners amongst us today, and they will bring us an unforgettable performance. Believe me, you wouldn't want to miss this. Please do come back after a short 20-minute tea break. Tea is served at the Shahjahan Hall, but please be right back in 20 minutes.
Please put your hands together as I welcome our first guest for the morning, Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, who is with Railways and Communications and Electronics and Information Technology, for what promises to be a very exciting session. And may I please call on stage Veena Liaquat, who will be moderating the session titled The Transformers Taking India to a New Station. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's morning today. Thank you.
आप सबको प्यार भरा नमस्कार। राइजिंग भारत, और चूंकि मंच पर ऐसे शख्स हैं या ऐसे नेता हैं जो राजनीति कम करते हैं और काम ज्यादा करते हैं, आप इनसे जितनी चाहे काम की बातें कर लीजिए, जैसे ही राजनीति की बात करेंगे ये 9-2-11 हो जाएंगे। तो इसीलिए अगर इनको इस स्टेशन पर रखना है तो काम की सारी बातें, और यही काम है जो राइजिंग भारत को उस जेनिथ तक लेकर जाने वाला है। मंत्री जी, बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका। दर्शकों को बस बता दूं मैं कि आप 39वें रेल मंत्री हैं, 55वें संचार मंत्री हैं और दूसरे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स और सूचना मंत्री हैं। बहुत भार है कंधे पर आपके।
देखिए, जिस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी देश के लिए दिन रात मेहनत कर रहे हैं, अपना एक एक पल, एक एक क्षण देश के लिए समर्पित कर रहे हैं, तो हमारे जैसे कई कार्यकर्ताओं को लग जाना चाहिए, पूरी तरह से जुट ही जाना चाहिए।
अश्विनी जी, जब 2047 की हम बात करते हैं हम उस भारत की बात करते हैं जो विकसित हो चुका है। तो ईमानदारी से अपने दिल पर हाथ रखकर बताइए, एक रेल मंत्री अपने रेलवे नेटवर्क को उस वक्त कैसे पाता है? उस वक्त की ट्रेन हिंदुस्तान की जनता कैसे देख सकती है?
देखिए, आज मोदी जी के 10 वर्ष के इस पीरियड में एक बहुत स्ट्रांग लेगेसी बनी है। आज मोदी जी की 10 वर्ष की लेगेसी और 25 वर्ष का प्लान, ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक स्पष्ट जनता के सामने, भारत की जनता के सामने एक स्पष्ट मैसेज है। इस 10 वर्ष की लेगेसी में आप देखो, रेलवे में प्रैक्टिकली करीब करीब बहुत सारे राज्य 100% इलेक्ट्रीफाई हो गए। 40,000 किलोमीटर रेलवे का इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन हुआ। 60 वर्षों में 20,000, 10 वर्षों में 40,000, करीब करीब आपके 30,000 किलोमीटर नए रेलवे ट्रैक बने। यानी जर्मनी का जितना रेलवे नेटवर्क है उतना रेलवे नेटवर्क भारत के रेलवे नेटवर्क में जुड़ा। पिछले साल 5,000 किलोमीटर जुड़े थे और इस साल भी कल की रिपोर्ट में देख रहा था 5,246 किलोमीटर कल तक रेलवे नेटवर्क में जुड़े। यानी हर साल एक स्विट्जरलैंड के बराबर रेलवे नेटवर्क भारत में जुड़ रहा है। टोटली नए जनरेशन की वंदे भारत ट्रेन आई, नमो भारत ट्रेन आई। आज वंदे भारत ट्रेन में हमारी जो मिडिल क्लासेस है और एस्पिरेशनल यूथ है उनको एक ऐसा अनुभव मिल रहा है जो दुनिया के बेस्ट से बेस्ट रेलवे सिस्टम में मिलता। नमो भारत ट्रेन अपने आप में बहुत ही सक्सेसफुल है रीजनल ट्रांजिट के लिए। अब वंदे भारत स्लीपर आ रही है, वंदे मेट्रो आ रही है, अमृत भारत ट्रेन आ रही है। तो ये सब जो आपने देखा इन 10 वर्षों में विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए जो फाउंडेशनल एलिमेंट्स हैं, जो फाउंडेशन बनानी है, नींव बनानी है, वो नींव बनी है। अगले 5 वर्षों में इस नींव को और मजबूत करेंगे।
मंत्री जी, मैं एक सेकंड आपको रोक रही हूँ। आप कह रहे हैं कि ये नींव 2014 में रखी गई है, इससे पहले फिर क्या हो रहा था?
इससे पहले अगर रेलवे की मैं बात करूं तो रेलवे को एक दूध दोहने वाली गाय के बराबर समझा जाता था। ऐसी कंडीशन थी जिसमें रेलवे मिनिस्टर्स केवल किसी गाड़ी के स्टॉपेज या गाड़ी के एक्सटेंशन या नई गाड़ी के अनाउंसमेंट पे ध्यान देते थे। पटरियों की कैपेसिटी है कि नहीं उसकी कोई चिंता नहीं होती थी। इस तरह से रेलवे का प्रशासन चला रहे थे तत्कालीन तब के रेलवे मंत्री और तब की सरकारें, जिसमें रेलवे फोकस नहीं था, पैसेंजर फोकस नहीं था, केवल अपनी राजनीति फोकस थी। मोदी जी ने डीपोलिटिसाइज किया रेलवे को। रेलवे को एक टेक्निकल तरीके से, ऑपरेशनल एफिशिएंसी की तरीके से, नई टेक्नोलॉजी को एब्जॉर्ब करने के तरीके से उस चीज को मोदी जी ने अपने प्राइमरी फोकस में लेके आए। रेलवे के बजट को मर्ज किया जनरल बजट में, जहां मात्र 15,000 करोड़ के आसपास मिलते थे जनरल बजट से भारतीय रेलवे को, आज 2,52,000 करोड़ रुपए का रेलवे का बजट सपोर्ट मिलता है। काम, फंडिंग बढ़ी, काम बढ़ा, कई तरह के रिफॉर्म्स हुए, बहुत सारे करीब करीब 38 ऐसे मेजर स्ट्रक्चरल रिफॉर्म्स हुए, जिसके कारण आज रेलवे एक ऐसी परिस्थितियों में आई है कि अब अच्छी एक फाउंडेशन बन गई 10 वर्षों में। आने वाले 5 वर्षों में इस फाउंडेशन को और स्ट्रांग करेंगे। कई जो नई टेक्नोलॉजीज लेके आए उनको और ज्यादा स्ट्रेंथन करेंगे और उसके बाद में उसके आगे वाले 20 सालों में रेलवे एक अलग नया स्वरूप देखेगी।
चेंजेस रेलवे स्टेशन पर नजर आ रहे हैं, यहाँ पर हर एक शख्स इस बात को मानेगा। लेकिन उसी रेलवे स्टेशन पर जब जाएंगे, ये बात सच है कि 41 वंदे भारत आ गई हैं, नमो भारत आ गई है, अमृत भारत आ गई हैं। स्टेशन पर आज भी जो यात्री है वो भीड़ को लेकर परेशान है, ट्रेनों में जो रिजर्वेशन है उसे लेकर परेशान है। ये कितना टाइम आप मंत्री जी बता सकते हैं कि एक वो वक्त आएगा जब साल भर में ये जो 700 करोड़ का आंकड़ा है यात्रियों का सफर करने का, वो 1000, 1200 या 1300 तक
2030 तक 1000 करोड़ लोग पैसेंजर्स रेलवे में ट्रैवल करेंगे। उस हिसाब से कैपेसिटी बना रहे। देखो, ट्रेन में और हाईवे में एक फंडामेंटल डिफरेंस होता है। ट्रेन में आपको बिना पटरी के गाड़ी नहीं चला सकते, करेक्ट? रोड कैसी भी हो, कंडीशन कैसी भी हो, एक बार के लिए गाड़ी चल जाती है। इसीलिए बहुत जरूरी है कि रेलवे नेटवर्क में ज्यादा से ज्यादा कैपेसिटी बढ़ाने के लिए जितने भी टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं, रेलवे के नई पटरियां बिछाना, ऑटोमेटिक सिग्नलिंग लाना, आपके कंप्लीट रेलवे के जो कंट्रोल सिस्टम है जिसको सेंट्रलाइज्ड ट्रेन कंट्रोल सीटीसी कहते हैं, उस टेक्नोलॉजी पे जाना, आपकी ट्रेन्स की एक्सेलरेशन डेसेलरेशन जो मतलब पिकअप और ब्रेक लगाने के बाद में रुकने की टाइम उसको कम करना, 2x25 kV बहुत मैसिव टेक्निकल वर्क है। उस पूरे टेक्निकल काम में जिस तेजी से काम चल रहा है, वी आर वेरी कंफर्टेबली, आई कैन से विद गुड कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल, कि 2030 तक 1000 करोड़ पैसेंजर्स को हर साल कैरी करने की कैपेसिटी हो जाएगी। आज हम करीब करीब 700 करोड़ पैसेंजर्स को कैरी करते हैं साल में। रेलवे देश का अगर पूरा नेटवर्क देखो, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन की इकोनॉमिक्स देखो, तो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन में करीब 700 करोड़ रेलवे से जाते हैं, करीब करीब 250 करोड़ रोड से, हाईवे से जाते हैं, और करीब 35 करोड़ एरोप्लेन से जाते हैं। तो ये अभी ये नेटवर्क है, इसमें ये 700 करोड़ 2030 तक 1000 करोड़ होगा।
अच्छा, इन सालों में ऐसा क्या हुआ है कि आपने इतनी तेजी से ये सारी ट्रेनें, चाहे वो नमो भारत हो, चाहे वो वंदे भारत हो, ये सिर्फ विल है या कुछ और भी चीजें थी जिसने इन एडिशन आपके इस काम को फास्ट ट्रैक पर ला दिया?
3 चीजें हैं। एक तो बहुत स्ट्रांग फोकस टेक्नोलॉजी लाने में, बहुत स्ट्रांग फोकस डीपोलिटिसाइज करने में रेलवे का फोकस रेलवे की ऑपरेशनल एफिशिएंसी पे ध्यान दे। रेलवे में एक तरीके से काम करने की पद्धति बदली। दूसरा, फंडिंग इंक्रीज की मोदी जी ने। तीसरा, पीएम साहब ने बहुत स्पष्ट तौर पे कहा कि चाहे कितने भी कठिन फैसले लेने हो, फैसले लो, फैसले लेके, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल एक नया रेलवे की मेंटेनेंस की पद्धति में नया एक सुधार हुआ है। पहले क्या होता था कि जिस दिन मेंटेनेंस करना है, मान लो पटरी है, पटरी पे डेली का डेली मेंटेनेंस करना पड़ता है, तो जिस दिन आपको मेंटेनेंस का काम करना है उसी दिन सारे कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स, मशीन्स, स्पेयर मटेरियल, सब लेबर सब आते थे। तो सुबह से शाम तक मान लो वेट करते थे, 4 या 5 बजे तक मान लो परमिशन मिलती थी, कभी परमिशन नहीं भी मिलती थी, वापस चले जाते थे। ये एक ऐसी पद्धति जो 60-70 वर्ष तक चली। अब आज रेलवे में हर शुक्रवार को अगले 26 हफ्ते का, नेक्स्ट 26 वीक्स का डिटेल्ड प्लान बनाते हैं। नेक्स्ट 26 वीक्स मतलब जैसे जापान में मेंटेनेंस की पद्धति है, या जर्मनी में, या जो डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज है, विकसित
हर फ्राइडे करते हैं,
वैसी की वैसी एडवांस्ड प्लानिंग अपना रेलवे भी कर रहा है। तो ये सब कठिन फैसले होते हैं, इसमें आपको पूरे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को एक साथ आदत बदलने की आदत डालनी पड़ती है, एक नए तरीके से काम करने की मतलब प्रैक्टिस में आना पड़ता है। तो ये आसान काम नहीं होता, इसमें बहुत मेहनत और कंटिन्यूअस कम्युनिकेशन विद द टॉप टू बॉटम मोस्ट लेयर। आज आप किसी सुपरवाइजर के पास जाके बात करो अगर, और मैं आप में से निवेदन करूंगा जो भी पाथवे इंस्पेक्टर हो, सेक्शन सुपरवाइजर हो, इनसे बात करें, इतने खुश हैं कि आज उनको मेंटेनेंस के लिए जो टाइम चाहिए होता है वो मिलता है,
मंत्री जी खुश है। मतलब इससे पहले तो आप कह रहे थे कि सब आराम से हो जाता था, सिर्फ पॉलिटिक्स होती थी, काम नहीं होता था। अब आप सिर्फ इस काम ही काम करा रहे हैं और वो खुश हैं?
बिल्कुल खुश है। और आप वास्तव में जाके मिलो, मैं तो कम से कम लो लेवल पे, ग्राउंड लेवल पे ऑफिशियल्स के साथ, जो कि ग्रुप बी ऑफिसर्स भी नहीं है, ग्रुप सी में जो काम करते हैं कर्मचारी, उनके साथ बहुत इंटरेक्ट करता हूं और उनसे बहुत इनपुट लेता हूं, बहुत फीडबैक भी लेता हूं। इतने खुश हैं इस बात से कि रेलवे का एक तरीके से, जिस तरीके से चलनी चाहिए एक टेक्निकल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, वैसे मोदी जी ने 10 वर्षों में रेलवे को उस टेक्निकल स्टेज पे लेके आ गए।
अश्विनी जी, दुर्घटना को लेकर मैं आपसे डिटेल में थोड़ी चर्चा करना चाहूंगी। स्पेशली कम हुई हैं दुर्घटनाएं, एक्सीडेंट्स कम हुए हैं, लेकिन जो होते हैं वो आपने भी देखे हैं। आप कितने दिनों तक वहां पर रहे थे, आपकी आंखों में लोगों ने आंसू देखे हैं, वहीं उस जमीन पर पॉलिटिक्स भी देखी है। कवच को लेकर विपक्ष ने बहुत हमला साधा कि आपने कहा था कि ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी, ऐसा सिस्टम है कि इससे हिंदुस्तान को कोई नुकसान नहीं होगा, लेकिन जब हुआ तो उसने सबको जख्मी कर दिया।
देखो, कवच एक टेक्नोलॉजी की क्लास है जिसको कहते हैं ऑटोमेटिक ट्रेन प्रोटेक्शन, एटीपी टेक्नोलॉजी। एटीपी टेक्नोलॉजी दुनिया भर के बड़े रेलवे सिस्टम्स में 1980 के दशक में चालू हुई, 1990 के दशक में काफी बड़ी मात्रा में लगी, और 2000 के दशक में करीब करीब दुनिया के सारे बड़े रेलवे नेटवर्क्स में फुल्ली एटीपी आ गया था। तब की सरकारें क्या करती थी? क्या उन सरकारों की जिम्मेदारी नहीं थी कि एटीपी लेके आए? क्या उनकी ये जिम्मेदारी नहीं बनती थी कि सेफ्टी पे इन्वेस्टमेंट करें? सेफ्टी के लिए जो नई टेक्नोलॉजी चाहिए वो लेके आए, कुछ नहीं किया उन्होंने। 2016 में पहली बार भारत में एटीपी टेक्नोलॉजी को मान्यता दी मोदी जी ने, 2016 में। 2016 मतलब सोचो, देश ने 1980 से लेके 2014 तक का पीरियड, एक तरीके से उस पीरियड में पूरा देश कवर हो जाना चाहिए था एटीपी टेक्नोलॉजी से। 2016 में मान्यता दी, 2019 तक उसके पूरे सर्टिफिकेशंस मिले। 2020 और 21 में कोविड के कारण दिक्कत आई, लेकिन उसके बाद में, उसके बावजूद भी और उसके बाद में बहुत तेजी से इस पे काम चला। अब करीब, और कवच भी एक कोई ऐसा नहीं कि एक डिवाइस है जो लगा दिया ट्रेन पे और हो गया, ऐसा नहीं है। कवच पूरा एक सिस्टम है भाई। आपको पूरा रेलवे ट्रैक के साथ में ऑप्टिकल फाइबर केबल लगाना पड़ता है। जैसे एयरटेल या जियो या बीएसएनएल का नेटवर्क होता है, वैसे ही हर 7 या 8 किलोमीटर पे आपको टेलीकॉम टावर लगाने पड़ते हैं। उन टेलीकॉम टावर के ऊपर टेलीकॉम के डिवाइसेस लगते हैं, फिर ट्रेन के ऊपर डिवाइस लगता है, सिग्नलिंग सिस्टम के साथ पूरा इंटीग्रेशन करना पड़ता है। हर स्टेशन पे एक डेटा सेंटर बनता है, कंप्लीट डेटा सेंटर बनता है इसका, और फिर स्टेशन के डेटा सेंटर से पीछे कंप्लीट एक सेंट्रलाइज्ड ट्रेन कंट्रोल का डेटा सेंटर। इट्स वेरी वेरी कॉम्प्लेक्स टेक्नोलॉजी। मतलब दुनिया भर के देशों में 20 से 25 साल लगे छोटे छोटे नेटवर्क, 8,000, 10,000, 20,000 किलोमीटर के नेटवर्क्स। अपना 50, मतलब अभी 70,000, 75,000 किलोमीटर का नेटवर्क है। तो लेकिन इतनी तेजी से इसमें काम चल रहा है, नए नए जो मैन्युफैक्चरर्स है वो जुड़ रहे हैं, नए डिजाइनर्स जुड़ रहे हैं, कई तरह के इनोवेशंस कर रहे हैं, जिसमें कि जो स्टेशन की डिजाइन करनी है उस डिजाइन को ऑटोमेट किया जा सके। मतलब ये एक ऐसी कमिटमेंट है, जो कमिटमेंट मोदी जी ने स्पष्ट तौर से देश में रेलवे को सेफ बनाने के लिए की है। 1,87,000 करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट किया है 10 वर्षों में। अगर आप उसको कंपेयर करें तो 2.5 गुना ज्यादा है उससे। पिछले 4 से 14 में जितना इन्वेस्टमेंट था सेफ्टी पे, उससे 2.5 गुना ज्यादा है, और उसका रिजल्ट भी दिख रहा है।
वो रिजल्ट दिख रहा है।
वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेट अगर बीच में लेकिन आगे और भी ज्यादा प्रयास करके 100% सेफ्टी की तरफ बढ़ेंगे।
एक कमिटमेंट बुलेट ट्रेन को लेकर भी है। अब अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, जब इतना गड्ढा है जिसको आप भरने का पूरा प्रयास कर रहे हैं, ऐसे में कई लोग ये कहते हैं कि क्या बुलेट ट्रेन की इस देश को आवश्यकता है? आप उन्हें क्या कहेंगे?
बुलेट ट्रेन एक ट्रांसपोर्टेशन का मीन्स के हिसाब से मत समझिए आप इसको। बुलेट ट्रेन को अगर आप देखोगे, बुलेट ट्रेन आपके जिस पाथ पे चलती है उस पाथ के सारे शहरों की इकोनॉमी को एक साथ जोड़ देती। मैं इसका उदाहरण बहुत अच्छा आपको दूंगा, जापान का। पहली बुलेट ट्रेन 1969 में जब चलनी चालू हुई, टोक्यो, नागोया, कोबे, क्योटो और ओसाका, ये सारे के सारी इकोनॉमीज मिलके एक इकोनॉमी बन जाती है। 550 किलोमीटर के आसपास का डिस्टेंस आप 2.5 से 3 घंटे में कवर करते हो। यानी आप अगर क्योटो में काम कर रहे हो, ओसाका में जाके काम किया आपने, और शाम को वापस क्योटो में अपने बच्चों के पास आ गए। वैसा की वैसा डेवलपमेंट, सीरियस रीजनल मल्टीप्लायर होता है इससे। जब आप देखोगे मुंबई से अहमदाबाद, मुंबई, ठाणे, वापी, सूरत, बड़ौदा, आणंद और अहमदाबाद, ये सारी इकोनॉमीज एक सिंगल इकोनॉमिक जोन बन जाएगा। आप सुबह बड़ौदा में नाश्ता करोगे, 1 घंटे के अंदर अंदर मुंबई में पहुंचे, दिन भर अपना काम किया, शाम को पकड़ी वापस ट्रेन और घर आके बच्चों के साथ खाना खाया।
तो ये हसीन सपने पूरे कब होंगे?
2026 में। 2026 में। आज देखो ना आप, आज आप देखो 200, मैं डेली काउंट करना भी भूल जाता हूं, पिछला शायद 10 दिन 12 दिन पहले रिव्यू किया था, 284 किलोमीटर ऑलरेडी बन चुकी है कंप्लीट। ट्रैक्स लग रहे हैं, ऊपर ओवरहेड इलेक्ट्रिकल का सिस्टम लग रहा है, जो ट्रेन का मैन्युफैक्चरिंग है, सारी चीजें इन पैरेलल तेजी से चल रही है। देखो कई ऐसे देश, मैं नाम नहीं लूंगा किसी देश का, जिम्मेदारी की पोजीशन है, 20-20 साल लगते हैं एक प्रोजेक्ट को करने में 500 किलोमीटर का। अपने यहाँ 8-10 वर्षों के अंदर अंदर ये प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट होगा। 2026 में पहली सूरत से बिलीमोरा वाले सेक्शन में ट्रेन चलेगी, आप देखोगे, और वर्ल्ड क्लास है, एब्सोल्युटली वर्ल्ड क्लास।
अच्छा, वक्त जो है वो लगातार इसी रफ्तार से आगे बढ़ रहा है, तो मैं अपनी ट्रेन को या सवालों की ट्रेन को अब नए स्टेशन पर ले जा रही हूँ, आपके अगले मंत्रालय के पास आ रही हूँ। उससे पहले इस वक्त जो देश के रेल मंत्री हैं, आप उनको कोई नंबर देना चाहेंगे 10 में से, 5 में से?
आप लोगों का काम है भाई, ये हमारा काम नहीं है। हमें तो मेहनत करनी है, मेहनत करते जाना है।
डिजिटल इंडिया की तरफ मैं आ रही हूँ। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का ड्रीम प्रोजेक्ट है और उसमें सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट अंश सेमीकंडक्टर्स हैं। इसकी बात तो हम कर रहे हैं, इनफैक्ट 62 से शुरुआत हुई, 65, 61, मैं टाइम गिनाती चली जाऊंगी, 80, 84 सेमीकंडक्टर नहीं बन पाए। अब आप कह रहे हैं कि बहुत जल्द हिंदुस्तान को पहला सेमीकंडक्टर मिल जाएगा। ये 2 सवाल हैं, मैं संक्षेप में चाहूंगी, अब तक क्यों नहीं हो पाया? आज हो रहा है तो ऐसा आपने क्या कर दिया?
दिसंबर 2024 में पहली मेड इन इंडिया चिप मार्केट में आ जाएगी। दिसंबर 2024, ज्यादा दूर नहीं है भाई, गिन के नोट करके रख लेना आप लोग। दिसंबर 2024 में पहली चिप आने वाली है। देखो, 1962 से प्रयास हुआ, लेकिन किसी भी प्रयास के पीछे जब तक सही नीति और सही आपका फंडामेंटल कन्विक्शन नहीं होता, तब तक नहीं हो पाता। मोदी जी का इतना स्ट्रांग कन्विक्शन है कि हमें विकसित भारत को जब बनाना है, उसके फाउंडेशन में क्या क्या लगेगा। उसके फाउंडेशन में बहुत एक इंपॉर्टेंट है इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग। चाहे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इन द सेंस कि आप जो घर में टीवी देखते हो, फ्रिज देखते हो, उसको देखो, या फिर पावर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, टेलीकॉम वो देखो, या जो डिफेंस में इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स जाती है वो देखो, या कार के अंदर जो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स लगती है वो देखो। हर चीज में सेमीकंडक्टर लगता है।
कुल मिलाकर कोई भी चीज जो ऑन या ऑफ हो रही है,
एब्सोल्युटली
उसमें सेमीकंडक्टर।
एब्सोल्युटली, चाहे लाइट हो, चाहे मिसाइल हो, चाहे ट्रेन हो, चाहे एरोप्लेन हो, चाहे फ्रिज हो, हर चीज जो ऑन या ऑफ होती है उसमें सेमीकंडक्टर चिप लगती है। ये मैं बहुत मतलब आपको जिम्मेदारी के साथ कह रहा हूं, जैसा कमिटमेंट मोदी जी ने दिखाया, और मैं आपको पर्सनल इसमें एग्जांपल्स दे सकता हूं। हम लोग सेमीकंडक्टर डिस्कशन के लिए जब आधे घंटे का या 45 मिनट का टाइम प्रधानमंत्री जी का मांगते थे, मैं आज सब पब्लिक के सामने कह रहा हूं, कहना नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन पीएम साहब ने 3.5 घंटे तक टाइम दिया। हम 45 मिनट टाइम मांगते थे, वो 3 घंटे तक टाइम देते थे। एक एक लाइन बाय लाइन चीज पीएम साहब डिटेल में डिस्कशन करते थे। जो भी कंसर्न्ड विभाग है, सरकार का काम करने के एक तरीके में बहुत सारे विभाग जुड़ते हैं, हर डिपार्टमेंट को पर्सनली बुला के साथ बैठते थे और पीएम साहब कहते थे कि हमको सेमीकंडक्टर में सक्सेसफुल होना है, देश को सेमीकंडक्टर में सक्सेसफुल होना है। ऐसा कमिटमेंट इम्पॉसिबल है किसी दूसरे प्रधानमंत्री का।
आप बोल रहे हैं कि इम्पॉसिबल कमिटमेंट सरकार की तरफ से, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की तरफ से दिख रहा है, लेकिन विपक्ष खासकर पी चिदम्बरम साहब ये कह रहे हैं ये जॉबलेस ग्रोथ है। वो ये कह रहे हैं कि जो कामकाजी संख्या है वो 50% से भी कम है और पिछले 9 सालों से ये आंकड़ा है। आप लोग ग्रोथ करते हैं, किसी को जॉब नहीं दे पाते।
चलो मैं पी चिदम्बरम साहब को एक चैलेंज देता हूं, आप मेरे माध्यम से, इस मंच के माध्यम से आप पी चिदम्बरम साहब को एक चैलेंज पहुंचाइए। ईपीएफओ, एम्प्लॉय प्रोविडेंट फंड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, ये एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जिसमें जो भी व्यक्ति काम पे जाता है उसका एक रजिस्ट्रेशन होता है, उसकी सैलरी में से डिडक्शन होता है और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की तरफ से एक डिडक्शन होता है। एब्सोल्युटली ऐसा डेटा है जिस डेटा को कहीं पर भी हर जगह स्वीकार्यता मिलती है। ईपीएफओ के डेटा के हिसाब से जो नए लोग जॉब में जुड़े माइनस जो लोग जॉब से निकले प्लस जो लोग जॉब में वापस आए, कहीं एक बार निकल गए होंगे वापस आए, इसका जो नेट नंबर है वो टोटल जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटी बनी। ये तो सीधी गणित है, सिंपल सी गणित है। वो टोटल जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज 6 लाख पर मंथ थी कुछ ही वर्षों पहले, आज वही ऑन एन एवरेज 12 लाख पर मंथ है। 12 लाख पर मंथ का मतलब साल के हुए 1,44,00,000, 12 into 12 144, 1,44,00,000 साल की जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज क्रिएट हो रही है। आप चिदम्बरम साहब को पूछिए कि क्या ये आंकड़ा झूठ है या ये सच है। ये डेटा है, इस डेटा को कई बड़े इकोनॉमिस्ट ने, कई अच्छे न्यूज़पेपर्स ने, सबने चेक किया।
ये चैलेंज जो है चिदम्बरम साहब एक्सेप्ट करेंगे और जरूर आपकी ये चैलेंज हम उन तक पहुंचाएंगे। विपक्ष का एक और आरोप है, वो ये कहते हैं कि आप कहते हैं कि हम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बन चुके हैं, लेकिन आप कोई मैन्युफैक्चरिंग नहीं करते, आप लोग बस असेंबल करते हैं।
अच्छा,
आपने नाम उसको ये दे दिया है।
देखो, जिन शख्स की बात आप कर रहे हैं, या चलो मैं जनरल में किसी शख्स का नाम क्यों लूं जब तक आप नहीं लोगे, तो देखो, किसी भी देश में कोई भी इंडस्ट्री जब चालू होती है, चाहे आप एग्जांपल ले लो कार इंडस्ट्री का, आज से 1980 के आसपास जब कार इंडस्ट्री चालू हुई, सबसे पहले क्या आया? कार की सीकेडी बन के आई, जो कंप्लीटली नॉकडाउन यूनिट आता है। उसके बाद में क्या आया? एसकेडी, सेमी नॉकडाउन यूनिट। उसके बाद में क्या हुआ? कम से कम कुछ कंपोनेंट मैन्युफैक्चरर्स का इकोसिस्टम बना। उसके बाद में क्या आया? कई सारे कंपोनेंट इकोसिस्टम का मैन्युफैक्चरर बना, टियर 1, टियर 2, टियर 3 वेंडर्स बने। उसके बाद में क्या आया कि एक्सपोर्ट होने चालू हुए। ये एक साइकिल है, हर इंडस्ट्री की एक लाइफ साइकिल होती है। अगर यही लाइफ साइकिल कांग्रेस की सरकारें अगर 1980 में करने लग जाती, 1970 में करने लग जाती, तो आज देश की कहां पे परिस्थितियां होती? कांग्रेस ने पहले 4 दशक भारत के वेस्ट किए, 4 डिकेड्स भारत के लॉस्ट डिकेड्स बने, क्योंकि कांग्रेस की ऐसी पॉलिसीज थी जिसमें मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को एकदम गला घोंट के रखा गया, ऐसा कानूनों का मकड़ जाल बना के रखा दिया जिसमें कि कोई इंसान मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कर न सके। बस मतलब ऐसी परिस्थितियां थी 1990 से पहले तक तो, कि अगर आप अपनी कार की डिजाइन का हैंडल का डिजाइन चेंज करना चाहोगे तो आपको भारत सरकार के किसी अधिकारी के पास आके परमिशन लेनी पड़ती थी। ऐसा मकड़ जाल बिछा के रखा हुआ था। उस मकड़ जाल से निकले
तो आप ये कह
और
रहे हैं
सिंप्लीफिकेशन हो रहे हैं।
अब बेबी स्टेप्स जो है वो लिए जा रहे हैं।
आज अपन ऐसी परिस्थितियों में है
हाँ।
जिसमें मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनने के लिए जो फाउंडेशन चाहिए वो फाउंडेशन ले डाउन हो गई है। अगले 5 वर्षों में आप देखोगे, देखो मैं आपको एग्जांपल्स देता हूं, नंबर्स देता हूं। नंबर्स लेना जरूरी है क्योंकि डेटा के साथ बात करनी चाहिए, केवल आरोप लगाने से आरोप नहीं होना है, डेटा के साथ बात करनी चाहिए। मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रैक्टिकली नेग्लिजिबल नंबर था 10 साल पहले, आज कितना है? $55 बिलियन। इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रैक्टिकली नेग्लिजिबल नंबर था, आज कितना है? पिछले साल का डेटा है $105 बिलियन, और कम से कम डबल डिजिट में ग्रोथ हो रही है इसकी। डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कुछ भी नहीं थी, आज $2 बिलियन का एक्सपोर्ट हो रहा है। टेलीकॉम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सोच भी नहीं सकते थे, किसी इंडस्ट्री के वेटरन ने बोला, 35 साल का जिनका टेलीकॉम इंडस्ट्री का एक्सपीरियंस है, उन्होंने कहा सोच भी नहीं सकते थे कि टेलीकॉम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग भारत में होगी। आज $1 बिलियन का एक्सपोर्ट हो रहा है। अमेरिका, यूएस, यूरोप सब जगह एक्सपोर्ट हो रहा है। क्या बात करते हैं भाई कांग्रेस के लोग, जो अपनी इतने वर्षों तक जिन्होंने अपनी गलतियों को आज जवाब दे नहीं पा रहे हैं, और हम लोग मेहनत कर रहे हैं, जनता देख रही है, पब्लिक देख रही है, हम जब मेहनत कर रहे हैं तो उनके आरोप लग रहे हैं। किस बात की बात है ये?
हमारे पास बस कुछ मिनट बचे हैं और मैं चाहती हूँ ये 2 बहुत महत्वपूर्ण सवालों के आप जवाब दे दें। एक तो फैक्ट चेकिंग यूनिट को लेकर, मतलब सरकार ही अगर चेक करने लग गई तो कैसे चलेगा? आपके काम को सिटीजन,
अच्छा बताओ भाई, एक बात बताओ,
हाँ।
CNN TV 18 पे कुछ छपता है, उसकी जानकारी लेनी हो तो किससे पूछोगे? CNN TV 18 से पूछोगे कि नहीं पूछोगे?
हाँ।
बराबर है ना?
बिल्कुल, बिल्कुल।
आपके ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की जानकारी किससे पूछेंगे? आपसे ही पूछेंगे ना। भारत सरकार की कोई भी न्यूज, किसी भी स्कीम, उसके बारे में पूछना तो किसको पूछोगे? अगर आपका गृह मंत्रालय से काम है, गृह मंत्रालय से पूछोगे। हेल्थ मिनिस्ट्री से काम है, हेल्थ मिनिस्ट्री से पूछोगे। अगर आप कहोगे कि नहीं ये पावर मिनिस्ट्री से संबंधित प्रश्न है, पावर मिनिस्ट्री से पूछोगे। इतनी बेसिक कॉमन सेंस की बात है भाई। जो राज्य सरकार से है वो राज्य सरकार से पूछोगे, किसी प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन उससे प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से पूछोगे।
और वो सवाल आपको ना पसंद आए तो?
बात सवाल की नहीं है, बात फैक्ट की है। फैक्ट और ओपिनियन में डिफरेंस है।
और वो फैक्ट्स अगर सरकार को ना पसंद आए,
वो फैक्ट तो आप वेरीफाई कर सकते हो ना। वेरिफिकेशन, मान लो कोई कहता है कि कितनी वैक्सीन लगी, किससे पूछोगे बताओ? ऑथेंटिक जवाब कहां से आएगा?
सरकार की तरफ से।
हेल्थ मिनिस्ट्री से ही आ सकता है ना।
तो आप ये कह रहे हैं कि ये फैसला आपका
एब्सोल्युटली सही फैसला है, और ये एकदम करेक्ट फैसला है, डेमोक्रेटिक फैसला है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल फैसला है।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अश्विनी वैष्णव जी हमारे सारे सवालों का जवाब देने के लिए।
धन्यवाद।
हालांकि बहुत से सवाल थे और, लेकिन ये अश्विनी वैष्णव जी जो बता रहे थे अब तक क्या कामकाज हुआ है और किस गति से इनकी विकसित भारत की ट्रेन लगातार आगे बढ़ रही। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर।
Before we move on, I would once again like to remind you that we are going to be having in our presence 4 Grammy Award winners amongst us who will also be giving us an unforgettable performance tonight. Now, ladies and gentlemen, from religion to politics to economics, we've had a range of diverse conversations on issues that matter. In fact, one such burning hot topic was India versus Bharat. It was a political controversy that stirred the dynamics of a nation's name. So Bharat, as the successor state to the Indic civilization, has remained a fascinating idea of research and debate, more so in recent history when Bharatiyas have begun to undertake a critical decolonial study of Bharat's history, especially in the context of the very important constitution. So that, ladies and gentlemen, religiosity towards the document is moderated by a sense of proportion, perspective, and most importantly, purpose. Our next session is with a very distinguished person on decoding Bharatiya and Bharatiyata. Please welcome Jai Sai Deepak, lawyer and author, and also Anas Jamir, who is the advocate with the Supreme Court, along with CNN News 18's Rahul Shivshankar. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a nice, huge round of applause. We've just come back from tea. Let's have some enthusiasm. Rahul, thank you so much. Welcome, Jai Sai Deepak. Mr. Tanveer.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. The buzzword is Bharat. Bharat, that is India. The Prime Minister has already outlined the ideological governance and cultural contours of the transition to Bharatiyata. So let's decode Bharatiya and Bharatiyata with these two fine gentlemen on the stage with me. Let me first begin with you, Jai Sai Deepak. You've written a number of books. In fact, you're coming out with a third in a series. What values define a Bharatiya for you?
So one, I think the question that is usually asked is whether this is a religious construct or a civilizational construct or a cultural construct. I think if you go by the words of Sri Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan and Swami Vivekananda, it's impossible to take religion out of Bharatiya life. And I think a lot of people have tried but have failed to remove religion from even politics for that matter. Whether that's for the good or the bad, that I think posterity will decide. But it's a statement of fact, it exists. So I believe that religion and culture go hand in informing the civilizational identity of this land, which is Bharat. But the problem is, if you were to treat this as a construct which is meant to exclude certain populations from the tapestry of Bharat's identity, well, that's not the purpose of it. When you try and reclaim your identity, you're merely saying, this is who I am, and I'm happy to accommodate everybody else who does not have an antithetical relationship with this identity. So as far as I'm concerned, both Hindu Dharma, along with civilizational aspects which are part of, let's say, Hindu cultural mainstream, define what is Bharatiyata. During the course of the drafting of the constitution, one of the questions that was asked is that when public morality is sought to be defined and its contours are sought to be understood in the context of Bharat, what is the repository or the reservoir from which we draw those values? To which several members of the Constituent Assembly took the categorical position that Dharma is the public morality of Bharat. So if you were to ask me what is the defining trait which defines Bharatiyata, then you start and end with Dharma. Now, unfortunately, since English is a language which is incapable of providing a decent translation for Dharma, it is typically and crudely and incorrectly translated or approximated to religion, which it is not. It's more a code of conduct, but it also has a certain set of principles which clearly trace their origins to the Hindu faith system or the agglomeration of Hindu faith system, so to speak. So for me, in that sense, the civilizational identity of Bharat is significantly and primarily informed by Hindu Dharma. But precisely because it's defined by Hindu Dharma, it is capable of accommodating others who do not pose a threat to its very existence.
Mr. Anas, let's build on this opening by Jesai Deepak. The RSS and other spokespeople expect citizens from other denominations to describe themselves as Hindus. Dharma is, of course, identified very closely with Hinduness, they say, which they say is a function of Bharatiyata. Now, how does one apply it in the context of a multi-religious society such as ours?
See, my understanding of Bharatiyata, or Dharma even for that matter, has always been what I was taught as a kid in the school, अनेकता में एकता. हम वो देश थे, हम बहुत गर्व था हमें इस बात पे कि हम अलग अलग पहचान के हैं, अलग अलग धर्म के हैं, अलग अलग जाति के हैं, अलग दिखते हैं, अलग ज़बान के हैं, लेकिन हम एक थे, एक झंडा था हमारा, एक देश था हमारा, उसको हम सलाम कर रहे थे और मेरे लिए बस वही था एक धर्म का मामला. अब जैसा दीपक ने कहा कि हिंदू धर्म डिफाइन करता है धर्म की भारतीयता क्या है, मैं इससे थोड़ा अलग मत रखता हूँ लाजमी तौर पे. मेरा ये कहना है कि जब 1950 में हमने संविधान अपनाया तो हमने इस मुल्क को एक डिसाइड किया कि हम ऐसे देखते हैं, ये ऐसा होगा, एक सेक्युलर देश होगा, ऐसा देश होगा जहाँ सब बराबर होंगे, जहाँ सबके पास समान अधिकार होंगे. आज जब आप नागरिकता पे, और मैं ये नहीं कहता हूँ कि जैसे एक बहुत ज़्यादा प्रिविलेंट आर्ग्यूमेंट है आर्टिकल 14 को लेके, मैं वो आर्ग्यूमेंट ही नहीं लेता हूँ. मैं मानता हूँ कि हाँ आर्ग्यूमेंट आर्टिकल 14 सिर्फ इंडियंस के लिए है, सिर्फ सिटीजन्स के लिए, मैं वो नहीं कहता हूँ. लेकिन जब आप पूरा उसका बेस बना देते हैं धर्म को, तो आपको ये देखना पड़ेगा कि डेमोक्रेसी जो खुद अपने आप में एक वेस्टर्न कंस्ट्रक्ट है, लेकिन हम उसको लेके चल रहे हैं और इतने उस पर गर्व कर रहे हैं, उसमें कि कौन से और ऐसा डेमोक्रेटिक या सेकुलर देश है जहाँ पे धर्म के बेसिस पे सिटीजनशिप दी जा रही है. और सिटीजनशिप एक वो राइट है जो आप वापस नहीं छीन सकते हो, एक बार आप दे देते हो तो छीन नहीं सकते हो. तो हमें किसको दे रहे हैं, कैसे दे रहे हैं, इस पर विचार करने की बहुत ज़्यादा आवश्यकता है.
So this is interesting because his definition of Bharatiyata is unity in diversity, sort of derives from there. Now, you know, with the government that is identified with Hindutva, many are wary of, you know, outcomes such as these. I think he's referring, without naming it, to the CA.
Correct.
So how does one now reconcile the objectives of the CAA with the larger construct of the civilization, of the constitution as it stands?
See, interestingly, both of us are just coming back from the Chief Justice's court. That's why both of us are trying to, let's say, channel those arguments.
So you didn't finish your arguments
no,
there?
It's
you want
listed
to
for
continue
April
them
9th,
here?
in fact. So we are on the opposite sides in that matter. So I don't see why this has got to do with CA. But in any case, I'll try and address this. Just so that I answer your question to him in a slightly different fashion, I disagree with the RSS's definition of Hinduism and Hindutva completely. At least on their attempts to say that everybody who is born in this country is a Hindu. I don't think that needs to be said. I don't think someone who is a Muslim or a Christian needs to be expected to embrace the definition of Hindu in that sense, because there are two problems with that approach. One, it dilutes the definition of Hindu Dharma for the followers of Dharma themselves. And second, it foists that concept on those who are not followers of the Dharma in that sense. You don't need to do that. According to me, good fences make good neighbors, period. You don't need to actually start this interfaith dialogue and look for equality and, let's say, similarity in everything. That is not even necessary. The point is very simple. When you speak of unity in diversity, Bharat traces that very value precisely from Hindu Dharma, because Hindu Dharma is ultimately an agglomeration of multiple faith systems within itself. Several denominations subscribe to those points of view which may not actually find a point of convergence in that particular sense. The Vaishnavite may ultimately see Vishnu as the supreme being. The Shaivite may ultimately see Shiva as the supreme being. The Shakta might see Shakti as the supreme being or Devi as the supreme being. For each of them, you can think of them as monotheism in silos, but it's a polytheistic pantheon in that particular sense. So unity in diversity, as far as Bharat is concerned, cannot have learnt it from anybody else except Hindu Dharma, at least in the history of the subcontinent, so to speak. So on that, I don't think there is a difference of view between Mr. Tanveer and me. There is a clear difference of view in the attempts on the part of, let's say, certain sections of certain cultural organizations to dilute the definition. Now, should we go to the argument of the CAA? I will just limit it to this because ultimately this matter has to be contested before the court of law, the Chief Justice's court on April 9th, which is the next date. The point is, I don't think that piece of legislation is meant to threaten anybody who lives here as a legitimate citizen of the country, regardless of their faith. Two, I don't think the definition of CAA or the way it is being included as a humanitarian intervention as part of the Citizenship Act has anything to do with the topic here. So let me stick to the topic here. The point is, Bharatiyata ultimately means that your points of loyalty, your points of allegiance are not extraterritorial, and that you choose loyalty to Bharat more than anything else. Now that is easy as far as adherents of Hindu Dharma is concerned, simply because their sacred spaces are here. But if you happen to follow a certain faith system, I'm not saying that it is impossible for a non-Hindu to be loyal to Bharat. I don't think that statement can be made at all, in light of the kind of examples that we have had, right from Sri Arif Muhammad Khan of today to Abdul Kalam of the past. So I don't think those examples are valid. Those who are able to reconcile their faith, which have emanated from other parts of the world, and their loyalty to Bharat, according to me, are fully capable of subscribing to the concept of Bharatiyata. I am not going to use religion as the sole and the primary filter to exclude people from the pale of Bharatiyata. I'm saying those who are able to strike that balance will obviously fall within the definition. Those who think that their personal identity from a religious point of view is at loggerheads with Bharatiyata would have made the decision anyways. I'm just hoping that since we are told that there is an Indian brand of certain foreign systems or foreign faith systems, there truly exists such Indian brands which is different from the brands that is followed in our immediate neighborhood. That's all I can say.
But this concept of, let's flip the word, diversity in unity, how does the CA take that forward? I know that you want to sort of disconnect the conversation from Bharatiyata, but this government claims that it is actually the one that speaks for the essence of Bharatiyata.
Right.
And it talks about a Hinduness,
right,
which it traces to a
right,
dharmic past. But if that CA is going to be, or the Dharma is going to sort of, at some level or the other, bring out an exposition like the CA, then we have a problem.
So, see, let's have this conversation on the anvils of specifics. Is there any amendment to the existing Citizenship Act which precludes the possibility of non-Hindu applicants to knock at the doors of Bharat for citizenship or asylum? The answer is a no. The CAA is a limited inclusive intervention for the purposes of addressing the unfortunate realities of our immediate neighborhood, where 3 Islamic republics have a specific problem with other identities. That's the unfortunate reality. And we are operating under the premise that Indian Islam is different from the brands of Islam being subscribed to by our neighbors. Okay? Therefore, those people who are getting the rough end of the stick, thanks to their minority position in those countries, are being given a certain expedited option. Because the first point of attack when it comes to these countries happens to be those people who do not share the faith of the majority in those countries. Therefore, since they are the first points of attack, they are the softest targets possible, a limited intervention is being made. The myth that is being purveyed is that CAA translates to automatic vestation of citizenship. It doesn't, because they still have to satisfy the rules that have been notified. Second, all it does is that it limits a certain cutoff period from 11 years to 6 years. Two, my own criticism of the CAA, despite me supporting it in principle, is the cutoff date that has been prescribed, which ultimately translates to defeating the very humanitarian intention which is supposed to be the basis for the CAA. What is the point of limiting it to a particular date? Regardless of that, my argument still remains, I welcome it, because it doesn't take away anybody else's rights. It only makes sure that those people who are being kicked out are being welcomed as soon as possible. My criticism has also been the delayed notification of the rules. So because I am not the mouthpiece for any cultural or political outfit, I am at some liberty to criticize the proponents of the CAA themselves for the delay that they have caused after taking 8 different extensions from the parliament in the notification of the rules themselves. So according to me, it's important to dehyphenate these positions from any political organization or a cultural organization, because dare I say this, a lot of us are practicing Hindus, not because of a political party or because of a cultural organization, but because we have always been practicing Hindus. Their existence or absence wouldn't have made a difference to our practice in any case.
So Anas, then what's the problem? He's saying that, look, it's only fast-tracking, it's not denying. You can still come in if you're Muslims, if you're persecuted in various countries, in any country, you can still come here and seek refuge.
See, to that extent, he's right. I'm also not denying that. It's not even fast tracking, let me tell you. The purpose stands defeated as of now. Because to take the advantage of CAA, the cutoff is December 2014, and you have to be in India 5 years prior, that is 2009. Now that would have fast tracked to 6 years instead of 12 years. We are in 2024, 10 years since 2014. It's already redundant. It doesn't help anyone. CAA neither helps anyone. It actually does create problem for those who are left out of NRC in Assam. Only particularly to Assam, it does create problem for them, and I will expound on that. But about the rest of the other things that Dharma and saying ki, you know, I don't know if you guys remember, there was this series called Panchayat, a very famous dialogue from that कि देख रहा है विनोद अंग्रेजी में बोल बोल के कैसा बात घुमा रहे हैं. तो ये वही वाली बात है कि अंग्रेजी में बोल बोल के कहने का तात्पर्य क्या था. जैसा ही दीपक मेरे भाई ने क्या कहा कि हिंदू आएंगे तो उनका भारतीय होना ज़्यादा आसान है. आप रोज़ खबर पढ़ रहे हैं राजस्थान से लेके लखनऊ से लेके हर जगह से हिंदूज़ हैं जिनको हमारी एजेंसीज अरेस्ट कर रही हैं ISI का साथ देने को. तो एक किसी भी रिलीजन को, किसी भी रिलीजियस डिनोमिनेशन के लोगों को आप एक ब्लैंकेट वो थोड़ी दे सकते हो कि तुम आए हो, तुम हिंदू हो तो तुम अच्छे भारतीय हो गए. ये कोई सेंस ही नहीं बनता है इस बात का. ठीक है, ओथ ऑफ एलिजियंस तो सभी को लेनी है, लेकिन इस बात का कोई सेंस नहीं बनता. यानी इससे बेतुकी बात तो मैंने सुनी.
Reasonable classifications have
reasonable
been used
classification
by many countries.
Let's talk about Hindu. What about the Tamil Hindus from Sri Lanka? What about the Buddhists from China and other places? For that, I mean, we have a. So आपने उनको क्यों छोड़ दिया? अगर आपको लेना ही था, and I understand कि आपकी अलग पॉलिसीज वही है तमिल्स के लिए, आपने उनको वो दिया, लेकिन सिटीजनशिप तो नहीं दिया आपने. आपने उनको रेफ्यूजी उसका दिया, सिटीजनशिप नहीं दी. तो आपने तो हिंदू के साथ भी पूरा कोई अच्छा तो नहीं किया है, आपने उनको भी छोड़ दिया है. दूसरी चीज़ मैंने कहा, मेरे CA से कोई क्वारल नहीं है. इट डजेंट अफेक्ट मी एट ऑल. मेरी सिटीजनशिप सेफ एंड सिक्योर है. लेकिन आसाम में 19.4 लाख लोगों की सिटीजनशिप चली गई है. वो भी नेचुरलाइजेशन के लिए अप्लाई कर सकते हैं उसमें से. लेकिन अगर अब CA के तहत अगर उनको करना पड़े, मैं ये नहीं कह रहा उनको सिर्फ इसी के तहत करना है, लेकिन अगर करना पड़े तो 2 लाख जिसे आसाम में ज्योतिवादी कहते हैं, जो हमेशा अपने को असमीज कहते रहे हैं, कि अपने को इंडिजीनियस कहते हैं, वो भी तो बाहर हैं. क्या वो खुद को पहले बांग्लादेशी प्रूव करेंगे हिंदुस्तानी कहलाने के लिए? इससे बड़ी एब्सर्ड कोई चीज हो सकती है कि हिंदुस्तानी को हिंदुस्तान की सिटीजनशिप के लिए, नेचुरलाइजेशन के लिए खुद को पहले बांग्लादेशी प्रूव करना पड़ेगा.
Okay.
I'll try and make sense of the garbled argument presented here and see if I can unpack a few layers from
garbled
that
argument.
Yes.
Okay.
So first, see, here's the point.
Yeah.
Ever since the end of the LTTE, situation has normalized to such an extent that Tamil Sri Lankans are not being forced to flee that country. That is a fact. The fact of the matter is, if Bharat had an equation or at least the ability to pressurize Pakistan, Bangladesh and Afghanistan to the extent that they could treat their Hindu minorities with some degree of dignity, then the CAA would actually be irrelevant and unnecessary. Because ultimately, it's a question of what is your relationship with those countries, what is the treatment of those populations by their native governments. Today, nobody can accuse the Sri Lankan government of meting out the same treatment to Tamil Sri Lankans the way Hindus of Pakistan are being given treatment by Pakistan, Bangladesh or Afghanistan, so to speak, in those countries. So if you can ensure that they can stay in their own countries without creating any further trouble for themselves or for us, we would want them to stay there. So therefore, the entire argument is this, that Bharat must effectively apply an open Dharamshala policy in the name of the CAA, and the CAA is unconstitutional precisely because it doesn't open its doors to every persecuted community under the sun. Frankly speaking, this makes a mockery of the concept of sovereignty and our own borders and our own sovereign interest and security interest. I have no reason to trust a Muslim from Pakistan, Afghanistan, or Bangladesh, period. Because ultimately a choice was made, and therefore I will certainly view them with a certain degree of suspicion, a heightened degree of suspicion, compared to people coming from the Hindu community in those states. That's a fact.
But the Hindus in Pakistan stayed back in Pakistan.
Here's the funny part.
The Hindus in Pakistan stayed back in Pakistan.
Their entire argument is the Hindus of Pakistan stayed back. Why? Here's the point. When Pakistan was created, the question was, how do we divide land for this area called Pakistan? So the existing population of Muslims in this country in undivided Bharat was taken into account based on the 1946 elections, and then the area was divided. Despite 90% of the population of Muslim community before 1946 voting for the state of Pakistan, the bulk of them stayed back.
That's wrong.
That's a fact. It's a fact. It's a documented fact. You don't get to actually deny these facts.
It is out of
So today
context.
we are being
It
told,
loses in
we are
nuances.
being told everybody who stayed back for purposes of patriotism. Sorry, 1946 elections proved whose allegiance were where. Secondly, here's the important thing. The Hindus of
So you're talking about the 1946
Yes, I'm
elections
saying, why did
and the
Hindus stay
results
back there?
in the Muslim provinces where a large number of Muslims voted for
Ultimately, it's like this.
Muslim
Assume for a
League.
moment, you
Yeah.
have a 6-bedroom house.
Yes.
Out of that, one portion of the family says, we are X number of people, we need 50% of the house. Ultimately, only 2 people shift to that portion of the house, which is being given for 50% of the family. The rest of them stay back. Now, because we are constantly told that Dr. Ambedkar is the framer of the Constitution, and we are expected to constantly kowtow to him, why would Dr. Ambedkar speak of a complete exchange of populations after 1946 and after the elections if he wasn't aware of the ground reality when he was actually part of the drafting committee of the Constitution? So why is it that Ambedkar is selectively quoted and cited in other contexts? Why don't we quote him in this context? What did he say in his book, Pakistan or the Partition of Bharat? What did he say with respect to the reasons for population change? Why did he actually bat so vociferously for population exchange more than even Madan Mohan Malviya for that matter? Madan Mohan Malviya is the founder of the Banaras Hindu University in 1916. These are all people who were participants in the Sangathan movement. The one who openly wrote a book asking for exchange of the Muslim population of Bharat with the Hindu population of undivided Pakistan, so to speak, was Dr. Ambedkar. What is the response to that? So if you have a problem with this argument, go ahead, call Dr. Ambedkar an Islamophobe. We'll see what happens after that.
No, I will not do that. I will not do that. Anyway, caste is a Western construct, my friend said earlier.
Fundamentally, there was a whole movement, as you know.
Let me put nuance to what he said.
But they'll blame the two-nation theory on Savarkar and they'll leave Syed Ahmad Khan out of the picture. That's the traditional argument.
When a man loses patience to listen, I know I have one. Okay.
Of course you have.
Please.
First of all, see, this is what I learned during my days in debating. If a man attacks, see, this is the problem. This is the problem. We started with Bhartiyata. We started with Dharma. It ended up coming to Muslim from Pakistan. Like every single time. Is that Dharma? What about your own existence? Why are you not proud of that? I come from Banaras. संकट मोचन मंदिर के प्रांगण में खेला हूं मैं मुसलमान हूं, मैं 5 वक्त का नमाजी हूं, मैं सब रोजे से हूं, ठीक है, लेकिन मैं वो भारत को रिप्रेजेंट करता हूं।
ज्ञानवापी वापस दे दीजिए, ज्ञानवापी वापस दे दीजिए,
ज्ञानवापी पे चल रहा है,
मथुरा वापस दे दीजिए,
अरे आप सब ले लीजिए,
अढ़ाई चोपड़ा वापस दे दीजिए, देखिए अदीना मस्जिद वापस दे दीजिए, 40,000 places, give it all back. I'm sure बनारस में
ये मैं जीत चुका हूँ, ये मैं जीत चुका हूँ, यहाँ हो गई तकलीफ। अब आप सुनिए, मैं उसकी बात करता हूँ 1946 की। 1946 में इन्होंने कहा कि 2-4 लोगों ने वोट दिया, 2 गए। भाई वोट का अधिकार कितनों को मिला था? आपने उस टाइम पे भी अंग्रेजों ने ही दिया था, जो दया भाव था या हम जीते थे, जो कह लो।
But you can't deny the facts.
No, I'm not denying. See.
80%.
80% कहाँ? I'm denying this. It's not 80%.
86.
आपने 100 लोगों में, 100 लोग की जनसंख्या में से 10 को दिया वोट का अधिकार। वो 10 थे जमींदार जिनको मिला, जिनको कहते हैं कि अलीगढ़ के बच्चों की लौंडों की बदतमीजी है पाकिस्तान। हमेशा ये कहा जाता है कि अलीगढ़ के लौंडों की बदमाशी है ये। तो ये वही था, पाकिस्तान तो अलीगढ़ के लौंडों की बदमाशी था। उन्हीं को तो आपने अधिकार दिया था वोट का। हम जैसे, चलो हमारे भी रहा होगा, हमारे ठीक ठाक घर से आता हूँ मैं, लेकिन बाकी जो गरीब थे वो थे, उनको अधिकार नहीं मिला था, औरतों का अधिकार नहीं मिला था, एक तबके को मिला था। वो तबका पाकिस्तान चला गया, उसको वहाँ पे बहुत ज़मीन मिली है, वो बहुत अमीरी से, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान ने तो अपना जमींदारी एबॉलिशन भी नहीं किया, तो इन लोगों के पास ज़मीन है, वो वहाँ खुश हैं। हम आज तक उनका झेल रहे हैं, हमसे तो कोई मतलब ही नहीं था, हमारे पास तो वोट था ही नहीं।
तो अगर वो इतने
हम पे उसका इल्जाम क्यों है?
sold on the idea of Pakistan, And if they now find that the idea is not a good one, in fact, they are getting actually discriminated because of who they are in Pakistan, then it's not our responsibility to rehabilitate.
It is not a responsibility for Hindus also. Sovereignty की बात हुई थी ना, अपने border की बात हुई थी. हिंदुस्तान की बात होती है तो हिंदुस्तान के लोगों की बात होती है. आप citizenship naturalization का आपके पास पूरा process था, 12 साल में पूरा होता था, एक बहुत अच्छा develop किया था, पार्लियामेंट के पास वो right था, पार्लियामेंट पास आज भी वो right है. 12 साल में मिलता है कि आप यहाँ पे 11 साल हिंदुस्तान में रहें, 1 साल आप लगातार रहें, या तो आप हिंदुस्तान में रहे हैं या हिंदुस्तान की सरकार की आपने सेवा की है. इसमें क्या बुराई थी? खैर आपने कहा चलो हम एक्सपेडाइट करेंगे, एक्सपेडाइट भी नहीं हो रहा है.
Respond to that. इसमें क्या बुराई थी? This is just a political.
Hindustan, he's just saying Hindustan has no civilizational obligation to the Hindus of Pakistan. Fair enough. That's what he keeps saying. 12 times he's just dropped the word Hindustan. Second, अलीगढ़ के लॉन्डोंग की जो अय्याशी है वो भारत पे बहुत भारी पड़ी. Okay, बहुत भारी पड़ी. Millions of people lost their lives. Millions of women were raped and paraded naked. And this is dismissed as Aligarh ke London ki ayyashi. How insensitive to the people have actually done this?
Millions में सारे हैं.
That's the funny part. This is the
Millions
funny
में कोई एक कौम नहीं है.
Here's the funny part. So the point I'm trying to make is, we discuss the obligation that independent Bharat has an obligation towards Hindus and Sikhs living in undivided Pakistan. This discussion happens from 45, 46, 47 because the conversation has already started. After the Lahore resolution and Karachi resolution, it's absolutely clear that Pakistan has become a reality. So then on the questions start getting addressed. The Constituent Assembly starts, it's formulated in August 1946. Subsequently, once the conversation starts, we actually keep a few seats open in the hope that Pakistan doesn't become a reality. That is the extent to which we went. When we realized this is not going to happen, we switched the conversation to ask the question, what do we do to those people who are being held hostage? Because the history of this period will show that Pakistan decided to use the non-Muslim population of that particular area as a hostage population to negotiate with Bharat. The entire basis for the Nehru-Liaquat Pact ultimately was this. Let's assume for a moment that we don't owe an obligation to the Hindus of Pakistan and Pakistan doesn't have a duty with respect to Muslims of India. Why did the fount of everything that's great in this country, Shri Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, choose to enter into a Nehru-Liaquat Pact where both of us are assuring the other with respect to the safety of religious minorities in their country? What is this basis then? Ultimately, at the political level and at the constitutional level, we have accepted that we have a civilizational duty towards these minorities.
Anas,
this is documented fact.
That is a very valid point. I'm neither holding brief for Nehru, nor I'm holding brief for Pakistan.
Please answer the specific question. Forget about holding a brief.
I completely agree with that. At that point,
so we are now executing that civilizational brief.
No. Allow me. The civilization, Nehru-Liaquat Pact, what did it say? It said कि भाई तुम अपने तरफ के माइनॉरिटीज़ की वो करो, हम अपनी तरफ के करेंगे. वो चल रहा है, वो वहाँ भी चल रहा है, यहाँ भी चल रहा है. नहीं हो रहा है, आप इंटरनेशनल फोरम्स पे प्रेशर डाल सकते हैं. हिंदुस्तान बहुत मजबूत है, हमने पाकिस्तान को बहुत पीटा हुआ है भाई. आप क्या बात करते हैं? हम हर जंग जीते हैं, डिप्लोमेसी में हम उनसे ऊपर हैं, हर चीज में हम के विश्वगुरु हैं, मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी हैं.
The spirit of the agreement gave both the countries a say in the welfare of the religious minorities across each other's borders.
Because of our history.
Unfortunately, in Pakistan, they broke that contract, that agreement. Now we fear for the future of the religious minorities, the Hindus, the Sikhs, the Christians, the Buddhists, the Jains, and the others.
Christians
so they say, where are the Jews? Well, there was only one Jew according to the census of Pakistan. So they are saying that because you do not include Jews.
That's not the point.
So here's the point. If you read Articles 5 to 11 of the Constitution, that is entirely Pakistan-centric when you're defining citizenship as part of your own constitution because you realize that there's a continuing cord that connects you with the people there. It also speaks of how many people can go there. When you come back, what happens to your citizenship, so on and so forth. So in the backdrop of your specific history of the subcontinent, considering the basis for the partition, for us to say we owe no obligations whatsoever, despite the Nehru-Liaquat Pact, according to me, is to make an argument in vacuum when there are clear documented facts to the contrary.
Look, I get the sense.
Can
I ask a provocative question?
Lekin I'm very thankful to my friend here. He knows that I'm fasting and I can't speak much, so he's doing all the speaking.
मेरा Tuesday fast चल रहा है.
नहीं आप पानी तो
हनुमान जी का fast चल रहा है.
हाँ तो but I'm being thankful to you. Why are you getting agitated? I'm just being thankful to you. Don't get so angry. You need not be so angry. हम लोग बहुत गुस्से वाले हो गए. क्या हो गया है? शांत रहो यार. अच्छा है सब.
These are responses to my arguments. Please continue.
हाँ, अब मैं आता हूँ उस बात पे. मैंने कहा मेरा सीए से कोई क्वारल नहीं, मैंने शुरू में ही कहा था. मैं फिर से वापस आ रहा हूँ, मेरा क्वारल क्यों होगा? थोड़ा सा है, वो है अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनैलिटी पे. मैं संविधान को मानता हूँ. मैं संविधान के अगर कोई चीज अनुरूप नहीं है, कोई कानून, तो वो गलत है.
Okay, so one very quick question that many people bring up, Article 14, ultra-virus.
No, I'm on Article 15. I'm not on Article
15. Okay. A quick response. It's just ultra-virus of the Constitution.
Can I explain that? Then he can rebut that. Okay, my argument. Let me place my argument.
Okay.
Section 3(1)(c) of Citizenship Act, which came by the 2003 amendment, for the first time said that a child born in India will be an Indian citizen if either of the parent are Indian citizen and the other is not an illegal immigrant. I'll wrap it up. Okay, is not an illegal immigrant. Now place this like this: I am a Muslim born after 2003. I'm an Indian citizen. My mother is not.
Sure.
My mother is an illegal immigrant. Similarly placed, there is a Hindu kid on the same footing. He can take advantage of the CA. I cannot. Article 15 says there cannot be a discrimination on the basis of race, religion, caste, gender, so on and so forth.
1 minute, 20 seconds.
The problem with this argument is that a Pakistani Hindu refugee who has come through a legitimate refugee channel is being equated with a Bangladeshi Muslim immigrant who has come through the illegal channel as part of this particular definition.
Talking about born in India.
When Pakistani Hindu
I'm
refugees...
talking about Indians. I'm not
exactly
even talking
what
about
I'm
Pakistanis.
A Pakistani Hindu refugee and an Indian parent, so to speak, when they combine, you're actually, it's a marriage between an Indian citizen and a refugee within Bharat, which is recognized by an Indian law. But when an illegal migrant wants to marry a citizen, that is not the same as a refugee marrying a citizen. That's point number one. Two, since we are constantly being told equal treatment, we should be concerned about the people here, we should always think about only the people here. What is my friend's position on the Uniform Civil Code?
See, this obsession, I'll
No, it's not an obsession.
No,
it's a legitimate
See,
question.
jumping, ज्ञानवापी दे दो, ये कर दो, UCC,
it's a matter of
तुमने संविधान के पे, I raised a question on point of law, you did not respond.
Mr. Anas, let's not
इधर
change the
उधर की बात कर रहे हो.
goalpost. He's asked you a valid question. We've got 20 seconds. I'm asking you. The Constitution itself says we should give ourselves a uniform civil code. The Supreme Court itself...
it is part of DPSP.
Yes,
it is not part of
sir.
fundamental right. First, let me realize my fundamental rights. That is the
Sir,
priority.
it is an objective of the Constitution of India.
No, fundamental
as
rights are the
part of-
priority. First, give me
Sir,
that.
It is a directive principle. You aspire towards that.
The state aspires for that.
It is an ideal that we must aspire to, as the Constitution also upholds many other ideals to aspire to. No, not times up.
You won't give me time to respond and you
Please, go ahead. 1 minute.
See, no, you haven't even raised a question. What will I respond
No,
to?
I've asked you. I said, how are you saying that this is a...
See, UCC is part of DPSP. मैं अभी fundamental rights की लड़ाई लड़ रहा हूँ. अभी मेरे पास खाने को नहीं है. इस देश में इतने लोग हैं जिनके पास मूलभूत चीजें नहीं
So
हैं.
it's
आप
okay if
aspire
exceptions are
कर रहे
made
हैं
for certain
बड़ी-बड़ी.
communities.
Exactly.
Those
Preserve
exceptions
our
can
respective
stay.
religious freedoms and give us the ability to
Article
oppose
12
anybody
में
else who is being
personal
actually
right
affected in
protected
Pakistan.
है.
That's the simple
Article 12,
argument.
which is part of fundamental right, protects my personal right.
Okay, gentlemen, you know, I didn't anticipate such passion, but we find that, no, but look, at least debate is alive in this country. So tell all those people out there that we can debate without fear or favor even the trickiest issues in India today. I'll leave it at this. Thank you very much.
That's right, Rahul, and that's what makes it such a strong democracy. Rahul Shivshankar there and our guests, thank you so much, Mr. Jai Sai Deepak and Anas Tanveer. That was indeed a very insightful and a spirited debate, an amazing array of perspectives that we just heard on a very crucial issue, as we've all seen how the Citizenship Amendment Act has sparked a massive political furor recently. Okay, let's move on. Let's shift tracks now. Technological advances combined with fairly dramatic economic and social changes are also creating conditions for the emergence of new forms of money and credits. Ladies and gentlemen, central banks are rolling up their sleeves. They're also familiarizing themselves with these bits and bytes of digital money. So what lies ahead? Well, that's the big question that we would be finding answers to in our next conversation. Let's listen in from Ryan McNerney, who's the CEO for Visa Inc., on the evolving money and payment trends. McNerney, in fact, is going to be in conversation with Managing Editor, CNBC, Shireen Bhan, for our next session, which is titled Money Moves at a Fast Click. Please welcome our next guest. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It would be wonderful to hear from you. Welcome, Ryan. Welcome, Shireen. Thank you so much.
Well, it's great to be back on stage here in conversation with a global CEO who joins us here at the Rising Bharat Summit. Ryan, thank you so much for being here with us at the summit. We truly appreciate your time here. I know that you're here in India on a very short visit, so it means a lot to us that you've made time for us here. For the benefit of our audience here in this room, as well as those who are watching, just to give you a sense of the footprint that Visa occupies. In FY23, the Visa network enabled $15 trillion in total volume and 276 billion transactions. They operate across 200 countries, and of course India is a strategic market for Visa, and here's why. Outside of their home base, which is the US, India is the second largest employee base for Visa. So Ryan, it's great to get your insights on why you're bullish on India and what gives you confidence about the India digital story. Let's start with your visit to Mumbai. I believe you had quite the experience of using your digital payment system to buy some vada pav on the streets.
I did. It's an honor to be here. Looking forward to the discussion. And it's been a great trip. This is my first trip back to India since I assumed my new role as CEO of the company, and there's so much happening here. And so I'm here to learn. When I was in Mumbai, I was meeting with our partners and our clients, big banks, small banks, fintechs, big techs. I met with our employees who have lots of ideas on things that we can be doing better to help them in the market. And I got out and walked around. Sound boxes, QR codes, coffee shops. They wanted me to experience what's really happening here so that when we're back helping the team here in India, we really understand it. It was quite an experience.
Did you expect it to be as smooth as it turned out to be?
I had been told that it was smooth, but until you actually scan the QR code and see how quick it works, and you hear the sound box and the words that come out of it, and you see how that's helping the person who's running the small booth, it's very impressive.
Speaking of impressive, let's talk about the UPI moment in India, and that's been the big sort of event. It's pre-UPI and post-UPI. That's how the digital payment network is being seen in India. Do you see UPI as competition, or do you see UPI as a collaborator?
Well, first let me say, I think what's happened with UPI in India is nothing short of remarkable. I think it has accelerated financial inclusion in this country by more than a decade. The speed, the growth, the adoption, the user experiences that I was talking about, they're nothing short of remarkable. We see it as an opportunity for Visa. I believe that we can help build on the financial inclusion that has happened as a result of UPI and help turn that into financial empowerment. Mm-hmm. Help work with the banks in India, help work with the ecosystem in India to create new credit products, to help people grow up the credit ladder, help them build wealth, help empower them financially as a result of the great work that's happened with UPI in India.
So given the fact that you believe that UPI presents itself as an opportunity and not necessarily merely as competition, what's the target that you've set for the India team? What's the plan in terms of incremental investments, in terms of expansion? As I pointed out, you've got, about 4,000 employees here working in India, largely sitting out of your Bengaluru spaces, your Bengaluru offices. What was all of this going to mean now as far as Visa's future expansion in India?
Yeah, well, first, I'm so proud of our team here. Our team in Bengaluru, our team in Mumbai, they are every day coming into work, serving our clients, serving our partners, and doing everything that they can do to not only help build new innovations for India, but increasingly to build products and services that we can export from India all around the world. We feel just so proud and so great about the team that we have here. I'll tell you, I leave India thinking I need to set the targets higher. Set the targets higher, not for just the investment that we make as a company, but also the results that we expect of our team here. So I'll definitely take that back from my trip. And we have been in this country for 40 years.
Yeah.
When we're thinking about the opportunities in this country, we're thinking about the next 40 years and the next 40 years after that. Those are the time frames we're thinking about in terms of the investments that we're making in the country.
Well, let's talk about the next 5 years, not the next 40 years, because we don't know what's going to happen in the next 40 years. So over the next 5 years, in terms of the opportunities that you spoke of and in terms of focus areas that you intend to double down on, remittances, cross-border, how is Visa going to operate in those spaces? How do you intend to leverage the advantages there?
Yeah, first of all, if you step back, for all of the success that you and I have been talking about with the digitization of payments in India, there's still more than $1 trillion in cash.
So we're not a cashless economy by any measure.
So we still have an opportunity to partner and to work to help digitize that cash. But then building on kind of the consumer payments that you and I make every day, there's enormous opportunities in B2B payments, in government payments. There's an enormous opportunity in transit systems. We've been involved in more than 750 transit systems around the world, helping them operate more efficiently by digitizing the payments. And then, as you said, we see remittances as a tremendous opportunity. We've built out a platform, we call it Visa Direct, where we have 8.5 billion endpoints, cards, accounts, digital wallets all around the world. And what we're doing is we're putting that platform to work to make remittances in and out of India and all over the world, but this is the biggest corridor for remittances in the world, make them more transparent, make them faster, make them cheaper, make it a better user experience for both the sender and the receiver. And we think that's a tremendous opportunity for us to continue to help and add value here in India.
You talked about the fact that cash continues to be a significant part of the economy, while digitization has, of course, grown as well. But when just before the UPI actually took over and took off quite literally, the view was that this could potentially mean the death of credit cards. That was the expectation. It hasn't quite turned out that way. But how do you see the credit card space evolving in terms of form factors, in terms of features, in terms of innovation? What do you see as the next wave of disruption to the credit card itself?
Yeah, what we've seen around the world is users choose to pay with credit in different ways. Sometimes it's a card, sometimes it's a plastic card, sometimes it's a metal card, but increasingly it's a digital tokenized incarnation of the card. That can be on your phone or different form factors. So our strategy the whole time has been not to be wed to a card per se. In many ways, we've unbundled credit from what we all think of as the legacy card, and we've embedded that credit in the user experiences that people have as they're working their way through their digital experiences or, as we were talking about earlier, in the physical world. And increasingly, the physical world and digital world are blending. So we very much have unbundled those capabilities. And we do think that there's a lot we can bring to India in terms of innovative products and services in credit specifically that we've seen in different parts of the world. In many ways, the credit product itself has melded and evolved in ways that it's embedded in people's lives in ways that it almost becomes invisible. And that's when you start to really empower that purchasing power in a way that's great for small businesses and merchants.
You talked about financial empowerment, and you also brought up the issue of the credit gaps, and the credit gaps exist in many spaces in different degrees. What will be the focus as far as bridging the credit gap specifically from an Indian consumer or an Indian market's perspective?
Bringing new solutions to help underwrite near prime credit, new to credit, young credit customers, working with banks to provide different types of line management services, different types of ways to segment credit and make them applicable in certain use cases. All of this type of innovation is happening around the world, and I think is going to be a great opportunity to build on, as we were saying earlier, the momentum that's happened with UPI. And, in 5 years, to come back to the question from a few moments ago, maybe we don't even call it a credit card per se. Maybe we call it Visa credit, or maybe we call it, who knows what we call it. The word card may drop from our lexicon in India, given the enormous progress that's happened here. But we view our role as someone who can help power that innovation for banks across India.
You know, you're talking about innovation, so we can't not talk about what's happening as far as the world of AI is concerned. And Visa, for those of you who might not be aware, has decided to put together a war chest of $100 million to look at nurturing AI across different startups. Take me through the idea behind that, what you intend to do. Is that going to be a focus area for you here in India as well?
Yeah, sure. I'll talk about that specifically, and then more broadly how we're thinking about generative AI. That idea specifically came from a set of experiences where we were looking for companies that were using generative AI to create new commerce experiences, and we weren't able to find a lot of them. We wanted to go find them and nurture them, and we have a program we call FinTech Fast Track, bring them onto the Visa platform. And so we said, why don't we put together an investment fund so that we can help go find some of those entrepreneurs, those people that are dreaming big about how they could use generative AI to transform commerce, and why don't we invest in them? And so that's where we started on that journey. If I back up, we're big believers in the power of AI. We've been a leader in AI for 30 years, using predictive AI to build our products and services, secure our network. We've been very aggressive in adopting generative AI in our company. We've made all of the tools and co-pilots available to our employees around the world.
How much have you invested on that side?
Oh, I couldn't give you the number, but if you went and talked to any one of our employees in India around the world and said, tell me about what Ryan's been talking to you about in
generative AI.
He's on us. Every team in Visa is expected to have a roadmap and a plan of how they're using generative AI to make their function more effective and more efficient. Finance, HR, products, obviously technology.
So the use case at this point in time, efficiency and effectiveness, right? So
it's about efficiency and effectiveness, but I think the real magic is when we're able to bring new products to market using generative AI. I'll give you an example. We have been using generative AI to take our transaction data and create what we call synthetic data sets. And what we're able to do with synthetic data sets is take the same fraud, risk, and cyber capabilities we've used on the Visa network and use those to identify fraud on real-time payment networks. And we found that we can identify scams and fraud using the same data and analytics from our experience in card payments and apply that to account-to-account payments and real-time payments, all because we have generative AI to create these new synthetic data sets and these new analytic tools.
You know, let me just stick with that. Given what's happening in the Indian fintech space, specifically on the startup side, is that something that you're looking at closely? Does anything excite you there? Are we likely to see you fund anything on that side?
Yeah, we've been, first of all, what's happened in India in the fintechs and startup space is extraordinary. We partner with most, if not all of them, to help them. We've invested in several of them here in India. I'm looking for more generative AI commerce companies, so if you find any as part of this conference, please let me know. We're looking to invest in them.
That's the pitch. So if anyone's watching this, the global CEO of Visa is on the lookout for Indian fintechs who are focused on the generative AI space. Hopefully you'll start to get a lot of people writing into you, Ryan.
That would make me extremely happy.
Well, you know, since we're talking about fintech, let's talk about regulation in India. The regulator has done many things, including data localization, which was brought in a couple of years ago. Of course, all of you need to be compliant with that. There have been some recent changes for credit cards specifically. How do you see the regulatory environment in India at this point in time? Is it challenging? Does it add friction? Or is it making you feel that it is securing the digital payment ecosystem?
Of course it can be challenging at times, but it makes us better. That's how we view it. We want to be in compliance as effective and faster than any company in our space. We want the regulators to look at Visa as a leader, and we lean into this regulation because we do believe that it makes us better. I also give enormous credit to the regulators in India for leading the charge on innovations that not only make the system more safe, they help drive commerce. I would use tokenization as an example. I think the regulators in India leaned into tokenization, they mandated tokenization, and as a result, e-commerce is going to be adopted even faster in India. It's going to be safer, it's going to be more secure, it's going to have higher authorization rates.
So you're saying that the regulator in India was ahead of the curve on tokenization?
Absolutely. They were an innovator in that way of leading, as far as all the regulators in the world, by mandating tokenization for e-commerce in India.
So what would you say are the key risks today? What keeps you up at night? You were talking about cyber safety, cyber security, and in general, what we've seen with the momentum of digital transactions going up, that we've also seen the risks of digital fraud, of cyber risks, and so on and so forth. How are you, within Visa, trying to fortify yourself, and how much of this is a risk that you're factoring in?
It's an enormous priority for us. I think it's a very big risk. At the core of digital payments, at the core of the success of digital payments is trust. All of us are very comfortable engaging in digital payments, whether it's with a Visa card or anything else, because we trust that it's going to be safe. And we take the responsibility to safeguard our network and ensure that it is the safest and most reliable network very seriously. As you might expect, we're a very big target for the bad guys that are out there. We have somewhere between...
Average, how much do you get attacked in a day?
I was just about to say, we are attacked somewhere between 400 and 500 million times a month. Attack vectors that come from all different parts of the world. I'll give you another example. We have about 30,000 employees. Every month, we stop 20 million emails that were meant to be sent to our employees, and we stop them before they get to them. All of those are from bad actors. They're trying to trick our employees into doing something that they otherwise shouldn't do. So we take that very seriously. We've invested billions in our cybersecurity protections. We have 1,000 people that come into work every day, and all they do is focus on our cyber protections. But beyond that, we're also creating tools for our bank partners to help them stop fraud.
Yeah.
Every year, through those tools, we stop more than $30 billion of fraud that otherwise would have been perpetrated on our network and with our customers' clients. So this is going to be an arms race. It's going to continue to be an arms race, and we are going to invest, and we're going to work as hard as we possibly can to stay one step, if not 5 steps ahead of the bad actors, to ensure that the network is as safe and as secure as it possibly can be.
When you say that this is going to be an arms race, explain to me how you're going about it. I mean, putting money at the problem or throwing money at the problem is just one aspect, but how are you thinking about this strategically? And more importantly, how do you look at this from your partner's perspective as well, who may not have the ability to throw money at the problem?
Well, first on the second part of your question, this is something I've been talking to everyone that I've had a chance to meet with while I've been in India. We want to protect our network, the Visa network, with all of the tools and security that I mentioned, but we also want to make these tools available to all networks. We want to make our services available to any network that's out there, because let's be honest, like all of the network of networks that we operate in across the world, and on this particular topic, we're all in this together. We need to be investing in the safety and security of digital payments so that everybody across the world continues to trust.
So MasterCard and you are aligned on this one.
I think cyber protection is existential for digital payments, and so I want to make sure that we're making our products, our services, our talent, we're sharing information, we're sharing our services to anyone that's interested in putting them to work, and we feel like we have great products and services that we can be helpful with.
Yeah, I want to go back to something that you said right at the very beginning. You said that you're here in India to learn. And in the context of the digital public infrastructure and what India's been able to do with the India stack, it was a big part of our pitch to the world through our G20 presidency as well. What do you see as the opportunities to export the India stack to the world?
Yeah, first of all, I think the world is paying very close attention to it. I think there is a meaningful opportunity to export the stack. I mean, you go through it. Aadhaar, UPI, ONDC, DigiLocker. I mean, all of these elements of the stack are extraordinarily impressive. I was saying to my team the other day, I think if you look at what India has done and you look at the product roadmap, I would put it up against any of the best big tech players on the planet. Not just the roadmap itself, the clarity, the execution, the transparency, the length of the roadmap. It is remarkable execution, and I think there is a big opportunity to export the stack far beyond India.
what do you think it will take for us to be able to do that in terms of prioritization, in terms of strategic choices? You know, if you were to sort of put together a roadmap of how we take it forward, what would that entail?
I think at a foundation is public-private partnership. You know, we view ourselves as a potential partner. And, you know, I think what's proven, if you look over time with the adoption of similar types of things around the world, it's the public-private partnership at work. And, you know, I think this is an area where India's leadership, as you said, coming out of the G20, making the world more aware of the stack and the impact that it's had, is a big first step. And, you know, I think engaging with governments, engaging with the private sector, companies like Visa, and through public-private partnership, that should be a great way to expand those things.
Let's talk about what's happening globally as well, Ryan. Clearly, you're confident about the India growth story, the macros, as well as what's happening as far as the digital side of the story is concerned. But global, you know, the macros continue to look challenging at this point in time. The expectation of a cut coming in from the Fed in June, perhaps less likely. Today, Japan's just raised interest rates. What are consumer trends telling you in terms of spending power, spending capacity, and the possibility of the current trends holding up?
Despite everything that you said, the consumer spending around the world remains resilient. It remains stable. I mean, you look at the year-over-year growth in transactions or payment volume across our network and in most of the countries in which we operate, it's been relatively stable. That's a really good news, despite everything you said. Now, of course, higher interest rates are taking a dent out of consumers. Consumers are changing their purchasing patterns, the mix of things they buy.
What are they spending most of their money on today?
Well, it's actually coming, now having, with COVID a couple years in the rearview mirror, we've rebalanced pretty close to where we were in the mix of goods and services pre-COVID, with a bit more shift towards services, travel, entertainment, Taylor Swift concerts, things like that. So I think
that's a whole other economy, isn't it? The Taylor Swift economy is a whole other economy.
It's incredible, isn't it? It's incredible. But you know, going back to your first question, the consumer remains resilient. Listen, there's pockets around the world. In some markets where, for example, you've got more variable rate mortgages. Australia is a good example. The UK is a good example. Consumers are having to spend more of their discretionary spending or non-discretionary spending on mortgages, and we see that coming out of spending. But on the other side, we see travel in and out of China picking up. We see travel into the United States picking up. So international travel is very much still on the rebound. So overall stable with some puts and takes in different places.
You know, you talked about regional differences in the way that resilience is showing up, and you're on your way out of India, you're going to be headed into China. So let's address that issue as well. The recovery is underway, but patchy. There are concerns on what is happening as far as the real estate sector in China is concerned and whether that poses a systemic risk. How do you see China at this point in time, both in terms of recovery as well as in terms of consumer confidence?
Yeah, in terms of China, we think about it in 5, 10-year, 15-year increments. There's no question that, you know, the Chinese economy is going through some bumps right now, but there too, we view it as our role to be as helpful as we possibly can, to invest in the tools and the capabilities to help the banks and the broader economy do well. And, you know, China's a very large economy with a lot of power, and I think when you think 5, 10, and 15 years out, it's going to be a big opportunity as well.
So as a global CEO, what do you map on your dashboard? I mean, outside of what's happening inside of Visa, what are the factors that you have on your dashboard as potential risks or potential opportunities today? Geopolitics has, of course, emerged as one of the big concerns, given just the volatile state of play. But, you know, what are you looking at? What are the various factors that you're looking at?
Yeah, geopolitics is always an issue. You and I were talking beforehand about the enormous number of elections that are happening this year. So from that, there's going to be change. There's always change. But, you know, I'm very optimistic of the opportunities around the world. You know, coming out of the elections, I think there's an enormous kind of road in front of us. And, you know, I'm hopeful that the economy can continue to have the great success that it has. And, you know, hopefully we can be a part of that. You know, the other thing that I spend a lot of time on is consumer preferences, consumer trends. What are we hearing from buyers and sellers around the world? What do they need? What are the technologies that are changing, how they're running their businesses or they're engaging in their lives? By the way, generative AI, another topic we could talk about that's helpful is how I think it's going to change shopping, which I think it'll have a very big impact
More
on that.
experiential?
Yeah, I think it's just going to make it easier. If you think about shopping, especially for someone like myself who's neither that good at it nor likes it that much, it's very inefficient.
That makes the two of us.
It's relatively inefficient. And so I think generative AI, all of us are going to have co-pilots in terms of shopping. We're going to have much more curated experiences. We're going to have much more curated payment experiences that come with it. And that's just going to make a much better experience. I also think, I have a personal thesis that generative AI could be a very empowering capability for small businesses around the world. It starts to give them access to the capabilities that only the largest retailers have had, whether it's product reviews or recommendation engines or things like that become unbundled and available to small and medium businesses around the world. I think generative AI could be a very leveling force in the commerce space.
You preempted what I was going to say. So you actually believe the generative AI will level the playing field, not make the gaps wider?
I believe it will. That's my personal thesis. I think it'll for the largest retailers and the largest platforms, it will certainly help optimize what they do, and again, make a more enjoyable experience for all of us as shoppers. But I think it has the power to level the playing field. It has the power to democratize a lot of the commerce capabilities that have been bundled into some of the largest platforms and make them available. And for you and I as shoppers, I think we're going to have much more broad views to inventory that's available in small and medium businesses, either in the cities that we live in or around us.
So who do you consider as competition today in a fintech world, in an AI-led world where every phone company wants to be a fintech player, every big tech company wants to be in the banking business as well in some shape or form, or in the payments business? What does the competitive landscape look like today for you?
I'll tell you, over the last several years, the early narrative on fintechs was, they're going to be competitive for the payment system. We saw it differently. We saw all of these players as potential partners. And that's very much how we see it today. Fintech, big tech, little tech, small tech. We view all of them as potential partners for Visa, and we view it as an opportunity to put our network to work to help them grow their business and ultimately meet whatever goal it is that they've set out for themselves. And I think if you go today, for example, down in Silicon Valley near where I live, and you talk to fintechs, you'll find most, if not all of them, Visa has become their most important partner. And so that's how we see the world. We see the world in terms of partners and people that we can put our network to work, open our network, make it available, and help them achieve whatever it is the goal that they're trying to achieve.
You said that you see fintechs as potential collaborators, potential partners as well. You also said earlier on that perhaps in the future at some point you may just drop card altogether as part of the sort of proposition that you offer to consumers because you're digital in many ways. So what do you see Visa being? I mean, in terms of your core DNA, how do you see that core DNA evolving and changing given the many changes that we are seeing in the ecosystem? What could that potentially mean over the next 5 to 10 years?
Yeah, at our core, we're a network. We're the safest, most secure, most reliable, largest payment network on the planet with the largest reach. And the way we're evolving that is building out from not just being the Visa network to being a network of networks. And that's what we want to do. We want to be able to enable money movement across all networks around the world. We were talking about remittances, and that Visa Direct platform that I mentioned to you earlier, we move money across ACH systems, we move money across RTP systems, we move money across other card networks, again, all in service of giving our clients the biggest, most reliable, safest, most secure money movement platform on the planet. So that's how we think about our role. And we very much are an open network. We want anyone to build on us. Whatever they can dream up, the products, the services that they can dream up, they know that they have the Visa network available to them to put their products and services to work.
So do you see India then being an incubator of some of the innovations that you would hope for Visa to focus on in the future?
an innovator, an exporter. There's no question about it. I mean, the fintech community here has had a very profound impact on Visa. And you know, we've collaborated, we've worked with them.
How has it changed Visa? How have Indian fintechs changed Visa?
Yeah, Indian fintechs have opened up our mind to the power of QR payments. So now we're looking at other markets around the world where QR might be the form factor that users prefer, buyers and sellers. So, well, okay, we don't need cards, we'll use QR, and that'll be the form factor that will then allow people to tap into the Visa network, as an example. And that very much came from the inspiration of what we've seen happen here in India.
So, you know, speaking of inspiration, again, Ryan, of course, has been with Visa for about 11 years now, held many jobs before that, but has been CEO for almost a year now. Feb is when you completed a year as CEO. You know, as CEO, managing people is, of course, an important aspect of your job as well, and especially when you manage people across 200 different countries. It's a complex job as well. How do you make sure that there is an alignment of purpose, that there is an alignment of vision as you operate across 200 different jurisdictions?
Yeah, in terms of alignment, I find it's about clear communication, always on communication, and just being able to listen and learn from our employees around the world about what's working well, what's not working well, and how we can help them do their jobs better. You know, when I get back to the US in a week or so, we're going to move into a new office. We actually call it our Market Support Center, not corporate headquarters. We call it the Visa Market Support Center. So if you ever come visit, you'll see that on the building. And I want people, when they come into work every day, to remember that we are serving our markets around the world. We're serving India, we're serving Brazil, we're serving England and Germany. And I want our employees to just remember that is our job every day, to listen, to learn, and to ultimately be in service of our markets around the world so that they can serve their clients and they can do the great things that they need to do here in India and around the world.
So is there a Ryan-specific way of A, getting feedback, and B, incorporating feedback into driving change?
Yeah, I try to be as approachable and open as I possibly can. For example, I just, actually on the flight over here, I just launched a new internal social media platform. Think about it that way. And I regularly am now going to start posting what I'm thinking, my ideas. I actually posted some pictures from my experience in Mumbai to all of our employees around the world. I showed them how the soundbox works. I showed them how the QR code works. And I encourage them to ask me questions on the platform, give me feedback on the platform. Sometimes they'll just comment on, did you drink the coffee that you bought? But I've started to get really good feedback on that channel, even just a week in. So I just try to be as approachable as I possibly can, as open as I possibly can to our team members, to ask them for feedback, to encourage them for feedback, to reward them when they give me feedback, and then do our best to incorporate that into our strategy, what we're doing, and then back to your original question, just be as clear and concise in communicating that out to our team as I possibly can be.
So since you said that one of the things that you focus on is being clear and concise and communicating your message to the team, I'm going to end by asking you the message that you're sending or leaving your India team with. You said that you're going to probably up the targets given the opportunities and the potential that you see in India. What's the message to the India team on how they should leverage the India opportunity?
India is an enormous opportunity. India has had incredible success. We are here to partner. We want to be an integral part of the India story. We want to put the Visa network to work in every way that we possibly can to help accelerate the progress in India, help move from financial inclusion to financial empowerment. And I'm going to give our team all the resources they need to do that.
And they haven't given you a number just yet.
They've given me some numbers.
They've given you some numbers. Are you going to do better than the numbers that they've left you with?
We're going to give them everything they need to be successful.
Well, Ryan, thank you very, very much for joining us here. Ladies and gentlemen, the global CEO of Visa on their outlook for India, as well as the opportunities that it presents for the Visa network. Appreciate you joining us. We hope you have a fabulous trip back, and we look forward to seeing you back in India soon.
It was fun talking to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you once again, Ryan. Thank you, Shireen. That was indeed a fascinating conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick reminder, we do have a very exciting evening lined up for you, so don't forget to be here. Just a quick reminder, we have 4 shining stars of India, 4 Grammy Award winners amongst us. It's going to be an unforgettable performance. It's going to be a very exciting night. I hope you all are enjoying. We've had an array of discussions. We have had and also a very diverse mix of guests since the morning. We started off with Nitin Gadkari, we started off with Ashwini Vaishnav, and of course we did have a lot of business talks and on the economy, but most importantly on religion. A burning topic these days, and of course a very contentious Citizenship Amendment Act. We are just setting up for our next session. It's going to be also a very interesting one. We have a very prominent and a popular BJP politician who's going to be joining us for now. A quick reminder to kindly stay seated and not leave your seats, because the next session is going to begin in a short while from now. We're just waiting for our next speaker to come as well. That was Mr. Mek Inani, who was in conversation with Shireen. He is, of course, the CEO of Visa Inc., and he was there with us all the way from the US and sharing his thoughts. Well, we have had some power-packed sessions. I hope you all have enjoyed yourselves thus far. We have a scintillating performance that has been lined up as well, and I personally am looking forward to that as well. We have a very renowned and noticed musician and artist who will be here gracing the stage in a short while from now. So be seated. We will just begin a session in a short while from now. Action-packed day, hasn't it? Since the morning, I have been really excited listening to all those stimulating conversations and also the discussions, some very fiery ones as well. My colleague Toya, in fact, has also been catching a lot of guests on the other side for social media. Toya, what is the kind of response that you're getting? How's it going for you and for all of our guests who have come today?
So on the social media side over there, we're asking softer questions. So we're asking some of the politicians, for example, we've had on stage, who your favorite authors are, what's the music you've liked when you've grown up, because it's always exciting to discover that side too, and you can only do that really on the social media platform. Obviously, these areas are for the more serious conversations. But ladies and gentlemen, as we wait for our next speaker, we're going to come to each of you. I don't obviously mean each of you. We'll try to come to whichever one of you can. I want to ask each of you, which moments here have stood out to you? What's left a question in your mind? So is there something you've heard any of the policymakers, the politicians say up there that have actually left questions in your mind? Things you want answered? Because the panel doesn't just end today. Of course, we're going to see Smriti Irani ji right now. It's going to carry into tomorrow also. Any questions you bring up today, we'll also ask on the softer side, on the social media side, in just a few minutes from now. Okay, any hands, ladies and gentlemen? I'll come to, oh, all right, we've got one lady very ready. I like the spirit.
Yeah, thank you so much. So basically going with the spirit of the show, I feel it has been really lovely flow of actions right here. And there were many standing, I guess, landmark moments of the conferences. You know, moving away from yellow journalism and getting to the real journalism. There's a very thin line between real and the real word today. And you guys have done amazing. What I really wish to ask upon to the next fleet of panel, which is coming across today and, you know, tomorrow, would be, India is already on the global map. We have been marketing a lot on many things. And we always say tall claims, we want to be this trillion economy and that. What next for the small businesses out there? that is what is in store for the small businesses out there, because a lot of big fishes which are, you know, right there, but I want to know what's in store.
You've touched on journalism, on small businesses. All right, we've run out of time with this question, and I'm excited to tell you we have our next speaker coming in just a few minutes. We're going to keep doing this, so please keep questions on your mind. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
But that was wonderful, ma'am. Thank you so much. And we, of course, will take your views. We would also ask those questions. And we are ready for our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is a conversation with one of India's most articulate and powerful leaders, in fact, Union Minister for Women and Child Development and Minority Affairs Minister, Srimati Smriti Zubin Irani, has seen her career's political innings take off ever since the 2014 elections, where she took the fight to Rahul Gandhi in Amethi, but most importantly, when she won that historic contest in 2019. She was given charge of the high-profile HRD ministry, later the Information and Broadcasting Ministry, Textiles, and now the Women and Child Development and Minority Affairs. It's such a pleasure to have you, ma'am. Please welcome Srimati Smriti Zubin Irani, the Honorable Minister of Women and Child Development and Minority Affairs, in conversation with my colleague, Anand.
Namaste, everybody. Are you all awake? It's Miss Smriti Zubin Irani in the house. She deserves a bigger round of applause and welcome. So let's just... Thank you very much for gracing Rising Bharat. We're talking about a Viksit Bharat at 2047. Smriti ji, I just want to read out something which has just come fresh off the coals, if I may say that. This is what is being said. In a time of high unemployment, rising prices, corruption and oppression, Rahul Gandhi is the only hope for 1.35 billion Indians dedicated to bringing justice to every corner of our country, and is the only leader who can end this regime of fascism and dictatorship. Hashtag only hope Rahul Gandhi. This is by Mr. P. Chidambaram. Your thoughts, ma'am?
I think the sniggers in the audience speak louder than any statement that I can give. But I also believe that the destiny of a nation cannot be decided by a man who is scared of being defeated in Amethi. So a leader is one who does not leave his fleet behind. The gentleman hashtagged is somebody that I had the privilege of contesting against in 2019. Victory and loss are a part of electoral politics. But what defines a leader is that if they have grit enough, courage enough to stand with their own beliefs amongst their own people. And I don't think somebody who escapes and is feared of being conquered electorally is somebody who can lead a nation to better prospects. So I understand the compulsions of Mr. Chidambaram, but I also recognize that the voter at large respects the reality of a rising Bharat.
लेकिन वो ये कह रहे हैं कि वो शक्ति को हराएंगे।
देखिए, उन्होंने कहीं ना कहीं अपने आप को एक क्लैरिफाइड पोजीशन में अब रखा है। कहा है कि मैं उस शक्ति का उल्लेख नहीं कर रहा जिसका धर्म से कोई संबंध हो। लेकिन आज के एक एक्सपेंसिव कम्युनिकेशन और मीडिया के दौर में उनकी शब्दावली छुपी नहीं है किसी से देश में। ये पहली बार नहीं है कि उन्होंने मेरे धर्म हिंदुइज्म के खिलाफ कोई वक्तव्य दिया हो। लेकिन मेरा ये मानना है कि अगर वाकई में वो सेक्युलर हैं तो धर्म की आड़ में ना लड़ें, मुद्दों के आधार पर लड़ें। स्पष्ट रूप से पूरे राष्ट्र ने उनको सुना जब उन्होंने कहा कि शक्ति जिसका हिंदू धर्म में उल्लेख है वो उससे लड़ना चाहते हैं। तो मैं तो एक हिंदू के नाते इतना ही कहना चाहती हूँ कि आज तक जिसने मेरे धर्म को, मेरे आराध्य को ललकारा है, उसका क्या हश्र हुआ है। कोई रामायण, गीता, महाभारत पढ़ ले, उसको इस बात का अंदाज़ा हो जाएगा। लेकिन अगर कोई हमसे ये कहे कि हम उनके शब्दों को समझ नहीं पाए और शायद उनका उल्लेख जो था वो राजनीति के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में था, धर्म के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में नहीं, तो मैं जानना चाहती हूँ किस शक्ति से लड़ना चाहते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने इस देश में 4 शक्तियों का विशेष उल्लेख किया। एक नारी शक्ति, दूसरा युवा शक्ति, तीसरा कृषि की शक्ति और चौथा वो गरीब जो अब उत्थान की ओर बढ़ रहा है। तो इन चारों में से किस शक्ति से राहुल गांधी लड़ना चाहते हैं?
ये वो शक्ति की बात कर रहे हैं जो ईडी को कंट्रोल करती है, ईवीएम को कंट्रोल करती है।
देखिए, पुरानी एक हिंदी में कहावत है, चोर की दाढ़ी में तिनका। अब जिसकी दाढ़ी ही तिनकों से भरी हो उसको थानेदार में भी चोर नजर आता है, लेकिन जिसने चौकीदार शब्द के इस्तेमाल के लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट में माफ़ी मांग ली हो, उसको ये फॉल्स ब्रवाडो शोभा नहीं देता।
वो इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड्स का जिक्र कर रहे हैं। वो ये कह रहे हैं कि बीजेपी उगाही पार्टी है। सीबीआई,
अमित शाह जी ने एक स्पष्ट रूप से रुबिका जी कहा है सार्वजनिक मंच पर कि 303 सांसदों की पार्टी को इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड्स के माध्यम से ट्रांसपेरेंटली बैंकिंग सिस्टम के माध्यम से 6,000 करोड़ का बॉन्ड मिला, लेकिन जिनकी ताकत 200 की भी नहीं है स्पष्ट रूप से, उनको 14,000 करोड़ रुपया मिला। तो मेरा पलटवार ये है कि ऐसी कौन सी उगाही कत्ती राहुल गांधी छोड़ गए हैं कि उनके पास 14,000 करोड़ रुपया है।
ये आप लोग रिएक्ट करिए, ऐसा नहीं है कि मत करिए।
वो लोग चुनाव के दिन रिएक्ट करेंगे बटन कमल का दबा के, चिंता ना करें।
ये एक और आरोप सिर्फ भारत में नहीं है, दुनिया भर में भी है कि भारत इस करंट गवर्नमेंट में या पिछले 10 साल में एक इलेक्टोरल ऑटोक्रेसी की तरफ बढ़ रहा है। अगर हम एक स्टेटस को स्मैश करने की बात कर रहे हैं तो यहाँ पर हाउ वुड यू रिस्पॉन्ड टू दिस कि हम धीरे धीरे एक इलेक्टोरल ऑटोक्रेसी बन रहे हैं, यानी कि जनमत तो है लेकिन सब कुछ एक पर्टिकुलर डायरेक्शन में कंट्रोल के साथ आगे बढ़ाया जा रहा है।
जिस देश ने अंग्रेजी हुकूमत को उखाड़ फेंका, जिस देश में आज 940 मिलियन वोटर आइडेंटिफिकेशन और ऑथेंटिक आइडेंटिफिकेशन के साथ अपना वोट देंगे, उस इलेक्टोरेट का इतना बड़ा अपमान मैंने आज तक नहीं सुना। टू से दैट यू आर वाइजर देन द वोटर just because you're an analyst overseas is one of the biggest hypocritical positions taken by anybody who tries to analyze our democracy, especially from countries which don't have such a large voting populace. What they cannot fathom is why the average Indian today is buoyant about their future prospects. What they cannot possibly come to terms with is why India and Indians are so blatant about their ambitions and their pursuits of excellence. And possibly that is why this is the same voice which when COVID came said, how will India survive with 6 lakh plus villages? How will Indians eat? How will Indians receive pharmacological support? How will Indians get a vaccine? I think the mettle of a country and a leadership is best tested when your back is to the wall. India not only made vaccines, delivered it to 1.4 billion citizens, it also gave vaccines and pharmaceuticals to 160 countries. India is the only nation in the world today that at the doorstep of 800 million citizens consistently for the past 2.5 years is delivering free ration every month. No country in the world today has an expansive health coverage system like Ayushman Bharat, where 100 million people receive 5 lakh rupees worth of medical support across 28,000 hospitals, with not a single human being who's covered missing a treatment in any hospital in the country. So I think that those people who sit in these analogies and analysis possibly cannot come to terms with the fact that India has a functional government, which is tested every time we go to polls, and that you have a leadership that responds to the people's needs and people who appreciate that leader. I also believe, Anand, when we go to vote, for too long and for too many years in our country, we have seen people vote on the basis of an emotion. Narendra Modi and before him Atal Bihari Vajpayee, I'm very proud, were two leaders who said, judge us by our development performance. What you see on the opposite are people who are pliant and depending on negative rhetoric. But Modi is the only leader right now who has given you a national ambition. Remember, after the independence freedom movement, we've never had a national ambition and a clarion call like 2047. So while Modi says for 2047, we need to create more opportunities for education, for enterprise, for skill, for manufacturing, what does Rahul Gandhi offer you? Division on the basis of religion, division on the basis of class, division on the basis of caste. While Modi says, let's talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat. What is Atmanirbhar Bharat? It is economic sovereignty of this country. What does Rahul Gandhi tell you? Atmanirbhar mat bano. While Modi says, let's pull 25 crore Indians out of poverty, and today the World Poverty Clock, forget anybody else, says that less than 3% people in India now live under the line of poverty. What does Rahul Gandhi tell you? He glorifies poverty. He glorifies a martyrdom at the altar of lost opportunities. So why should any informed voter then vote for Rahul Gandhi or an alliance which is barely together?
लेकिन वो ये कहते हैं कि वोटर तो हमें वोट करता है, लेकिन राजा की जान ईवीएम में है।
देखिए, जो राजघराने में पैदा हुआ हो, जिसने उपहास उड़ाया हो एक ऐसे व्यक्ति का जो एक ज़माने में चाय वाला हुआ करता था, ये तो राजनीति की कैसी माया है कि अब उसको वो चाय वाला राजा दिखता है। अब जितना मैंने राहुल गांधी को सार्वजनिक रूप से सुना है, कई चीज़ों में उन्होंने क्लैरिफिकेशन दी है। मैं एक क्लैरिफिकेशन बात मांगती हूँ। इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया ने बार बार घोषणा की सार्वजनिक की, आइए टेस्ट कीजिए। क्या एक बार राहुल गांधी गए? बड़ा आसान है तोहमत लगाना, लेकिन आप किस पे तोहमत लगा रहे हैं? लोकतंत्र पर। आप लोगों की चॉइस पर तोहमत लगा रहे हैं, इलेक्शन कमीशन पर तोहमत लगा रहे हैं, और आपको लगता है पूरा ब्रह्मांड, पूरी कायनात इस जद्दोजहद में लगी है कि मोदी को प्रधानमंत्री बना दो। जद्दोजहद ये वोटर की है, क्योंकि वोटर ने 10 वर्ष की अवधि में मोदी को हर वचन की पूर्ति करते हुए देखा है। मैं अपना ही अगर लोकसभा क्षेत्र ले लूं, जहां पर 50 साल गांधी खानदान का राज रहा, 15 साल राहुल गांधी सतत वहां पर सत्ता में बने रहे, रूबिका जी, वहां पर 1,09,000 परिवारों के घर तो पिछले 5 साल में बने हैं। 4 लाख परिवारों को पहली बार जीवन में टॉयलेट मिला है। जहां 50 साल उनका खानदान रहा, अगर आप एक घर में मात्र 4 लोग गिन ले, 16 लाख लोगों के पास 25 लाख की आबादी में तो टॉयलेट नहीं दे पाया था ये खानदान, और ये ईवीएम पे शक कर रहे हैं।
स्मृति जी, आपने कहा कि मरते दम तक, ये आपका अगर बयान सही है, मैं वहाँ गांधी परिवार को अमेठी में जीतने नहीं दूंगी।
और ऐसा लगता है कि मेरा प्रकोप ऐसा है इस वचन का कि रायबरेली से भी गायब हो गए हैं।
पर आप ये भी मानेंगे?
नहीं, पर लेकिन ये ऐसी भावना क्यों? ये गुस्से की है, ये बदले की है, ये द्वेष की है?
ऐसा है, मैं ऐसी भावना इसलिए कह रही हूँ रूबिका जी, अगर आपने 4 लाख गरीब औरतों को अंधेरे तलाशते हुए देखे हों कि वो खुले में शौच कर सकें उस इलाके में जहाँ 50 साल इस खानदान ने राज किया हो, आपको भी उतना ही गुस्सा आएगा जितना कि मुझे। अगर आपने 3 लाख लोगों को घर में बिना स्वच्छ पानी के जीते देखा उस इलाके में जो प्रधानमंत्री चुन के देते थे, तो आपको भी कहीं ना कहीं ये मन में कोलाहल होता होगा जैसा मुझे होता है। अगर आपने 4 लाख लोगों को बिना छत के देखा हो, आप जानते हैं जहां 50 साल गांधी खानदान का राज रहा, राहुल गांधी 15 साल वहां पर अपनी सत्ता जमा कर बैठे थे। 10 साल उनकी माताजी यूपीए की अध्यक्ष थी, उनके मित्र अखिलेश जी की सरकार उत्तर प्रदेश में थी। आपको पता है कि कलेक्टर के ऑफिस का शिलान्यास अमित शाह ने आकर किया। वहाँ पर पहला सीटी स्कैन का मशीन मोदी सरकार लाई, पहला डायलिसिस का सेंटर मोदी सरकार लाई, पहला ब्लड बैंक मोदी सरकार लाई, पहला पासपोर्ट का ऑफिस मोदी सरकार लेके आई। ये एक ब्लड बैंक नहीं बना पाए वहाँ। क्यों नहीं बना पाए? इच्छा नहीं थी, क्योंकि जब तक लोग इनके सामने गिड़गिड़ाते नहीं तब तक इनको वोट मिलता नहीं। आप कल्पना कर सकती हैं कि ये ऐसा खानदान है, इनकी राजनीति ऐसी है कि गरीब को इन मूलभूत सेवाओं से वंचित रखो। ताकत थी, साधन था, प्रोसेस में, पॉलिसी में इनका सहयोग था, चाहते तो कर सकते थे, जानबूझकर नहीं किया।
लेकिन आप ये भी मानेंगी कि आपके वहाँ जाने तक उनको ही अमेठी चुनती थी, उनको ही रायबरेली
ऑप्शन नहीं था, शायद ऑप्शन नहीं था टेनेसिटी का। और मैं बता दूं आनंद, ये कोई आसान लड़ाई नहीं है। मैं 2014 में जब पहली बार लड़ने गई थी, मुझे रहने को किसी ने जगह नहीं दी, मुझे सीमेंट के गोदाम के ऊपर एक कमरे में रहना पड़ा, इतना खौफ था उस खानदान का। मैं जब 2014 में पहली बार गई तब वहां पर 2 लोग खड़े होने के लिए राजी नहीं थे। प्रेम की भाषा नहीं बोली जाती थी, खौफ की भाषा थी अमेठी में। आप अगर कभी, मैंने कहा गांधी जी से, शरद यादव जी तो अब नहीं हैं, उनसे पूछिए जिन्होंने अमेठी में कभी चुनाव लड़ा है। राजमोहन गांधी जी का आप इतिहास उठाकर देख लीजिए, लोगों को निर्वस्त्र किया गया है, गोलियां मारी गई हैं। अमेठी के विपक्षी कैंडिडेट पे आप इतिहास उठाकर देख लीजिए, गोली चली है भाई साहब। तो ये आज किसी को लगता है इन हाइंडसाइट कि अरे स्मृति ईरानी ने कोई सास बहू किया होगा इसलिए वोट पड़ गया। वहाँ 1,20,000 घरों में तो पहली बार बिजली मोदी ने दी है। आप बिलीव करेंगे, जहाँ 50 साल उनका राज था वहाँ 60% घरों में कभी बिजली नहीं थी। तो ऐसे इलाके में पहली बार चुनाव लड़ना कोई साधारण चुनाव नहीं था वो।
तो जब आपको कहा गया कि आप वहाँ चुनाव लड़िए, या अब आपको कहा गया है कि अब कहीं ना कहीं आपने अमेठी को अपना घर बना लिया, आपका गृह प्रवेश, घर बनाया है, गृह प्रवेश हुआ है, उसकी आपको बधाइयाँ, लेकिन उसमें भी आपको 5 साल लग गए।
हाँ,
तो
वो अटल जी की कविता है ना, हार नहीं मानूंगा, रार नहीं ठानूंगा, काल के कपाल पर लिखता हूँ मिटाता हूँ, गीत नया गाता हूँ। तो जिसके पास नेता ऐसे हों, जिनकी कविताएं ऐसी हों, तो जोशीले होना उनके लिए संभव ही है।
तो आपको ये खला नहीं, थोड़ा सा मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ कि मुझे ही क्यों भेजा गया अमेठी?
बिल्कुल नहीं, मुझे तो ये अच्छा लगा कि उस खानदान को धूल चटाने के लिए पूरी पार्टी में मेरा ही नाम मिला था।
अच्छा, लेकिन
मुझे
आप
किसी चीज का मलाल नहीं आनंद जी। हाँ,
आप कॉन्फिडेंट हैं कि वो नहीं आएंगे?
आ भी जाए तो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। और मैं बड़ी विनम्रता से ये कह रही हूँ, क्योंकि ऐसा नहीं है कि उनकी आजमाइश नहीं हुई है, भाई बहन दोनों की। और विनम्रता का भाव इसलिए रखती हूँ रुबिका जी, क्योंकि 2022 का विधानसभा का चुनाव हुआ, जहाँ पर दोनों के दोनों मुखातिब हुए थे अमेठी से। और तब गांधी परिवार के उस सदस्य के पास उत्तर प्रदेश में सीट लड़ाने का दायित्व था। और 5 विधानसभा की सीटें हैं अमेठी में, और जो 4 विधानसभा क्षेत्र में दोनों ने मिलकर पग धरे थे, वहाँ चारों विधानसभा क्षेत्रों में कांग्रेस की जमानत जब्त हो चुकी है, 22 में है। 2019 में कांग्रेस पार्टी अकेली नहीं लड़ी थी, अखिलेश जी, मायावती जी संग उनके रहे थे, तीनों ने मिलके मेरे सामने चुनाव लड़ा था भाजपा के सामने। तब कांग्रेस के पास लगभग 4,30,000 वोट थे इस गठबंधन के पास। अगर आप 22 का चुनाव उठाकर देख लें तो कांग्रेस के पास अमेठी लोकसभा क्षेत्र में 22 में सिर्फ 1,20,000 लगभग वोट बच गए थे। मतलब 19 से लेकर 22 तक के बीच में 3 लाख वोट उनके पहले ही हम कम कर चुके थे। अब सोचे, जब 2 सालों में या 3 सालों की अवधि में 3 लाख वोट कम हो गया, 22 से लेकर 24 तक अब क्या हश्र हो रहा होगा। इसीलिए तो जब यात्रा लेकर आए थे, जनता तो छोड़िए, उनका कार्यकर्ता भी नहीं था वहाँ।
कहते हैं कि कंफ्यूजन था, क्योंकि वो अलायंस जमा नहीं था उस वक्त,
ऐसा है आनंद
सपा आए कि नहीं आए।
मैं आभारी हूँ कि आपने ये कहा। तो नेता भी कंफ्यूज्ड है, अलायंस भी कंफ्यूज्ड है, काडर भी कंफ्यूज्ड है, मर्सीफुली देश को कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं है।
तो आप मानती हैं कि देश को कंफ्यूजन नहीं है? 370 प्लस बीजेपी 400 पार।
मेरा मंतव्य और सब छोड़ दें, यहाँ पूछ लीजिए।
आप पूछिए।
नहीं, आप पूछ लीजिए, मैं तो फिर फेयर, ये मेरी ओर से प्रश्न नहीं होगा। यहाँ पर कौन मानता है राहुल गांधी इज द होप फॉर 1.3 बिलियन पीपल? एक तो 1.4 बिलियन भी नहीं लिखा है।
चलिए शो ऑफ हैंड्स कर लेते हैं। हम नहीं एग्री विद मिस्टर पी चिदम्बरम?
अब बताओ कौन राजा है, जनता की ईवीएम?
नहीं नहीं, ऐसा नहीं। अगर आपको अगर कोई खौफ है तो खौफ ना रखे। बेखौफी से कोई ऐसा है जो पी चिदम्बरम साहब के ट्वीट से और राहुल गांधी।
अरे मुझसे ज्यादा तो रूबिका जी पी चिदम्बरम का खौफ है, इसलिए कि वो वापस सत्ता में ना आए, ताकि जो लुटा था वो वापस लुटेरों के पथ पे ना चला जाए। मैं आपको कॉन्टेक्चुअलाइज आपकी अनुमति से एक चीज करना चाहती हूँ। जब हम कहते हैं द लॉस्ट डेकेड ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी, तो ऐसा नहीं है कि सिर्फ 2004 से लेकर 14 तक का लॉस हुआ है। जब जब कांग्रेस की अध्यक्षता में इस देश में, अगर आप विशेष रूप से उनकी परफॉर्मेंस देखें, आज हम मोदी जी की चर्चा करते हैं, जब अटल जी प्रधानमंत्री बने थे, उनका जो कार्यकाल था, अगर बैंकिंग की बात करें, ठीक, बैंकिंग का जब उनको इनहेरिट किया उन्होंने एनपीएस, वो लगभग 16% या 17% था। जब उन्होंने ऑफिस छोड़ा 2004 में, एनपीए लगभग 7% तक आया, तब तक वो ला चुके थे नीचे। कांग्रेस के राज में 2012 पे आप जाइए तो वापस एनपीए 12-13% तक बढ़ चुका था। जब अटल जी ने अपनी सरकार छोड़ी थी और यूपीए की सरकार आई थी, आपका एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर ग्रो हो रहा था 9% पे, आपका सर्विस सेक्टर ग्रो हो रहा था 7% पे, आपका ओवरऑल इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ था 8% पे। आपके जो एडवांसेस देती है पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक्स, वो थे लगभग 6 लाख करोड़ रुपए पे। यूपीए का अगर आप आज भी नंबर उठाकर देख लें, यूपीए ने 2012 तक, 4 से लेकर 12 तक, आपको पता है कितना एडवांसेस दे दिया था पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक से? 39 लाख करोड़, जिसमें से 3.8 लाख करोड़ व बैड एसेट्स एंड नेवर डिक्लेयर्ड। ये खामियाजा किसने भुगता? देश ने भुगता। तो इसीलिए कह रही हूँ, उनकी परंपरा है देश को लूटने की। और जो 10 साल मोदी जी के रहे हैं, वो सिर्फ पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ परफॉर्मेंस के लिए नहीं रहे हैं, पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ रेवोल्यूशन भी रहे हैं। दिस होल फैमिली हैज बीन टेस्टेड ऑन इट्स मेटल, ऑन इट्स पॉलिटिकल परफॉर्मेंस एंड इनपुट्स, and the best test I think for the country was when COVID came.
Revelation की बात करें तो even this government is blamed for not revealing numbers. Statistics are not out. The actual numbers are not out.
But statistics don't endear themselves to the opposition. That's a different issue altogether.
But you would also agree that
they may not like the statistics. They don't like the growth numbers. Why would they? They are fighting on a negative.
No,
so
the allegation is that
yes, the numbers are
the growth numbers are dressed up. Yes, there is growth, but there some of
like
it is dressed
up.
Anand,
let's give me a small interjection. Okay, 30 crore mudra loans given to only women, 8 crore loans given to youngsters, first-time entrepreneurs. Okay, out of the 30 crore loans given to women, NPA is less than 2.5%, which means these loans got serviced, business got done, there was a profit. That's why the loans got serviced. So are those 30 crore women who got the loan, who did the enterprise, are they not employed? They are, right? 8 crore new entrepreneurs. Obviously they serviced their loans. Obviously they paid back. So were they not employed? 38 crores तो मैंने आपको यहाँ बैठ के गिना दिया है.
Yeah, but you know, with respect to your ministries,
banks are
Women and Child Care Development, and also the Minority Ministry. Two aspects let's talk about. Malnourishment, we still rank one of the highest in terms of malnourished.
Who's ranking us? Who's ranking us? If you're a number cruncher, there's a public data available on a tracker called Poshan Tracker.
Yes.
What does Poshan Tracker track? 75 million children below the age of 6.
Correct.
Right? How do they track? On WHO standards. Who does the third-party evaluation? The World Bank. Whether the testing methodology is correct or not. Evidence is available today for 75 million children. When did the Congress last compute it? There was no such evidence available before.
The other aspect is of food security. If 80 crore people were not being given the food security, which is also being extended for the next 2 years.
So basically what Rahul Gandhi wants,
you'd still have a large number of people.
What Rahul Gandhi wants is people should not get food. Is that your position?
You'd still have a large number of people who would be struggling around the poverty line or would be going hungry.
So let me contextualize it for you.
Everything is not as rosy as it is painted.
And I'll tell you why. 13.5 crore Indians came out of multi-dimensional poverty only because of Modi's health initiatives. What are those health initiatives? Primary being Ayushman Bharat Yojana. For every Indian, especially the poor, who got 1, 2 and the booster dose free, how much was it in the normal market? If you went to buy the vaccine, $600 per shot. So 1800 rupees, let's say, if you don't take the booster shot, 1200 rupees. In a family size of 4 people, how much would have that been for a poor family? Second, if you look only at the Ayushman Bharat numbers from October 2023, 5 crore 70 lakh hospital admissions worth 70,000 crore rupees done. Do you compute the cost of the burden on the GDP if this health support was not given to these people? For instance, when we talk about sanitation, we talk about 11 crore toilets built.
Yes.
I will take you back to this very channel. In the year 2010-12 ke beech mein, this channel has carried a report about what? 6% negative impact on India's GDP because of lack of sanitation. So when Modi gives a sanitation facility, it has a positive impact on the growth numbers. When Modi gives ration free to poor, it not only helps them come out of multidimensional poverty, it sustains them out of multidimensional poverty. It also fires up rural consumption, hence keeping industry and manufacturing alive.
स्मृति जी, ये जो कॉन्फिडेंस आपका है, आप यकीन के साथ कह सकती हैं कि नंबर्स में भी झलकेगा, और अगर हाँ तो उत्तर प्रदेश में आप 80 में से कितनी सीटें लाएंगी इस बार?
देखिए, मैं ना योगेंद्र यादव जैसी कोई सेफोलॉजिस्ट हूँ, ना मैं राहुल गांधी जैसी कोई बुद्धिजीवी हूँ. मैं आपको इतना ही अश्योर कर सकती हूँ कि जो मोदी ने कहा है वो पत्थर की लकीर है. एनडीए अब की बार 400 पार.
समय अल्प है, लास्ट के 30 और 10-15 सेकंड एक्स्ट्रा, तो थोड़ा सा हम 5 शब्द आपको बताएंगे.
रैपिड फायर है
जैसा है कि whatever comes to your mind.
हमें नहीं पता था एक दिन आनंद नरसिम्हन करण जौहर का पूरा स्वरूप धारण करेंगे.
देखिए, ये एक नाता तो रहा है कहीं ना कहीं
करण जौहर से.
नहीं एंटरटेनमेंट से. और करण जौहर अच्छे मित्र हैं, ऐसा नहीं है, पर मैं आपसे
मित्र भी हैं.
हाँ?
अच्छा, तो you see your journalist friends, all their eyebrows are going up. Yes.
तो हम आपके सामने शब्द रखेंगे. आपके मन में जो पहला विचार आएगा वो आप 1 या 2 शब्दों में या 1 लाइन में खत्म करेंगे. तो हम शुरू करते हैं.
हाँ, पहले आप.
ओके. शक्ति.
दुर्गा. देश.
राहुल, नाम तो सुना होगा.
ये तो आपको उनसे कहना चाहिए था. स्मृति हूँ. अगर आप वो शब्द कहें तो मर्यादा विहीन.
मोदी.
शक्ति के उपासक.
370.
400 पार.
और आखिरी.
स्मृति.
माँ.
Ladies and gentlemen, Smriti Irani ji.
How lovely. A huge round of applause once again for Minister Smriti Irani at her oratorical best, and also daring Rahul Gandhi. Thank you so much, ma'am. Really lovely. Thank you. Anand, Rubika, thank you so much as well. Well, she is known for a fine oratory. Smriti Irani there also daring Rahul Gandhi to contest from his old battleground of Amethi. Clearly, politics is heating ahead of the Lok Sabha polls. She also said that the Prime Minister is an emotion. He's someone who has given a national ambition to the people of the country. That was Smriti Irani speaking to my colleagues Anand and Rubina. We have another very, very interesting session coming up, more on geopolitics, foreign policy. I'd request everyone to be kindly seated, please. We're just about to begin our next session for the evening. So let's begin. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's a conversation that we're going to be having with a scholar and expert who is often described as one of the most influential realists of his generation. He has also been one of the most famous critics of American foreign policy since the end of the Cold War. His stand of thought, which is sometimes described as quote-unquote defensive realism, holds that the need for security and ultimately for survival makes states to be aggressive power maximizers. States do not cooperate except during temporary alliances, but constantly seek to diminish their competitors' power and to enhance their very own. He has also spread no punches in arguing just why Ukraine crisis is the West's fault and why the United States and its European allies actually share most of the responsibility for the ongoing crisis. Please welcome John Joseph Mearsheimer, political scientist, international relations scholar, and also the R. Wendell Harrison Distinguished Service Professor at the University of Chicago. He joins us in conversation with News 18's Palki Sharma for a session titled Geocalculus, Cracking the Code. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our esteemed guest. Thank you, Palki. Over to you.
Thank you, and good evening to all of you. We live in exciting but dangerous times geopolitically. There are two wars and many internal conflicts that are going on across the world. There are new alliances being forged and old ones being dismantled. And in this context, we're exploring a very important and complex question. What is the driving force of decision-making today? Is it realism? Is it power? Is it morals? Or is it a mix of everything? Also, where does India stand in this mix? What role will India play in the looming conflicts of this century? We look forward to exploring all of this with you, Professor Mearsheimer. Welcome to Bharat Rising. My first question to you is, what would you call the current world order? How would you describe it? Would you say it's still unipolar, with America in the lead? Would you say it's truly multipolar? How would you see this?
I believe that the world today is multipolar. Most of you in the audience came of age during the unipolar moment, which ran from roughly 1991, when the Soviet Union collapsed, up until about 2017. And the United States was, of course, the most powerful state on the planet by far during the unipolar moment. But by 2017, roughly 2017, Vladimir Putin had rescued Russia from the dead, and Russia was back as a great power. And China, because of all of the economic growth that had taken place during the 1990s and the first 17 years of the 21st century, was also a great power. So we're now in a system where there are three great powers: the United States, China, and Russia.
What about India? Where do you see India standing in this? And do you see India then as a bridging power, trying to bridge different ideological camps? Or is India just tilting things in the direction that suited?
Well, I would say, first of all, India is an aspiring great power. The two building blocks of power in the international system are population size and wealth. You need a great deal of wealth, and you need a lot of people to qualify as a great power. The reason that China was not considered a great power until recently was because it didn't have the wealth. It certainly had the population size. What China now has is population size plus wealth. What India has for sure is population size, and it's growing wealthier and wealthier by the year. But I think, according to most accounts, it has not yet reached the point where it qualifies as a great power. Nevertheless, there is no question that India is a major power, and it is, in a very important way, caught in between those three great powers, because India has all sorts of potential problems with China, mainly revolving around the border between those two countries. India has very close relations with both Russia and the United States, and from the American point of view, that causes problems because the Americans don't want India to have good relations with Russia. But of course, from India's point of view, it makes good sense to have good relations with Russia. So relations between India and the United States have been somewhat testy. They've been very good in terms of relations with Russia. And the question of China is, I think, a looming problem for India. But nevertheless, the world that India operates in now is very complicated, and India is going to have a complicated task moving forward dealing with this world.
Is another way of looking at it this, that India is best poised to make to make the most of this complicated situation, because India can talk to and do business with all camps?
I think at some point India will have to make some hard choices. I think the most interesting question is what happens between India, China, and the United States. My sense is that China will continue to grow more powerful, that it will build a potent blue water navy, and it will try to project power into the Persian Gulf, and it will therefore move through the Indian Ocean, and this will not make the Indians happy and will push the Americans and the Indians closer together.
In the event of a conflict between India and China, do you think Russia will be forced to take a side?
I think if there were a conflict between India and China, the Russians would do everything they could to sit on the fence and to not get committed. The Russians have no interest in having bad relations with either China or India. So if there was, and hopefully there will not be, a conflict between India and China, I think the Russians would do everything they could to stay far away.
You've said in the past that great powers will always seek hegemony or dominance over others. You say that India is an aspiring great power. When it does become a great power, do you think I would do the same? Because we've seen any or any of the rhetoric that comes with these hegemonic tendencies?
My basic view of international politics is that the ideal situation is to be a hegemon in your region of the world and to make sure that there's no other hegemon on the planet. And I basically argue that the United States is the only regional hegemon in the world. It's a hegemon in the Western Hemisphere. And the United States goes to great lengths to make sure that no other country dominates its region the way we dominate the Western Hemisphere. And that's why in the 20th century, we played a key role in putting Imperial Germany, Imperial Japan, Nazi Germany, and the Soviet Union on the scrap heap of history. The United States does not tolerate peer competitors. At the same time, I believe it makes eminently good sense for China to dominate Asia. I think that as China grows more powerful economically, it will try to dominate Asia. And I think from China's point of view, that makes good sense. From America's point of view, it does not make good sense. And certainly from India's point of view, it does not make good sense for China to dominate Asia. Just one final point. I would argue that if India were to grow more powerful than China, and the Chinese economy were to falter, and India's economy was to take off, and India looked like it could dominate Asia, it would try to dominate Asia. Not because of Indian culture or Indian politics, because that's just the way great power politics work. The best way to survive in the international system is to be really powerful.
Interesting. Let's talk about the Ukraine war now. And you've accused the West of poking the Russian bear. It's been 2 years. It's a frozen conflict. No side is making much headway. And Putin has won a record 5th term in power. How do you see this war ending? And what do you think the West should do? Should they stop military aid to Ukraine?
I believe that it's actually not a frozen conflict. I believe that the Russians are winning the war and that the Russians will end up with an ugly victory. I believe the Russians now control about 20% of Ukrainian territory. The balance of power has shifted decisively in Russia's favor in terms of both weaponry and manpower, which are of great importance in a war of attrition like the one you see taking place in Ukraine. And what I think is going to happen is that the Russians will end up conquering about 40% of Ukrainian territory. I think they now have annexed 4 oblasts plus the Crimea. My guess is, and I want to underline that this is just my guess, is that they will end up annexing 4 more oblasts, and they will end up with 40%, roughly 40% of Ukrainian territory. And what will be left is a dysfunctional rump state. Ukraine, in other words, will be a dysfunctional rump state that the Russians will go to great lengths over time to make sure is politically and economically weak so that it cannot become a part of NATO. But that, I think, is the likely outcome.
That's the military end that you're talking about. What about the political end? Do you think Ukraine will end up joining the NATO?
No, I think politically the Russians will go to great lengths to make sure Ukraine doesn't join NATO. And I think that the West will not bring a dysfunctional Ukraine into the alliance. So I think that it will not, Ukraine will not become part of NATO.
Do you then think the West should stop the military aid to Ukraine? Because the American aid is tied in the Congress and the Europeans are still struggling to find the money to fund this war.
Yes, this is a great question. I believe that it is best for Ukraine, and I want to underline that. I believe it is best for Ukraine to now end the war, to reach a settlement with the Russians. And that means 2 things. One, Ukraine must sever all of its security relations with the West, not just give up entering NATO. Ukraine should become a truly neutral state by severing its military or security ties with the West, because Russia's principal concern is the possibility of Ukraine joining NATO. That, the Russians say, to a person is an existential threat, and they do not accept that. So I think it's imperative that Ukraine become a neutral state. And then the other thing is, I think it's very important that the United States cut off all assistance to Ukraine and that the Europeans collectively provide aid, economic aid, not military aid, to Ukraine moving forward until it gets on its feet.
I'll come to the question of the aid in a bit, but you've said that Ukraine should become a neutral state, and you've argued in the past against NATO expansion to the east. The argument from the other side is that that's not a choice for Russia to make, which side Ukraine should go to. That's not something that Moscow gets to decide. Plus, recent polls have said that close to 70% Ukrainians want to be part of the NATO. So there is realism, and then there is public opinion. And in most quote-unquote democracies, leaders are swayed by public opinion. So if Ukrainians want to join the NATO, what should the leadership do?
Well, the thing is that Ukraine, for obvious reasons, at this point, would like to join NATO. But this would be a fundamental mistake, because if they join or try to join NATO, their country is going to be wrecked. If Ukraine had never made any attempt to join NATO, Ukraine would be intact today. Crimea would be part of Ukraine. Those 4 oblasts that have been already annexed to Russia would still be part of Ukraine. This war is all about NATO expansion into Ukraine. If the West had not pushed hard to bring Ukraine into NATO, starting in 2008, there would have been no major crisis in 2014, there would have been no war in 2022, and Ukraine would be intact. So the argument that Ukraine has a right as a sovereign democracy to join NATO makes people feel good when they hear that, because we love to talk about rights in the West. But the fact is, talking about the right to join NATO and pushing Ukraine to join NATO has led to the destruction of NATO. And in my personal opinion, that is a horrendous disaster.
Yes, and Russia's war has also led to the expansion of NATO. In the last 2 years, we've seen 2 countries join. But you talked about the West stopping military aid, America stopping military aid to Ukraine. If and when that happens, what message would it send to other players, for instance, a Xi Jinping? What would stop him from seeing a Ukraine in Taiwan?
There's this argument that if the United States cuts and runs or loses in Ukraine, that this will have significant effects in East Asia, because Xi Jinping will think that the United States won't fight in East Asia if China behaves aggressively. I do not believe for 1 second that Xi Jinping or the Chinese elite thinks that the United States, for example, will not fight over Taiwan. Joe Biden has said on 4 separate occasions that the United States will fight for Taiwan. There is no doubt in my mind that the United States will fight for Taiwan, because Taiwan is of great strategic importance to the United States, and the United States, as I said earlier in my comments, is determined to contain China. So I do not believe that losing in Ukraine, and I want to be clear here, I do think the United States is in the process of losing in Ukraine. I do not think it will weaken our deterrent position in East Asia vis-a-vis the Chinese.
The thing is that we do not know for sure that Joe Biden will be around until the end of this year to make that decision vis-a-vis Taiwan. Having said that, do you think that Xi Jinping is going to attack Taiwan in this decade?
No, I don't think that Xi Jinping is going to attack Taiwan anytime soon. And there are a variety of reasons for that. One of the main reasons is that for him or for China to attack Taiwan, it has to cross a large body of water. And amphibious operations are among the most difficult military operations you can ask an army to perform. It is very difficult to cross a body of water as large as the Taiwan Strait. So the task that the Chinese have set for themselves, if they decide to attack Taiwan, would be a formidable one. The second point is, China has not fought a war since 1979. Just think about that. The United States of America is fighting wars all the time. The United States has a highly primed military. It's primed for combat. The Chinese military has not fought a war in a long time. It's a rusty military. And we know from watching how the Russians performed in Ukraine in the early stages of that war, armies take time to get used to fighting wars, to fighting battles. You just don't take an army that hasn't fought a war in a long time and send it into battle and expect it to do well. So what I'm telling you here is that the Chinese would have to perform an extremely difficult military task, launching an amphibious operation across the Taiwan Strait, number one. And number two, they don't have a highly tuned military that can perform that difficult task.
So logic says that China will not attack, but leaders do not always operate on logic, and the region is a powder keg, so there's always the possibility of conflict breaking out. If that happens, my question is, what role do you see India playing there? Because India controls the entry to the Malacca Strait. India has an agreement with the US to allow the aircraft to refuel at Indian bases. Do you think India will have a role, and will it support America militarily in a Taiwan conflict?
My sense is that if a conflict were to break out, it would not break out over Taiwan for the reasons that I just stipulated. I think the most dangerous area in East Asia is the South China Sea, and I would not be surprised if a conflict broke out between the Philippines and China and the United States got dragged in, which then goes to your question, what would India do? I think that India in that event would provide indirect support for the United States. I don't think that India would get involved in the fighting. I think if conflict broke out at a low level, the Americans would pretty much handle it by themselves, maybe with the Philippines by their side in the fight. If it escalated into a larger war, I think the Japanese, South Koreans, and Australians would be likely to come in before the Indians. But it is possible that India would come in. The problem that India faces is that it has to protect its home waters, and it has to protect its border with China. And I think the last thing India is going to be anxious to do is join the fight and get into a war with with China. I think it's in India's advantage in the scenario that you described to provide indirect assistance to the Americans and do as little as possible to help the Americans. That will not make the Americans happy, but that I think is in India's national interest.
You mentioned the Chinese economy, and they're not in the best phase. They have way too many challenges. The world is talking about decoupling, de-risking, friendshoring. Do you think Xi Jinping revealed his hand too soon, that he should have waited for a few more years before openly challenging the US?
There's no question that it was in China's interest, as Deng Xiaoping pointed out many, many years ago, for China to rise as quietly as possible and not in any way threaten the Americans. And I believe that the Chinese, by and large, tried to do that. But the problem is that the United States eventually came to see that China was growing economically and militarily more powerful. And we started telling ourselves stories about how China might end up being a really formidable military foe. Now you want to remember, this is very important, when the United States started to pursue a policy of engagement towards China in the early 1990s, which was designed to make China rich, we believed that China would eventually become a democracy. And when it became a democracy, it would get along very well with other democracies, like the United States, like India, like Japan, because democracies never fight against each other in the story that we told ourselves. Now, I want to be clear. I don't believe that story, but the vast majority of foreign policy experts in the West do believe that story. But the problem in that story is that China did not become a democracy. So what happened here is it got richer and richer. It began to build larger military forces. And even though it didn't, in my opinion, do much to provoke the Americans, the mere fact that it wasn't a democracy, combined with all that military might that it was developing, forced the Americans to abandon engagement and move to a containment policy.
The funny thing is that China does call itself a democracy with Chinese characteristics. But you've said in the past that the US foolishly fed the economic rise of China. The US is now working very closely with India. Do you foresee a potential rivalry with India in the future?
No, just to go back to the Chinese-American case, as some of you remember, in the early Cold War, China and the Soviet Union were on one side and the Americans were on the other. And then starting with Nixon and Kissinger in the early 70s, we brought the Chinese over to our side. So it was the Americans and the Chinese versus the Soviet Union. During that second half of the Cold War, we had a vested interest in helping China to get rich, because as China got rich, it helped us contain the Soviet Union. When the Cold War ended, and the Soviet Union went away, my argument is we no longer have a vested interest in helping China to get rich. Now, let's go to the India question. At this point in time, the United States has a deep-seated interest in seeing India grow wealthier and militarily more powerful, because India can help the United States contain China. India is a member of the Quad. If China develops a powerful naval projection capability into the Gulf area, India will play a key role in helping the United States deal with that scenario. So we have a vested interest in helping India grow. If, however, China at some point in the future goes the way of the Soviet Union, China breaks up, it's much weaker tomorrow than it is today, and India continues to grow more and more powerful, you can rest assured the United States will put its gun sights on India.
All I can say is that American policymakers do not learn from their own history. They also supported the rise of Pakistan to counterbalance India, and that did not go very well. We're out of time, but I have to ask you one last question. How do you see the Gaza war ending? We know that you've criticized Israel's actions very strongly, which is also a contrast with how you see Palestine versus Ukraine. But how do you see the end to this conflict?
I think the Gaza war, from Israel's point of view, is a disaster. It's very important to understand that Israel conquered Gaza in 1967. And after the 1967 war, Israel ended up with the West Bank and with Gaza. And they built some settlements in Gaza after 1967, and they stationed military forces in Gaza after 1967. In 2005, Ariel Sharon, who was a super hawkish individual and who was Prime Minister of Israel at the time, pulled all of the Israeli settlements and the Israeli military out of Gaza and basically turned it into a giant open-air prison. But there were no Israeli settlements or military forces inside of Gaza, because Sharon understood that was not in Israel's national interest, because Gaza was like a hornet's nest for the Israelis. Well, if you look at what's happened as a result of October 7th, the Israelis are back in Gaza. They have large-scale military forces there, and they plan to stay there. At the same time, there is virtually no chance that Israel is going to defeat Hamas. So they are going to have significant resistance from Hamas. They're stuck in Gaza, and world opinion, and this includes countries like India, which favor the two-state solution, and the United States, which favors the two-state solution, are going to put enormous pressure on Israel over time to move to a two-state solution, which Israel doesn't want to do. All of this is to say, Israel is in real trouble.
I have a lot of questions, but we are completely out of time. Thank you so much for joining us and for sharing your insights.
Thank you indeed. And it's interesting that you call the two-state policy that India holds to the present conflict an illusion. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you for this engaging conversation with our guest, political scientist John Mearsheimer, expressing his insights, his recommendations, his very crucial and sometimes very interesting observations about geopolitics on just why the West is principally responsible for the Ukrainian crisis, firmly believing the reckless expansion of NATO that provoked Russia,
and in his concluding remarks how he holds Israel responsible for the present turmoil in Gaza. So very controversial statements there, but he's also someone who is extremely respected in geopolitical circles. So that was, ladies and gentlemen, John Mearsheimer. But don't forget, for the big event that will happen in just a few hours from now, the grand finale, which promises to be a mesmerizing evening. It's going to be a perfect end to a power-packed day. We also have our guest ready for the next session. So like we promised, Bharat's march as a global leader is much about its economic arrival as about its rich and diverse socio-cultural soft power. And what better way to really invite the proceedings, a group of very distinguished artists whose compositions have made our country stand out on the global music map. Their creations are a synthesis of not only music from East and West, but also the classical forms from North and Southern India, transcending geocultural boundaries. They are, ladies and gentlemen, a quintessential embodiment of India's Shakti. Please put your hands together. Let's have a nice round of applause for our next guests and our Grammy Award winners, Shankar Mahadevan, V. Selva Ganesh, Ganesh Rajagopalan, and Rakesh Chaurasia, in conversation with my colleague Anand Narsiman. A warm welcome. Wonderful to have you today evening amongst us. Let's have a huge, loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our shining stars, India's shining stars. Not 1, 2, 3, we have 4 Grammy winners amongst us. Anand, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very, very special moment personally for me and also for us at the News 18 network and the entire family, and I must say it, because this is a group of geniuses. To get them together on a platform like Rising Bharat is a historic moment. It's a phenomenal moment to get 4 Grammy winners who amongst them have actually won 3 of them with Shakti, and Rakesh Chaurasia ji has won 2 Grammys this year, 2024. So this group Shakti is a phenomenal one, and Ustad Zakir Hussain, we are missing you, sir. Ustad ji, we are missing you. But to have all of them here, from the far corner, the renowned violinist brothers Ganesh Kumresh to Mr. Ganesh Rajagopalan, who's flown in all the way from Seattle for us to be here with us. If you heard of Vikku Vinayak Ram, then that's the pedigree that follows. So from the Ghatam to the Kanjira, the son has immortalized the Kanjira if the father did what the father did with Ghatam. So Selva Ganesh ji, thank you very, very much. And I'm going back to many years ago. I shouldn't have said that, but yes, I first met him in college and I was an MC and he was performing. And there were others who said, and I remember Vikku sir telling me, that's my son. And he's not playing the Ghatam, but whatever he plays, people will remember the Kanjira. That's what he's done. So fantastic, and I hope Vikku sir gets well soon. Thank you very much. Rakesh Chaurasia ji, aapka bahut bahut aabhar. Thank you very much for doing this. Now, he is getting into compositions and into the realms where many would not want to go, but as a flautist, he's taking another gharana, another legacy forward. That's from his uncle, Hariprasad Chaurasia ji. So the entire lineage, phenomenal. And he's a genius who, from the age of 4, has been making music and mesmerizing audiences. From the age of 4, his first professional concert, and I think he's got a recording of that as a gift recently, was at the age of 11. He can play more than 20 instruments, but we all know him, the man with the golden voice and the magical compositions, the one and only Shankar Mahadevan ji. Gentlemen, thank you very, very much. Sabse pehle, let me ask you, Ganesh ji, what is Bharat for you, if I may ask you?
Bharat is Shakti.
Bharat is Shakti.
Shakti.
Why do you say that?
Not from there.
You try to steal it, but I'm going to push you over and I'm going to ask you why.
You know, I think as you have rightly named this conclave as Rising Bharat, I mean, we are rising in all spheres. And music is one that you can see here. And even otherwise, we see that Bharat is the next hope for humanity. So I feel, that is why I'm saying Bharat is the Shakti of the world.
Is the Shakti of the world. Yeah. Are we making the music of Bharat its Shakti? Selvaji, let me ask you this. When you play the Kanjira, you connect with people. When you play music, when we play classical music, and music gets interpreted. So, are we connecting? Is the world connecting with Bharat's music?
Oh yeah, for sure. You already introduced 4 Grammys, but there are 5 Grammys from India. So Bharat is already noticed. And also 2 other Indians also nominated, and our beloved Prime Minister also nominated. So Bharat is you can see it, you can feel it.
But do you see a change? You know, one of my other good friends, Ricky Cage, was part of the nominations. He's won Grammys a lot of times, so shout out to him too. But let me ask you this. Do you feel over the years that you've played, concerts that you've gone to, is there a greater appreciation for what Bharat brings to the table when it comes to music?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. It is definitely up front right now. And especially me, if you ask me, I follow the footstep of, the 3 legendary musicians. One is my dad. One is John McLaughlin, and Zakir Bhai. So whatever they do, they just do. They don't look for what we are going to get it. And they give the 100%. That's the Bharat. We give our 100% to music, which we definitely have to do that.
Rakesh ji, when was the last time or the first time, let me ask you that Hariprasad Chaurasia ji said, "Acha kaam kiya." Jab Grammy jeete to what did he have to say?
Well, it was never. That's okay.
It's
because
never.
Maybe he's expecting a lot from me.
Huh.
I think that's the sign of a greater guru, not to compliment and then talk about your student with other people. He's doing good.
So this has happened, that he doesn't say anything to you, but...
No, but the world is around, it comes back to me. He was praising you. That is, my energy to keep me on my toes.
So what was his reaction when you told him ki 2 Grammy jeete?
Are wah. That was it.
That was it?
That was it.
So did he like
He was little confused. Why 2? For the same album? I said, this is a different category. Oh, what is category now in album? So I had to make him understand, one for the song and one for the album. So this is, I think there was 3 nominations and we got 2. One was for the composition also.
Oh, fantastic. So, yeah, correct. There was a nomination for the
composition. But I think it's all his blessings and whatever I am today because of his. And as you mentioned, what is Bharat? Bharat for me is a breath, what I blow in my flute. It's a breath.
Is breath. What an answer. Bharat for me is breath. What I blow in into my flute. Phenomenal. And you're communicating that. 25 years with Shakti, sir, for you. And the first Grammy comes via voice note compositions. Take us to that story. How did it happen? This whole thing, the album that won the Grammy, it was via voice notes.
Yeah, I mean, this album, it's the way it happened was very amazing, Anand. It all happened during the peak of COVID, because we tour so much. We used to do, 20 concerts in 30 days. And all over America, all over Europe, all over India, we were continuously traveling, and then we were almost getting withdrawal symptoms that we are not able to travel. So we have to do an album. And nobody can move out of the house because of COVID. So the way this album happened was completely remote control. Zakir Bhai was from San Francisco, Selvaji Ganeshji from Chennai, Seattle, I was from Mumbai, and Johnji from Monaco. All of us recording files going up and down on a server, bars being exchanged, comments, emails, mixes. Oh my God, by the time the mix got over, it was what a process it was. But when we heard it, we said, yeah, we've cracked something that is, almost next to impossible.
So this was your studio album for Shakti after how long?
46 years.
After
46 years. This band is 50 years old, by the way. We jumped into the bandwagon about 25 years back, and we are lucky to be the ones who got the Grammy.
Okay, now I'm going to put all of you in the spot a little.
मुझे मालूम ही था. By the way, I'll tell you all that if this guy wouldn't have been a television anchor, he would have definitely been a musician. वो दिल का musician ही है वो. That is what Anand Nal.
Sir, वो नोट मेरा ठीक से लगता ही नहीं है, इसीलिए कभी काले की तरफ गया ही नहीं.
Sir, कोई तो नोट लग रहा है ना, तो that's fine.
Okay, now what I'm going to ask you is, tell me something special about Ganesh ji's music. Why is he who he is? And why is he part of Shakti?
Okay, I'll tell you something. We are in the middle of Europe in a completely non-Indian atmosphere. Complete foreigners in the audience. This gentleman, only one tanpura is playing. No other instrument. He plays Abhogi Rag for about a good 10-12 minutes. Nothing else. We are all sitting quiet. He plays that, just his instrument and the tanpura, that's all, and he gets a standing ovation. So that is what Ganesh ji is all about. So these are, these are musicians, melodic musicians, who don't need too many notes to prove themselves. One note, and it goes straight into your heart. It's like that.
You like that?
I cannot talk like that.
You better talk some nice things about me, when you answer.
Nor can I cannot talk like that, nor can I sing. But thank you, Shankarji.
So now, from a person who's a maestro at string, now you talk about somebody who's a maestro at percussion.
Oh yeah.
Oh, now I know the game.
So okay, Zakir Bhai is more like a brother and mentor, guide, friend. He's lots of that, and I'm very lucky to be even partnering with Zakir Bhai. And
I just interrupt all of us over here because of this man called Ustad Zakir Hussain. Let's have a loud round of applause for Ustad Zakir Hussain. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, it's true actually. So that's what Zakir Bhai is for me, and as he said, for all of us. And Selvaji, we have been childhood friends. We know each other from when we were like this.
You have to hold the mic.
You are older, huh?
Yeah, we're not the same age.
You're not the same age, no?
Yeah, he's older.
Okay, he's older.
Yeah, I'll tell you for what. I'm a grandfather. In that case, I'm older.
Okay.
So we have played together. And I've been fortunate to be playing with his dad, Vikku Mama, and toured quite a lot. And both of them have played together. And Vikku Mama and him, myself and Kumaresh, we have toured a lot. And it's always a pleasure because he's my go-to guy. So it's just fun just being with him because he's very, very affectionate. And very lovely person to be with. So,
oh, fantastic.
Always.
You didn't talk about my play.
So now, what was that last one? Now
always.
No response?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Respond on what?
Respond him in the bowl.
On the bowl or
on the bowl?
Oh, okay.
कहना क्या चाह रहे हो?
Now, Selvaji, let me ask you. You've played with Hari Prasad ji also, at a time when your father was also there. I know there were butterflies in your stomach and all of that was there. Yeah. Then when you first played with Rakesh ji, was that, let's see how good he is?
No. It was the same feeling like when I played it with Hari ji, and whenever I played with him too. And recently we did a concert too. He's not just amazing. It's a very tough guy on stage too. And off stage too.
But with some unbearable dirty jokes.
Yeah.
You could have said only joke.
Jokes, sorry.
Dirty तो picture भी होती है.
ये देखा वो joke का नमूना भी आ गया सामने. But yeah.
No, the thing is like not just the classical music, even if it is a fusion and if it is even one of the Shakti, like I would say like a best, one of the like best Lotus Feet. I think this man can definitely play that tune without like lagging, or because it's very tough. It sounds easy, but to form with the like chord formation, everything. I've heard him so many times like playing Lotus Feet, and I said like, oh my gosh, this guy is amazing. And of course, Ariji also played the same tune in Remember Shakti first album in 1999, if I'm not wrong. So that was the first Remember Shakti when they started. So Ariji and my dad played, and the same tune in Bangalore, like we both played it. So father, son, whatever you call it. So this guy is amazing, seriously.
And I was lucky enough to, with Zakir Bhai and Ganeshji was performing in Ajivasan with John G. And I was sitting in the audience, and suddenly he told me to come on stage and play this piece in Lotus Feet.
They suddenly asked you to come out and play?
Yeah.
हाँ. So if he were to suddenly ask you कि सर आपके flutes अगर यहाँ आ जाएं तो आप कुछ हमें बजा के सुनाएंगे तो आप सुना सकते हैं?
हाँ, क्यों नहीं, वही आता है मुझे.
वही आता है मुझे. आप सुनना चाहते हैं?
अरे
हाँ? So you have to cheer him. You have to. सर आपके flutes कहाँ हैं? वहाँ हैं. तो मैं हमारी टीम में से किसी को या मैम है यहाँ पर, अगर आप हेल्प कर दें, क्योंकि मैं जानता हूँ कि हर कोई
By the way, she's Mrs. Rakesh Chaurasia. उनके लिए भी जोरदार तालियां.
So ma'am, you've got to help us out. ये suddenly मैंने सोचा कि क्योंकि ये लोग तो सब हाथ और बोल से कर लेते हैं, आपका तो सांस है. तो जब तक बांसुरी हाथ में नहीं आएगी तो मुरली बोलेंगे कैसे?
हाँ, वैसे घर में भी बजाना ही पड़ता है, वो लिए शादीशुदा हो बोलती बंद रहती है, तो it's better to practice ही कर लो इस बहाने.
Okay, by then, please tell me why something special about this person here.
He's a monster.
Huh? Why?
When it comes for singing, when it comes to finding cuisine, मतलब Google में जा के कौन ढूंढता है कि इस शहर का सबसे अच्छा cuisine कौन सा है, and then he takes everybody there. चलो उधर मैं ढूंढा है, ये बहुत बढ़िया खाना है. But it's very difficult for this kind of combination. Amazing artist and amazing human being. Very friendly, very friendly.
Everybody wants to say something about
you. He was saying about like
वो छोड़ेगा नहीं इनको.
Yeah. No, Shankarji was saying about Ganeshji playing just rag abogi with tambura. Just imagine most of the concert, not too many notes. He will do one top note, sustained. Like, this happens like, every concert when he does that. Before he finishes it, he gets the standing ovation. Before he stops, that one tone which stays for more than, I don't know, we can't even count it, like how long he's sustaining, like, that's enough.
Sir, he's the man who's done Breathless. So to sustain it at one breath is not going to be difficult.
I do agree that, but it's all different notes, right? People can relate, so many notes, but one note sustained and he gets a standing ovation.
So let's listen to Rakesh ji, and then and then we'll ask Rakesh ji to sustain, give him the note that he has to sustain.
But I'm enjoying this mutual admiration club, huh?
चलिए, I'll hold it. बताइए. No, please tell me where to.
अरे मैं होल्ड करता हूँ ना. हाँ. अरे आपको क्या सोचने का क्या जरूरत है, कुछ भी
पश्तो ही बजाइए.
आप लोग बताइए क्या बजाओ.
Lotus feet या पश्तो, दोनों में से whatever you choose.
हाँ.
पश्तो तो he won the Grammy this year. है, क्या बात है,
राकेश चौरसिया।
फैंटास्टिक सर। अब तो आपको भी फ्लूट किया, अब तो नोट तो करना पड़ेगा सर।
अभी करेंगे
वो
थोड़ी
तो
देर में सब।
नहीं, इसीलिए तो फिर तब वार्म अप हो जाएगा ना जैसा।
क्या सर?
कोई एक नोट दे दीजिए।
गिव दैट रिदम ओनली ना। टिंग टन टिंग टन टिंग टन टिंग। तुझे
बजाओ कैसे? पकड़ो।
लाइए मैं पकड़। मैं पकड़।
अभी just on national network, it's okay, no problem. Come Vanessa. Vanessa.
क्या बात है? Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the one and only Shankar Mahadevan, Rakesh Chaurasiya, Selva Ganesh, Ganesh Rajagopalan. Do you want to hear more of them? Do you want to hear more of them? Ladies and gentlemen, if I remove this, their instruments are ready. It's going to be a grand Grammy winners performance right here on the Rising Bharat Summit. We just need to give them 25 minutes to set up. So this stage is clear and the stage is all theirs. And they will be joined by the one and only King of Jazz in Bharat, Louis Banks, his son Gino Banks, the phenomenal percussionist Ojas Adya, and of course the bass guitarist Sheldon De Silva. It's going to be a phenomenal lineup along with these four in a short while from now.
Are you ready? I love the spirit. Let's go.
Big round of applause for them. Thank you so much.
तो हम क्या अभी घर जाके आए वापस हैं?